The protagonist is a summoner, capable of calling forth ninja characters from a mobile game he has already played and controlling them. Utilizing this ability, he engages in various main storylines, such as the first chapter, which revolves around the narrative of Naruto. During a pivotal battle between Kakashi and Zabuza, the protagonist commands Obito to emerge and snatch Kakashi's soul, leading to chaotic interferences that steer the plot in increasingly absurd directions. This is essentially the premise, set in the world of Naruto. Chapter 1. Is this the benefit of being a premium member? How frustrating. Spending money doesn't make me stronger. What a garbage game. Tuhao exclaimed as he tossed his phone onto the bed after playing a mobile game titled Naruto, Ninja Mobile Game. He had a deep affection for Naruto, but was he as enamored with this game? He couldn't be certain, for to him, the game felt akin to a delectable piece of excrement entertaining. Indeed, yet simultaneously raising his blood pressure to alarming heights. You may be strong, but I acknowledge your prowess yet. Must you incessantly spam those ridiculous emojis? Tuhao vented his frustration, revealing that his elevated blood pressure was chiefly due to the actions of others. The 1v1 duel arena in this game was relatively fair aside from the uneven strength of the ninjas. There were no pay-to-win elements that could create a chasm between players. Even if one wished to invest money to gain power, the only option would be to purchase powerful ninjas, which a dedicated free-to-play player could ultimately achieve through perseverance. Thus, the only path for the less skilled to improve was through honing their technique. However, this arduous process was fraught with challenges, as newcomers inevitably faced the trials imposed by veteran players, many of whom delighted in teasing the inexperienced. As commonly stated, the head pat and in-game emoji was part of the game's culture. If you don't like it, don't play. Tuhao was indeed displeased. He contemplated uninstalling the game to liberate himself from the stress induced. Yet, as he opened his phone and long pressed the game icon, preparing to delete it, an unexpectedly large dialog box suddenly appeared. Is my phone infected with a virus? Was Tuhao's immediate reaction. After all, under normal circumstances, deleting an app would not trigger such an extensive dialogue. Well, he might as well read what it said. Dear Premium Member, we understand your concerns and would like to offer you a very special service, ensuring an exhilarating experience in Naruto, Ninja Mobile Game that will leave you utterly delighted. Beneath this message, a confirmation button awaited. Wow, so my million spent on 10-cent games actually hold some value? A special service, you say? Huh, do you take me for a fool? Tuhao rolled his eyes at what was clearly a scam. Only a simpleton would click confirm. As he aimed to tap the X in the upper right corner to close the dialogue, the button suddenly froze, transforming into the confirmation option before he could react, catching Tuesday. How completely off guard. Damn it, he exclaimed, realizing it was too late. The confirmation button rippled ominously, and a vortex formed above, pulling him into the finino. Not just the phone, the device was sucked in alongside him. Thus, Tuhao vanished from this world. Preparation of ninja tools. Tuhao landed on the ground with a thud, his phone bouncing off his head before hitting the ground once more. What the hell? Where am I? He cursed, sitting up to find himself in a desolate wilderness. That I end this strange scenario. Tuhao could not resist the urge to pick up his phone. He intended to lodge a complaint with 10 cents customer service. Your wretched game has thrown me into the wilderness. Compensation is required, or I shall demand a receipt. I've spent millions, he lamented, realizing how futile such complaints would be, as this situation was evidently beyond 10 cents' control. If 10 cent possessed the ability for interdimensional travel, they wouldn't need to rely on game sales. They could revolutionize logistics and dominate the industry with such a power. This situation was undoubtedly the result of some supernatural phenomenon, or perhaps he was merely dreaming. With this thought, Tuhao pinched himself painful. Indeed, this was no dream. All right, there's another possibility. Perhaps I'm part of a reality show, knocked out and dragged to this remote location for a prank. He mused. But where's the evidence? I see no cameras around. For now, let's check the phone. The strange occurrence had originated from his phone, so perhaps it held some clues. With that in mind, Tuhao opened his phone, and the dialog box from before remained, now displaying new text. Dear Premium Member, to elevate your spirits, we have transported you into the world of Naruto. You may utilize the ninjas associated with your account to traverse the ninja realm and relish in an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. We shall now commence the beginner's tutorial. As he read this, Tuhao's eyes were suddenly filled with phantom images, akin to retinal projections, as an operational interface materialized before him. Is this really happening? Am I dreaming? Tuhao pondered, genuinely questioning the reality of his situation. Or perhaps this is akin to a fully immersive virtual reality game. Had I been trapped within it? His imagination raced. Yet, such thoughts remained unsubstantiated too. How could only follow the tutorial prompts. The character selection interface. I can choose my ninja. Wow. Having money is fantastic. These ninjas can be easily unlocked with cash. Tuhao had not been playing long, but he had already acquired every ninja available for purchase, thanks to his substantial financial resources. Observing the multitude of characters on screen, he felt an exhilarating rush. His previously elevated blood pressure began to subside. If I can select a character, they'll start with my most frequently used ninja. Edo Tensei Obito Uchiha Obito Edo Tensei. Let's go all in, no holding back. This ninja was Tuhao's gateway character, with straightforward techniques that required little study, boasting a high floor of capability, particularly the exhilarating experience of unleashing pure chakra like a swift torrent. In summary, it was exceptionally suited for newcomers. Oh, you wish to dance? Edo Tensei Obito manifested before Tuhao. Upon Obito's arrival, Tuhao experienced dual perspectives, one from his own eyes and another from Obito's. Wow, is that pain six paths? After a brief moment of commentary, Tuhao shifted his focus to the control interface. After summoning Obito, the interface transformed into a combat mode, albeit with slight variations from the game. There were no directional keys or basic attacks, only two skills: substitution and summoning. That I see now, my thoughts dictate the movements of my body. Obito acted in accordance with Tuhao's intentions, as if he were controlling his own body. At that moment, Tuhao noticed that while he controlled Obito, his own body was rendered immobile. He speculated, perhaps it's due to my inability to multitask? Yet, this remained a conjecture without firm evidence. Regardless, Tuhao began to maneuver Obito with agility, soaring through the air, an exhilarating sensation, akin to being superhuman. Such an exhilarating experience, I never imagined my body could feel this light. Wait, there's a third-person perspective option. Tuhao observed the additional choice in the upper left corner of his view. He selected this option with his mind, and the perspective shifted to that of the dual arena, revealing a joystick. In this mode, Obito was no longer controlled solely by Tuhao's consciousness. He now had to manipulate the joystick and buttons, with a multitude of control methods and a remarkably user-friendly gameplay. Tuhao nodded in acknowledgement. Having grown quite familiar with the third-person perspective, he would delve into it further later. For now, he chose to continue exploring the first-person view. Upon switching back to first-person, Tuhao noticed a countdown timer positioned above his field of vision, steadily ticking down from 2 minutes. I recall the initial number being 5. What does this mean? A 5-minute countdown? Pondering this, Tuhao refrained from taking further action and opted to wait for the timer to reach its conclusion. Once the time elapsed, the figure of the reanimated Uchiha Obito dissipated in a puff of smoke. Is it truly gone? I could use some explanation here, Tuhao remarked, picking up his phone. To his surprise, a message arrived. Dear esteemed member, to maintain game balance, each ninja card can be utilized for 5 minutes. Once the cooldown period is ended, it may be used again. At this point, Tuhao glanced at the character selection interface, observing that the option for Uchiha Obito had dimmed, accompanied by a countdown. 23:58:33 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds. Given the time spent reading the message, was the cooldown truly a day? Tuhao scoffed in his phone. Didn't they promise me an enjoyable experience? What's with this cooldown nonsense? Another message pinged. You may continue to recharge to unlock more powerful features, followed by a recharge interface. Curse this, Tuhao exclaimed, frustrated that the game was already soliciting money before it had even begun. He was not about to spend. Although Tuhao possessed wealth, he was not foolish. He had plenty of ninjas and could rotate through them to wait out the cooldown. We spend money unnecessarily? Noticing his reluctance to spend, the dialogue box vanished, leaving no further prompts behind. What am I supposed to do now? Tuhao muttered. However, since they mentioned I could play freely, does that mean I could do as I please? Then I shall treat this as a vacation. Tuhao was quite audacious, planning to plunge into the game without fully grasping the situation. Having made his decision, he lifted his phone. Is there still a signal? Can I make calls? Wait, there's WeChat. Tuhao opened the app to find a friend inquiring if he was free that evening to dine together. After a moment's thought, he replied, I'm off to Tibet for a spiritual cleansing. We can catch up next month. He sent the same message to his parents, just to keep them in the loop. They were even more adventurous than he, constantly roaming from place to place throughout the year. With no lingering worries, Tu Hao prepared to fully immerse himself in this game. Huh, whatever you are, as long as it's enjoyable, I'm in, he declared excitedly. Just then, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked his phone, by the way, did anyone witness my summoning? Like White Zetsu or something? He recalled that the antagonist had spies, and if they had seen his actions. He shuddered at the thought of being dragged back as a test subject. Before he could dwell on it, a customer service message arrived. Dear esteemed member, to ensure your gaming experience, there are no other beings present in the vicinity of the initial summoning location, therefore. Your actions went unnoticed. However, for your enjoyment, we advise against similar actions in populated areas in the future. Understood, he replied. But what about the language and money issues? Traveling without funds could be quite uncomfortable too. Hao had no intention of roughing it. No sooner had he voiced this concern than the recharge page opened, revealing that both the currency and language packs required monetary investment. Unbelievable. Tu Hao cursed, exasperated that the game seemed to demand money at every turn. However, unlike the previous gameplay, without cooldowns, travel expenses and language necessities were essential, so he begrudgingly made the purchase. All right, that settles it. Now, how do I escape this desolate place? Which way should I go? I suppose a navigation service is available for purchase? Tu Hao had grown accustomed to the game mechanics. Knowing there had to be a monetization angle, as expected, a new dialogue box popped up. Fine, I hope your lackluster game provides corresponding services for this expenditure. Tu Hao was determined never to play a game that squeezed money from him while providing an uncomfortable experience. After completing the transaction, a world map appeared before him. Scanning the map, he discerned that Konoha Village was the closest destination, but reaching it on foot would take at least half a month. Too far? Perhaps a teleportation service. But I won't squander my funds. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the idea of instant travel, opting instead for a more economical approach, summoning an unknown crank ninja to carry him to the nearest sizable town where he could resupply, acquire a set of common clothes from this world, and search for transportation options like trains or carriages to Konoha. This way, he could also enjoy the scenery along the journey. With a solid plan in mind, Tu Hao set forth to execute it. Days later, he found himself aboard a delivery cart, arriving at Konoha Hidden Village. After bidding farewell to the cart driver, Tu Hao proceeded to the registration office at the village entrance, where he was required to register his name, origin, and purpose for visiting Konoha Poinim. Tu Hao. Origin: a villager from a distant mountain. Purpose: for visiting Konoha, to expose the mountain children to the big city. The registrar glanced at his information and permitted him entry. With countless visitors each year seeking new experiences, they could not scrutinize every individual. Moreover, Tu Hao exhibited no chakra response, clearly indicating he was an ordinary person who had not undergone any training. No cause for concern. Thus, Tu Hao entered Konoha Village. Once inside, he gazed upon the distant Hokage rock, pondering, the pilgrimage to the Holy Land begins. Should I find a tall tower to survey my surroundings? On second thought, without chakra, I can't climb walls. How would I reach a high place? If I can't go up high, then I'll head to Ichiraku Ramen first. Any fan of Hokage would likely want to sample the famed Ichiraku Ramen upon visiting Konoha. With this thought, Tu Hao navigated to Ichiraku Ramen, where he ordered a bowl of ramen. Delicious. The flavor is indeed exquisite, Tu Hao proclaimed. Upon hearing his praise, the owner, Uncle Ichiraku, beamed and inquired, "Thank you for your kind words. You don't appear to be a local. What brings you to Konoha?" "I'm here to broaden my horizons in the big city," Tu Hao replied, candidly. "Yes, that's so. In that case, I must properly introduce you to our village." Perhaps due to a lack of customers, Uncle Ichiraku seemed eager to share information about Konoha. At that moment, a young boy with spiky yellow hair burst into the ramen shop and exclaimed, "Uncle Ichiraku, he'll have a bowl of Ichiraku ramen." "Coming right up," Uncle Ichiraku responded, immediately starting on the order. This gave Tu Hao a chance to observe the intruding boy. Was there any need for observation? This was none other than the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Feeling Tu Hao's gaze, Naruto turned and curiously asked, "Why are you staring at me?" "Oh, I was just thinking you must be a ninja, right?" "It's my first time seeing a live ninja," Tu Hao replied, unable to hide his amusement. Naruto looked perplexed. Tu Hao's words seemed rather strange. That Tu Hao clarified, "My apologies if I confused you. I come from a mountain village, and I haven't seen much of the world. Today is my first encounter with a ninja, and you seem quite impressive." Hearing Tu Hao call him impressive, Naruto's pride swelled. Really? I knew I was awesome. Uncle Ichiraka couldn't help but interject. Don't inflate his ego too much, he's merely a genin and has only recently become a ninja. Uncle Ichiraka's intent was not to belittle Naruto, but rather to keep Hao from overhyping him and leading the boy to act recklessly. Really now? Why must you expose me, old man? Naruto expressed his exasperation, somewhat flattered that someone perceived him as formidable. However, he remained undeterred and earnestly proclaimed, I am currently a genin, but I shall undoubtedly become Hokage one day. Indeed, I believe in you. Hao responded with sincerity. This left both Ichiraku and Naruto momentarily speechless, for Hao's earnestness did not seem like jest. Ichiraku chuckled. Don't joke around, that kid takes things seriously. I am not jesting, I have a keen eye for talent. This lad possesses extraordinary potential. But, if he does not cultivate it, even the greatest talent is of little use, Hao remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Ichiraku paid little heed to the latter part of Hao's statement, but Naruto caught the initial compliment. Someone is praising my potential. Indeed, my talent is not lacking. Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to introduce Hao to his teammates, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and have Hao publicly commend his prowess. In high spirits, Naruto introduced himself. I am Uzumaki Naruto. What is your name, old man? Hao. Pleased to meet you. Hao replied, extending his hand for a handshake, marking a moment worthy of remembrance. After a brief handshake, Naruto's ramen was served, and he immediately began to eat. Observing Naruto indulge in his meal, Hao pondered. Based on our earlier conversation, Naruto has recently become a genin. This must be the early part of the story. We are likely about to embark on the Land of Waves arc. Since the intention is to enjoy the journey, he decided to follow the main storyline. Preparations for the mission were underway. Following their official designation as genin, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura engaged in mundane drank tasks, such as pet retrieval and river cleaning, which left them somewhat disgruntled. Their instructor, Kakashi Hitaki, deemed the moment ripe to secure a crank mission involving the escort of a significant individual, specifically the bridge builder Mr. Tazuna, back to the Land of Waves. However, the mission underwent subtle changes that on the day of their departure, Kakashi introduced his team members. These two are the targets of our protection, bridge builder Mr. Tazuna and Mr. Hao, who wishes to travel to the Land of Waves. Hello, Hao greeted the trio. His plan was straightforward. He had commissioned a task from Konoha, requesting that ninjas escort him on a journey to the Land of Waves. Ninjas, as a profession, are driven by monetary gain. As long as the payment is adequate and the task is lawful, they would accept it. Moreover, Hao is indeed affluent. But why did Hao's task coincide with Tazuna's? Was it by his design? Not at all. It was a decision made by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who currently held power in Konoha. The primary reason was that the payment for Tazuna's commission task was exceedingly meager. The three newly minted genin would receive little compensation, but with a genin accompanying them, the paltry sum was insufficient to afford Kakashi's services. Crank missions are typically aimed at lower-tier ninjas. The arrangements served to facilitate the growth of the young trio. Now, with an unwitting benefactor accompanying them, Kakashi could accommodate an additional individual without complications, ensuring adequate compensation without incurring losses for the village. Thus, the third Hokage's decision, in contrast to the amiable Hao, Tazuna displayed an expression of distrust towards the three young ninjas, doubting their capability to fulfill the mission. Nevertheless, due to the presence of a genin, he reluctantly consented to the assignment and embarked on the journey. However, one might wonder why he was concerned about the trio's ability to complete a simple task of escorting him back home. The answer lay in his deception. Ordinarily, crank missions are long-distance tasks that seldom encounter ninjas, but Tazuna had misrepresented the mission's difficulty, concealing the fact that assassins had been dispatched to eliminate him, thereby reducing the commission for this task. Simply put, he was short on funds. Tazuna belonged to a small island nation, the Land of Waves, beset by economic hardship due to its isolation. The inhabitants were impoverished, and Tazuna aspired to construct a bridge that would connect them to the outside world, thereby revitalizing their economy. After all, to prosper, one must first build roads. However, this endeavor would threaten the interests of Kato, the head of a maritime company. Kato was among the wealthiest individuals in the world, yet he secretly operated a criminal enterprise, utilizing the mafia and ninjas for drug trafficking while plotting to usurp other companies and nations. An unrepentant villain. Through his wealth and violence, he monopolized all maritime traffic in the Land of Waves, asserting control over the nation's wealth, politics, and populace. Thus, should the bridge be constructed, Kato's plans would be thwarted. Consequently, he hired ninjas to assassinate Tazuna to prevent the bridge's construction. This encapsulates the essence of the mission. Of course, Naruto and his companions remained oblivious to this reality, blissfully executing their task. Under Kakashi's guidance, they set off alongside Tazuna and Tuhao. However, they encountered adversaries from the hidden mist village along the way. Naruto, lacking practical combat experience, succumbed to fear and was poisoned in the process. In contrast, Sasuke and Sakura remained calm. This left Naruto feeling humiliated. In a moment of determination, Naruto resolved to prove his resolve by cutting his palm, vowing never to shy away from battle again. This minor incident allowed Kakashi to glean the truth from Tazuna. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to persuade Tazuna to abandon the mission, only to be countered by Tazuna's sob story. Moreover, the trio was eager to continue their first mission, so the task proceeded. However, there was still a client to consider, and Kakashi sought his opinion. Thus, Kakashi inquired, "Mr. Tuhao, the upcoming tasks may prove perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Would you prefer to terminate the commission early? We will refund the full amount." "Noting a ninja battle sounds intriguing. I wish to witness it," Tuhao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Moreover, I have heard rumors of Mr. Kakashi's prowess with your capabilities. You should be able to handle this task with ease, correct?" "Huh, you flatter me. I am not as formidable as the tales of my peers in the ninja world suggest," Kakashi modestly chuckled. "Isn't it a 50-50 chance?" "That doesn't sound so impressive," Tuhao retorted. 50-50? What on earth is that?" Kakashi's expression twisted in confusion. He had never heard of such a title. "Where did it come from?" Tuhao explained. "I heard that you can hold your own against any formidable foe, yet you cannot swiftly conclude battles against weaker opponents, leading others in the ninja world. To jestingly call you 50-50. Kakashi, that what a strange title. I have never heard of it. Is he teasing me for my humility?" Kakashi's titles generally revolved around being Konoha's top technician, the copy ninja Kakashi. This 50-50 moniker seemed to belong to the realm of reality TV. Upon hearing this, the trio erupted into laughter, especially Naruto, who laughed heartily. "So, Kakashi-sensei has such stories." Kakashi playfully punched Naruto's arm. "No teasing the teacher." With that, they continued their journey. As they entered the land of waves and approached Tazuna's home, Naruto and his companions encountered their most formidable adversary yet. Zabuza Momochi, known as the Demon of the Mist, is one of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, characterized by his ambition and iron will, yet not devoid of compassion. He excels in water-release techniques and assassination arts, renowned for his silent killing prowess in the ninja realm. Disillusioned by his village's tyranny, he attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and subsequently fled, becoming a rogue ninja. His current mission involves accepting a commission from Gato to eliminate Tazuna. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Kakashi Hatake finally resorts to utilizing his special ability, the Sharingan, a powerful ocular technique unique to the Uchiha clan. Although Kakashi is not an Uchiha by blood, he acquired one Sharingan under extraordinary circumstances, which later contributed to his rising fame. That a fierce battle ensues between 2 elite jonin. Yet Kakashi, momentarily careless, is ensnared in Zabuza's water prison technique. With Kakashi incapacitated, Naruto and his companions must now contend with Zabuza's formidable water clones. The water prison technique encases the target in a spherical cage formed by water currents. As long as the user maintains a hand in the water, the victim remains trapped. They can breathe within the prison, but face suffocation if the oxygen runs out. Consequently, Zabuza cannot leave the prison, forcing his water clone to engage the trio of young ninjas. However, it seems improbable that 3 genin could defeat his water clone. Surprisingly, they managed to break free, but that is a tale from the original manga. Now, Tuhao stands nearby. "Well, it's about time for me to join the fray," Tuhao muses, intending not merely to follow the plot, but to manipulate the ninja he controls to toy with Zabuza. But what of the protagonist's growth? Who cares? I paid for this experience, so why should I worry about the protagonist's fate? That's the customer service's concern. Hence, Tuhao opens the character selection interface and begins choosing his combatants. Logically, I should select the 2nd Hokage in a water-rich environment, whether alive or deceased, but considering the context, it's more interesting to choose him. With that thought, Tuhao selects Uchiha Obito from the Ninja World War as his combatant. With a resounding thud, A shuriken hurtled through the thick mist towards Zabuza's true form, which he concealed using the hidden mist technique. What? There are more enemies? Zabuza exclaims, astonished, as he did not anticipate the presence of additional ninjas beyond the ones he faced. Could it be that Konoha dispatched more than just them? Yet this is not the time for such thoughts. Zabuza leaps to evade the incoming shuriken, but this technique is known as the returning shuriken, implying that what comes must also go back. The shuriken returns, aimed once again at Zabuza's throat. In midair, Zabuza cannot simply dodge by jumping. He must abandon the hard-won Kakashi and evade the attack sideways. Both Kakashi, now free, and Zabuza, who has narrowly avoided the blow, hesitate to act, uncertain of the newcomer's identity. You still can't protect your own student? You're still as useless as ever. Kakashi, a familiar voice echoes, imbued with a sense of nostalgia that unsettles Kakashi. Is this someone Kakashi knows? Zabuza heightens his vigilance at that moment. The mist dissipates, revealing the figure within. Though aged and scarred, Kakashi immediately recognizes the individual. Trembling, he utters Obito. Indeed, it is Obito Uchiha, summoned by Hao. The real Obito remains unaware of his doppelganger's actions, concealed in the guise of Madara Uchiha. It is worth noting that the words spoken by Obito were orchestrated by Hao, effectively his own. Obito Hao remains silent as Kakashi urgently inquires, "You're Obito, right? Is it truly you? What difference does it make? What can you do?" Obito Hao replies coldly, "What do you mean?" Kakashi stammers, fully aware of Obito's implication. "Rin-sensei, you, a failure, have protected nothing. What can you possibly say to me?" Obito continues. Kakashi is left speechless, unable to retort. That moment, Zabuza seizes the opportunity. While Obito Hao and Kakashi engage in conversation, he completes the hand seals for water release. Water Dragon Bullet technique, targeting Obito. "Let's see you ruin my plans. He'll strike first." Hao smirks, anticipating Zabuza's move. "Kimui," he declares, activating the technique just as the Water Dragon Bullet makes contact, causing Zabuza's attack to phase through Obito perfectly. Obito lunges forward, phasing through the Water Dragon as he reaches Zabuza, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "How dare you? What manner of monster are you?" Zabuza curses, utterly bewildered as his blade passes harmlessly through Obito's form. "I shall sever the ties of this world." Obito Hao proclaims grandiosely, the essence of victory already in his grasp. With a swift kick, he sends Zabuza flying before leaping into the air. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. He shouts, unleashing flames that engulf Zabuza. As Zabuza is consumed by the fiery vortex and subsequently crashes to the ground, he is left severely injured, a fate that, while dire, may not be fatal in the world of Naruto, where fire techniques rarely lead to death. Obito Hao, however, shows little interest in delivering a finishing blow. Time is of the essence, and he prepares to withdraw. "Wait, Obito, where are you going?" Kakashi implores, refusing to let his comrades slip away so easily. "You are a hero of Konoha. You should return with me to enjoy the glory. You could even become Hokage." "I've abandoned that notion. In a world without Rin, I have no need for it." Obito replies with a feigned emotional depth, preparing to depart. "Wait, Obito, what exactly do you intend to do?" Kakashi shouts. "You, so utterly useless, are not worthy of knowing my intentions. If you truly wish to understand, then strive to better yourself," Obito declares before vanishing in an instant. Kakashi attempts to pursue, but Obito's presence eludes him, and in a fit of rage, he slams his hand against the water surface, shouting in frustration, "Damn it." Naruto and Sakura exchange bewildered glances, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Sasuke finds himself in a state of profound contemplation. The fan motif on Obito's back is the Uchiha clan's emblem, and his right eye remains the Sharingan. Could there be other surviving members of the Uchiha clan besides him and that man, Itachi Uchiha? His connection with Kakashi seems to transcend the ordinary. What is the true nature of this relationship? Beside them, Hao, though outwardly impassive, was inwardly consumed by uncontrollable laughter that ha 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 ha. This is simply delightful. With this twist, the entire narrative is bound to unravel. Kakashi's perplexed expression is just so fitting. However, I'm even more curious about what expression Obito will wear upon unexpectedly appearing before Kakashi. How mused with delight. This battle had bestowed upon How the utmost joy of embodying a character from the original story, intruding into scenes where they ought not to appear, thereby disrupting the plot that in this manner. Regardless of whether one belonged to the opposing or supporting side, their expressions would inevitably contort in the most amusing ways. How utterly delightful! Thus, How resolved to embrace this approach within this world, utilizing his ninja to disrupt the classic battles in the original narrative, wreaking havoc across the ninja realm. However, what would become of the plot of Naruto in the meantime, had it not been stated before? As long as How found amusement in it, the operators could worry about the rest. The direction of the storyline in this world hinged entirely on how the operators chose to manage it. Preparations for ninja tools were underway. As previously mentioned, the current puppet master of Naruto, Uchiha Obito, had his spies scattered throughout the ninja world. While it was impossible to monitor every event, key figures such as Kakashi Hitaki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Yukahathos with potential and talent were certainly under close scrutiny. Thus, the battle in the Land of Water was observed by the nearby White Zetsu. Upon witnessing Obito's sudden appearance, White Zetsu promptly reported the matter to their true controller, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, astonished, exclaimed, "Obito has lost his mind again. What could possibly be the purpose of revealing his existence at such a time? Is he unable to let go of Kakashi? In any case, it was best to inquire further." "What did you say? I appeared in the Land of Water? You must be jesting." Obito could hardly believe this revelation, suspecting that Black Zetsu's mind might be compromised. The two of them mutually doubting each other's sanity was quite the ironic bond. That is how White Zetsu reported it. Black Zetsu swiftly distanced himself from any insinuation of insanity, asserting that it was either Obito or White Zetsu who had lost their wits, and it had nothing to do with him. Humph! Utter nonsense. I'm not even near the Land of Water. After muttering a curse, Obito began to think rationally. It was certain that he had not ventured there thus. Someone must be impersonating him before Kakashi. What could be their intent? Were they probing into Kakashi's past to exploit it, or did they possess knowledge of a situation and harbor some special plan? Regardless of the motives, Obito could not allow this impersonator to go unchecked, as their actions could very well disrupt his own plans. Clarity was imperative. Thus, Obito commanded, "Notify all White Zetsu in the vicinity of the Land of Water to commence comprehensive surveillance on Kakashi and his companions. I will make my way there shortly." Understood. Black Zetsu refrained from further comment, recognizing the necessity of uncovering the truth behind this sudden appearance of Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, it would jeopardize his own plans. The protagonist is a summoner who can call forth ninjas from the mobile game he already possesses, allowing him to control them. Utilizing this ability, he engages in various main storylines, such as the events depicted in the first chapter, which revolves around the narrative of Naruto. During the initial confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza, the protagonist manipulates the character Obito, causing Kakashi's soul to be abruptly taken away, leading to an array of chaotic interjections that steer the plot in increasingly absurd directions. This is essentially the gist of it, set in the world of Naruto. Chapter 1. Is this the perk of a heartfelt member? Damn it, spending money doesn't make me stronger. What a trash game. How exclaimed, flinging his phone onto the bed after playing a mobile game titled Naruto Ninja Mobile. He had always cherished Naruto, but did he truly enjoy this mobile extension? He couldn't say for certain after all. The game felt like a delicious piece of dung entertaining, yet undeniably aggravating, raising his blood pressure to alarming levels. You may be strong, and I can accept being defeated by you, but why do you incessantly flaunt your emojis? How raged, his fury evident as his elevated blood pressure stemmed largely from the actions of others. The 1v1 duel arena in this game was relatively fair apart from the uneven strength of ninjas. There were no pay-to-win elements that could widen the gap between players. Even if one wished to invest money to become stronger, it merely allowed them to purchase powerful ninjas, a feat that even a casual player could achieve over time. Thus, the only path for the weaker players to enhance their skills lay in honing their techniques. However, this process was agonizing, as newcomers inevitably faced the relentless trials imposed by seasoned players. Some veterans delighted in taunting the weak, showing no mercy to anyone, regardless of their status. As the saying goes, the gesture of a head pat and in-game emoji is part of the game. If you're displeased, then simply don't play. How was indeed displeased. He contemplated uninstalling the game to liberate himself from the stress of rising blood pressure. Just as he opened his phone and pressed and held the game icon, preparing to delete it, an unexpectedly large dialog box appeared. Infected by a virus? Was Tu Hao's immediate thought, for it was unusual for such a substantial dialog box to pop up while deleting an app. Well, let's see what it says, he mused. Dear heartfelt member, we have acknowledged your grievances and are pleased to offer you a special service. You will enjoy the most exhilarating experience in Naruto. Ninja Mobile, guaranteed to elevate your enjoyment to new heights. Beneath this statement was a confirmation button. Wow. So, will my million spent on 10-cent games really have some value? A special service? Huh. Do you take me for a fool? Tu Hao rolled his eyes at the evidently deceitful message only a simpleton would click confirm. Aiming to close the dialog box by tapping the X in the corner, Tu Hao was taken aback as the box suddenly froze, the X morphing into the confirmation button before he could press. Damn it, he realized, but it was too late. The confirmation button rippled ominously, and a vortex formed above, pulling Tu Hao and his phone into its depths. Thus, Tu Hao vanished from his world. Preparation for ninja tools. Tu Hao landed on the ground, his phone bouncing off his head before it fell to the earth. Damn it, what have you done to me? He cursed as he sat up, only to find himself in a desolate wilderness. In this bewildering scenario, Tu Hao couldn't help but grab his phone. He intended to contact Tencent's customer service to file a complaint. Your wretched game is toxic, tossing me into this wilderness. Compensation? No. Then he'll demand a receipt. I've spent millions. He fumed, but he recognized the futility of his outburst. This situation clearly wasn't something Tencent could engineer. Sighing in resignation, he set his phone aside. If Tencent possessed such cross-dimensional teleportation capabilities, they could have easily become industry giants without relying on game sales. With such abilities, logistics would be a breeze. This situation had to be the result of some supernatural phenomenon, or perhaps he was merely dreaming. Pondering this, Tu Hao pinched himself. Pain shot through him, confirming he wasn't dreaming. All right, then there's another possibility. I'm on a reality show, and someone knocked me out, dragging me to this remote location for a prank. Tu Hao considered. But I have no evidence. There are no cameras in sight. Let's check the phone for clues. The phone had been the source of the anomaly, so perhaps it held some answers. With this thought, Tu Hao opened his phone, finding the dialog box still present, now adorned with additional text. Dear heartfelt member, to enhance your enjoyment, we have transported you to the world of Naruto, where you can wield the ninjas from your account and revel in the thrill of invincibility. The beginner tutorial will now commence. As he read this, Tu Hao's eyes were suddenly filled with ethereal images, akin to retinal projections, as an operational interface materialized before him. Wow, am I truly dreaming? Tu Hao began to genuinely question his reality. Or perhaps this is a fully immersive virtual reality game, and I've been trapped within it? His imagination ran wild. Yet, these thoughts remained unsubstantiated. Tu Hao could only follow the operational prompts presented to him. Character selection interface. Ninjas available for use. Wow, being wealthy is splendid. These ninjas can be easily acquired through microtransactions. Though Tu Hao had only recently become immersed in this world, he had already procured every ninja available for purchase, courtesy of his financial prowess. Gazing at the plethora of ninjas on his screen, he felt an exhilarating rush. The frustration from earlier had dissipated. Since I can select a character, I'll choose the most frequently used one. Impure World Obito, Uchiha Obito. Impure World Reincarnation. Let's go all out without hesitation. This ninja was Tu Hao's entry-level character, boasting simple and easy-to-master techniques, devoid of excessive intricacies and remarkably accessible, particularly with the straightforward chakra amplification that delivered a sensation akin to a swift flush of a toilet. In summary, it was exceptionally suited for newcomers. Do you wish to dance as well? Impure World Obito appeared before Tu Hao. Upon Obito's emergence, Tu Hao's mind was flooded with two perspectives, one from his own eyes and the other from Obito's. Wow, is that pain 6 paths? After some light-hearted banter, Tu Hao focused on the control interface within his vision. Once he summoned Obito, the interface shifted to combat mode, albeit with slight variations from the game. The perspective lacked directional controls and basic attacks, featuring only 2 skills, substitution and summoning techniques. I see. My mind governs his body effortlessly. Obito moved in accordance with Tu Hao's thoughts, akin to the sensation of controlling his own body. At that moment, Tu Hao realized that while he commanded Obito's form, his own body remained immobile. He pondered the reasoning behind this, surmising, perhaps it's because I can't multitask? However, This remained a mere hypothesis. Setting aside those thoughts, Tu Hao began maneuvering Obito through the skies and the earth, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of power. This is exhilarating. I've never imagined my body could feel so light. Wait, what's this third-person perspective option? Tu Hao noticed a third-person selection in the upper left corner of his view. With a mere thought, he selected this option, and his perspective shifted to that of the duel arena, presenting him with a joystick. In this mode, Obito no longer operated solely under Tu Hao's mental commands. He now required the use of the joystick and buttons. Various control methods, a remarkably user-friendly game. Tu Hao couldn't help but nod. He was already well acquainted with the third-person perspective and could delve into it later. For now, he continued to explore the first-person view. Upon switching back to the first-person perspective, Tu Hao noticed a countdown timer hovering above his view, indicating there were still 2 minutes remaining. I recall the initial number was 5. What does that mean? A 5-minute countdown. After pondering this, he decided against further action and opted to wait until the timer expired. Once the time elapsed, the character of Edo Tensei vanished in a puff of smoke. Is it really gone? I could use some explanation here, Tu Hao remarked, picking up his phone. To his surprise, a message popped up. Dear Steam member, for game balance, each ninja card can be used for 5 minutes. After the cooldown ends, it can be used again. Glancing back at the character selection interface, he noticed that Edo Tensei had dimmed and a countdown displayed. 23:58:33 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds. Judging by the time he spent reading the message, was the cooldown truly a day? Tu Hao scoffed at his phone. Wasn't I promised a smooth gaming experience? What's with this cooldown? Another message arrived. You can continue to recharge to unlock more powerful features, followed by a recharge interface. Hell with that. Tu Hao exclaimed, frustrated that the game was demanding money even before it began. I refuse to spend. I may have money, but that doesn't mean I'm foolish. I have plenty of ninjas. I can cycle through them to wait out the cooldown. What a ridiculous scheme. Upon noticing his reluctance to spend, the dialogue box disappeared, leaving no further prompts. What am I supposed to do now? Tu Hao mused. However, since they promised me a thrilling experience, that implies I can do whatever I please, right? Then let's treat this as a journey. Tu Hao, daring by nature, resolved to start playing without fully grasping the situation. Having made his decision, Tu Hao picked up his phone. There's still a signal? Can I make calls? Wait, I have WeChat. He opened the app to find a friend asking if he was free that evening for a meal. After some contemplation, he replied, I'm off to Tibet for a soul-cleansing journey. They'll catch up next month. He sent a similar message to his parents, just to keep them in the loop. His parents, even more adventurous than he was, were often absent, roaming around the world. With no worries on his mind, Tu Hao prepared to fully immerse himself in this game. Haha, whatever it is, as long as it's entertaining, he said, excitement bubbling within him. However, a thought struck him. He queried his phone. By the way, did anyone notice my summoning action? Like Obito or someone. He recalled that the formidable antagonist's eyes, Obito's, were pervasive throughout the ninja world. If his actions were seen by the villains, he shuddered at the thought of being dragged back as a test subject. Just as he finished his inquiry, a customer service message appeared. Dear Steam member, to ensure your gaming experience, there are no living beings in the vicinity of the initial summoning area. Thus, your previous actions went unnoticed. However, for your enjoyment, it is advised to refrain from acting in populated areas as you did before. Understood. But what about the language and money situation? Traveling without funds could be quite troublesome. Tu Hao had no desire for a budget trip. As soon as he voiced this concern, the recharge page opened, revealing that both currency and language packs required payment. Damn it. Tu Hao cursed, exasperated that this wretched game demanded money at every turn. Yet, unlike the previous situation where he could play freely, travel expenses and language were necessities, so he reluctantly decided to spend. All right, that settles it. Now, how do I get out of this desolate place? Which way should I go? Isn't navigation a paid service? Tu Hao knew all too well that this game would have monetization points. Sure enough, a new dialogue box popped up. Fine, I hope your lousy game offers corresponding services for the money spent. He was determined not to play a game that was uncomfortable even after spending money. After completing the transaction, a world map materialized before his eyes. From the map, he observed that Konoha Village was the nearest location, but the journey there would it take at least half a month? Too far? Maybe I should consider a teleportation service. But I won't squander my money unnecessarily. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the idea of instant teleportation and opted for a more economical route, summoning an unknown crank ninja to carry him to the nearest large town. There he could restock supplies, acquire a set of civilian clothing, and perhaps find some form of transport like a train or cart to Konoha. It would also allow him to admire the scenery along the way. With a solid plan in mind, Tuhao set off on his adventure. Days later, he found himself riding in a delivery cart, arriving at the Hidden Leaf Village. After bidding farewell to the car driver, he proceeded to the registration office at the village entrance to log his details. Name, Tuhao. Origin, a mountain dweller. Purpose of visiting Konoha, to broaden the horizons of the children from the mountains. The clerk glanced at his information and allowed him entry. Thousands of visitors come to Konoha each year. It would be exhausting to scrutinize each one. Moreover, Tuhao exhibited no chakra presence, clearly indicating he was an ordinary person without any training, thus not warranting attention. Thus, Tuhao entered Konoha. Once inside the village, he gazed at the distant Hokage rock and mused, the pilgrimage begins. Should I find a high tower to survey the area? But without chakra, I can't climb walls. If I can't reach higher ground, then let's head to Ichiraku Ramen. Fans of the Hokage, upon visiting Konoha, would surely want to sample the famed ramen. With this thought in mind, Tuhao navigated to Ichiraku Ramen and ordered a bowl. Delicious indeed, he remarked, savoring the flavors. Upon hearing Tuhao's compliment, the shop owner, Uncle Ichiraku, beamed and replied, "Thank you for your kind words. You don't seem like a local. What brings you to Konoha?" "I'm here to experience the big city." Tuhao candidly explained. "Did I ask that so? Then allow me to introduce you to our village." Perhaps due to a lack of customers, Uncle Ichiraku was quite eager to share all about Konoha. At that moment, a spiky-haired boy burst into the ramen shop and called out, "Uncle Ichiraku, they'll have a bowl of Ichiraku ramen." "Coming right up," Uncle Ichiraku responded, immediately starting to prepare the ramen. Meanwhile, Tuhao took the opportunity to observe the intruding boy. Was there any need for observation? This was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto. Feeling Tuhao's gaze, Naruto turned and curiously asked, "Hey, why are you staring at me?" "Oh, I was thinking you must be a ninja, right? This is my first time seeing a real ninja," Tuhao teased. Naruto looked bewildered, his expression a question mark. Tuhao's words sounded strange. Tuhao clarified, "Sorry if I confuse you. I live in the mountains, and I haven't seen much of the world. Today is my first encounter with a ninja, and I think you're impressive." Hearing Tuhao's praise, Naruto's ego visibly inflated. "Really? I must be pretty awesome." Then, Uncle Ichiraku interjected, "Don't exaggerate, he's just a genin and has only recently become a ninja." His comment was not meant to belittle Naruto, but rather to prevent Tuhao from inflating Naruto's head and leading him to act recklessly. "Really? Why did you have to expose me?" "Uncle," Naruto said, feeling somewhat speechless. It was rare for someone to think he was impressive. Yet he remained undeterred and earnestly declared, "I may be a genin now, but I will undoubtedly become Hokage one day." "Indeed you will. I believe in you," Tuhao responded earnestly. Now, it was Naruto and Ichiraku who were taken aback, for Tuhao's seriousness did not seem like a jest. Ichiraku chuckled, "Don't joke around, that kid might take you seriously." "I am not joking, I have a keen eye for talent. This kid has exceptional potential, but if he does not cultivate it, talent alone is of no use," Tuhao remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Ichiraku paid little heed to the latter part of Tuhao's statement, but Naruto latched onto the former, grinning, "Hee, someone praised my talent. Indeed, my potential is noteworthy." Naruto was particularly eager to introduce Tuhao to his teammates, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and have Tuhao commend his talent in front of them. In high spirits, Naruto introduced himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. What about you, uncle?" "Tuhao. Pleased to meet you." Tuhao extended his hand, and the two shook hands, marking a memorable moment of camaraderie. After a few shakes, Naruto's ramen arrived, and he immediately began to eat. Watching Naruto devour his noodles, Tuhao mused, "From our conversation, it appears that Naruto has recently become a genin, which suggests we are at the beginning of the story. Next, it must lead to the Land of Waves arc." Since it was a delightful adventure, he decided to follow the main storyline, and thus, Tuhao formulated his plans. Preparation of ninja tools. After officially becoming genin, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura engaged in drank missions, such as pet finding and river cleaning, which left both Naruto and Sasuke feeling disgruntled. Their instructor, Kakashi Hitaki, sensing the opportune moment, finally secured a crank mission to escort an important individual, which involved safely guiding the bridge. Builder, Mr. Tazuna, back to the Land of Waves. However, there were subtle changes to this mission that on the day of their departure, Kakashi introduced his team members. These two are our mission's protected targets, Bridge Builder Mr. Tazuna and Mr. Tuhao, who wishes to travel to the Land of Waves. Hello, Tuhao greeted the trio of young ninjas. His plan was simple, to commission a task from Konoha, requesting ninjas to escort him to the Land of Waves for a vacation. Ninja work is a profitable profession as long as the payment is sufficient and the task is lawful. They would accept the commission. Moreover, Tuhao was currently quite affluent. But why did Tuhao's mission coincide with Tazuna's? Was it a request from Tuhao? Not at all. It was a decision made by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in power at the time. The primary reason was that the payment for Tazuna's commission task was exceedingly low. The three newly minted genin would barely receive any share, but this time, there was an elite genin involved, and the commission was not enough to hire someone of Kakashi's caliber. After all, crank missions are typically aimed at mid-level ninjas. The arrangement of this particular group was primarily for the sake of the trio's growth. Now, with a generous client accompanying them, Kakashi could conveniently bring along another person without any inconvenience. This arrangement would ensure that Kakashi received adequate compensation without the village incurring losses. Thus, the third Hokage made this decision. In contrast to the amicable Tuhao, Tazuna exhibited a look of distrust towards the trio, harboring doubts about whether these young ninjas could successfully complete the task. However, because an elite genin was present, he reluctantly agreed to the assignment and set off with them. But logically, since this was merely a straightforward escort back home, why would he worry about the three children failing? The answer was simple. He had lied. Typically, crank missions involve long-distance travel with minimal encounters with ninjas, but Tazuna had misrepresented the mission's difficulty, concealing the fact that assassins had been dispatched to kill him, thereby reducing the commission for this task. In simple terms, he was short on funds. Tazuna belonged to a small island nation, the Land of Waves, which was struggling economically due to its isolation, leaving its residents impoverished. Thus, Tazuna hoped to return and construct a bridge that would connect them to the outside world, thereby improving the nation's economy. After all, to become prosperous, one must first build roads. This endeavor would inevitably affect Kato, the president of a shipping company. Kato was one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. However, he was also involved in smuggling drugs and contraband through the mafia and ninjas, seeking to monopolize other companies and nations. He was a nefarious villain. Exerting his financial and violent influence, he controlled all maritime traffic around the Land of Waves for an island nation like this. Controlling maritime routes meant controlling its wealth, politics, and populace. However, once the bridge in the Land of Waves was completed, Kato's plans would be thwarted, prompting him to hire ninjas to assassinate Tazuna to prevent the bridge's construction. This is the backstory behind the mission. Of course, Naruto and his companions were oblivious to this, naively embarking on their task. Thus, under Kakashi's guidance, they set off alongside Tazuna and Tuhao. However, they soon encountered enemies from the Hidden Mist village. Naruto, lacking real combat experience, felt fear and was poisoned in the process. In contrast, Sasuke and Sakura remained composed, which filled Naruto with shame. Consequently, in a moment of embarrassment, Naruto resolved to cut his hand to express his determination never to falter in battle again. Due to this little incident, Kakashi learned the truth from Tazuna, furrowing his brow as he attempted to persuade Tazuna to abandon the mission, only to be countered by Tazuna's sob story. Furthermore, the three young ninjas were eager to carry on with their first mission, so they continued with the task. However, there was still a client to consider, and Kakashi sought his opinion. Thus, Kakashi asked Mr. Tuhao, "The upcoming mission may be perilous, and we cannot guarantee your safety. Would you like to cancel the commission? No need a ninja battle sounds intriguing, and I wish to witness it," Tuhao remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Moreover, I have heard rumors about Mr. Kakashi. With your strength, you should be able to handle this mission with ease, right?" "Ha, you flatter me. I'm not nearly as formidable as my peers in the ninja world boast," Kakashi humbly laughed. "Isn't it just 50-50? That's not particularly impressive," Tuhao retorted. Kakashi's expression twisted. What on earth is 50-50? He had never heard of that title. Where did it come from? Tuhao explained, "I've heard that you can hold your own against any formidable foe, yet you can't dispatch weaker opponents swiftly, leading other ninja villages to humorously refer to you as 50-50 in the ninja world, Kakashi." What the hell? I've never heard of that title. Is he teasing me for my modesty? Kakashi's usual titles were the copy Ninja Kakashi, the best technician in Konoha. This 50-50 was something only the real world would call him. Hearing this, the three young ones laughed, especially Naruto, who burst into a loud laugh. So, Teacher Kakashi has such a story. Kakashi playfully punched Naruto lightly. No teasing your teacher. After saying this, they continued on their way. Then, as they entered the land of waves and were nearing Tizuna's home, they encountered their strongest adversary yet, the enigmatic rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, renowned as the Demon Man, is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He is characterized by his ambition and iron will, yet he is not devoid of compassion or loyalty. A master of water-style ninjutsu and assassination techniques, his silent killing prowess is well recognized within the ninja world. Discontent with the oppressive rule of his village, he assassinated the 4th Mizukage but failed and subsequently fled, becoming a rogue ninja. He has now accepted a commission from Gato to eliminate Tizuna. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Kakashi Hitaki finally reveals his special ability, the Sharingan, which he has refrained from using in front of Naruto and his companions. The Sharingan is a powerful innate talent unique to the Uchiha clan. Although Kakashi is not an Uchiha by blood, he possesses a Sharingan due to certain circumstances, and it has significantly enhanced his reputation. A fierce battle ensues between the two elite Jonin, but Kakashi, caught off guard, finds himself ensnared by Zabuza's water prison technique. With Kakashi incapacitated, Naruto and his companions must confront Zabuza's formidable water clones. The water prison technique utilizes flowing water to create a spherical cage that ensnares the enemy. As long as the user maintains a hand within the prison, the captive remains trapped. Although the captive can breathe within the prison, prolonged confinement will lead to suffocation once the oxygen is depleted. Consequently, Zabuza cannot withdraw his hand, forcing him to send his water clone to engage Naruto and his friends. However, 3 Genin are unlikely to overcome his water clone. Surprisingly, they manage to break through. But that is a tale from the original manga now. Tu-Hao is present. Alright, it's time for me to join the fray. Tu-Hao approaches not merely to follow the plot, but to manipulate the ninja he controls to toy with Zabuza. But what about the protagonist's growth? Who cares? I am here to enjoy myself, not to worry about the protagonist's fate. That is a concern for the developers. Thus, Tu-Hao opens the character selection interface, deciding which ninja to deploy. Under normal circumstances, I would choose the 2nd Hokage in a water-rich environment, regardless of whether he is alive or deceased. However, considering this scenario, using him would be quite amusing. With that thought, he selects Uchiha Obito from a Ninja World War to join the battle. With a resounding thud, a shuriken flies from the mist towards Zabuza's true form. Zabuza has cast the hidden mist technique, enveloping the area in thick fog. What? Another enemy? Zabuza exclaims in surprise, not anticipating any other ninja beyond the few he already faces. Did Konoha send more than just these few? Now is not the time for such thoughts. Zabuza leaps to evade the approaching shuriken, but this technique, known as the returning shuriken, implies that what comes must also return. The shuriken flies back towards Zabuza, this time aiming for his throat. In midair, Zabuza cannot simply dodge by jumping. He must abandon the hard-earned opportunity to capture Kakashi and evade the attack sideways. With Kakashi regaining his freedom and Zabuza dodging the attack, neither can act until they determine the identity of the newcomer. Still unable to protect your own students, you remain as useless as ever, Kakashi. A familiar voice echoes, imbued with a sense of nostalgia that sends a strange feeling through Kakashi. Is this someone Kakashi knows? Zabuza heightens his vigilance. At that moment, the mist dissipates, revealing the identity of the figure within. Though aged and scarred, Kakashi instantly recognizes the individual, trembling as he speaks. Obito? Indeed, this manifestation of Obito has been summoned by Tu-Hao, while the real Obito remains hidden, masquerading as Uchiha Madara. It is worth noting that the words just spoken were controlled by Tu-Hao, essentially echoing his own sentiments. Additionally, Tu-Hao himself stands beside Naruto, remotely controlling Obito, ensuring no one suspects a connection between Tu-Hao and this Obito. Obito Tu-Hao does not respond, but Kakashi urgently queries, "You are Obito, right? You truly are Obito? What significance lies in being so or not? What can you do?" Obito Tu-Hao responds coldly. "What do you mean?" Kakashi stammers, fully aware of Obito's implications. "Rin, Sensei, you, this worthless fool, have failed to protect anything. What can you possibly say to me? Obito continues. Kakashi is left speechless. In that instant, Zabuza seizes the opportunity, having completed the hand seals for his water dragon jutsu, targeting Obito. You dare ruin my plans? I shall strike you first. Tu Hao. I awaited your move, Kamui. Tu Hao confidently activates the technique. As the water dragon strikes Obito, Kamui activates, triggering perfect intangibility, allowing Obito to phase through the attack. Then, Obito lunges forward in his intangible state. With a sharp cry, Zabuza finds himself impaled midair by Obito's black rod. Despite Zabuza's desperate counterattack with his sword, he is caught off guard, watching his blade pass harmlessly through Obito's form, leaving him stunned before being effortlessly lifted. Curse you, what manner of monster are you? Zabuza roars, an expression reminiscent of disbelief crossing his features. I shall sever the ties of this world. Obito Tu Hao declares heroically, the essence of his power materializing. Victory is already assured. Subsequently, Obito delivers a powerful kick, sending Zabuza flying before soaring into the air. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. A fiery attack seals Zabuza's fate. As Zabuza is engulfed in the flames and spirals downwards, the injuries he sustains from both the fire and the fall render his survival uncertain, though, in the world of Naruto. Fire techniques don't typically kill, suggesting Zabuza might endure. Obito Tu Hao shows no interest in delivering a finishing blow. Time is running out, and he must retreat. Wait, Obito, where are you going? Kakashi will not easily relinquish his dear friend. You are a hero of Konoha. You should return with me to enjoy the glory. You could surely become Hokage. That is something I have relinquished. In a world without Rin, I have no need for it. Obito speaks with a deep sentiment before preparing to leave. Wait, Obito, what do you intend to do? Kakashi shouts. You, so utterly worthless, are not worthy of knowing my intentions. If you truly wish to understand, then strive to improve yourself. With a thunderous sound, Obito vanishes. Kakashi immediately attempts to pursue, but finds himself at a loss for Obito's whereabouts, his frustration boiling over as he strikes the water surface. Damn it! Naruto and Sakura exchange bewildered glances, utterly confused by the events that have transpired. Meanwhile, Sasuke finds himself in a state of profound contemplation. The fan motif on Obito's back is the emblem of the Uchiha clan, and his right eye remains a Sharingan. Could there be other surviving members of the Uchiha besides him and that man Itachi Uchiha? The bond between him and Kakashi appears to be extraordinary. What could this all mean? Beside them, Tu Hao, though outwardly expressionless, was inwardly consumed by unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is utterly delightful. With this twist, the entire narrative is bound to spiral into chaos. Kakashi's bewildered expression is simply perfect. However, I am even more curious about the look on Obito's face when he suddenly finds himself before Kakashi. Tu Hao mused joyfully. This battle had led Tu Hao to discover the greatest joy he could experience in this world, cosplaying original characters and disrupting the plot where they were never meant to appear. Thus, regardless of the side, the expressions of both would become delightfully distorted. How amusing. Consequently, Tu Hao established his direction in this world, to revel in the chaos he could create by intervening in classic battles from the original storyline, wreaking havoc across the ninja realm. But what the plot of Naruto? Hadn't he previously stated that as long as he enjoyed himself, the operators could worry about the rest? The trajectory of this world's narrative was contingent upon how the operators managed it. Preparations for ninja tools commenced. As mentioned earlier, Obito, the mastermind behind the scenes in Naruto, had his eyes and ears spread throughout the ninja world. While he couldn't monitor every occurrence, he certainly kept tabs on key figures such as Kakashi Hitaki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, individuals brimming with potential and talent. Thus, the battle in the Land of Waves was observed by the hidden White Zetsu nearby. Upon witnessing Obito's appearance, White Zetsu promptly reported this matter to their true controller, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was taken aback. Obito has revealed himself? What on earth is he thinking? What purpose could there be in exposing himself now? Is he unable to let go of Kakashi? In any case, it was best to inquire further. What did you say? I appeared in the Land of Waves? Are you jesting? Obito could hardly believe it. Suspecting that Black Zetsu's sanity was in question, their mutual suspicion of each other's mental state was rather amusing. That's how White Zetsu reported it. Black Zetsu quickly distanced himself from the notion of insanity, asserting that the fault lay with either Obito or White Zetsu, not him. Utter nonsense. I am not near the land of waves at all. After a moment of scolding, Obito began to think rationally that it was clear that he himself was not present, meaning someone was impersonating him in front of Kakashi. What could this imposter's intentions be? Did they uncover Kakashi's past and intend to exploit it against him? Or were they aware of a situation and hatching some peculiar plan? Regardless, Obito could not allow this impersonator to go unchecked, as their actions could very well jeopardize his own schemes, necessitating swift clarification. Thus, Obito instructed, inform all White Zetsu in the vicinity of the Land of Waves to commence comprehensive surveillance on Kakashi and the others. I shall head there shortly. Understood. Black Zetsu refrained from further comment, recognizing the urgency of understanding the sudden emergence of this impersonating Obito. Otherwise, it might disrupt his plans. Chapter 2. Come, let the game begin. After Obito's departure, Kakashi fell into a momentary silence, his mind in disarray. However, it was only a fleeting moment. He quickly regained his composure. As Obito had pointed out, if he couldn't protect even his own disciples, what good was he? Determined to uncover the truth behind Obito's experiences, Kakashi ignited a fierce resolve within himself. He vowed to become stronger, strong enough to catch up to Obito, to seek answers, and ultimately to bring him back to Konoha. With renewed spirit, Kakashi summoned forth lightning in his hand, the manifestation of his renowned technique, Raikiri, originally known as Chidori. This technique involved concentrating high-intensity lightning chakra into his hand, piercing the target with the speed of a thrust. Kakashi had renamed it Raikiri after he famously severed a bolt of lightning with this very technique. Why would Kakashi employ such a move after the battle had concluded? The answer was simple: to finish the job. Ninja combat is inherently a matter of life and death, especially against an assassin like Zabuza. Allowing him to live could result in dire consequences should he seek revenge. Thus, it was better to eliminate the threat entirely. Moreover, given that Zabuza was a rogue ninja, Kakashi need not worry about inciting conflict between the villages. His only concern was whether slaying Zabuza in front of 3 young witnesses would leave them with psychological scars. Although being a ninja meant facing the reality of life and death, witnessing such brutality on their first mission could certainly have adverse effects. This was why Kakashi had previously opted to merely bind the attacking ninja. Now, was he truly prepared to kill in front of the children, with their employer present? With a swift motion, Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Zabuza's heart. The ninja of Konoha had not yet become so weak that a death before their eyes would incapacitate them. If they were unfit for the life of a ninja and should retire to a quieter existence. As for the 2 employers, Kakashi could only hope for their understanding. Dasna furrowed his brow slightly, but soon returned to normal. In a world where death was commonplace, having lived to his age, he had witnessed enough to remain largely unaffected. Meanwhile, Tuho felt a twinge of nausea but was not significantly disturbed. Zabuza had already been gravely injured and unconscious, and Kakashi's strike had been precise and merciless. Zabuza experienced no pain in his demise. If such a scene could evoke a dramatic reaction, then Zabuza was overly dramatic. Nevertheless, Tuho's rational mind reminded him that someone had died before him, eliciting a sense of discomfort. Beyond this feeling, Tuho realized another truth. While the game allowed for unrestrained enjoyment, it was ultimately a world where death was a possibility. Did this mean his own life was also at risk? Summoning powerful ninjas could ensure combat strength, but Tuho himself was merely an ordinary human, vulnerable to a sudden attack that could lead to his demise, a typical glass cannon. Uncertain about the game's true nature, he pondered whether dying here would mean true death. Considering this, Tuho resolved to be cautious, though he would still command the summoned ninjas to act with utmost ferocity. Returning to the subject at hand, did Tuho truly feel no remorse for Zabuza's death? After all, Zabuza had been gravely wounded by ninjas under his control. In a sense, Zabuza's life had been extinguished by his own actions. Tuho bore no psychological burden regarding this, despite many fans of Naruto holding a favorable view of Zabuza. He had taken many lives as an assassin, including this one, merely for monetary gain. One could not assume someone was a good person merely for a fleeting moment of conscience. For those stained with blood, inflicting harm upon them elicited no moral conflict for Tuho. Now, back to the main narrative. Following Zabuza's death, Kakashi promptly dealt with the body, burying it before continuing with the mission, now adorned with Zabuza's iconic sword, a treasured weapon from the Hidden Mist village. which had become Kakashi's trophy. Moving forward, whether to return it for study, to negotiate for funds with the village, or to wield it himself in battle, was a matter for another time. For now, he had to escort Dasna home. Along the way, Toho contemplated Zabuza's demise and what would become of his subordinate, Haku. Haku, the child Zabuza had taken under his wing, viewed himself as Zabuza's tool, willing to sacrifice his life for him. Kakashi's swift action had left no time for Haku to intervene, and now, with Zabuza dead, it was likely that Haku would seek vengeance, potentially confronting Kakashi directly or biding his time for a more opportune moment to strike. At present, it seemed the latter was more probable. To confirm this, Toho opened the character selection interface and chose Niji Hyuga from the Ninja World War. Since this was not a moment for grand appearances, he summoned Niji underwater, ensuring no one would notice the sudden emergence of a Konoha ninja. Toho then directed Niji to activate his Byakugan to locate Haku. Indeed, Haku was nearby, kneeling before Zabuza's grave, likely preparing a headstone for him. He probably understood that confronting Kakashi directly would likely lead to his own death, so he took the time to properly honor Zabuza before seeking revenge. Toho decided to dismiss Niji for now. With Zabuza gone, the immediate crisis had subsided, yet the true adversary, the malevolent merchant, Gato, who had hired Zabuza to eliminate Dasna, remained unaddressed. Until Gato was dealt with, he would continue to hire assassins against Dasna, prolonging Kakashi's mission. With Zabuza's death, Toho lost interest in lingering in the area. Instead, he resolved to take some action. In his room, Gato sat leisurely, sipping red wine, awaiting news of Zabuza's return with Dasna's lifeless body. Surely, a killer of Zabuza's renown would find it effortless to eliminate a mere bridge builder. However, the next moment, a man clad in the Uchiha attire materialized before him. Itachi, summoned by Toho. Tsukuyomi, a direct assault with a powerful genjutsu? Although the game depicted it as a meteor strike, in reality, it was a manifestation of Tsukuyomi. With Gato ensnared in this illusion, his mind faltered, and he fell unconscious, likely to remain so without Tsunade's intervention. Having unleashed Tsukuyomi, Itachi vanished as quietly as he had arrived, leaving no trace behind. Toho confirmed Gato's incapacitation, satisfied that he would be out of commission for at least a year or so. A brief fainting spell would be manageable. His subordinates, wary of his former authority, would refrain from acting rashly. However, should he remain unconscious for months, the dynamics could shift. His organization, centered around him, might dissolve, and any dissenters could usurp him, attempting to seize power for themselves. Moreover, if the citizens of the Land of Waves were to learn of Gato's vegetative state, they might ignite a spirit of rebellion, overthrowing the oppressive criminal organization. In any case, this organization seemed to have reached its end. Yet, why did Toho not simply kill Gato? He chuckled to himself, pondering. Am I jesting? Will I abandon my principles now that I possess power? I am indeed a law-abiding citizen, albeit in a world where societal norms have shifted. In this realm, it seems that taking a life is not regarded as the ultimate sin. However, Toho maintains his own moral standards. To him, a commendable individual should remain unaffected by external circumstances, persistently acting according to their own principles. When one's power begins to swell uncontrollably and escapes their grasp, they become nothing more than a colossal infant. It is imperative to wield power rather than allow it to manipulate you. Moreover, this power does not even belong to you. Therefore, Toho would certainly refrain from any actions that disregard fundamental boundaries. The decision to take a life must be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Returning to the matter at hand, after Kato concluded his business, Toho prepared to retire for the night. Currently, he is an inconspicuous figure, unnoticed by others, so there is no need for concern regarding safety. Instead, he is more intrigued by when the true Uchiha Obito will arrive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kajinji, or rather, Uchiha Obito, has already arrived in the Land of Waves, standing beside Kato in his room, accompanied by the Black and White Zetsu. Black Zetsu reported, according to the surveillance from White Zetsu, there was a sudden chakra response in this room, which then vanished instantaneously. White Zetsu, being concealed underground, could not directly observe what transpired above. Just as he was about to surface for a better look, Toho had already dispelled the summoning. Did you not see who did this? Obito inquired, stepping forward to inspect. It appears to be the Uchiha Eye technique. Is this the symptom of Itachi's Tsukuyomi? However, Itachi is currently on a mission elsewhere, and there would be no reason for him to come here. It cannot possibly be him. Rather, the ability to appear and disappear in such a manner suggests space-time ninjutsu. Truly impressive. Your mother's defeat to Naruto and subsequent sealing surely has much to do with your influence, always concocting such troublesome schemes. I could achieve this level of skill as well. Could it truly be me? Obito frowned. Using Jinjutsu to manipulate the mind of an average person is not beyond him. And considering Black Zetsu's words, it seems only he could perform such an act. Was it really you? Black Zetsu asked. Obito, now visibly irritated, retorted, "Are you mad? We were together just moments ago." "My apologies, it was merely a thought," Black Zetsu replied, his mind now clearer. "If it wasn't you, then it must be another member of the Uchiha clan proficient in space-time ninjutsu, one who survived the night of the massacre, masquerading as you to carry out these actions." The more they discussed, the more absurd it sounded, resembling an account of Obito's own mental disarray. "Continue the investigation. Surround Kakashi with personnel," Obito ordered, unwilling to linger on the matter any longer. As far as he knows, the impersonator has met with Kakashi, and for now, they can only follow this lead. Concurrently, they must enhance intelligence gathering in various locations, leaving no suspicious lead unchecked. Understood, Black Zetsu acknowledged. With Zabuza deceased and Kato rendered a vegetative state, no one would impede Dazuna's bridge construction. Logically, this mission should be considered complete. However, Kakashi and his team, tasked with a protective assignment, must remain vigilant for a while to ensure that all is indeed well. This provides an opportunity to guide Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in the foundational use of chakra, enabling them to traverse walls effortlessly. The principle is straightforward, using chakra to adhere oneself to other objects, yet achieving fluidity and proficiency necessitates considerable practice. Observing from the sidelines, Tuhao quipped, "Shouldn't such seemingly fundamental skills be taught in the Ninja Academy?" Kakashi replied, "Well, this is more of an advanced application of chakra, rather than a basic one. Yet, having the instructor spend time on this feels somewhat wasteful." "Wasn't it you, Kakashi-sensei, who learned from your own instructor?" Tuhao inquired with curiosity. "Well, sort of," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, recognizing that it was not entirely accurate. His response was merely a perfunctory one, as Tuhao was merely his employer, and there was no need to divulge further details. "Oh, I see," Tuhao replied, deciding to refrain from pressing further. Although Kakashi did not explicitly convey his reluctance to share more, Tuhao discerned it, and thus chose silence. Meanwhile, he pondered whether he should also practice chakra-related training. Mastering combat seems daunting, yet enhancing mobility and acquiring skills such as wall running and water walking seems appealing, both for survival in this world and for ease during future travels. Wudong's cloud stepping, walking becomes so effortless. Is this the feeling? Thus, he contemplated stealthily learning during this time. However, it seems impractical. First, he must learn the basics of chakra, and more importantly, does he even possess chakra? After all, Tuhao is not from this world. Can he truly harness its unique abilities? Perhaps he could inquire through his phone? Yet, it would not be prudent to ask in front of Kakashi. So, Tuhao addressed Kakashi. "You all continue your training. I shall take a stroll." Kakashi offered no further comments, yet advised Tuhao to remain cautious. Once Tuhao departed, he refrained from retrieving his phone, as a thought struck him. Following the earlier incident, Obito, despite his foolishness, would undoubtedly maintain stringent surveillance in the vicinity. Thus, producing any suspicious items would only invite trouble. Tuhao resolved to remain inconspicuous until he returned to Konoha to address these matters. Soon, several days passed. With Kato's prolonged unconsciousness, chaos ensued within his ranks, while the villagers of the Land of Waves seized the opportunity to rise against the disorganized factions, restoring peace to their homeland. The completion of the bridge was also finalized. Most of it was constructed prior to Dazuna's return. Hence, Kakashi and his team could be considered to have accomplished their mission, and Tuhao accompanied them back. Naruto curiously asked, "Are you returning with us, Uncle Tuhao?" Tuhao nodded. Out of professional habit, Kakashi instinctively sought to gather information. "Mr. Tuhao, you are not from Konoha, correct? Do you have business there?" Tuhao responded, "I heard that the joint Chunin exams are approaching, and I wish to witness the grand event." Naruto raised his hand, asking, "Kakashi-sensei, what is the Chunin exam?" Kakashi's expression became somewhat strained. He had been aware of this matter for some time and had contemplated recommending his 3 students for participation. However, it was better to wait until they returned to the village before discussing it. Bringing it up now would only lead to endless questions from Naruto on the way home. Regretting his earlier inquiry directed at Tuhao, Kakashi felt a twinge of annoyance. Having spent considerable time together, he could sense that Tuhao was just an ordinary person. Such individuals typically do not possess useful information for espionage. Meanwhile, Naruto began to pester Kakashi for details about the Chunin exam, compelling Kakashi to explain that soon. Konoha would host a joint Chunin exam involving various ninja villages. Although termed an exam, it is more of a platform for the younger generation of each village to showcase their capabilities, an opportunity to flaunt the prowess of their respective clans. Naruto and his peers did not grasp the nuances of this. They simply understood that passing this exam would elevate them to the rank of Chunin, igniting a sense of eagerness in Naruto and Sasuke, while Sakura's thoughts were entirely consumed by her infatuation with Sasuke, leaving no room for aspirations of becoming a Chunin. Kakashi initially intended to keep Naruto and Sasuke in suspense, yet Naruto's incessant inquiries on the journey home proved too bothersome, and he ultimately consented to allow them to participate. At that moment, Tuhao interjected, "Kakashi-sensei, may I consult you regarding a question?" "Please do," Kakashi replied courteously. "I hired individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village to teach me the art of chakra refinement, running techniques, and methods for climbing walls and walking on water. Is this feasible?" Tuhao inquired. Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked, "Uncle Tuhao, why do you wish to learn this?" "Well, seeing ninjas soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth is rather impressive, and it's quite convenient for traveling. I simply wish to learn," Tuhao explained. There have been similar requests in the past, but the cost was exorbitantly high. What Tuhao mentioned were all fundamental skills that any ninja would possess. Typically, one could hire a ninja privately for instruction. However, if approached through official channels, the cost would be minimal if the instructor were from one's own village. Yet, since Tuhao was not a native of the Hidden Leaf, his case would be handled with particular caution. In simple terms, if the compensation was insufficient, it would be best to refrain. "I understand," Tuhao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Thus, they returned to the Hidden Leaf. And after bidding farewell to Naruto and the others, Tuhao returned to the hotel where he had previously stayed. After refreshing himself, he lay on the bed. "This journey has proven quite intriguing. Do you think I can cultivate chakra?" Tuhao posed the question to his phone. The screen displayed a message. "No. But this dilemma can be resolved through monetary means. Problems that can be solved with money are not truly problems." However, Tuhao hesitated rather than acting hastily. The message essentially implied a physical transformation, and allowing someone to tamper with his body didn't seem prudent. Yet, since he could already perceive images, was that not already a form of manipulation? Since he had already been altered, should he just give in? No, perhaps it would be wise to observe further, after all. There was no rush to practice anything just yet. With that thought, Tuhao put his phone away, patiently awaiting the next chapter of events. As preparations for the examination commenced, Naruto and his companions arrived as scheduled for the Chunin exams, with the first phase being a written test. For Naruto, this was a nightmare, as his academic skills were barely adequate for reading. Of course, Naruto was not alone. Most participants struggled similarly. In truth, the examination was intentionally designed to elevate the difficulty, primarily to assess the candidates' information-gathering skills, cheating, and their resolve. The final question posed by the chief examiner, Ibiki, tested the candidates' mental fortitude by presenting them with two options: answer incorrectly and be barred from future Chunin exams for life or forfeit. Just as Sakura was about to concede, Naruto raised his hand, declaring that he would never give up. Although Naruto answered not a single question, he and his comrades nevertheless passed, much to Ibiki's amusement. Next came the pivotal stage, the second phase, the Forest of Death. The exam consisted of 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls, randomly distributed among 26 teams. Each team was to obtain one pair of scrolls and navigate through the Forest of Death to reach their destination within 5 days to succeed. In simpler terms, it resembled a more complicated battle royale. Tuhao also intended to partake in this examination as a disruptor. Why engage in this exam? Was it amusing to bully younger students? Not particularly. However, another disruptor was also in play, Orochimaru. Once a member of the Hidden Leaf, he now sought to destroy it due to past grievances. He had allied with the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, and together they initiated the collapse of the Hidden Leaf plan. Under the guise of a female Chunin from the Grass Village, Orochimaru infiltrated the Hidden Leaf during the Chunin exams. In the Forest of Death, he encountered Sasuke Uchiha and, wishing to use Sasuke's body as a vessel for his resurrection, bestowed upon him the curse mark, foretelling that Sasuke would seek him out in pursuit of power to avenge the Uchiha clan's demise. This marked a crucial plot point that Tuhow was determined not to miss. He planned to toy with Orochimaru, but the specifics of his plan would unfold in due course. As preparations continued, after Orochimaru toyed with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, he immobilized Sakura and Sasuke, ready to apply the curse mark to Sasuke for his future resurrection. Just then, a voice that sent shivers down his spine echoed, "Amaterasu." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru swiftly retreated, as black flames erupted from the spot where he had stood. Sasuke, upon hearing the name, instinctively turned to search for the source of the jutsu, and found none other than his brother, Itachi Uchiha, the very person responsible for the massacre of his clan. As Orochimaru withdrew, he turned his attention to Itachi, who he regarded with considerable trepidation. In their past encounters, Orochimaru had been captivated by Itachi's Sharingan, desiring its power. However, being a member of the Hidden Leaf at that time, he had refrained from direct action out of a sense of morality. After leaving the village, he joined the Akatsuki, and upon Itachi's inclusion, he attempted to seize Itachi's body as a vessel, only to be subdued by Itachi's genjutsu and had his arm severed. Since then, he had become exceedingly wary of Itachi and set his sights on Sasuke, hoping to harness the Uchiha bloodline to augment his own power. Thus, when he was about to strike Sasuke, Itachi appeared. Was he there to stop him? Although Orochimaru had previously experienced swift defeat, he had not yet fallen to the point of fearing failure for eternity. Remaining composed, he remarked, "Long time no see, Itachi." "Indeed, it has been a while," Itachi replied, forming a hand seal not directed at Orochimaru, but rather at the rushing Sasuke. Itachi, along with Obito, had annihilated all members of the Uchiha clan, save for Sasuke, rendering him a figure of deep-seated enmity for Sasuke. Now that he finally confronted his brother, Sasuke was resolute in avenging his clan. However, reality is often harsh. Sasuke's current strength was no match for Itachi, even if this Itachi was summoned by Tuhow. Indeed, Tuhow had summoned Itachi to ensnare Orochimaru. Itachi executed a one-handed seal, creating shadow clones, instructing one to engage Sasuke while he addressed Orochimaru. To seriously confront a child, "Orochimaru, you've truly fallen." "Haha, I was merely playing around. Who said I was serious? You seem to be quite chatty today, and your presence here suggests you are here to protect your brother. Am I right?" Orochimaru jested, recalling that Itachi, with his usual aloof demeanor, would likely respond that he was carrying out a mission, presumably targeting Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, capturing individuals during the Chunin exams in the Hidden Leaf seemed rather audacious. Yet, Itachi, Tuhow, responded in a manner that exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. "Indeed, you dared to lay hands on my beloved brother. This is unforgivable. Prepare to meet your end." Amaterasu was unleashed. Amaterasu, capable of releasing a wide range of black flames at a focused point. These flames would consume the target and would not extinguish until the target was entirely incinerated. However, following multiple instances of weakening by Kishimoto, both its destructive capacity and burn rate had significantly diminished, allowing the Swift to evade the flames easily. Although Orochimaru had anticipated Itachi might act, he expected Genjutsu, not an ambush with Amaterasu. Fortunately, he was prepared. He evaded the eternal flames by shedding his skin and burrowed underground. To engage in battle with Itachi necessitated thorough preparation, and this encounter was not feasible, prompting Orochimaru to make his escape. Just who was so boastful moments ago? Meanwhile, Sasuke stood in shock upon hearing Itachi, Tuhow speak. Since childhood, Sasuke had revered his brother above all, encapsulating the notion that love can transform into hatred. After Itachi's massacre of their clan, Sasuke's affection turned entirely to loathing, especially after discovering his parents slain in pools of their own blood, with Itachi standing beside their lifeless bodies. Itachi revealed to Sasuke that he was the one who annihilated the Uchiha clan, all to test his own character. Such a trivial reason to murder his own parents? Unforgivable. Yet now, Itachi professes that his beloved younger brother is of utmost importance. Did Orochimaru simply escape, leaving Itachi to focus solely on Sasuke? "Sasuke, you disappoint me greatly," Itachi exclaimed. "What?" Sasuke responded, bewildered. Sakura, oblivious to the truth, interjected, "Sasuke, he is your brother." "Silence. He is my enemy. Hurry and take Naruto away from here." Despite the raging fury within him, Sasuke did not forget his comrades. Resolutely, he confronted Itachi with kunai in hand, ready to challenge him to a desperate fight. However, Itachi swiftly struck, knocking Sasuke to the ground. To be defeated so easily by Akatsuki's Itachi upon initiating a simple attack. What a talent. Sasuke, already drained from his fierce battle with Orochimaru, found it unsurprising to be swiftly incapacitated under such circumstances. Following his defeat, Itachi held him by the neck, pinning him against a tree. Sakura attempted to intervene, but was obstructed by Itachi's shadow clone. How naive, Itachi taunted. What do you believe your strength can accomplish? Damn it. Sasuke retorted defiantly. Itachi continued, answer me. What rank of ninja was I at age 12? Sasuke hesitated. He was acutely aware of his brother's formidable prowess. Itachi graduated at the top of his class at 7, awakened the Sharingan at 8, passed the Chunin exams at 10, joined the Umbu at 11, and was nearly an elite member of the Umbu by 12, often standing guard at the Hokage's door. In stark contrast, Sasuke had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and barely completed his first mission. The disparity was glaring. Is this the level of Indra's chakra reincarnation? Biting his lip in frustration, Sasuke felt the sting of Itachi's words. Have you truly put forth effort? Itachi pressed on. Shut up. How can you say I haven't tried? Sasuke challenged. Do not speak as if you understand my struggles over the years. No, I know. Itachi activated Tsukuyami, thrusting Sasuke into an illusion where he saw fabricated memories of Itachi disguised in Akatsuki attire, stalking him. Are you a pervert? I've been watching over you. Just as I did this time when you were in danger, I came to save you. Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair before playfully tousling it again. Though this behavior felt strange, it evoked memories of a gentler Itachi, leaving Sasuke bewildered as to how his once kind brother had transformed into the demon responsible for the massacre. Sasuke, you haven't trained with any dedication. How could you sleep soundly knowing the weight of our family's blood feud? At your age, I trained relentlessly, often collapsing from exhaustion. Your inability to do the same is profoundly disappointing. Sasuke was rendered speechless by Itachi's relentless accusations. This only proves your hatred for me is insufficient, Itachi remarked, gesturing for his clone to move toward Naruto with kunai drawn. What are you doing? I am your enemy, not them. Sasuke panicked, writhing in an attempt to escape Itachi's grasp. Itachi noticed Sasuke's Sharingan beginning to spin. It seemed he was on the verge of awakening the three Tomo. Let us encourage it to emerge, he thought as his clone thrust the kunai into Naruto. No, Sasuke screamed in a frenzy, his eyes finally evolving into the three Tomo form. Just as he roared in rage, the clone that attacked Naruto vanished, leaving Naruto unscathed. Sasuke realized that Itachi was merely toying with him, and a sense of explosive anger surged within him. Remember this feeling, Sasuke. Without power, you can protect nothing, Itachi admonished. Sasuke, sensing Itachi's departure, urgently asked, where are you going? This question revealed a significant shift in Sasuke's attitude toward his brother in such a brief moment. Hearing this, Itachi poked Sasuke's forehead gently. Forgive me, Sasuke. We shall speak again soon. With a puff, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, feeling the familiar sensation on his forehead, unleashing a frustrated and confused roar. What the hell is going on? After this outburst, he fell unconscious, completely drained. Having exhausted all his energy, coupled with the sudden awakening of his three Tomo Sharingan, his spirit could no longer withstand the strain. Had it not been for his obsession with Itachi, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness long before. As Sasuke lay unconscious, only Sakura remained awake, still bewildered by the events that had transpired. Realizing the urgency of their situation, she understood they needed to flee, as Itachi's Amaterasu was already igniting nearby. The Amaterasu unleashed upon Orochimaru continued to burn unchecked, and Sakura, powerless against it, could only carry Sasuke and Naruto away. However, as a low-ranking ninja, she struggled under the weight of two men. Just then, Kakashi arrived. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, relieved to see him, her anxiety dissipating. The Amaterasu flames were too conspicuous, visible even from above the forest of death, prompting the third Hokage to immediately call off the match and order the Konoha ninjas to evacuate the lower ranks. Upon seeing the black flames up close, Kakashi understood the gravity of the situation but prioritized rescuing his students over dealing with the fire. Leaving that to those who would follow, he swooped down, carrying Sasuke and Naruto in each arm, and inquired of Sakura, what just happened? First, a man named Orochimaru appeared, and then Sasuke's brother showed up. She briefly recounted the events. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, those are troublesome figures, Kakashi mused, his brow furrowing. However, there was no time to dwell on that. He needed to get the three of them to safety. Meanwhile, lying in a hotel room and scrolling through his phone, Taihao chuckled. This godlike perspective and premium feature are quite amusing. Sasuke's bewildered expression was truly entertaining. Taihao had been lounging in the hotel, considering that his frequent appearances near Naruto might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he had purchased this godlike perspective ability, allowing him to view the surroundings from several kilometers away, akin to having a drone spying on others. With this ability, Taihao had been observing Naruto and their group, and when Orochimaru prepared to attack Sasuke, he summoned Itachi to intimidate Orochimaru. However, he was surprised by Orochimaru's swift escape, proving his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. With his primary target gone, Taihao resorted to teasing Sasuke instead, thinking, isn't it nice to give Sasuke a little shock? I'm merely helping him heal his emotional wounds. Taihao referred to himself, stating, however, this alone is insufficient. I must continue to bolster Sasuke, ensuring that he is not favored over Naruto. And perhaps I should also provide Sakura with a deeply moving farewell. Contemplating this, Taihao devised a new scheme. Yet, he remained unaware that Itachi's recent appearance would undoubtedly disturb many hearts. How many individuals would find themselves sleepless this evening? However, 5 minutes felt too brief, leaving little room for conversation. What methods could he employ to prolong this moment? Taihao pondered, not wishing to invest further in this regard at present. Instead, he resolved to engage his mind in seeking solutions. Chapter 3. Minato Namikaze. Taihao. After rescuing the three young ones and entrusting them to the medical team, Kakashi promptly sought out the third Hokage, relaying the information he had just acquired. Orochimaru had set his sights on Sasuke. At a critical juncture, Itachi Uchiha had appeared. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. He could comprehend Orochimaru's interest in Sasuke. Orochimaru possessed a forbidden technique known as the impure world reincarnation, which allowed him to transfer his spirit into another's body, thus achieving eternal life. However, upon the successful execution of this technique, he would be unable to reincarnate into another body for the subsequent 3 years. His fixation on Sasuke was merely a desire for the Uchiha lineage's physical form. Yet, Itachi's timely arrival was indeed a delicate matter. The third Hokage was acutely aware of the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Following the Nine-Tails attack on the village, the higher-ups of Konoha suspected that the chaos was instigated by members of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, under Danzo Shimura's suggestion, the Uchiha district was placed under 24-hour surveillance. Coupled with their historically poor treatment, the Uchiha clan contemplated a coup d'etat. Among them, the clan's prodigy, Shisui Uchiha, sought to prevent the upheaval for the sake of peace, hoping to utilize his Manjiki Sharingan's ability, Kodoame Tsukumi, to thwart the coup. However, before he could act, he fell victim to Danzo's treachery, losing one of his eyes. Subsequently, he was saved by Itachi Uchiha. After losing his right eye, Shisui entrusted his left eye to Itachi, urging him to utilize it for the sake of peace and to prevent the Uchiha coup, while insisting that Itachi keep this matter confidential. Ultimately, Shisui took his own life by jumping into the Naka River. Shisui's suicide dealt a severe blow to the Uchiha clan's morale. Yet the clan members remained resolute in their decision to instigate a coup. Itachi reported this situation to the Konoha high-ranking officials, but only the third Hokage advocated for a peaceful resolution to the Uchiha rebellion. However, realizing that it was too late to alter the course of events, he merely asked Itachi to buy some time. In truth, aside from annihilating the Uchiha clan, no other solution remained viable. Danzo later approached Itachi, offering the life of Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, as a trade for Itachi's compliance in exterminating his entire clan while keeping Sasuke's fate a secret. To protect the village from potential incursions by foreign nations and to honor Shisui's will, as well as to safeguard his brother's life, Itachi, engulfed in anguish, reluctantly accepted the task of extermination. On the night of the coup, Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, who had previously promised to assist him in avenging the Uchiha clan while refraining from harming the village or Sasuke, joined forces to eradicate the entire clan. Tearfully bidding farewell to his parents, they entrusted Sasuke to Itachi and instilled in him the goal of seeking vengeance. After their departure from Konoha, Itachi disguised himself as a member of the Anbu to uncover Danzo's plans to harm Sasuke, threatening Danzo that should he dare to harm Sasuke, he would disclose the village's intelligence to enemy nations. After fleeing, he followed Obito's suggestion and joined the Akatsuki organization. The third Hokage acquiesced to this grim reality, promising to protect Itachi's brother. Now, with Itachi's return, what was his purpose? Was he blaming himself for failing to protect Sasuke, or was there another motive at play? A storm was brewing, and the third Hokage sighed, feeling increasingly powerless with age. At present, there was no one within the village capable of inheriting the title of Hokage. Alas, this was the unavoidable reality. Those with talent had either left or perished. The middle generation had yet to reach their zenith, leaving this old man to continue bearing the burden. If only Minato, the fourth Hokage, had not perished, surely he could have accomplished more than I. As he observed the third Hokage sigh, Kakashi felt a pang of discomfort. Admittedly, in recent years, he had grown somewhat complacent, neglecting his training, which explained why Obito had appeared before him to admonish him. It was evident that he could not continue in this half-hearted manner. He needed to grow stronger, to transcend his current limitations, so he could catch up to Obito. Kakashi resolved to commence earnest training. Meanwhile, Obito was receiving a report from Black Zetsu. Has Itachi made his appearance? Just as before, he isn't near Konoha, is he? Obito inquired. Indeed, Black Zetsu confirmed. It seems there are indeed individuals capable of impersonating you, and they can even wield the Manjiki techniques flawlessly? Obito remained silent regarding Itachi's abilities, while they were somewhat ordinary among the Manjiki users. If someone else were to master his Kimyui, it would pose a significant challenge to manage. As a Kimyui user, he was acutely aware of this. Black Zetsu continued. What shall we do next? Should we take action against this individual? Not yet. Let's first conduct an investigation. Acting without intelligence is a grave mistake, Obito replied coolly. Bring the news of Itachi's appearance to the Akatsuki's internal meeting and observe Itachi's reaction. Obito intended to use Itachi as a pawn, sending him to probe the mysterious individual. I understand. Black Zetsu complied with Obito's directive. As the third Hokage received news, Danzo too was informed of the same intelligence. Danzo sneered. Hizashi is truly becoming senile. At such a time, he merely believes that Orochimaru covets Sasuke's body. That individual's desires extend far beyond that. The destruction of Konoha is his true objective. One of Danzo's subordinates inquired. If that's the case, shall we do nothing? Danzo coldly retorted. Notify all members of Root, Danzo's direct Anbu organization, that regardless of what occurs in the village, they are to remain inactive. This is the perfect opportunity to force Hizashi out of power. I shall ascend to the position of Hokage. For the sake of becoming Hokage, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the villagers. To Danzo, this was a necessary sacrifice, trading the lives of these villagers for his Hokage position. He believed he could utilize that power to forge a brighter future for the village. It was truly repugnant, at his age. He still spoke of the future of the village after he became Hokage, when he was nearing the end of his own future. Though Tuhao's actions had left many restless through the night, it was merely the calm before the storm. Even if sleep eluded them, it was imperative to rest. One could not wait until the true crisis arrived to bury their heads in slumber. Yet here was Tuhao, soundly asleep, for if there were no plot, he had little to engage with. He had already explored the customs and culture of Konoha. He could not emulate Naruto by drawing on Hokage Rock, lest he be expelled. Due to Itachi, Tuhao's Amaterasu, a significant portion of the Death Forest had been engulfed in flames. Amaterasu had not diminished in power. It remained a formidable skill, leaving ordinary individuals incapable of countering it, relying solely on those with exceptional sealing techniques to gradually seal the black flames. Consequently, the second round of the examination was abruptly halted. It would be imprudent to subject the genin to the pressure of Amaterasu during the competition, as it would be tantamount to leading them to their demise. Thus, the second stage was bypassed, and the third stage of the CHNIN exam preliminaries commenced. Originally, the intention was for those who passed the second stage to engage in one-on-one matches, eliminating the less capable. Now, however, all 26 teams comprising 78 individuals who participated in the second stage would enter this elimination round. Thus, the competition began, culminating in the advancement of 10 individuals: Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, 6 from Konoha, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, 3 from Sunagakure, and Tobi, a lone subordinate of Orochimaru, totaling 10 individuals. It is particularly noteworthy to mention Xiao Li, who, due to fortunate circumstances, did not face off against Gaara and thus successfully advanced. The next 10 individuals will participate in the official Chunin exam, which will be held after a period of time to allow for audience attendance, as the event needs to generate revenue. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of hosting such a competition? This interval provides those preparing for the next stage with an opportunity for intensive training. Naruto and Sasuke are also planning to commence their training. Naruto simply desires to grow stronger, whereas Sasuke's motivations are more complex. The appearance of Itachi has left Sasuke with unsettling revelations, leading him to believe that the events of the night of the massacre are shrouded in mystery. To uncover the truth, Sasuke must attain power that surpasses Itachi's, so he seeks Kakashi's guidance for special training. Although Kakashi wishes to train himself, he sees a reflection of his past in Sasuke and decides to assist him first, imparting his signature technique, Chidori. Since he is now occupied with Sasuke, Kakashi cannot instruct Naruto, and thus he must enlist someone else's help. Recognizing Naruto's lack of foundational skills, Kakashi approaches the esteemed Jonin Ebisu to teach Naruto the art of chakra control. However, Naruto is deeply distrustful of this instructor, an attitude that hinders his training. Ebisu, troubled by how to proceed, suddenly finds himself transported instantaneously to an unknown mountainous region. Bewildered, he surveys his surroundings, questioning whether he has fallen victim to an illusion. As he contemplates this, he attempts to dispel the illusion, but to no avail. It appears he is genuinely in the mountains. Meanwhile, back with Naruto, he realizes that Ebisu has vanished. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man clad in a Jonin vest appears before him, introducing himself as Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Ebisu has had to leave for urgent matters, and Minato will take over his instruction for the time being. Naruto scratches his head, recalling the name Minato from somewhere. Minato muses to himself, recognizing Naruto as a struggling student who has yet to remember the name of the 4th Hokage. After all, it is understandable. The 4th Hokage is a deceased figure, and who would casually associate a living person with a dead one? Despite having never met this man before, Naruto feels a comforting presence and instinctively trusts him. Seeing Naruto's trusting expression, Minato smiles gently and ruffles Naruto's hair. In that moment, Naruto feels an inexplicable emotional surge, and tears begin to flow uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm suddenly like this." Naruto hurriedly wipes his tears away. "It's perfectly fine. If you wish to cry, let it all out," Minato reassures him. "Who would cry? I am destined to become Hokage and will not weep easily," Naruto declares resolutely after drying his tears. "Very well." Minato nods in approval. "Kakashi has entrusted me with your foundational training, but I sense you might not be entirely satisfied with this approach. Indeed, I wish to learn more powerful jutsu." Naruto replies earnestly. "I can teach you powerful techniques, but first, you must master the art of walking on water," Minato states seriously. "Understood. I agree." Naruto nods, but then further inquires, "Could you tell me what kind of jutsu it is?" Having been misled in the past, Naruto wants clarification before agreeing to Minato's terms. "It is a highly advanced technique," Minato says, as a blue vortex begins to swirl in his hand. This technique is called Rasengan. With that, Minato demonstrates the Rasengan, launching it toward a nearby tree and creating a massive cavity in its trunk. Astonished by the power of the technique, Naruto exclaims, "I want to learn it." "I will teach you," Minato smiles. Just then, he vanishes. The 5-minute limit has passed, but in the next moment, Minato reappears, now as a living version of himself. This is the method devised by Naruto to extend the time, if one ninja can last 5 minutes. Then utilizing all his other forms will stretch the duration to 20 minutes. Naruto gazes at the now more mature Minato, puzzled by the sudden change. Minato explains, "I wanted to give you a brief demonstration of the teleportation technique. What do you think? Was it fast? Incredibly fast. Can you teach me?" Naruto envisions impressing Sasuke and Sakura with this newfound speed. "Perhaps in the future. For now, let us begin your water walking training," Minato instructs, sharing his knowledge of chakra control, which he has gleaned from various texts. These texts were obtained by Obito infiltrating Konoha's library and capturing images, leaving the place in disarray. Due to not being hindered by Orochimaru's sealing technique, Naruto is in excellent form, quickly grasping the fundamentals and managing to stand on water, albeit with some instability that requires practice. In the fourth chapter, Father and Brother, Minato observes Naruto's progress and says, "I will go purchase some supplies and return in half an hour. You should practice on your own for a while." "All right," Naruto responds instinctively, fully immersed in his training for the Rasengan, not contemplating Minato's words. With that, Minato's summoning is lifted, primarily because the time has elapsed. This excuse allows for an extended sense of companionship for Naruto, which is a worthwhile endeavor. Minato muses to himself, to ensure Naruto feels paternal affection, "I must go through such lengths." After this reflection, he heads to Ichiraku Ramen, enlisting a random Konoha ninja for the task. Details determine success. Minato is fully aware of this principle and ensures his absolute safety by avoiding any suspicious activities himself. "I refuse to believe you can link me to this story while I remain absent." Half an hour later, Minato, having just acquired freshly prepared ramen, teleports back to Naruto. Deeply focused, Naruto is startled by Minato's sudden appearance, exclaiming, "Minato-san, you appeared like a ghost." "I apologize, but this is also a form of training," Minato replies gently. "In the world of ninjas, there are many as swift as I am. If you cannot maintain constant vigilance, you will be easily overwhelmed. If you wish to become Hokage, this level of reflex is essential." "Understood." Naruto nods, fully impressed by Minato's demeanor and skill, placing his trust in his words. "All right, let us conclude today's training and have a meal," Minato says, handing Naruto a takeout box. "Ichiraku Ramen? How did you know I love this?" Naruto asks curiously. "I did some prior research." "Hurry and eat while it's hot," Minato advises. "It won't taste good if it gets cold." Naruto obediently began to eat, the radiant smile on his face indicating his profound happiness. After nearly 5 minutes of indulging, Minato vanished, only to reappear clad in a festive outfit. This was the New Year Minato. "Uncle, why did you change your clothes?" Naruto asked curiously. "I apologize, but I must leave soon for a mission," Minato replied with an apologetic tone. Hao, feeling a twinge of sympathy, mused to himself that even with 4 selectable characters, the total time of 20 minutes felt quite constrained. It seemed that guiding Naruto in mastering the Rasengan would require assistance. "Are you leaving, uncle?" Upon hearing Minato's intent to depart, Naruto experienced a wave of melancholy, an unsettling feeling. "Before you go, let me give you a brief experience. Give me your hand," Minato instructed Naruto. Obediently, Naruto set his ramen aside and extended his hand. Minato placed Naruto's hand in his palm, channeling his chakra to guide Naruto's chakra in a swirling motion. The Rasengan involves concentrating chakra in your hand, causing it to flow in various directions while compressing it, ultimately forming a high-density spinning chakra sphere. This is the sensation you should strive for. How incredible! Naruto's eyes sparkled with the luminous reflection of the Rasengan, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Despite not fully understanding why, he felt that this was the happiest moment of his life. As Minato withdrew his hand, the Rasengan dissipated, leaving Naruto feeling a touch disheartened. "Is that all?" he asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "After all, I initiated it. If you wish to wield it yourself, you must practice diligently. If you complete the water walking exercise today, you can begin your Rasengan training tomorrow," Minato stated earnestly. "Yes, I will definitely finish the water walking training today," Naruto exclaimed, invigorated and ready to commence his training immediately. "I must take my leave now. Wait for me here tomorrow, and I shall return to find you," Minato said before vanishing. Watching Minato disappear left Naruto feeling a pang of sadness. But the thought of their reunion the next day alleviated his gloom, allowing him to resume his training with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Hao thought, "All right, Naruto's training is on schedule. Next, I should go find Sasuke and have some fun." Continuing to use Itachi seems rather intriguing. Itachi's character lineup included Akatsuki Itachi, Susanoo Itachi, Edo Tensei Itachi, New Year Itachi, Umbu Itachi, Clan Massacre Itachi, and the latest Summer Itachi, not to mention the Rookie Itachi, all of which were quite numerous. Theoretically, there were 7 Itachis available for use, translating to 35 minutes of gameplay, much longer than the time spent with Minato. Well then, off to Sasuke I go, or rather, to remedy his mental turmoil. With that thought, Hao used his phone to locate Sasuke and found him training with Kakashi in the mountainous area outside the village, practicing Chidori. "Excellent, let's begin, Sasuke." Hao decisively summoned Umbu Itachi, who appeared wearing an Umbu mask. This form would serve to intimidate the two. Both Kakashi and Sasuke immediately noticed the sudden appearance of Umbu Itachi. However, due to the mask, they did not recognize him at once. Kakashi felt a sense of familiarity, while Sasuke was stirred by an inexplicable anger. Kakashi pondered, what brings an Umbu member here? Is it a message from Lord Hokage? Yet, something felt off. If it were indeed a message meant for him, the Umbu would have addressed him directly. Thus, Kakashi decided to remain cautious and observe the situation. However, Umbu Itachi had no intention of speaking to Kakashi. Tuhao was there for Sasuke. After all, and engaging in unnecessary dialogue with Kakashi was unwarranted. Consequently, Umbu Itachi pointed at Sasuke, beckoning him closer. Come here. Voiceover. Shintong, what does this guy want? Sasuke thought, perplexed. Seeing Sasuke's hesitation, Tuhao decided to initiate an attack with a fire-style, great fireball technique. Are you serious? Then don't blame me. Sasuke activated his newly acquired three-tomo Sharingan, evading the fireball with a swift sidestep. He contemplated countering with his own great fireball to demonstrate the Uchiha legacy, only to realize that the opposing figure had drawn a blade and charged at him. In close combat, no, it was merely a shadow clone. The real body remained stationary. Sasuke swiftly assessed the situation. Attacking the clone would be futile. He needed to strike the real body directly. With that in mind, he resolved to test his newly learned technique. Chidori. Chidori was a high-speed assault technique that required evading the opponent's counterattack while accurately piercing their vital points. Due to the nature of lightning chakra, most defensive techniques could not withstand Chidori's onslaught. Thus, Sasuke, albeit with limited proficiency, maneuvered past Umbu Itachi's clone and charged toward the true body. How naive, Tuhao thought, unable to look on without cringing. Who would stand still to let you stab them? Umbu Itachi executed a replacement technique, swapping places with his clone. Sasuke collided with the clone, which promptly exploded, sending him hurtling backward. So weak, he lamented. Kakashi-sensei, what have you taught him? Umbu Itachi, Tuhao, turned to face Kakashi, who held a kunai poised against his throat. Kakashi, speechless, retorted, you suddenly attack someone and now blame me for your poor instruction? With far more experience than Sasuke, Kakashi quickly discerned Umbu Itachi's intentions. Thus, as the swap occurred, he pressed the kunai against Umbu Itachi. Kakashi coldly inquired, who are you, and what is your purpose here? Long time no see, Kakashi-sensei. Umbu Itachi removed his mask. Itachi Uchiha, are you here to kill Sasuke? Kakashi immediately revealed his Sharingan. He recognized this Umbu subordinate as a gifted individual. Years ago, he could rely on his age and experience to overshadow him. But now, Itachi's strength likely surpassed his own, necessitating caution. No, I have come to guide him. He is far too weak to face the darkness that is approaching, Umbu Itachi stated earnestly. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, furrowing his brow. My actions against my clan were compelled by circumstances known to the third Hokage, and I had assistance from someone during the massacre, Umbu Itachi explained. Who was that person? Kakashi felt this was not a question he should ask, yet he sensed an urgency to uncover the identity of that individual. He called himself Uchiha Obito. But I know he is not truly Obito. He possesses a strange space-time ninjutsu, which is exceedingly powerful. According to him, he intends to alter the ninja world and eradicate war from existence. Tuhao began crafting a narrative under the guise of the setting. Under Tuhao's influence, Kakashi immediately recalled Obito. The last time he encountered him, Obito had been utilizing formidable space-time ninjutsu and had spoken of severing the world's causal ties. What on earth are you doing, Obito? Kakashi set that question aside and continued. So, you have to investigate the truth behind that man. I became a rogue ninja and joined an organization known as Akatsuki, where I am currently probing the group's intentions, Umbu Itachi continued. What have you discovered? Kakashi pressed urgently. I have indeed uncovered some information, but why should I share it? Umbu Itachi countered. Kakashi replied, what? I am quite dissatisfied. The third Hokage promised to look after my brother, yet he has been trained to be this weak, and I cannot accept that. Umbu Itachi feigned dissatisfaction. Kakashi began to piece together the situation. The Uchiha clan's massacre had deeper implications, and it was intertwined with the higher-ups of Konoha, a truth not meant for the ears of the common populace. Uchiha Itachi merely played the role of an executor, burdened with the weight of his sins. The compensation for this heavy price was that the village must care for his surviving younger brother. However, The third Hokage failed to adequately look after Sasuke, and his strength did not meet Itachi's expectations. Consequently, Itachi harbored great dissatisfaction and was reluctant to disclose the intelligence he had gathered. Tuhow remarked, "Excellent. I relish those who can engage in speculation." In truth, Kakashi also wished to defend the third Hokage. The old man was indeed constrained by his limitations. Yet, what good would it do to voice such sentiments? Clearly, Itachi's sacrifice was far more significant. In any case, I must first guide Sasuke in his training, and for this, I owe you gratitude, Kakashi-senpai. Your Chidori is exceptionally suited for Sasuke. Thank you for imparting it to him. Tuhow expressed his thanks on behalf of Itachi, imagining that if Itachi were still a ninja in Konoha, he would extend similar gratitude to Kakashi. There's no need for thanks. He is also my disciple, Kakashi replied. Though he said this, it was still too difficult for him to unconditionally trust Tuhow based solely on a few words. Kakashi was not so naive as to easily believe the words of a rogue ninja. Whether you choose to believe me is of no consequence. You may simply observe from the sidelines. If you wish, feel free to pierce my body with your Raikiri. Itachi, now in the form of an Umbu, displayed his unguarded back, inviting an attack. This level of trust left Kakashi feeling quite awkward. If he were to constantly watch over Itachi, wouldn't that make him appear foolish? Yet, Kakashi could not afford to be completely unguarded. What if Itachi suddenly turned hostile? The Umbu Itachi, Tuhow did not care. The summoned ninjas could simply be killed and replaced at will, so there was no need for excessive caution. Boldness was key. Thus, Tuhow manipulated Umbu Itachi to approach the unconscious Sasuke. As the time limit approached, Tuhow switched Umbu Itachi for Akatsuki Itachi, seizing the unconscious Sasuke by the throat and delivering a series of slaps. With a few swift strikes, Sasuke was jolted awake. Upon regaining consciousness, he was startled to see Itachi's face, his shock swiftly morphing into rage as his Chidori began to crackle with energy. At this distance, a single thrust could bring him vengeance. With a resounding slap, Akatsuki Itachi dispersed the Chidori effortlessly. Do you comprehend the severity of your actions, Sasuke? Who taught you to employ immature jutsu against others? Did you truly believe Kakashi would save you? Clinging to such naive notions, how do you expect to overcome your adversaries? Do you hope for a savior in battle? That is not. I was merely careless. Sasuke stammered. But Itachi pressed on. You have faced life and death battles. You know the consequences of carelessness. Can you utter another word? This left Sasuke speechless. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, felt utterly bemused. Was Itachi's character truly like this? He had never noticed during their time together in the Umbu. The reputation of Itachi is indeed tarnished. He mused. Chapter 5. Yamucha, Sasuke, continue the battle. Akatsuki Itachi declared coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. He raised his hand slightly and tossed Sasuke aside, as if he were refuse. Sasuke tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, Akatsuki Itachi did not afford him a moment's respite. He swiftly beckoned Sasuke with a flick of his finger, as if to provoke him. Oh, the voice of Shun Teng still suits him well. Realizing that the Umbu he had just encountered was a disguise of his brother, Sasuke understood why he looked so familiar. They had seen each other daily years ago. Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself, regardless of the reasons, Itachi is sparing my life, which presents an opportunity to gauge his true strength. Thus, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, searching for any weaknesses in Itachi's demeanor. Excellent, there are no openings. Though Akatsuki Itachi stood motionless, Sasuke felt an immense pressure, as if at any moment, a clone of Uchiha Itachi would rush forth to explode. Should I remain idle while the enemy does? This is madness. What purpose does this serve? Having engaged in battle twice already, Sasuke recognized that he was far from Itachi's match. His objective now was to seize this opportunity to enhance his own abilities. With this in mind, he resolved to launch a tentative offensive. Drawing from his previous experiences, Sasuke chose to initiate with a long-range attack, Great Fireball Jutsu. In response to the approaching fireball, Itachi did not evade. Instead, he activated a technique. Black tears streamed from his right eye as black flames consumed the fireball, transforming it into a towering pillar of darkness. Is this the infamous black flame? Kakashi murmured, recalling the indelible impression left by the undying flames he had witnessed in the Death Forest. What manner of technique was this? This is the power of my Manjiki Sharingan, Amaterasu. The flames it ignites are eternal. To contend with me, One must possess the means to counter or evade these flames. In simpler terms, as long as you can obscure your line of sight, you may find a way to bypass Amaterasu, Akatsuki Itachi, to how, explain kindly. I do not require your guidance, Sasuke retorted, feeling irked by such condescension, yet he recognized its utility. He quickly devised a plan. Producing a smoke bomb from his belongings, he hurled it to the ground, enveloping himself in a thick mist. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the fog, charging towards Akatsuki Itachi. Naturally, it was still Sasuke. This is meaningless, Akatsuki Itachi, Tuhao, scoffed, activating Amaterasu and directing it towards Sasuke. However, upon witnessing the black tears, Sasuke had already prepared, from behind. He produced a windmill shuriken, essentially a larger shuriken, and hurled it at Itachi, believing it could obscure his vision as well. Sure enough, Amaterasu ignited the shuriken. Yet, one was insufficient. Sasuke's confident smile revealed his determination. The storm had cleared, and he felt capable. It was no wonder he felt empowered. For beneath that windmill shuriken lay another shuriken poised to pierce Itachi. However, Akatsuki Itachi caught the shuriken effortlessly with a single hand. Is this your plan? He inquired coldly. You are still too naive. No, this was also part of the preparation. Sasuke's clone beamed with confidence. At that moment, Sasuke's true body emerged with Chidori from Itachi's blind spot, a tactical maneuver inspired by Tuhao's guidance. There was no time for Itachi to pivot and unleash Amaterasu. He was unceremoniously pierced by Chidori. The thought of finally achieving his long-held ambition brought a crescent smile to Sasuke's lips. Yet, hidden mist lantern. Until now, Tuhao had never utilized the hidden mist to conceal anyone. Then, we witnessed Sasuke collide with the lantern, resulting in yet another explosion that sent him hurtling back, landing in a manner reminiscent of Yamcha. Heaven and hell, how swiftly the tides turned. Kakashi covered his face, unable to bear witness to his disciples' consecutive defeats under the same technique. It was apparent that Sasuke was still far from graduation. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Itachi shredded his Akatsuki uniform. His time limit had expired, and he had now transformed into Susanoo Itachi. As Susanoo Itachi approached Sasuke, he introduced himself to Kakashi, stating that each pair of Manjiki Sharingan possesses unique abilities, with the powers of the left and right eyes differing. My right eye houses Amaterasu, while my left wields the powerful Genjutsu known as Tsukuyomi. Once ensnared by my gaze, you will be trapped within my illusionary realm, a state where escape is impossible and death is preferable, even if you possess Sharingan. Do not attempt to resist. It would only lead to a fate worse than death. Kakashi replied, why are you telling me this? Who just casually introduces their abilities? I'm still a member of Akatsuki and will be fighting against you. To secure my position, I will show no mercy. Susanoo Itachi remarked, should I remind you that you might find yourself bettered for months after being caught in my gaze? Kakashi responded, I understand. I can't afford to be lenient. I must find a way to handle this myself. It seems he still regards the Leaf Village as his comrades. Does Obito share such sentiments? Hey, Leaf Village Hokage, could you tone it down a bit? At that moment, Susanoo Itachi stepped in front of Sasuke, lifting him once more and delivering a series of slaps. How can you sleep at your age? Get up and continue your training. This time, it was particularly exaggerated, leaving Sasuke resembling a swollen pig. If Sakura were present, she would likely scream, "Aw." Sasuke's face is ruined. Sasuke stood up, his face bruised, seething, damn it. I will kill you. Despite his repeated failures, a shadow of gloom loomed over him. Yet, deep down, he felt a flicker of joy. It was akin to returning to the night of the massacre, training alongside his brother, albeit with far more ferocity than before. That will be all for today, Susanoo Itachi said, tapping Sasuke's forehead lightly before addressing Kakashi. I will return in a few days. Make sure to help him reflect on today. Kakashi nodded in response. Having said that, Susanoo Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. After watching Itachi disappear, Sasuke clutched his forehead and declared, next time, I will definitely kill you. Although he said this, much of his animosity had dissipated. He wasn't truly the brooding type. Sighing inwardly, Kakashi thought, if only Sasuke didn't have to endure all this. He could have been such a bright child. No, rather, a charming rogue. As preparations for the ninja gear continued, Naruto and Sasuke attended to Tuhao, who sat up in bed, stretching languidly and cheerfully exclaiming, this is quite amusing, but there is still too much idle time. I need to find some more fun. As Tuho pondered over what to do, a rather mischievous idea crossed his mind. Meanwhile, various factions began to stir, starting with the Leaf Village. After Itachi's departure, Kakashi immediately sent a shadow clone back to the Leaf to report the day's events to the third Hokage. Upon hearing the news, the third remained silent, pondering. Is Itachi blaming me? Sigh. I can't argue with his grievance. Although that incident wasn't ordered by me, I can't deny my responsibility. I merely aim to protect Sasuke from external influences, but it seems that isn't enough. I regret my own inadequacies. Recently, the third had increasingly felt his own limitations. The legacy he inherited from his predecessors, while flourishing for a time under his watch, had ultimately weakened. The Senju clan had dwindled, the Uchiha clan had perished. The legendary Sannin had either departed or defected, and many capable individuals had been driven to suicide. The next generation of Hokage had fallen in the line of duty. Even the strongest clan within the village, the High-Ga, had suffered significant losses. This period was perhaps the weakest in the history of the Leaf Village. Reflecting on this, the third felt a wave of shame wash over him, burdened by the trust placed in him by the previous Hokages, and he sighed once more. Observing the third's state, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words and could only ask, "What shall we do if Uchiha Itachi appears again?" "I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it." The third replied cryptically. Kakashi understood the implication, to act as if he were unaware. "Very well, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. If the third permits it, I shall focus solely on protecting Sasuke." With that, Kakashi's shadow clone dispersed. After Kakashi's departure, the third stood alone by the window, gazing out at the leaf, gently sighing. "I truly need to find the next Hokage." Meanwhile, Akatsuki was convening an internal meeting. However, this was not a physical gathering, but rather a remote communication conducted through the projection technique. A capability of the Rinnegan that allowed Pain to receive thought waves from Akatsuki members and amplify them into visual projections at specific locations. Black Zetsu reported the events occurring in the leaf. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, inquired, "Itachi, is this matter connected to you?" "No, but it requires my attention," Itachi responded, aware that it did not concern him, but still necessitating action. Pain had no objections to Itachi's assessment and tacitly agreed. However, Deidara, who preferred playing with clay over legs, exclaimed, "Is there really someone daring enough to impersonate that cold-faced guy? Haha, how amusing. Let me handle it. I guarantee a masterpiece of art." Itachi ignored Deidara and logged off. "That bastard. He'll learn what true art is." Deidara grumbled in frustration at being disregarded. "What kind of art is it if there's no blood?" Another member, Haydn, scoffed. "What did you say? Do you wish to become part of my art?" Deidara retorted angrily. "Enough." Pain interrupted the bickering. "Now, let's return to our respective tasks." Meeting adjourned. After logging off, Itachi, alongside his partner, made his way toward the Leaf Village. That evening, Tuho adjusted the drone's perspective to outside the village, summoning the New Year Itachi to a very secluded corner, as he had not utilized him during the day. Now, Itachi was more than sufficient for his newly conceived plan. The purpose of summoning him was to execute the new amusement Tuho had devised. The specifics would be revealed in due course. The first step was to unleash Amaterasu. Tuho commanded the New Year Itachi to unleash several instances of Amaterasu, igniting the surroundings in flames. The ninja I summoned is evidently stronger than the original Itachi. He can freely use Manjiki without consequence, and he won't fall ill. Is this what they call a healthy Itachi? Tuho remarked with delight. Naturally, summoning the New Year Itachi wasn't solely for jest. Once the flames of Amaterasu began to subside, he switched to using Kakashi's Kamui. "Now, can you guess what I'm planning?" Tuho directed. "Go, Kakashi, use Kamui," he commanded, as Kamui began to continually absorb the burning Amaterasu into the Kamui dimension. Tuho's new amusement plan was to create a nuisance for Obito. Just imagine, Obito entering the Kamui space only to find himself engulfed in a sea of Amaterasu flames. What a sight that would be. Surely, Obito would be furious. Oh, but then again, he might suspect Kakashi. Regardless, Obito would undoubtedly be cursing, and he would likely seek out the culprit, at which point Tuho could begin to toy with him. The target Tuho intended to play with was Uchiha Obito. He wondered whether Obito's resolve would truly hold firm against the elaborate traps he had meticulously set for him. Chapter 6. Obito. As Obito sensed that the time was ripe, he intended to seek out Kurizetsu to inquire about the meeting's status. Thus, he shifted into the Kamui space. Upon entering, he was immediately met with an overwhelming wave of heat, causing him to retreat in alarm. Stunned, Obito pondered how, in such a brief absence, his homeland had transformed so drastically. After shifting a portion of himself into the Kemui space, he was taken aback by the pervasive black flames. Had Itachi breached his Kemui space? Or had Kakashi awakened his Kemui and begun recklessly tossing items into his realm? Contemplating these two possibilities, Obito dismissed the notion of Itachi being responsible. He lacked the power to enter his space, and Kakashi had yet to realize that his eyes could unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, the only individual capable of such a feat remained an enigma, someone who could assume his and Itachi's forms and wield their Mangekyou abilities. Obito relocated himself to a section of the Kemui space devoid of Amaterasu, gazing at the relentless inferno of the black flames. He initially wished to observe further, but the mysterious individual would need to be dealt with expeditiously if they continued this course of action. The Kemui was Obito's greatest asset. Without it, his combat effectiveness would diminish significantly, jeopardizing his subsequent plans. While he could tolerate Kakashi possessing Kemui, after all, he had gifted it to him, he could not accept this unknown interloper wielding the same power. Therefore, the only course of action was to eliminate this individual. Confidently, he began to devise a strategy, but before making a move, he needed to manage the black flames within the Kemui space. He wondered how long they would continue to burn. If the flames did not extinguish, how could he possibly engage in battle? The method for quelling the black flames was, of course, through sealing techniques, meticulously sealing them away. Thus, Obito retrieved a scroll and brush, preparing to inscribe the sealing charms on the ground. Alas, he miscalculated. With a frustrated expression, he discarded the erroneous scroll, muttering about his own foolishness. The next morning, Jiraiya was joyfully gathering materials when he suddenly sensed the whistling of a shuriken slicing through the air. Instantly, he adopted a defensive stance, refraining from action as he sensed that the target of the shuriken was not him. However, when the shuriken embedded itself in the ground before him, he was taken aback. He recognized it all too well. It was the signature flying thunder god shuriken of his late disciple. With a flash of golden light, a figure materialized before Jiraiya. "Minato?" he exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the name of his most esteemed pupil, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. "It has been a long time, Jiraiya-sensei." Minato greeted warmly, his demeanor unchanged. "Is this a reanimation?" Jiraiya queried, his expression shifting to one of concern. Minato preemptively clarified, "It is Orochimaru's doing." Realization dawned on Jiraiya as he furrowed his brow in anger. Is it Orochimaru? Only he would dare to employ such a technique. The betrayal of a former friend was infuriating enough, but the thought of him tampering with his disciple's soul was intolerable. "It is not he, but another. Due to certain restrictions, I cannot disclose too much. I have come to seek your assistance," Minato explained, his time being limited, prompting him to get straight to the point. "What is it?" Jiraiya asked cautiously, still unsure of whether Minato was under control. "I wish for you to instruct Naruto in the Rasengan. I cannot teach him myself due to time constraints." "Your son?" Jiraiya's heart sank at the mention of Minato's offspring. He had been so preoccupied with his endeavors outside the village that he had failed to check on his disciple's child, leaving him unaware of Naruto's circumstances and well-being. He felt a pang of guilt for his inadequacy as a mentor. Consequently, Jiraiya readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Minato wasted no time, swiftly transporting Jiraiya to find Naruto. "How swift you are." "It is indeed Minato." However, Jiraiya pondered the implications of the reanimation technique. Was Minato's soul not sealed by the Shinigami? Could it truly be summoned through this forbidden art? This doubt lingered in his mind, yet Minato was already introducing himself to Naruto, forcing Jiraiya to set aside his concerns for the moment. "Minato, Tobirama, address Naruto. I have a task to attend to, and I cannot personally guide you in the Rasengan's training. However, I have brought my teacher, Jiraiya-sensei, who is one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage. Although he has been wandering outside the village since before your birth, you can trust his abilities." Feeling a surge of emotion at the praise from his deceased disciple, Jiraiya's sentiment was swiftly overshadowed by a more pressing concern. However, Jiraiya-sensei is somewhat of a lecher, so aside from combat training, it would be wise to maintain some distance from him, Minato, Tobirama added with a chuckle. "Understood." Naruto nodded eagerly. With that, Minato, Tobirama prepared to depart. "If I succeed, will you come to visit?" Naruto called out, desperate for connection. Jiraiya observed the interaction, realizing that Naruto seemed oblivious to the true identity of his father. Perhaps it was best not to reveal the truth just yet. Jiraiya understood that disclosing Naruto's heritage now would only cause him pain, and he felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto, who had endured a lonely upbringing. "I will come," Minato assured him. "Now, I leave the rest to you, Jiraiya-sensei." With those words, he vanished. Naruto watched his father leave, feeling a swell of emotion, while Jiraiya, despite his curiosity about Minato's circumstances, prioritized Naruto's well-being. Thus, Jiraiya resumed his role as a teacher, finding more joy in instructing than in being a ninja. As for Naruto, Jiraiya decided to set him aside temporarily to focus on Sasuke, eagerly anticipating Obito's arrival. Once Obito was dealt with, he would consider who to target next. Perhaps Danzo? Later that evening, Obito remained seated in his Kimui space. Although he had yet to confront his adversary directly, he surmised that the mysterious individual was likely a trickster. He firmly believed this enigmatic figure would not cease their antics after a single encounter. They would undoubtedly continue to wreak havoc within his Kimui space. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant, waiting for their next move to trace them back to their origin, hoping to uncover their true nature. "Let me witness the essence of your being." Obito eagerly awaited the figure's appearance. However, as the night wore on, the expected arrival did not materialize. "Is it not to be tonight?" Obito mused, yet he remained undeterred. He could endure for years in pursuit of his plans. He would wait as long as necessary for success. Just as he contemplated this, he sensed a disturbance in the space around him. Excellent, time to pursue. But as Obito prepared to act, a twisted black flame dragon erupted through the spatial distortion, charging directly at him. Startled, he exclaimed, "You know I am here?" Uchiha rebound. Obito retrieved the fan left to him by Uchiha Madara. Uncertain of his opponent's true nature, he had adequately prepared for battle, employing every tool that could enhance his combat prowess, even if he was not particularly skilled with them. After using the fan to deflect the attack of Amaterasu's wooden dragon, Obito leaped to a considerable distance, contemplating whether to emerge immediately. His hesitation stemmed from two concerns. Firstly, it seemed his adversary was aware of his presence within the Kamui space and was targeting him there. This posed the question of whether traps had been laid outside. If he charged out recklessly, would he not fall directly into one? Secondly, ignoring the wooden dragon was not an option. The Kamui space was his sanctuary, and should his body, while in a state of intangibility, collide with the flames of Amaterasu, the consequences would be dire. Weighing these factors, he concluded that remaining inside was the wiser choice. However, he would not allow himself to be deterred. As the prophesied savior determined to reshape the world, he could not falter at this minor obstacle. Of course, Obito was merely engaging in a battle of wits against the air. The wooden dragon and Amaterasu had been orchestrated by the cunning mind of Tu Hao, who had decided to summon Hashirama Senju to release wood clones, then unleash Amaterasu through a new technique, all while employing Kimui for a seamless transition into the fray. Upon materializing in the real world, Obito sensed spatial fluctuations around him. Tu Hao recognized the target had arrived and promptly donned the white mask of Uchiha Madara. Music began to play, filling the air with haunting melodies. "You taught me how to love, yet failed to teach me how to forget." The casual lyrics tore at his convictions, stirring emotions he preferred to suppress. Obito's focus shifted to a shadowy figure before him, obscured by the dim moonlight that failed to illuminate the street. A peculiar sensation arose. Was he gazing at his own reflection? The muted streetlights offered little clarity, and he found himself drawn into the song, which echoed sentiments he had just contemplated. Was this the inception of an illusion? He could not afford to let it unfold. "Who are you?" he demanded. "And who might you be?" The shadow retorted. "Do you not possess a name? Quit your riddles and show yourself." Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito swept the fan forward, conjuring a fiery vortex toward his foe. Uchiha rebound. The great fireball was effortlessly deflected by the figure. Stunned, Obito realized that his opponent was indeed a mirror image of himself. Could this truly be a nightmare? On the other side, after dispelling the great fireball, the figure stepped into the moonlight, removing the mask to reveal Obito's own face. The sight ignited a growing irritation within him. Tu Hao continued, speaking softly. "I am merely a friend of Kakashi Hatake, a subordinate of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and a member of the Uchiha clan, just a person who aspires to become Hokage." Such empty words. "I will tear away your false visage." Obito charged at Tu Hao. Wood release, stump technique. Trees sprouted beside Tu Hao, launching wooden spikes at Obito. Attempting to use my own techniques against me? How laughable. Obito summoned the great fireball once more to clear a path. Kamui. At the moment Tu Hao touched the fiery vortex, Kamui activated, allowing him to phase perfectly while charging at Obito. Is he mad? Amaterasu still lingers within the Kamui space. Obito gasped as the wooden dragon he had previously scattered now unleashed flames of Amaterasu. If he were to collide with those flames during the phasing process, the outcome would be fatal. While Obito himself could sever his own body, could his opponent also seamlessly transition into a white Zetsu form? Or was it merely a gamble that he would not encounter the flames? The truth would soon reveal itself. As he passed through the vortex, Obito beheld Tu Hao, indeed, engulfed in the flames of Amaterasu. Was this an act of suicide? Yet, to his astonishment, Tu Hao charged forward, flames licking at his form. Do you think I would simply sit back and do nothing? Kamui. Obito activated his technique, but upon contact, its effects failed to trigger. He managed to block Tu Hao's assault with the fan instead. You seem unaware. Kamui can indeed be countered with Kamui. Obito sneered, recalling the instance when Kakashi had disrupted the outer path statue with his own Kamui. Ah, so that is how it is. Tu Hao chuckled, as everything fell into place. Chapter 7. Kamui cannot conceal tears. Before my eyes stands Rin. Tu Hao's fist collided with Obito's fan, prompting a fleeting sense of pride within him. Even with equal abilities, the disparity in experience was vast. Victory was beyond Tu Hao's grasp. Yet, Tu Hao inquired, so who exactly are you? I am no one. Devoid of a name or a past. Merely a person who wishes to change the world, Obito replied. Such eloquent words. Why the haste earlier then? If it truly had no bearing on you, why the urgency? Tu Hao countered. Prepare to die? Obito declared, unwilling to engage in further discourse. He needed to comprehend Tu Hao's motives. However, Tu Hao deliberately distanced himself and activated Kamui, vanishing into the Kamui space. Just like that? Unafraid of the flames of Amaterasu? Obito thought, yet fear was irrelevant. He could not let such a formidable opponent escape. He pursued Tu Hao, resolute in his conviction that for the ideal world, even the flames of Amaterasu were a trifling matter. Yet upon entering the Kamui space, he was confronted by something far more terrifying than Amaterasu. Obito? Rin smiled. Obito stood frozen, akin to a scarecrow. Impossible. It cannot be. Why is it Rin? Is it a transformation technique? No disguise could ever fool my eyes. Could this be an illusion? Even infinite Tsukuyami could not ensnare one with my Sharingan. Is this truly her? No. I refuse to accept this. Obito activated his Anaji to reset his state, yet there stood Rin, undeniably real. Tears welled in Rin's eyes as she softly spoke. Obito, you have endured so much suffering over the years. I am sorry. I wish I had not died. Silence. Imposter. Do not utter her name. Obito screamed in a fit of despair, adamant that the figure before him could not be Rin. Stop tormenting yourself, Obito. You are a kind soul. These burdens are not yours to bear. Rin, Tu Hao, continued gently, as Amaterasu's flames began to engulf her form. In that moment, panic surged within Obito. Even knowing the truth, he could not bear to witness Rin perish once more. For the sake of his beloved, he plunged resolutely into the inferno of Amaterasu. Its searing pain paled in comparison to the agony of losing Rin again. Thus, he embraced her amidst the flames. But Amaterasu had already consumed her entirely. Despite all his efforts, Obito could not extinguish the flames of Amaterasu. The most prominent characteristic of Amaterasu is its unquenchable nature. No matter how Obito tried, he was unable to remove the fire from Rin. It was relatively easy for him to extinguish the flames on himself. But this particular technique filled him with unprecedented hatred. At that moment, Rin gently reached out to touch Obito's mask, saying, Obito, you must become Hokage. That is your wish. With those words, Rin shattered into fragments and vanished into thin air. Rin. Obito's anguished roar echoed through the desolate space. He still longed for her, still blamed himself. He chastised himself for being unable to protect her so effortlessly. His love for her remained, and he yearned to reach into her heart. He wanted to part the flames and grasp her hand. The pain was unbearable. As he prepared his tools, Tu Hao remarked, so, what of Steadfastwell? The moment he saw Rin, all his resolve crumbled. Why does Obito hesitate to resurrect Rin? It is simply because he knows that seeing her again will shake him to his core. After this incident, he will likely be lost for some time. But that is not enough. He needs a harsher remedy. Tuhao pondered that Obito's mind was still clear. He recognized that the Rin he saw was but an illusion. Repeating the same tactics might eventually immunize Obito to the emotional turmoil. However, the previous manipulation was merely a trifling game with Obito's psyche and bore little significance. For a substantial transformation, a more potent remedy was required. Indeed, does he need the real Rin? But how could he achieve this? Tuhao continued to contemplate. The rebirth of the world technique would certainly not suffice, and no one among the available ninjas possessed the skills. The Earth Release reanimation technique was formidable, but could it summon individuals beyond its usual limitations? It was worth a try. The focus remained on Rin's blood and tissue. Did the Rin he summoned earlier possess any blood? If so, it would simplify matters. In any case, he decided to conduct an experiment the following day. With a new plan forming in his mind, Tuhao set about summoning Rin once more in a secluded area near the village. Upon her reappearance, Rin produced a kunai, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into a vessel before immediately switching to the form of Orochimaru. Tuhao glanced at the vessel containing the blood, which, as expected, retained its properties just like the previous Amaterasu. Orochimaru, Tuhao, declared, "Now, let us see if this reanimation technique will work." With that, Tuhao activated Orochimaru's signature technique. A coffin emerged, and as it opened, the true form of its occupant was revealed. It was Rin. While the summoning succeeded, the question remained, what should he do next? Should he awaken Rin and attempt to communicate with her? Tuhao had not yet formulated the right words, so he decided to set things aside for the time being. Thus, he ensured he possessed an absolute trump card against Obito. The moment he stood before him, Obito would find himself utterly incapacitated. With that, Tuhao found himself momentarily without tasks, awaiting the commencement of the Nin exams, which promised to be filled with intriguing plots and opportunities for mischief. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Soon enough, the day of the Nin exams arrived. Naruto, filled with joy, woke early. Ever since meeting Minato, his spirits had soared, and he enjoyed a hearty breakfast and restful sleep. On his way to the exam venue, he unexpectedly encountered Sasuke, who appeared unusually cheerful, his demeanor reminiscent of someone who had won a lottery. "Hey, Sasuke, are you in heat or something?" Naruto inquired. Sasuke retorted, "Shut up. You've just become even more foolish, haven't you? Today, I shall show you the fruits of my training, and you will be left speechless." Naruto boasted, "I'm no longer the underdog. Even geniuses will find me a formidable opponent." Sasuke smirked. "Let us see if you can back that up." Naruto, taken aback by Sasuke's newfound confidence, remarked, "You've become quite talkative today." "I'm always like this," Sasuke replied. The two had spent the recent days engaged in fierce battles with Itachi, which rekindled feelings of nostalgia for their past, even causing Sasuke to momentarily forget the hatred he harbored for the massacre of his clan, despite the numerous defeats he had endured. They arrived at the arena for the Nin exams, where a total of 10 participants would compete in a series of matches determined by drawing lots. The first match pitted Naruto against Neji, a confrontation laden with history. Neji was hailed as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, despite being restricted by the limitations of his bloodline limit, the Byakugan. This rivalry stemmed from a past incident when the princess of the Hyuga clan was kidnapped, resulting in a fierce confrontation that ultimately led to the deterioration of relations between Konoha and the Cloud Village. To avert war, Konoha was forced to make a dire trade, handing over the remains of Neji's father, Hisashi, as a substitute for the princess. Neji had long believed that his father's death was a result of the clan's machinations, fueling his resentment towards the main family. Neji had always held that a person's fate was sealed at birth, thus, their destiny was immutable. In the preliminary rounds, he faced Hinata, and although it was expected to be a captivating clash of the clan's factions, Neji swiftly dominated, dismissing Hinata as unworthy of being his opponent. However, Hinata, inspired by Naruto, had revealed a courageous side, showcasing her growth in battle against Neji, who was both astonished and frustrated by her resilience. Ultimately, the disparity in their abilities proved insurmountable, and Neji nearly dealt a fatal blow to his cousin. Fortunately, several instructors intervened just in time, sparing Hinata's life, though she lay injured and bloodied on the ground. Neji's derision towards Hinata and Naruto's encouragement ignited a fierce anger within Naruto, who vowed to defeat Neji in the third round of the official exam. Thus, the stage was set for their fateful encounter. Give up, you are no match for me. Neji taunted at the outset. I am no longer the underdog. Even geniuses will find me a formidable opponent. Naruto proclaimed confidently. Neji fell silent, realizing words meant little compared to actions. The battle commenced, and Naruto unleashed a barrage of shadow clones, charging towards Neji en masse. Neji, a master of taijutsu, could effortlessly contend with even 10 opponents, but facing 100 fists was a daunting challenge. He activated the 8 trigrams palm rotation, a high-level technique of the Hyuga clan, channeling chakra through his body to create a spinning defense that could repel all physical attacks. With his rotational movement and the Byakugan's keen observation, he had devised a unique form of absolute defense. As Naruto watched his shadow clones being mercilessly crushed by Neji's attacks, he concluded in his heart, his taijutsu surpasses mine. Relying solely on the number of clones in a direct confrontation is insufficient. However, this technique allows for simultaneous one-to-many engagement. Although it offers that advantage, it seems to hinder agile evasion, meaning that when I employ this technique, Huitian, my attacks are bound to land on him. Very well, that's my strategy. Naruto pondered. Is this Naruto overly clever? Well, credit goes to Toho for that. What did Toho do? We shall discuss that later. Let's focus on the battle. Just as Neji was about to continue taunting Naruto, he noticed Naruto throwing a smoke bomb to the ground. Neji scoffed. Foolish, such a ploy is useless against Byakugan. The Byakugan possesses a 360-degree field of vision. The branch family's Byakugan has a visual blind spot due to the caged bird seal, enabling its user to perceive the opponent's chakra pathways, tenketsu, and the flow of chakra within the human body, along with a penetrating vision to discern distant objects. It can amplify the eye's capabilities through chakra, allowing visibility within a kilometer radius, with insight that surpasses the Sharingan. Thus, the smoke is of no consequence. Whether it is effective or not is not for you to decide. Naruto's voice echoed from within the smoke, as numerous shadow clones surged forth, charging at Neji. The number exceeded that of before. Does this guy have an endless supply of chakra? Neji thought, retaliating as he relied on the gentle fist's inherent ability to strike at vital points, capable of swiftly dispatching Naruto's clones. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming. How could one endure such an onslaught? After sustaining 2 blows, Neji was compelled to deploy Huitian once more, aiming to ensnare all the clones in one fell swoop. This is it. The real Naruto seized the opportunity, bursting forth from the smoke, clutching an additional chakra sphere than before. Many elderly spectators watching the match were momentarily jolted. The third Hokage exclaimed, "Is that the Rasengan of Minato?" Beside him, Orochimaru, masquerading as the Wind Shadow, remarked, "When did that 9-tailed brat learn it? Did Jiraiya teach him? His talent surpasses expectations." Were it not for his disguise, Orochimaru would have been unable to suppress his excitement. Thus, Naruto charged forward, colliding his Rasengan with Huitian, the spiraling chakra clashing spectacularly. Neji gasped, "What technique is that?" Huitian cannot repel it. It was not merely a matter of being repelled. The Rasengan's breakthrough power was formidable enough to disperse Huitian. Neji stood dumbfounded as Huitian was forcibly disrupted. He found himself in a rigid state, unable to counterattack as the onslaught approached. It came, but Naruto did not use the Rasengan to attack. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch. He remembered Minato's teachings. The Rasengan is immensely powerful and should not be used against fellow villagers. Following Naruto's punch, the clones followed suit, unleashing a barrage of 200 continuous strikes. In essence, it was akin to a group assault by 200 individuals, leaving Neji gasping for breath, collapsing to the ground. This battle was a resounding victory for Naruto, executed with remarkable finesse. Chapter 8. Danzo, come play. Naruto's splendid victory elicited cheers from the audience. After all, he had triumphed over the genius of the Hyuga clan, and the beauty of his victory warranted recognition. Yet for a select few, Naruto's battle held extraordinary significance. Such as the proctor of this match, Kahaku Gunma. Kahaku Gunma mused, that dazzling blonde hair paired with the Rasengan. His form is reminiscent of the 4th Hokage. Many witnessed a reflection of the past in Naruto, a sensation of nostalgia washing over them. The 3rd Hokage could not help but think, this child's dream has always been to become Hokage. Can he emulate Minato? He certainly can, though lacking concrete reasons. The 3rd was steadfast in his belief that Naruto could become Hokage. Orochimaru, observing the 3rd's expression, maintained an outwardly neutral demeanor, concealing his inner thoughts. After Naruto concluded his battle, it was time to return to the waiting room for the next round. On his way back, he coincidentally encountered Sasuke, who was heading downstairs for his upcoming duel. Naruto boasted, "So what do you think? Have I become stronger? You might not be able to defeat me now." "Humph. Indeed, you have grown stronger," Sasuke candidly acknowledged, then pointed his thumb at himself. "However, you still do not surpass me." "You're just putting on a brave face," Naruto retorted. "Humph. The next round will be our duel. You will find yourself kneeling at my feet." Sasuke spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Is that really you, Sasuke? You seem rather loquacious today." Sasuke remained silent, having realized that he had indeed become more talkative. Trailing behind Sasuke was Gaara, his opponent in the next match, who was feeling quite irritable. Sasuke's words seemed to imply that he had already won, igniting Gaara's fury, causing sand to erupt from his gourd. Sensing the murderous intent, Naruto clenched his fists. Having felt such a presence before with Zabuza, he was no longer intimidated. However, he couldn't help but wonder how many lives Gaara had taken, and the feeling that he might act at any moment was palpable. Naruto prepared to counterattack, only to be restrained by Sasuke, who activated his Sharingan and turned to face Gaara. "Hold on. You will soon have the chance to unleash your killing intent." As he spoke, Sasuke's Sharingan whirled, locking onto Gaara's gaze, forcing him to calm down. Having stared at the Manjiki for several days, Sasuke's ocular prowess had significantly intensified. This process, however, was not without its challenges. He endured nightly headaches to find solace in sleep. Gaara remained silent, understanding that engaging in combat now would be against the rules. The formal duel was imminent. There was no need for reckless behavior. Simultaneously, he had begun to regard Sasuke with trepidation. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? With this thought in mind, Gaara departed first. After Gaara left, Naruto called out, "Good luck. I'll be waiting for you in the next match." "Don't worry, Tail End. I will not lose," Sasuke confidently replied, following closely behind. However, after a few steps, he pondered and asked, "By the way, how did you become so clever?" Naruto's growth in strength was easily understandable to Sasuke. That guy possessed astounding perseverance, capable of enduring the harshest training. His tactical intelligence in battle was not lacking, always conjuring inventive strategies. However, the calm analysis of the battlefield and the tactical execution he displayed earlier did not seem characteristic of Naruto. "Oh, I owe it all to Uncle Minato," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. The training for the Rasengan had progressed slowly. Although the technique appeared simple, it was far from it. To form a powerful Rasengan, one must master the three crucial elements of release, rotation, and stabilization. Initially, chakra must be gathered in the palm, then released in a stable and continuous manner. Following that, the chakra must be set into chaotic rotation, thus giving it initial form. However, at this stage, the Rasengan's destructive power was limited, only capable of inflicting superficial damage, insufficient to penetrate trees. By integrating all previous elements, high-density chakra must be amassed in the hand, continuously released and maintained until it solidifies into a miniature typhoon, capable of penetrating trees and shattering rocks. This phase is challenging to master, requiring abundant practice. Given Naruto's current intellect, swiftly mastering this technique was no easy feat. Consistently applying it in practical combat was even more arduous, evidently a race against the Chunin exams. At that moment, Minato, Tuho, appeared, offering Naruto new training advice that would become his signature multiple shadow clone technique. Although Naruto has predominantly utilized the shadow clone technique as a combat skill, the primary function of this technique is actually rooted in intelligence gathering. This jutsu manifests tangible clones through the manipulation of chakra, distributing the caster's chakra evenly among them, endowing each clone with an independent consciousness and a degree of resilience against attacks. Upon their dissolution, the memories and experiences garnered by the clones are returned to the original body. Because these physical clones are exceedingly difficult to discern as fakes, they serve as perfect instruments for reconnaissance behind enemy lines. Naruto's somewhat reckless use of the shadow clone technique purely for combat is inconsequential, given his abundant chakra reserves. Others refrain from employing this technique in battle primarily due to its cost-effectiveness. Using it dilutes their chakra, thereby diminishing the combat efficacy of the original body. Moreover, the clone's capacity to endure damage is quite limited. Most of the time, they dissipate upon receiving a hit, rendering their use in battle a significant waste of chakra without yielding substantial results. However, Naruto, with his ample chakra, remains untroubled by such concerns. To return to the crux of the matter, as previously mentioned, the memories and experiences acquired by the clones revert to the original body upon their dissolution. This principle allows Naruto to transmit the insights gained by his clones back to himself, thus achieving a remarkably efficient training process. Yet, one might wonder why others do not adopt this technique for training. The answer is simple: their chakra reserves are insufficient. If they were to spawn several clones and utilize a jutsu or two, their chakra would quickly deplete, stifling their training efforts. Naruto, however, is free from such limitations and can train to his heart's content. Upon hearing Minato's, Taheyo's reflections, Jiraiya mused that the foresight of a father is indeed comprehensive. This technique is indeed well suited for Naruto's training, even though it was originally conceived by Kakashi. Utilizing this method, Naruto created dozens of clones to practice the Rasengan, mastering the technique in a remarkably short time. Nevertheless, this exertion placed a considerable burden on him, leading him to oscillate between states of exhaustion and unconsciousness during his training. In addition to his swift progress in training, Naruto's tactical acumen has also been significantly enhanced by this technique. He has learned to employ shadow clones for feigned assaults, analyzing tactics, and deceiving opponents with complex strategies, truly commendable. Sasuke, having listened intently, recognized Naruto's genuine growth and questioned whether his previous words could still hold true. Could he truly contend with the current Naruto? Uncertain, he decided to shift his focus to Gaara instead. Thus, after parting ways with Naruto, Sasuke approached Gaara, preparing for battle in the arena. Meanwhile, the command to commence the match was issued by Kakashi, and the conflict officially began. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from outside the arena. Kakashi was taken aback. He had ordered the match to start, not to incite a riot. What was happening? Something felt amiss. All the Leaf Village ninjas, mirroring Kakashi's alarm, became vigilant. This was no ordinary moment. The Chunin exams had attracted a plethora of ninjas from other villages. An explosion at this juncture could only imply one thing: a sudden uprising by rogue ninjas from rival villages targeting the Leaf. Outside the village, a colossal serpent was summoned, launching an assault on its surroundings. Observing the emergence of the serpent, the lurking sound ninjas surmised, "Is this a signal from Lord Orochimaru?" They immediately set their plan into motion. The allied sand ninjas, witnessing the sound ninjas' actions, were momentarily stunned. Was it not too early to act? Nevertheless, they decided to follow suit. In short, the situation was that the sound ninjas and sand ninjas had allied to assault the Leaf Village. After defecting from the Leaf, Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki, only to subsequently sever ties and establish the Sound Village. However, for him, leading a village held little significance. He founded it merely as a means to amass wealth for his experiments. Recently, Orochimaru conceived the idea of annihilating the Leaf, dubbing it the Konoha Collapse Plan. Yet, relying solely on his sound ninjas to shake the foundations of a village with nearly a century of history was overly ambitious. Therefore, he forged an alliance with the fourth Kazekage of the Sand, conspiring to attack the Leaf. Although the Sand Village was an ally of the Leaf, its desolate terrain and struggling economy often prompted it to seek benefits from the affluent Land of Fire, leading to periodic betrayals against the Leaf. Thus far, the Sand had not achieved victory, but their audacity remained unfazed. They had little to lose. The Leaf, too, was beleaguered, as each victory yielded scant rewards, rendering their efforts feel futile. Now, with the wounds of the past healed, the Sand harbored renewed intentions to strike at the Leaf. Consequently, when Orochimaru proposed collaboration, they readily acquiesced, preparing for a decisive assault on the Leaf. However, the fourth Kazekage was naively unaware of the peril, having never heard the tale of the farmer and the snake, and dared to ally with one. Orochimaru, however, had ulterior motives. With the assistance of his subordinates, Kabuto and Kimimaro, he assassinated the fourth Kazekage, disguising himself in his likeness. This treachery incited conflict between the Sand and Leaf ninjas, allowing Orochimaru to inflict significant damage on the Leaf without lifting a finger. Yet, Orochimaru did not remain merely an observer. He too participated, masquerading as the Kazekage, seeking to settle past grievances with his former mentor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Returning to the present, The sudden appearance of the colossal serpent prompted the ninjas from both villages to act prematurely, causing concern for Orochimaru and the Sand's highest commander, Maki. At the Chunin exam venue, Maki scowled, exclaiming, "Foolish Orochimaru, how could he deviate from the plan?" Orochimaru retorted, "The Sand ninjas are indeed a bunch of imbeciles. They acted too soon." Both sides blamed one another for the disruption. So whose fault was it? Undoubtedly, it was Teijo's doing. Familiar with the storyline, Teijo had anticipated Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan and ensured that their plans would not unfold as intended. Witnessing the villains falter was indeed an enjoyable spectacle. Thus, Teijo carelessly summoned a ninja and invoked the serpent, instigating discord between the two factions. Their lack of communication led each to believe the other had initiated the assault, resulting in the plan being preemptively set into motion. There was no recourse. The plan had commenced prematurely, and there was no way to convey to the Leaf. "This is a misunderstanding. Please wait for us to prepare before we resume battle." The Leaf ninjas were not naive enough to let them off the hook. Consequently, the Konoha collapse plan officially commenced. To be candid, due to the hurried initiation, the outcome was far from what had been anticipated, leaving Orochimaru feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, the third Hokage remained composed, calmly addressing the faux fourth Kazekage. "Kazekage, what does this mean?" With a mocking laugh, Orochimaru discarded his ruse, revealing his true identity. Orochimaru. The third Hokage's expression shifted to one of gravity. Orochimaru was far more formidable than the fourth Kazekage. The third immediately began to form hand seals. But Orochimaru seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack with his serpent's shadow hand just as the third was momentarily stunned. The third was forced to abandon his seals, leaping away from his seat, seeking a more spacious arena to confront Orochimaru. The two adversaries ascended to the rooftop of the exam arena, where the past between master and disciple would finally be reconciled. Below, the ninjas of the Leaf clashed fiercely with the Sound ninjas and the Sand ninjas lurking within. Thus, the question arises once more. As the mastermind behind the scenes, what is Tu Hao currently engaged in? He has summoned ninjas to confront Danzo, specifically the resurrected Uchiha Madara through the Edo Tensei technique. Chapter 9. Danzo, throw away this broken iron door. While chaos ensues outside in Konoha, Danzo remains calmly seated in the root space, sipping tea. Due to his foresight, he has long since investigated the movements of Sunagakure and Otogakure, gaining insight into the numbers of personnel dispatched by both sides. The potential economic damage to Konoha is trivial. Some personnel losses are inevitable, yet these are sacrifices deemed necessary. As previously stated, Danzo aims to leverage this opportunity to impeach the third Hokage and enforce a change in leadership. To ensure that the damage is substantial enough to warrant such a move, he has tightly controlled his elite Umbu, opting to turn a blind eye to the assault on Konoha. Once this battle concludes, Hiruzen's power will be significantly diminished, providing Danzo with the chance to hold him accountable for his negligence. Hiruzen has aged and become muddled. It is time for him to retire. Danzo is confident that all events will unfold in his favor. However, at that moment, a sudden explosion rocks the headquarters of Roots. Danzo's brow furrows. Could it be that the Otogakure and Sunagakure forces have breached his stronghold? How audacious! When heaven offers a path, they refuse to walk it. Yet they dare intrude upon hell. I had no intention of engaging you, but since you seek death, I shall oblige. Nevertheless, there is no need for him to act personally. His capable subordinates will handle the situation with ease. Suddenly, the door to Danzo's chamber is smashed open. He watches the door fly across the room and crash against the wall, a grimace crossing his face, just as he was boasting. He has now been dealt a blow to his pride. In an instant, however, he realizes that those capable of breaching this stronghold are not to be trifled with. It could be Orochimaru or even the fourth Kazekage. "You dare to call me grandfather? Do you have any inkling of my age?" Danzo seethes. Of course, he would not stoop to verbal sparring with disrespectful intruders. He typically resorts to eliminating those who offend him. Yet, upon seeing the intruder's face, his soul trembles. This visage, even seen in his youth, is unforgettable. The Shura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. Impossible. He should have perished long ago. An imposter? Danzo quickly begins to form seals, but hesitates to act. He senses the chilling threat of death. Any movement on his part could lead to his demise. The pressure he feels emanates from the authentic Uchiha Madara. "Are you Uchiha Madara?" Unable to move, he attempts to probe with words to create an opening. You possess some discernment. It seems that Tobarama's assessment was correct. Indeed, you are unfit to be Hokage. What? Danzo's mind struggles to comprehend this Madara. Is he truly insane enough to confront him merely to declare his unworthiness for Hokage? The title of Hokage should belong to one who dedicates themselves entirely to the village. Yet, in times of crisis, you prioritize your own power over the village's welfare. It was precisely this self-centeredness that cost you the opportunity to become Hokage. After all these years, you remain as foolish as ever. Even now that the Sarutobi clan's young heir is deceased, you would not be chosen as Hokage. Your heart has never been devoted to the village. Silence. Who claims I lack devotion to the village? Danzo vehemently retorts, disregarding the possibility of his own death as he passionately argues. This is a necessary sacrifice for the future of the village. Then why the urgency? Madara interrupts. You scoundrel! Danzo roars, simultaneously tearing away the bandage covering his right eye. His right eye possesses the lethal power of Uchiha Shursui S. Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate Jinjutsu with complete hypnotic capabilities. Whoever he gazes upon is compelled to obey. Wood release. Wood Dragon technique. How is much quicker. The unweakened Wood Dragon's pursuit speed is beyond what the elderly Danzo can match. Before Danzo can uncover his eye, the Wood Dragon slams into him, pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. This is a technique of Lord Hashirama. Indeed, you survived your death match with Lord Hashirama. Danzo curses. Was that masked man from before also your doing? Enough with the idle chatter. The arm of Susanoo appears, slicing through Danzo's hair with a swift motion, severing a significant portion. What is the meaning of this? Danzo seethes, angered by the apparent mockery. He is a renowned expert. How can he endure such ridicule? Humph. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a fly? Madara scoffs. You may as well cherish your dreams of Hokage as you grow old. For you shall never have the chance to become Hokage. With a laugh, Madara leaps away. Danzo, trapped against the wall by the wood release, can only watch resentfully as Madara departs. After a moment, his subordinates finally burst into the room, employing various ninjutsu to extricate Danzo from his predicament. Once freed, Danzo pounds his fist against the wall to vent his pent-up fury. The door that Madara had flung aside crashes down upon him. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cool water becomes a challenge. Lord Danzo, his subordinates frantically attempt to rescue him from beneath the heavy iron door. It's nothing to worry about. I can withstand a mere iron door. Truly, he is a man bold enough to stab Susanoo with a kunai. However, my lord, his subordinate continues, we must. I said, do not concern yourselves with me. Danzo snaps. Notify all members of Roots to engage immediately and eradicate all invading forces from other villages. Yes, this time, Danzo's subordinates obediently follow his orders. They had long been itching to defend the village, but alas, Roots personnel are bound to Danzo's commands. Once everyone departs, Danzo angrily kicks the iron door open and declares fiercely, I will surely kill you. A commendable display of courage. Yet even 100 of him would stand no chance against Madara. He might as well go to sleep. At that moment, the iron door, previously sent flying by Danzo, rebounds and strikes him once more. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cool water becomes a challenge. Meanwhile, after playing with Danzo, Tuhao does not remain idle. Instead, he intervenes in another battlefield, the Nin exam venue. Following Orochimaru's actions, the battle here has officially commenced. With the Hokage present, Tsunagakure has dispatched a multitude of ninjas to lie in wait, ready to assist the 4th Kazekage in eliminating the Hokage. Unbeknownst to them, this Kazekage is a guise donned by Orochimaru. Noticing a shift in the atmosphere, the Tsunagakure commander senses impending doom. Yet with the arrow on the string, they must shoot. The attack has already been initiated. Even if this is a trap devised by Orochimaru, they have no choice but to leap into the fray. The enemy's combat strength is formidable, and Konoha has its fair share of hidden ninjas, for the presence of the Hokage necessitates a considerable number of bodyguards. Moreover, should chaos erupt here, reinforcements will be required to stabilize the situation. However, despite Konoha's numerical advantage, the presence of numerous civilians has drawn the attention of high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire, causing Konoha's ninjas to be hesitant in their combat, ultimately allowing the fewer Tsunagakure ninjas to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the rooftops, 2 shadow-level powerhouses engage in a fierce battle, with no other participants to intervene. The direct Umbu of the Hokage sought to intervene in the battle, But Orochimaru had anticipated this move and had his elite subordinates, the Sound Four, lay in ambush within the venue. As the clash between Orochimaru and the third Hokage commenced, they swiftly activated the Four Purple Flames formation, a barrier technique requiring the cooperation of 4 individuals. They established a rectangular barrier of translucent purple flames in the 4 cardinal directions, which prevented any external parties from entering. Those who touched the barrier's walls would be burned by its flames. With this barrier in place, the Yonbu of Konoha could only watch helplessly as the third Hokage and Orochimaru engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the audience, Might Guy, known as the Blue Beast of Konoha and Kakashi's destined rival, exclaimed, "The Hokage is trapped within the barrier." Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, but we cannot breach that jutsu. We must place our faith in the Hokage for now. Our priority is to eliminate the enemies here. Dealing with such insignificant foes, and yet you show no progress. You truly are worthless," a voice suddenly mocked. "Who is it?" Guy demanded. "Obito." Kakashi recognized the voice immediately. As the space twisted, Obito appeared before them. "Obito? But I thought you were dead." Guy exclaimed. "Of course, I'm still alive, you fool." Obito scoffed. "While the village is in crisis, you two are indulging in leisurely battles. It's utterly ridiculous." Obito had come to mock their lack of urgency. Kakashi, whose chakra reserves were depleted, was not worth discussing. While Guy should have opened the 8th gate and cleared the area instead of lingering. The two, taken aback by the mockery, questioned, "You came just to ridicule us?" "No. I came for the thrill," Obito replied, waving his hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed the wood release, adventitious growth technique, causing tree trunks to sprout from the ground, launching branches at all the enemy ninjas within the venue. The speed of the branches left the opponents no chance to evade, and they were all pinned to the ground. Except for a few lucky ones, the rest were incapacitated. This was merely a show of restraint. Had he unleashed the full power of the technique, those within would have faced certain death. The remaining sand ninjas who narrowly escaped the initial onslaught were swiftly dealt with as Obito utilized his space-time abilities to teleport and impale them with the branches. Even the commanding figure, Maki, was easily subdued by Obito's prowess. Within mere moments, all the enemy ninjas in the venue were defeated. "See that, useless Kakashi? This is true power." Obito laughed heartily. Though Obito's words were mocking, Kakashi felt a glimmer of joy. After all, Obito had come to assist him, showing that he still cared for the village. "I don't know what you're expecting, but you should abandon such naive notions. My involvement is merely a facet of my plan," Obito suddenly stated. "It was I who killed our teacher." "What did you say?" Kakashi was stunned. Had Obito truly slain their teacher? Was he mishearing? The thought seemed impossible. Guy quickly inquired, "You killed the 4th Hokage?" "Indeed," Obito replied, "on the day Kushina gave birth. I ambushed them, forcibly took Kushina, controlled the 9 tails, and attacked the village, resulting in numerous casualties. Do you still wish to bring me back to the village?" Kakashi, bewildered, asked, "Why would you do such a thing?" "Because I'm deranged," Obito shrugged. "People grow up suddenly, their faces obscured by masks, voices belonging to others. I only used Kemui the entire time. The only recognizable feature was my hair. Did you really think our teacher would discover my identity and guide me back to the right path?" Upon hearing this, both Guy and Kakashi began to wonder if Obito had lost his sanity. "Ha ha, I just wanted to amuse you. Your expressions are quite entertaining," Obito boasted. "To be honest, I've despaired of this world without Rin. Rin was such a wonderful girl, gentle and kind. While everyone else dismissed me, she treated me with kindness. I couldn't accept her death, so I sought to create a world with Rin in it. That is my genuine desire. I won't spout any nonsense about despairing of the world." Obito's words struck a chord. Kakashi lamented, "In the end, it's because I failed to protect Rin. Isn't it? Don't blame yourself," Obito consoled. "We are merely pawns, manipulated by the whims of others. Many events cannot be altered by our will, just as Rin's death was orchestrated by someone else." "What do you mean? Was there something wrong with Rin's death?" Kakashi pressed urgently. "Of course there was. But what significance would it hold for you?" Obito retorted, "You can't even defeat me. What could you possibly do against the one pulling the strings? This applies to another as well." With that said, Obito glanced towards the rooftop where the Hokage and Orochimaru battled. "Has it begun? I must take my leave." With that, he vanished into the Kemui dimension. Kakashi attempted to pursue him, but his current capabilities were insufficient to contend with Obito's space-time abilities. He was simply too weak. Chapter 10. I've been waiting for you, Hashirama. As Orochimaru and the third Hokage arrived on the rooftop, the Sound Four revealed themselves. Leaping from the crowd to execute the four purple flames formation, preventing any interference in their battle. The long-awaited confrontation had finally arrived, and Orochimaru excitedly rambled about nonsensical topics. The spinning of windmills, his desire to watch them stop, and a wish to incinerate Konoha, all of which amounted to incomprehensible drivel. The essence was clear. He sought to destroy Konoha. Recognizing this, the third Hokage relinquished any hope of redeeming his former pupil. He was now an enemy, and his objective was to eliminate him. Thus, the battle commenced, with both sides initially exchanging basic jutsu to gauge one another's strength. The outcome of this probing revealed to Orochimaru that he was destined for defeat if the battle continued in such a manner. Despite his age, the title of ninjutsu professor was not bestowed lightly upon the third Hokage. He possessed a vast array of techniques, rendering Orochimaru inferior in a clash of basic skills. It became evident that a higher-level confrontation was necessary. Orochimaru's high-level technique of choice was the impure world reincarnation. This forbidden technique, invented by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, allowed the user to resurrect and control the deceased. The practitioner would gather numerous corpses, extracting a portion of their flesh and using a living body as a vessel for the deceased's soul, binding it and covering the living body with dirt to assume the appearance of the deceased. By inserting a kunai inscribed with seals into the back of the deceased's head, the practitioner could erase their consciousness, leaving the decision to retain emotional will to the user. The caster could release the control, but if the reincarnated were aware of the technique's hand seals, they could sever the summoning contract and escape control. Orochimaru intended to summon the past Hokages to bolster his combat strength. The third Hokage attempted to intervene, but his efforts were in vain. The first and second Hokages were summoned, while the fourth Hokage remained sealed away by the Reaper Death Seal and thus could not be resurrected. Nevertheless, the appearance of the first and second Hokages posed a significant challenge for the third Hokage. Long time no see, Monkey. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, greeted. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama remarked, "You are getting on in years, Monkey." The third Hokage responded, "I never anticipated encountering the two of you again under such circumstances. It is truly regrettable, though perhaps not entirely so. In fact, I find myself wishing never to see you both again." He had once been a disciple of these two formidable figures, fully aware of their immense power. However, he suspected Orochimaru would significantly restrain their abilities. After all, granting them too much strength could lead them to break free from the control of the impure world reincarnation, which would inevitably backfire on Orochimaru himself. Was there still a chance of victory? One could only hope that Orochimaru had not bestowed too much power upon them. At that moment, something approached from the sky. Tobirama was the first to sense the change and exclaimed, "That sensation. It is the caster of the impure world reincarnation. Quickly, release our constraints, or we shall perish." Orochimaru blinked, questioning whether this was mere alarmism. After all, the four purple flames formation was in place. Who could breach it? Yet, he too felt an unusual presence and obediently began forming hand seals. Simultaneously, Hashirama had already begun to act, his hands pressed together as he prepared his jutsu. The figure descending from the sky ignored the four purple flames formation and forcefully entered. At that moment, Orochimaru released the constraints on Hashirama, allowing him to reach the maximum capacity allowed by this impure world reincarnation, which was not particularly high due to the weakness of the sacrifice. Hashirama immediately unleashed his jutsu, Wood Dragon Technique. Susanoo. A blue Susanoo materialized out of thin air, pinning the wood dragon to the ground. The intruder, engulfed in the flames of the four purple flames formation, grinned and said, "I've waited a long time for this." It's time." Hashirama furrowed his brow. Why was Madara also summoned through impure world reincarnation? Indeed, the one who had arrived was Uchiha Madara, reincarnated. The original Madara had already been utilized, leaving only the impure Madara available. Upon witnessing the impure Madara, the third Hokage and Orochimaru were left speechless. The third Hokage immediately inquired, "Orochimaru, did you summon him as well?" "Not at all, sensei," Orochimaru replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was primarily due to the state of the impure Madara. He could sense that Madara's integrity was significantly greater than that of the first and second Hokage he had summoned. The power Madara could wield far surpassed that of his previous summons. However, this was not the main concern. The most pressing issue was, who else besides him would utilize the impure world reincarnation? This was a forbidden technique that ordinary individuals could not access, and even if they could, the version sealed in the second Hokage's book was outdated and inferior to his improved version. The precision of the technique emanating from this individual felt more refined, akin to a product of his continued research. Upon this realization, Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips. This was intriguing, very intriguing. He sensed the presence of a hidden mastermind manipulating events from behind the scenes. He believed that the Uchiha Itachi who had appeared before him, who later trained Sasuke, and the current impure Madara were all connected to this shadowy figure. After being frightened off last time, Orochimaru had immediately investigated Itachi's whereabouts, discovering that Itachi was not in the Land of Fire, leading him to conclude that the one before him was an imposter. Through a series of deductions, Orochimaru set a new target. He was immensely curious about this hidden mastermind and resolved to unearth their identity. Meanwhile, the impure Madara, too, how, mused to himself, is that infatuated expression directed at this Madara or at the hidden me? As expected, the people of this world possess formidable intelligence gathering and analytical skills, quickly discerning that a puppet master exists. Perhaps there is no need to feign ignorance any longer. I can afford to play bolder now. Well, that can wait for later. For now, let us enjoy some time with the impure Madara. Oh, my esteemed mentor still in university, grant me the divine power of Shikamaru. With time running short, Tuhao declared, let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle. It's time. The second phase of Susanoo swung its arm, and two Susanoo energy swords cleaved downward, shattering the ceiling and breaking through the four purple flames formation. TCH. Orochimaru cursed angrily, promptly turning to flee. The power displayed by his opponent had exceeded his expectations. It was evident that the impure first and second Hokage were no match for this figure, and it seemed the adversary had no intention of engaging the third Hokage. With no chance of victory, he resolved to escape while the first and second Hokage could still hold their ground. Thus, the plan to collapse Konoha was effectively thwarted. After all, who could have predicted the emergence of such a formidable opponent? Fortunately, most of the main forces had been dispatched by Sunagakure, and the losses on his side were merely expendable. If they perished, so be it. The Sound Ninja 4, witnessing their leader's retreat, followed suit without hesitation. They were resolute in their actions. The third Hokage considered pursuing them, but quickly realized that the feudal lord of the Land of Fire was still present. As Hokage, he must remain to protect them, and sending ordinary elite Umbu to chase would be futile. Thus, he was left to watch the enemy depart, a circumstance he could do little about. Alas, Konoha lacked exceptionally powerful warriors. On the other hand, with Orochimaru no longer controlling them, the impure first and second Hokage were free to unleash their full potential. The second Hokage promptly instructed the third Hokage, Monkey, send someone to protect the feudal lord and ensure the perimeter is secure. My brother, and I will hold him off. Understood. The third Hokage replied immediately, his feelings having shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he had wished fervently that these two figures would never return. Now, he yearned for them to remain in Konoha indefinitely. As enemies, they were terrifying, but as allies, they brought a sense of security. Meanwhile, Hashirama had taken the impure Madara to the training grounds, where their fierce battle was causing the ceiling to buckle under the strain. The entire arena was unable to withstand their confrontation, reminiscent of the Valley of the End, a location that had emerged due to their decisive clash, once a plain, now a battlefield. Thus began an intense confrontation, yet ultimately, no conclusive victor emerged. Both were reincarnated, and without sealing techniques, they could not produce a definitive outcome. After exchanging a few techniques for the thrill of battle, the impure Madara, Tuhao, ceased fighting. Seeing Madara halt, Hashirama inquired, Madara, what is the meaning of this? Nothing of consequence. You are simply too weak. This fight lacks any excitement. Let it be. The impure Madara replied with disinterest. Tobirama interjected, Madara, what is your purpose for appearing now? Do not pose obvious questions. Contemplate it yourself, or have you grown forgetful, Tobirama? Madara retorted. Tobirama seethed with frustration, but realized he was currently outmatched. Hashirama asked again, Madara, what is your purpose for appearing now? I merely wish to see you. My hands were itching for a fight, and as you can see, I too was summoned here, lacking any freedom of choice. To align with Madara's character, He promptly responded upon being questioned by Hashirama. Humph, all mere nonsense, Tobirama scoffed. Brother, find a way to restrain him. I will seize control of his impure world reincarnation. Be quiet for a moment, Tobirama. Let me converse with him. Perhaps I can extract further information, Hashirama suggested, feigning a desire for intelligence while genuinely wishing to converse. I should not be here. I should be beneath the carriage, Tobirama muttered. Very well, my time here has come to an end. Until we meet again, Hashirama, proclaimed the impure Madara, vanishing from sight. Wait, Madara, what do you mean by that? Hashirama called out, but Tuhou did not respond, dissolving the summoning of the impure Madara. Thus, in the end, no satisfactory conclusion was reached. At that moment, the third Hokage arrived with a contingent, apologizing, I deeply regret. First and second Hokage, that while I wish to converse further, I cannot ascertain whether Orochimaru will regain control over you. Thus, I must seal you both for now. If the practitioner does not dispel the impure soil, outsiders have little recourse and can only resort to sealing. The first and second Hokage, fully understanding the gravity of the situation, relaxed their bodies, allowing themselves to be sealed. Subsequently, the third Hokage, accompanied by the elite Jonin of the training ground, swept through the invading ninjas from the foreign village with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Gaara, originally central to this plan, was decisively defeated by Naruto and Sasuke working in tandem. Gaara had intended to summon the One-Tail, Shikaku, using a technique of false slumber, but was ensnared by Sasuke's Genjutsu, and ultimately, he was incapacitated by Naruto's Rasengan. Gaara's defeat was far more disastrous than in the original narrative, as he faced significantly stronger versions of the two main characters, who had surpassed their usual capabilities since the Valley of the End. In summary, due to various factors, particularly the chaotic actions of Tuhou, the plan to dismantle Konoha was thwarted before it could fully unfold, resulting in minimal casualties. One wonders if Orochimaru felt an urge to weep. He was relatively unscathed, having found a new objective, yet the Sand Village was in disarray, mourning the loss of their Kazekage and the capture of many elite ninjas. These individuals could not be neglected, they needed to be ransomed, or else Konoha would face further plundering from other ninja villages. Moreover, for an extended period, no one would be available to undertake missions, exacerbating the already precarious economy. Thus, they had no choice but to spend significantly to exchange for their captured comrades. Konoha, too, faced hardships. Following this battle, the third Hokage increasingly felt that his age and capabilities no longer supported his position as Hokage. Furthermore, Danzo was growing more formidable, emboldened by the success of this conflict. In a certain sense, Tuhou had inadvertently aided Danzo, yet Tuhou's intentions were merely to toy with Danzo's psyche. Despite Danzo's current bravado, he would undoubtedly be haunted at night by the events of that day, likely becoming a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. The third Hokage resolved to select a new Hokage. Who should it be? Conveniently, Jiraiya was within the village, so he decided to seek him out. Come on, old man. You know I have no interest in the Hokage position, Jiraiya declined, stating that the role was fraught with toil and burden. Whoever desired it could have it. Humph. You child, I figured as much. You, a wanderer, wouldn't he settle down? If you refuse, then I shall summon Tsunade back. Otherwise, the position will default to you. With that, the third Hokage added, this time, I will not permit dissent. Seeing the third's firmness, Jiraiya frowned. Old man, is there truly no rush? I may not have much time left. The third spoke with a hint of sorrow. After the previous battle, I sense my body deteriorating. Hence, I wish to pass on the title of Hokage while I still draw breath. After speaking, the third coughed violently, clearly in distress. Very well, I understand. Given his master's words, Jiraiya had little recourse but to comply. He turned and departed to find Tsunade. Once Jiraiya left, the third immediately retrieved a cigarette, thinking, You think you can outmaneuver me? Ah, experience triumphs over youth. At that moment, Jiraiya's head poked in through the window. Your cough was rather unconvincing, old man. Next time, try to act better. However, the new generation was rapidly overtaking the old. This time, it was Jiraiya's victory in the intelligence arena. Chapter 11. The telescope. The third Hokage's face flushed with embarrassment. You rascal. Haha. The wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he departed. Despite his age, in the presence of the third, he would forever remain a child. The third was also amused by Jiraiya's antics. reflecting on how splendid it would be if the three of them could return to their former days. Jiraiya's mission was to find Tsunade, and naturally, he would not go alone. This time, he planned to take Naruto with him. After the recent battle, Jiraiya felt that the village's available talent was insufficient and that it was crucial to cultivate exceptional new ninjas promptly. Naruto's previous performance had revealed his potential, leading Jiraiya to believe that Naruto might indeed be the prophesied child capable of altering the course of the ninja world. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to devote himself to training Naruto, preparing him to stand independently, just as his father had. And so, Jiraiya set forth with Naruto. At this juncture, two unexpected visitors arrived in Konoha, Itachi Uchiha and his partner Kisame. They had finally reached the village. Itachi, gazing upon Konoha, mused inwardly, after all these years. The village remains unchanged. That is for the best. Witnessing the peaceful atmosphere of the village, Itachi felt reassured that his earlier decision had been correct. Beside him, Kisame inquired, "Is this your village, Mr. Itachi? It looks rather nice." Itachi, ever succinct, chose not to respond. Kisame continued, "Our mission is to investigate the individual impersonating you and to capture the Nine Tails, correct?" "Yes, that is the case," Itachi affirmed. However, he had no intention of capturing the Jinchuriki. Having spent some time within the Akatsuki organization, Itachi had gained insight into the leader Pain's ambitions to collect the tailed beasts and create weapons of mass destruction, thereby establishing a strategic deterrent that would prevent any nation from resorting to war. In essence, this was a form of nuclear deterrence. Theoretically, this approach could succeed, and historically, there had been a period during which the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was alive. The ninja world refrained from conflict out of fear of his immense power. Yet, once he passed, wars erupted incessantly. Therefore, this method was merely a temporary solution. Nevertheless, if those wielding such weapons sought peace, that peace could endure far longer than a single strong individual imposing their will upon the world. However, this method also carried risks. If a dictator were to wield the weapon, the entire world could face devastation. Alternatively, if someone were to secretly develop weapons capable of countering them, conflict would inevitably arise, intensifying the violence and casualties. Worst of all, should someone seize the weapons, the outcome could be more catastrophic than under a dictator's rule. In conclusion, this strategy was not the optimal solution, and it posed significant challenges for Konoha. Though Itachi held affection for Konoha, he found it difficult to accept this notion. Thus, capturing the Nine Tails could be postponed for the time being. Yet, as he still needed to investigate the identity of the mysterious masked man, he could not detach himself from the Akatsuki. Therefore, he had to guard his true thoughts in front of Kisame, proceeding with caution to avoid revealing his espionage status while ensuring that he did not genuinely capture the Nine Tails, which he could easily accomplish with his abilities. At that moment, Itachi sensed a surge of chakra. An enemy was approaching? Was that Amaterasu? Being intimately familiar with his own technique, Itachi recognized the activation of Amaterasu and swiftly moved. He soon discovered that black flames had already engulfed Kisame. Was the target Kisame? Itachi immediately threw a shuriken towards Kisame while calling out, "Kisame." The two had worked together long enough to develop a strong synergy. Kisame quickly noticed the black flames enveloping him and understood Itachi's intent. The shuriken Itachi threw shredded Kisame's clothing, and employing the body flicker technique, Kisame evaded the flames of Amaterasu. Subsequently, Itachi pulled the bare-skinned Kisame into a corner for safety. "What just happened, Mr. Itachi? Wasn't he that your technique?" Kisame asked, concerned, once they were temporarily safe. "That was not my technique. It must be the attack of the imposter," Itachi replied. Itachi formed hand seals with one hand, and simultaneously, dozens of crows emerged from his body, soaring into the surroundings. This technique, known as crow summoning, was intended to locate the assailant. An enemy? Where could they be? Kisame drew his sword, Samahata, with his eyes closed. Itachi received the information relayed by the crows. The enemy's location was nowhere to be found. He was astonished to discover that there was no trace of the enemy in the vicinity. The technique Amaterasu, which he was intimately familiar with, ignited an eternal black flame within his line of sight. Despite its efficacy, the side effects were rather severe, consuming visual power and causing significant strain on his eyesight, accompanied by painful sensations. Nonetheless, it was an incredibly useful ninjutsu. Using it for a surprise attack was formidable. However, It could only be employed within a range where he could focus his vision. Now, with no signs of life around him, how could the opponent have used Amaterasu against him? Was there a technique for invisibility at play? Or perhaps, Itachi pondered, was the enemy attacking from beyond his line of sight? He had considered this possibility when he learned about the Manjiki Sharingan's ability to utilize Amaterasu, but he had not found a means to extend his line of sight. Regardless, he needed to test the enemy's method of attack. Thus, Itachi utilized a shadow clone, preparing to draw a line of engagement to discern the enemy's actions. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, Tuhou's Akatsuki Itachi was observing through a telescope. Indeed, he had just employed the remarkable technique known as telescope Amaterasu. By enhancing the focus range with the telescope, he could execute long-range assassinations. Was this method feasible? Uncertain. But if the forum claimed it worked, then it must be valid. After all, who understands Naruto better than the forum? Tuhou mused internally. This technique is truly effective. It's quite gratifying to utilize it to deceive the opponent. The enemy will likely deploy a clone to test the waters next. I wonder if this technique can transmit information effectively. As anticipated, Itachi's clone appeared, prompting Tuhou to activate another jutsu, the Great Mirror Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami was an illusion technique wielded by Uchiha Itachi through his left Manjiki Sharingan. This technique could ensnare an opponent's mind within an illusionary realm, where the user held dominion over all aspects, including time, place, and quality. The adversary would experience immense physical and mental anguish within this illusion, as the suffering mirrored that of reality. Merely catching sight of Itachi's eyes would suffice to ensnare them. Theoretically, the opponent needed to be within his line of sight to fall victim to the illusion. However, with the telescope magnifying the scene on their side, could it still be activated? Just as Itachi's clone materialized, it beheld the reflection of its own handsome visage through the telescope. Could this truly be done? Itachi, the clone, had never imagined his ocular techniques could be manipulated in such a manner. With this in mind, it aligned perfectly with Akatsuki Itachi's gaze, rendering the clone susceptible to the illusion. Thus, Itachi's clone's consciousness was drawn into the realm of illusion. After a moment, the clone was dispelled, and Itachi, the original, received the information relayed from it. His pupils dilated in shock as he turned to Kisame, declaring, "The opponent is formidable. We cannot confront them. Retreat." The command was executed decisively, without hesitation. Kisame, seeing the urgency, complied without objection, and the two swiftly departed from the Hidden Leaf village. Thus, Itachi and his team's incursion into the Hidden Leaf remained unbeknownst to anyone. Meanwhile, witnessing Itachi's retreat, Tuhou dispelled Akatsuki Itachi and internally remarked, "Well, the information has been successfully transmitted. Itachi will likely begin to take action against Obito now." The information Tuhou relayed primarily concerned Sasuke's recent developments and the mysterious masked figure he was pursuing. Aware of Sasuke's condition, Itachi felt a surge of relief and gratitude towards this enigmatic individual who had accomplished much that he had failed to do himself, if it were indeed true. Concurrently, with knowledge of Obito's identity and abilities, Itachi began to prepare his strategy against him. For the peace of the Hidden Leaf, Obito must not be allowed to survive. Now, Obito had gained another adversary. Curiosity about his situation piqued. During the Nin exams, he had disguised himself to infiltrate the audience, primarily to gather intelligence on Tuhou, although he was unaware of the name. Despite the psychological turmoil inflicted by Tuhou, Obito was no ordinary warrior and quickly regained his composure. He had developed a new perspective on Tuhou, now a target that must be eliminated. Henceforth, he needed to investigate Tuhou thoroughly, until he acquired detailed information. He would refrain from revealing himself, even postponing the Moon Eye plan. After all, without eliminating Tuhou, the Moon Eye would remain unattainable. Seated in the audience, he endured Tuhou's taunts. Though infuriated, Obito restrained himself from retaliating. Moreover, his close observation allowed him to gather valuable insights. Currently, he sat in his secret base, contemplating Tuhou's information. The Kamui space was no longer secure, and he could not afford to enter it unnecessarily. Obito pondered, "I still do not know who this individual, capable of transforming into others, truly is, but I have not come away empty-handed. I can ascertain that he possesses the ability to become anyone, including me, Itachi, and even Madara in his Edo Tensei state. Why is he in the Edo state? Is there a particular reason? Furthermore, when he transformed into me, he bore the Rinnegan in his left eye. a dojutsu I have never wielded. According to my plan, I would retrieve the Rinnegan from Nagato one day to initiate the Moon Eye plan, but that is a matter for the future. Suddenly, Obito stumbled upon a blind spot. Madara had not been reanimated after his death. Perhaps he would be resurrected in the future. If that were the case, could this person be from the future? What a clever deduction. However, it seemed a bit far-fetched. Was there a legend of time travel in the ancient Lulan kingdom? Could this individual be returning from the future? Following his train of thought, Obito surmised, in the future, if my Moon Eye plan succeeded and I became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, this person, knowing they would not be my match, returned from the future via Lulan's dragon vein to defeat me before I acquired true power, thus altering the future. This is highly plausible. With this realization, Obito felt a surge of excitement. After all, if this line of reasoning held true, it signified his success, which was a cause for joy. Yet, what if it were not the case? Feeling a tinge of despondency, he quickly rallied himself. No, regardless of the truth, he remains my enemy. I simply need to defeat him. With this resolve, Obito continued to analyze. While other aspects remained unclear, he had gained insights into combat. Firstly, although he could transform into others and perfectly utilize their skills, the duration was limited, as evidenced by the battle between Madara and the Edo Tensei Second Hokage, lasting no more than 5 minutes. However, he could continuously change forms, so the 5-minute limit should not be the benchmark for combat. How many individuals could he transform into? Moreover, the techniques employed by the masked version of me differed from those used without the mask. Should they be considered two distinct states? Obito recalled his confrontation with Tu Hao, noting how he had wielded a fan while masked, yet it vanished once the mask was removed. These details were worth investigating. It appeared there was much to uncover. It was clear that further observation was necessary. But how to observe? Currently, several figures have appeared: Kakashi, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Thus, a network of surveillance has been established around these three. Even if their true identities remain concealed, their transformed appearances and combat habits can be observed. Obito is meticulously laying the groundwork for future battles. Concurrently, an investigation into the situation in Lulan is warranted, if time travel is indeed a reality. The astute Obito has commenced actions in pursuit of his plans. What, then, shall Tu Hao do next? A gamble seems in order. Opposite him sits a formidable opponent known as the Fat Sheep, Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan from Konoha. Tu Hao has lingered in Konoha for far too long. It is time to consider venturing out. Otherwise, he risks being deemed a suspicious character. Therefore, he finds himself on the famed gambling street, observing but refraining from participating, as trusting a casino not to cheat is akin to asking an elderly lady to consume arsenic. However, his perspective shifts upon encountering Tsunade. Who is Tsunade, you may ask? Currently, she is overshadowed by the Raikage, which is of little consequence. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and his wife, Mito Uzumaki, and is renowned as one of the legendary Sannin, excelling in both taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. A woman of remarkable prowess, she possesses a significant flaw, a compulsive gambling addiction, and she invariably loses. This has led the regulars at the casino to regard her as a fat sheep, for any wager against her guarantees a profitable outcome. Naturally, upon encountering such a fat sheep, Tu Hao seizes the opportunity for a thrilling contest. To his surprise, Tsunade finds herself winning, which is quite extraordinary given her history of perpetual losses. Initially apprehensive about her victory, fearing it foreshadowed an impending disaster, she soon realizes that her opponent is equally unfortunate, thus providing her with a glimmer of hope. At present, their match record stands at 6 wins for Tu Hao and 4 for Tsunade, a narrow margin, leading her to believe that her skill could turn the tide in her favor. However, just as she prepares for another round, Tu Hao declares, "Let this be the end for today." Why? Tsunade responds, flustered at the abrupt cessation of what could be her turning point. Tu Hao, feeling it is time to rest, prepares to leave. "No," she exclaims, slamming her hand on the table, which splinters under the force. "You cannot simply run away after winning. Stay." "Lady Tsunade, you cannot be serious," interjects Shizune, Tsunade's disciple and attendant. Reluctantly, Tu Hao agrees to continue the game. After several rounds, however, Tsunade finds herself utterly depleted of funds. "How could this happen?" she exclaims, astonished by the sudden reversal of fortunes. Tu Hao, counting his winnings, sighs, "You were just experiencing minor losses. But your refusal to relent has led to this predicament. Now you're on the brink of losing everything. It becomes evident that Tuhao's earlier performance was merely a ruse. I refuse to accept this. Let us play again. Tsunade insists, her temper flaring, unwilling to concede. But you have no chips left, Tuhao responds, preparing to make his exit. With a resounding crash, Tsunade shatters the gambling table, glaring menacingly at Tuhao, a blatant threat. If you dare to leave, prepare to meet the same fate as this table. In the face of such intimidation, Tuhao chuckles, unperturbed. I am no stranger to threats. I stand unafraid. He then reclines on the floor, playfully declaring, come now, do not let my delicate nature sway your decision. Tsunade, renowned in the ninja world, finds herself at a loss. She cannot resort to violence against an ordinary person devoid of chakra. Tuhao's nonchalant demeanor leaves her frustrated. Surely, she cannot drag him up and beat him. Word of such an event would reach the third Hokage, resulting in dire consequences. With no other option, she relents. However, if you wish for my company in gambling, that can be arranged, Tuhao suggests. What do you mean? Tsunade inquires. Having lived for over 50 years and not easily deceived. If you serve as my personal maid for 2 days, not only will I return your losses, but I shall also reward you with a commission. Shizun interjects, incredulous. How dare you speak to Lady Tsunade in such a manner? She is a legendary Sannin, the mightiest medical ninja. A commoner cannot demand such service. I can accompany you in gambling for those 2 days, Tuhao continues. Fine, it is settled, Tsunade concedes. Eager for the prospect of gambling, Shizun is left speechless. Tuhao then places the money into Shizun's hands and buries his face in Tsunade's bosom. Shizun blushes, flustered. Hey, maintain your decorum. Tsunade, however, remains largely unfazed. At her age, such actions are trivial, though she nonetheless scoffs. What a lecherous little brat. Tuhao chuckles, reminiscent of a youthful idol. 3 days later, Jiraiya arrives with Naruto, only to find Tsunade clad in maid attire. He can't help but tease. You've truly become someone else's maid? Tsunade's cheeks flush, embarrassed at being seen by an old friend in such a state, particularly since he knows her age. Wait a moment, did we not agree on just 2 days? Why has it extended to 3? Oh, Tsunade voluntarily extended her stay, primarily due to the enjoyment. Tuhao interjects. Rather than playing the role of a maid, it feels more like Tsunade is merely accompanying him, as she does not need to serve him tea or run errands. Instead, she lounges while Tuhao revels in gambling, covering all expenses, which only heightens her enjoyment. Why not prolong this delightful arrangement? Yet, one might wonder if Tuhao is merely incurring losses. Not at all. He has the perfect companion in Tsunade. To him, women are like fine wine, only improving with age. 50 years is hardly a concern, especially since Tsunade's youthful spirit remains undiminished. As for Tsunade, resting her head on his lap poses no issue, and both parties are content to extend their time together. Returning to the matter at hand, Tsunade queries Jiraiya, what brings you here? Instead of answering, Jiraiya comments, at your age, wearing such clothing is quite the sight. Although he speaks in jest, he surreptitiously retrieves a camera to capture this rare moment, intending to preserve it as a family treasure. Though he has no children, he figures it could be passed down to Naruto. Tsunade snatches the camera from him and crushes it, her fist crackling with chakra. Dare to capture this moment on film, and you shall see the consequences. Jiraiya protests, how petty. Humph. Shizun, let us depart. Tsunade huffs, prepared to leave. Lady Tsunade, what about your attire? Shizun asks. I shall return to change. Tsunade exclaims angrily. Observing Tsunade's furious demeanor, Jiraiya refrained from speaking, aware that any careless remark could provoke her wrath and result in a punch to the face. It would be wiser to wait until her anger subsided before attempting to counsel her. At that moment, Tuhao emerged from the house, exclaiming, my dedicated maid is gone. But it was about time anyway, so it's no great loss. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, intrigued by this individual who seemed to have a firm grasp on Tsunade's temperament. Naruto interjected, Uncle Tuhao, what brings you here? Tuhao nodded in response, saying, well, I came here for a little vacation. Jiraiya inquired, Naruto, do you know him? Yes, replied Naruto, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized, I see, you're quite an interesting fellow. Oh, I'm just an ordinary person who enjoys wandering. Tuhao waved his hand dismissively. An ordinary person? Jiraiya scrutinized Tuhao, noting that he lacked any remarkable power, appearing to be an average human. However, with his years of experience in discerning character, Jiraiya sensed an air of authority about Tu Hao, indicating he was far from ordinary. Yet, merely having an authoritative presence could easily apply to nobles or dignitaries. This line of thought did not seem particularly suspicious. Still, there was an odd feeling, as if Tu Hao harbored some hidden secret. At that moment, Tu Hao leaned closer to Jiraiya, producing a stack of photographs, and said, "Lord Jiraiya, how about some tickets? The price is negotiable." Jiraiya glanced at the pile, which contained numerous photos of Tsunade clad in maid attire. "You have quite the clever approach." Jiraiya's expression transformed into one of camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. He then discreetly tucked the photographs away, assuring, "I will pay you later." The two shared a hearty laugh, leaving Naruto bewildered, wondering why they were laughing in such a lewd manner, reminiscent of Kakashi. Following this amusing interlude, Jiraiya became acquainted with Tu Hao, and they engaged in lively conversation. Tu Hao generously reserved the entire venue at a hotel for the evening, declaring, "All expenses are on me." The two reveled in the entertainment of dancing girls while enjoying drinks, thoroughly indulging themselves, leaving Naruto to fend for himself. After a night of heavy drinking, Jiraiya recalled his true purpose, to persuade Tsunade to become the Hokage. He realized that lingering in merriment was not conducive to his mission. Thus, he promptly shifted his focus to the task at hand. Yet convincing Tsunade to accept the role proved to be a formidable challenge. Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, had aspired to be Hokage, and her former lover, Dan, also wished to protect the village and his beloved by assuming that position. Tragically, in the brutality of war, Tsunade's brother met his demise in a tragic explosion, leaving her heartbroken. During a mission with her lover, she witnessed Dan gravely injured, his insides ravaged. And despite her best efforts to heal him, she was unable to save him. This left an indelible scar on her soul, contributing to her blood phobia and aversion to the Hokage position, leading her to withdraw from village affairs. Thus, Tsunade wandered with Dan's niece, Shizune, imparting her medical ninjutsu to her. She spent her days gambling, seeking to pass the time, and unless fortune favored her, she invariably suffered great losses, becoming renowned in the gambling world as a proverbial cash cow. This encapsulates Tsunade's plight. Upon hearing Tsunade's rejection of the Hokage position, Naruto felt discontent and stepped forward to express his dream of becoming Hokage. However, Tsunade scoffed at Naruto's aspirations, eliciting his frustration. Tsunade, fond of gambling, proposed a wager. If Naruto could train to hit her within a week, she would return to the Hokage position. Without hesitation, Naruto accepted the challenge, while Jiraiya, observing the situation, sighed in disbelief, knowing that without months of practice, Naruto would be unlikely to touch Tsunade, viewing her challenge as an unfair burden. Given Tsunade's current disposition, the likelihood of her voluntarily relinquishing the challenge seemed bleak. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to devise a means to impart some skills to Naruto, enabling him to face Tsunade. And so, the training commenced. On the third day of training, uninvited guests arrived, Orochimaru and his subordinate, Kabuto. What could they possibly want? In the original narrative, after the third Hokage rendered Orochimaru's hands unusable, he faced unbearable pain and was unable to perform any jutsu requiring hand signs. Ultimately, he decided to seek out Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, hoping she could heal his hands. However, now that Orochimaru had escaped unscathed, what was his purpose in seeking Tsunade? In truth, he was not there for Tsunade. His true target was Naruto. Since the emergence of the reanimated Obito, Orochimaru had shifted his focus from the destruction of Konoha to Obito himself. Possessing exceptional analytical abilities, Orochimaru had connected all the threads of chaos, explaining that aside from not having confronted Tu Hao directly, he was nearly as informed about Obito as anyone else. However, compared to Obito's theories of time travel, Orochimaru was more inclined to believe that a shadowy mastermind had utilized a unique ninjutsu to replicate individuals, controlling them similarly to his reanimation technique. What intrigued him was that this technique could even replicate the living, hinting at the potential for valuable discoveries. Thus, Orochimaru initiated a pursuit of this enigmatic figure. But how did this relate to Naruto? This conclusion stemmed from his intelligence analysis. After returning, Orochimaru began to investigate from the beginning. He discovered that the earliest strange occurrences did not involve his own encounter with Itachi in the Forest of Death, but rather Kakashi's team encountering the deceased Obito in the Land of Waves. While a normal person might assume it was Obito himself, Orochimaru speculated it was a mere shadow summoned by the mastermind. The next occurrence was Itachi in the Forest of Death, followed by another significant event, prior to the official commencement of the Nin exams. A figure resembling Minato Namikaze had been aiding Naruto's training, while Itachi had been assisting Sasuke. From this perspective, the hidden figure had consistently been supporting Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto. Although this was merely conjecture, it was the only lead available. The next step was to validate this theory. Since Sasuke and Kakashi remained in Konoha, Naruto was the only one outside, making him the sole candidate to test the accuracy of this hypothesis. Naturally, Orochimaru would not disclose his true intentions. He fabricated a story for Tsunade and Jiraiya, claiming that the Akatsuki organization was gathering tailed beasts and that he intended to abduct Naruto for a trade. This would ensure that neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade would agree to his plan. Jiraiya would never allow his disciple to be taken, and Tsunade, too, could not bear to witness a fellow villager being captured, especially knowing that the Akatsuki sought the Nine Tails. The tailed beasts extracted from their hosts would result in their deaths, and Tsunade was determined not to witness any more of her villagers perish before her eyes. Thus, the three former comrades in arms, known as the Legendary Three, prepared for battle. However, Tsunade was quickly subdued due to her blood phobia. As previously mentioned, Tsunade's traumatic experiences with the deaths of her lover and brother had left her with a fear of blood. It was a cruel irony that a medical ninja would succumb to terror at the sight of blood. Taking advantage of this, Kabuto managed to hold Tsunade at bay, nearly overpowering her. Was she truly being bested by a younger opponent? How humiliating. Yet, the moment she glimpsed blood, Tsunade felt an uncontrollable tremor wash over her. How could she possibly engage in combat? However, at that moment, Naruto stepped forward, defeating Kabuto with his own strength. Yet he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Nevertheless, due to Naruto's selfless determination, Tsunade overcame her fear of blood and promptly provided him with medical treatment, saving his life. Thus, all three were in optimal condition, and the true battle was about to commence. Each summoned their respective spirit beasts. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta, Tsunade summoned a slug, and Orochimaru summoned Manda. The three stood atop their summoned creatures, poised for confrontation, the air thick with anticipation. In the midst of the battlefield, a delicate flower swayed in the wind, reminiscent of the once strong friendship among the three, now perilously close to being crushed beneath a foot. Indeed, today's ninjas are far weaker than in our era, Hashirama, exclaimed the resurrected Madara Uchiha, who casually stepped on the flower. Instantly, all attention was drawn to him. Orochimaru gravely remarked, "Uchiha Madara, even if he is but a shadow, his power is undeniably real. We must proceed with caution." Excitement surged within Orochimaru as Madara's appearance validated his theories, allowing him to closely observe Madara's formidable strength, which he had previously only glimpsed. "Is that truly Uchiha Madara?" Jiraiya inquired anxiously, recalling the overwhelming chakra he sensed during the first Hokage's battle with Madara, a force so monstrous it defied belief. If they had fought with full might, could the village have remained safe? What was Madara's purpose in reappearing now? Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. Madara was the arch-nemesis of her grandfather, a name she had often heard in her youth. As a renegade Uchiha, defeating him was a responsibility of the Senju clan. Thus, she demanded, "You are Uchiha Madara? What brings you here? Purpose? I simply heard that you three are the strongest ninjas of this era, so I came to see for myself. However, I am sorely disappointed. The last scion of the Senju clan possesses such paltry power, unacceptable." Madara scoffed. The disdain in his voice ignited Tsunade's fury. She yearned to strike him down immediately. "Give it up. You alone are no match for me, nor would all three of you be," Madara taunted. "Well then, since I am here, let me demonstrate what true power looks like." His eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's excitement peaked. The Rinnegan? Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The Rinnegan evolves from the Sharingan, and considering his previous use of Wood Release, he has truly fused the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Wait, could that Rinnegan be the same as Pain's? Is it appropriate to ponder such thoughts on the battlefield? Madara declared, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The inferno rushed toward Orochimaru, instantly dousing his exhilaration in cold dread. What a joke. This is the great fire annihilation? Compared to this technique, my master's fire jutsu is mere theatrics. Third Hokage, is there really any comparison between fire jutsu and Uchiha, especially Madara? In an instant, Both Orochimaru and Manda were seared to a crisp. Fortunately, in a moment of quick thinking, Orochimaru ordered Manda to shed his skin, narrowly escaping incineration. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru faced the attack, Tsunade charged Madara from the side. "Die, you bastard!" Her powerful punch struck, but was met by the second stage of Madara's Susanoo, which appeared to block her blow. Feeling the solidity of her opponent, Tsunade gasped in shock. This is the third power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo. Kneel before its might, human. The colossal sword of Susanoo swung toward her. Tsunade dodged, initiating a close-quarters struggle, while Orochimaru attempted to flank from another direction. "Where's Jiraiya?" Tsunade wondered aloud. "Oh, he is gathering Sage Chakra," Jiraiya muttered. "Damn it, I should have begun preparing for Sage Mode earlier." His true strength could only be unleashed in Sage Mode, a process that required several minutes to accumulate chakra. "Come on, are you dragging your feet?" Despite their previous camaraderie, the three, now on the brink of despair, found themselves fighting side by side again, a fleeting echo of their past. Yet, there was no time to dwell on nostalgia. The pressure Madara exerted was overwhelming. Tsunade's full-strength strike merely cracked Madara's Susanoo, which he would quickly repair. The sword swings posed a lethal threat to them, while both were resilient. Facing Susanoo head-on was not a strategy any rational person would adopt. "Jiraiya, are you ready yet?" Tsunade shouted in frustration, her patience waning as they battled fiercely, while he seemed to lag behind. Such immature sage techniques in actual combat. "I wonder what he has been practicing all these years," Orochimaru criticized, discontented with Jiraiya's half-hearted approach. "Enough about me. I am finally charged up," Jiraiya exclaimed, stepping onto the battlefield. "It took time, did it not? Must you berate me so? Are you finally ready?" "What a slowpoke," Madara yawned. The three ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at his mockery. Had he truly been toying with them, merely stalling for time until Jiraiya's arrival? How could a lord take a child seriously? "Well, you are no longer children, so allow me to demonstrate the true power that rivals the sage of the six paths." Hashirama Senju. Madara began forming seals, his Susanoo synchronizing with him in the process. "What technique is this?" Tsunade exclaimed, observing Madara's seals, yet seeing no immediate change. She puzzled, "Is it merely for show?" "Tsunade, look above," Jiraiya warned. Upon his urging, Tsunade noticed the sun had vanished, not disappeared, but instead, a meteor was hurtling down from the sky. "Heaven's wrath," Madara proclaimed confidently. "Can the three of you, hailed as the Sannin, withstand this onslaught? Damn it, my Sage Mode won't suffice against that." Jiraiya realized in alarm. "Don't just stand there, run," Tsunade shouted, pulling Jiraiya away. "What about Orochimaru?" Jiraiya asked as they fled. "He already took off," Tsunade retorted, frustrated with Orochimaru's lack of loyalty. After their prior cooperation, he had abandoned them decisively. The three ninjas, once united as birds of a feather, now scattered in the face of calamity. Yet, even as Tsunade grumbled, she knew their past bonds had long since frayed. They were now adversaries. Their focus shifted to their escape. At that moment, Gamabunta leaped in. "Get on." He had already retrieved Naruto and Shizune and now came to aid Tsunade and Jiraiya, using his powerful leaping ability to evade the meteor's impact zone. "We dodged the first one, but what about the second?" Madara inquired with a grin. As they leapt clear of the first meteor, they beheld a larger, rounder one descending ominously, a fate they could not escape. After exchanging glances, Tsunade and Jiraiya promptly commenced their synchronized actions. Jiraiya dispelled Bunta's summoning, while Tsunade called forth a slug to envelop everyone, serving as a cushion to absorb the impending impact. However, this measure proved unnecessary. For the two meteors above were nothing but shoddy constructions. They disintegrated mid-air, falling as mere stone rain. Given the resilience of a ninja's body, the threat posed was far from fatal. Had it been Orochimaru, the impact would have been genuine. For Jiraiya and Tsunade, it was merely a display of skill. Of course, Tsunade and the others within the slug remained unaware of this. They only realized they had successfully evaded the attack. Once emerged from the slug, both Jiraiya and Tsunade felt a twinge of uncertainty. They had believed themselves to be quite formidable, yet now it seemed they had much room for improvement. Moreover, a sense of crisis arose. What were Madara and his unseen accomplice truly plotting? Would it impact the entire ninja world? Having endured 2 wars, they were loath to witness widespread chaos once more, prompting the necessity for thorough preparation. In the absence of knowledge regarding their adversaries' intentions, They resolved to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Meanwhile, upon returning to his base, Orochimaru addressed Kabuto, inquiring about his thoughts on the newfound power. It's breathtaking, Lord Orochimaru. Is that the power of the Rinnegan? Kabuto's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge and strength. Indeed, that is the Rinnegan. However, the true value lies in the ability to replicate that power at will, Orochimaru replied, excitement evident as he flicked his tongue. He yearned to acquire Taheyo's abilities. Yet, the true mastermind had yet to reveal themselves, making it impossible to engage without a means of communication. Orochimaru had left clones to monitor the movements of the reanimated Madara, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace, thwarting their attempts to trace the source. It appears we must compel them to initiate communication. Indeed, we require Sasuke. Since they are so concerned with Sasuke and Naruto, we shall bring one of them here. If we cannot secure Naruto, we can capture Sasuke instead. He desires vengeance against Itachi Uchiha, which necessitates power, and at present, Konoha lacks anyone capable of teaching him. I am the most suitable candidate, and with an invitation, he may come willingly. If not, we shall resort to abduction. Thus, Orochimaru set forth with his new scheme to bring Sasuke to his side. This plan was hardly novel. In the meantime, Tsunade was not idle. It was time to fulfill her wager with Naruto. Truth be told, Tsunade had come to accept her return to the role of Hokage, yet a bet must be honored. Thus, their duel was about to commence. Am I truly fighting Tsunade? Is this for real? Naruto, having long prepared himself, charged into the fray, undeterred, but was swiftly intercepted. As long as I can land a hit on Granny, I'll take my shot. And so, Naruto Uzumaki in Sage Mode made his entrance. From the sidelines, Taheyo pointed at Sage Naruto and asked, is that a clone? To which the nearby Shizune replied, it shouldn't be, right? Naruto, noticing the figure before him, scratched his head and asked, who are you? Don't interfere with our battle. Unbeknownst to him, the figure was indeed himself. Jiraiya and Tsunade were momentarily stunned. Jiraiya quickly assumed a defensive stance, demanding, who are you? Apologies. I was just so thrilled to see the pervy sage that I jumped out, Naruto exclaimed, somewhat flustered. I should be the Naruto from 4 years in the future. His manner of speaking was unmistakably that of Naruto. Jiraiya scrutinized him closely, pondering, but what do you mean by being excited to see me? What does that imply? Given his familiarity with Naruto, he began to suspect that this was the Naruto from 3 years hence. Tsunade, piecing things together, felt a shadow of foreboding cross her features. The pervy sage has fallen. Yet, she thought, no matter, I have returned now, and this issue can be sidestepped. Look, I've mastered Sage Mode. Naruto proudly indicated his sage eyes. Really? You've achieved perfect Sage Mode? Well done. Jiraiya beamed, proud of his apprentice's growth. However, a frown creased his brow as he contemplated. Is it really wise to reveal so much? Spoiling the future isn't advisable. I'm not sure, but since I was sent back, I feel I must speak, Naruto asserted seriously. Who sent you back? Jiraiya inquired, intrigued. The Sage of Six Paths. Naruto replied earnestly. In any case, time is short, so I must address the urgent matters. I don't know how to say this. Jiraiya remarked. This really fits Naruto's character. Is he still as clueless 3 years from now? First and foremost, the critical information. The pervy sage was killed while gathering intel on the Akatsuki's leader in the Land of Rain. The leader's name is Pain, and his true identity is Nagato, my former comrade. Nagato? He's alive? Jiraiya gasped, astonished. The intelligence he had received stated that all 3 of his former students had perished. How could one still be alive? Naruto explained, he is indeed alive. No, he actually established the original Akatsuki under Yahiko's leadership, striving for peace through conventional means. However, after being betrayed by Hanzo, Yahiko sacrificed himself to protect the others. In despair, Nagato used the Rinnegan's abilities to kill Hanzo and subsequently decided to achieve peace through the use of tailed beast weaponry. Anyone who dares to oppose him will face annihilation by those weapons, regardless of the casualties. Nagato. Jiraiya's expression turned grim. He could understand how Nagato had transformed into such a being, but to witness that gentle child commit such atrocities was heart-wrenching. There's no time to waste. In summary, the 6 pains are all puppets he controls, and to defeat him, one must locate his true body. I'm off now. Farewell, pervy sage. With that, Sage Naruto vanished. His words left everyone present in a profound silence. Of course, the real Naruto remained oblivious to the exchange, while Taheyo feigned comprehension. Taihao surmised that many would likely seek to uncover his identity, so rather than waiting for them to dig, he would preemptively disclose some information. He intended to reveal half-truths about Nagato's identity alongside falsehoods about the Sage of Six Paths, hoping to mislead a considerable number of people, especially those fond of schemes, who were prone to overthink and easily manipulated. Thus, he would share a few snippets, allowing them to concoct their own narratives. As a result, Black Zetsu, having overheard these revelations, began to envision his brother desperately attempting to thwart his efforts to save their mother. Black Zetsu seethed with anger. Yet he could also perceive that his future self had succeeded, hence his intervention at this moment. That's splendid. I must redouble my efforts. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade began to deliberate on the Akatsuki issue, a topic for another time. For now, they would return to the village to assume the role of Hokage. Tsunade agreed to accompany Jiraiya back to the village to take on the responsibilities of Hokage. Was everything progressing toward a positive outcome? Who could say? Change brings excitement. Taihao also sought new endeavors, for according to the original plot, Sasuke's retrieval mission was imminent. However, at present, Sasuke was living quite comfortably, with no inclination to seek out Orochimaru, which posed a problem. It wasn't merely for amusement that Taihao felt compelled to push Sasuke toward Orochimaru. The village lacked suitable mentors to facilitate Sasuke's growth. Now, Sasuke had only two options for strengthening himself: find a capable teacher or delve into the Uchiha clan's Sharingan secrets. The first point to note is that Kakashi, who is most closely aligned with Naruto, currently has little new knowledge to impart. Instead, Naruto himself requires time to cultivate his recently discovered ability to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. He is now engrossed in this study. However, the process of developing the Mangekyou Sharingan necessitates intense emotional stimulation. Given the cheerful atmosphere in Konoha, how can he possibly awaken it? Would he need to harm Naruto? Such an act is certainly out of the question. Thus, it would be more prudent for him to seek out Orochimaru for training, which would also serve to strengthen their bond, facilitating Orochimaru's eventual redemption. Consequently, Taihao summoned Itachi to locate Sasuke. "Nissan," Sasuke exclaimed joyfully. "The brooding prince of vengeance has vanished entirely." "Sasuke, your hatred for me is insufficient," Itachi replied. In essence, he aimed to temper Sasuke's demeanor slightly, preventing him from becoming the frivolous Sasuke of the shinobi path. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened once more. "Is my brother losing his mind again? Will you not avenge our family's blood feud?" Itachi persisted. "Are you suggesting that I should continue to strike you?" Sasuke asked, bewildered. "Indeed. However, you are currently too weak. You must continue to enhance your strength, so leave Konoha." Itachi insisted. "Why?" Sasuke protested, unwilling to abandon his village. "I can still strengthen myself here in Konoha." "No, that would be far too slow. You should have realized that Kakashi can no longer teach you anything new. What you truly need is a capable mentor to help you unlock your potential more swiftly." "But Nissan, can't you stay here to guide me?" Sasuke inquired. "I cannot remain in Konoha for long. Thus, it is not feasible. Don't be foolish. My expertise lies in unleashing techniques, not in providing guidance. I taught Naruto only the fundamentals, and that was merely a matter of rote learning combined with my previous understanding from reading manga. However, I am not proficient in advanced techniques, so I cannot instruct you." After concocting an excuse, Taihao continued, "Naruto has already become a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. If you wish to maintain your lead over him, you must find a teacher of equal caliber." "You mean that Orochimaru from before?" Sasuke thought of the man who had obsessively pursued him. "Indeed. Although he desires to seize your body, I believe such a threat is manageable for my exceptional little brother. Therefore, go to him and seize all of his knowledge." Itachi further elucidated. Initially, Sasuke paid little heed, but upon hearing his brother praise him as exceptional, his head instinctively lifted, resembling a curious kitten. "Understood. I will go, Nissan." Sasuke replied earnestly, driven by both his brother's request and his desire not to fall behind Naruto. "After you graduate from Orochimaru's tutelage, seek me out, defeat me, and you shall uncover the truth of the past. Otherwise, you risk losing those dear to you once more." Itachi's Mangekyou began to swirl. "Surely, you do not wish to witness Naruto and Sakura perish before your eyes." At this, Sasuke felt a jolt, conjuring vivid imagery in his mind, as his Sharingan activated and began to spin rapidly. Was this the precursor to awakening the Mangekyou? If Naruto were to perish, the Mangekyou would surely awaken instantly. However, as the Uchiha heir, Even the massacre of his entire clan had merely triggered a single tome. Mere imagination would not suffice to invoke the Mangeki. Yet, Sasuke felt fear during this period. He had come to regard Naruto and Sakura, albeit begrudgingly, as family. Having once lost family, he was determined not to suffer that loss again. Thus, he resolved to leave Konoha. Satisfied with the outcome, Itachi smiled and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Do not fret. With sufficient strength, such a fate will never come to pass. With that, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. Once again, Sasuke sighed and prepared to pack his belongings. Coincidentally, on that very day, Orochimaru's subordinates, the Sound Four, arrived to extend an invitation to Sasuke from Orochimaru. In a sea of people, I have sought you for so long, only to find you at this moment. Sasuke, who had been fretting over how to locate Orochimaru, was pleasantly surprised that they sought him out instead. Very well, I shall accompany you, he decided, though he felt it improper to leave in such a manner. Hence, he left a note indicating his intention to train with Orochimaru. Was he perhaps being a bit reckless? Training with a rogue ninja could lead to him being labeled a rogue himself. Indeed, it was this awareness that prompted Sasuke to leave only a note. Articulating his plan verbally would surely result in being stopped. Thus, he set off with the Sound Four. That evening, Sakura, who had come to invite Sasuke out for dinner, discovered the note and immediately rushed to find Kakashi, who happened to be away on a mission. With no other recourse, she sought out Naruto. Upon seeing the note, Naruto was at a loss for how to proceed. He yearned to chase after Sasuke immediately, but having gained some sense, he realized it prudent to consult the newly appointed Hokage, Tsunade, first. Tsunade, exasperated, smashed a wooden plank. That Uchiha brat is quite reckless, daring to seek Orochimaru for training. Does he not understand the danger of his desires? Tsunade was certainly opposed to Sasuke's course of action, thus she resolved to dispatch someone to pursue him. Yet, coincidentally, due to a high volume of missions, the elite shinobi had all been deployed, leaving only a few to guard Konoha. There was no one available to chase after Sasuke, forcing her to resort to lower-ranking ninjas. Consequently, Tsunade summoned several competent genin to pursue Sasuke. Are you certain you want to send those children to their doom? Shikamaru, having just recently been promoted to Chunin, raised an eyebrow and inquired. Hokage-sama, is this truly a suitable task for us? This small team consisted of Choji, Ino, Sakura, Naruto, and Kiba from Team 8. Based on reliable intelligence, Sasuke was last seen with the Sound Four. How could they, being mere genin, confront the formidable Sound Four? Is this for real? Consider it a tracking mission, do not engage directly. Just by time, Tsunade replied, left with no other options. Note, since Lee and Niji were occupied, Guy had taken his team on a mission, and Shino had been overlooked, the blame falls on Shino. Shikamaru sighed and accepted the task. He could not simply allow Naruto and Sakura to pursue Sasuke alone. They were friends, after all, and he could not abandon them. Thus, the new team to pursue Sasuke was formed. What awaited them? Certainly, they were destined to witness a spectacle, for Taiheo would never allow them to interfere. This was his stage. The group relied on Kiba's keen sense of smell to track Sasuke's lingering scent. Meanwhile, the Sound Four, seeking to evade Konoha's watchful eyes, were not moving quickly. Before long, they were overtaken. Are we being pursued? The astute Kidomaru was the first to notice the approaching figures. Dispose of them swiftly, he commanded. If you dare to harm them, I will eliminate you, Sasuke declared, his seriousness evident. He had merely come out to train and could not harm his comrades. The distinguished guest was deemed too formidable. Even Kidomaru hesitated to provoke him. The Sound Four exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. With Sasuke present, killing was out of the question, and delaying too long could invite Konoha's main forces. After a brief discussion, they decided to leave one behind to buy time while the others made their escape. The one chosen was the weakest among them, Jirbi, left behind for no other reason than his perceived inability to inflict serious harm. This unfortunate child would soon find himself facing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, reanimated. I'm fighting the first Hokage? No way. Chapter 15, The Sound Four Versus. The Hokage Four in the face of Naruto and his companions' pursuit. The Sound Four opted to leave their weakest member, Jirbi, to confront the oncoming threat. Confronted by Jirubo, Shikamaru furrowed his brow. From his observations, Jirubo possessed considerable strength and was adept at earth release techniques. Beyond that, he posed little threat. If they attacked together, their chances of victory were substantial. However, their primary mission was to pursue Sasuke, at the very least to ascertain his whereabouts for the convenience of the subsequent troops. Being delayed here was not an option. Thus, should they leave a portion behind to deal with Jirubo while the rest pursued? That seemed unwise. Their strength was already insufficient, and splitting their forces was a grave mistake. Shikamaru found himself in a quandary. While Shikamaru deliberated, Jirubo launched the first attack. Typically cautious, he became arrogant and underestimated the few young ninjas before him. He thought it sufficient to merely incapacitate them, disregarding any notion of lethality. At that moment, a wooden dragon swooped in, intercepting Jirubo, and then a figure descended from the heavens, standing before Naruto and the others. The sudden appearance startled both parties. Upon noticing the leaf village headband atop the stranger's head, Shikamaru inquired urgently, "Are you a leaf ninja?" The man turned and, with a hearty laugh, addressed the group. "I am the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, young bearers of the will of fire. This task is now mine. You may proceed." The group was left flabbergasted. The first Hokage? Hadn't he perished many years ago? Where had he suddenly emerged from? Shikamaru quickly recalled that during their recent examination, they had indeed seen the first Hokage, seemingly summoned back through a forbidden technique called Edo Tensei, likely utilized by Orochimaru. Would this Hokage be an enemy? No. If he were, they would have already been defeated. Shikamaru was acutely aware of his strength. The moment his subordinates laid eyes on him, they should have already been vanquished. Hence, questioning his presence was futile. "I understand," he declared. "Let us move." Ino asked, puzzled, "Aren't you worried he might be a fake?" "Our goal is to chase Sasuke," Shikamaru replied. "His authenticity is irrelevant. We only need someone capable of obstructing our foe." He led the team to circumvent the conflict. Observing this, Jirubo charged at Shikamaru and his comrades, showing blatant disrespect for Hashirama. In his mind, Hashirama, in Edo Tensei form, was an ally and thus not worth his concern, even if he were an adversary. Hashirama's abilities in this state were hardly formidable enough to be feared. Uchiha Madara, providing a narrative interlude, mused, "In terms of bravery devoid of strategy, I, Uchiha Madara, would gladly bestow upon you the title of the strongest." Nevertheless, Jirubo did not completely dismiss Hashirama. He activated his cursed seal. What is a cursed seal? It is a forbidden technique developed by Orochimaru, granting power through a bite to the neck, which results in a cursed mark appearing. The recipient of this mark could unleash tremendous power, but at the cost of an insatiable drain on their own vitality, rendering it a double-edged sword. The cursed state could manifest in two forms. The first, where the exterior appearance remains largely unchanged but the chakra, strength, and speed increase exponentially, even taking on a sinister and cold nature. The second state, where the user's skin darkens and hardens, their hair changes color and lengthens, and claws sprout. Among other transformations, Jirubo fully unleashed his cursed seal's second state, yet at that moment, Hashirama appeared in front of him. Now, Jirubo paid no mind to who stood before him. Anyone who dared obstruct him would meet death. However, Hashirama stomped his foot, the impact of which caused all of Jirubo's attacks to collide harmlessly against the ground. This maneuver, a defensive technique in combat games, not only blocked attacks but allowed for a counterstrike. Following Jirubo's charge, Hashirama invoked Wood Release, Jukai Keitan, binding Jirubo in place. Subsequently, Hashirama unleashed the secret technique, My Jinmon, further reinforcing Jirubo's confinement. Rendered immobile, Jirubo felt his chakra being disrupted, and the cursed state was lifted. Wood Release, Wood Golem. The Edo Tensei Hashirama summoned a gigantic wooden figure, which then struck with a mighty blow akin to the Kamehameha wave, directly hitting the restrained Jirubo. After a tumultuous clash, Jirubo crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. "Well, you chose this path, idol. Who told you to challenge Hashirama?" thought Tuho, internally criticizing. This self-inflicted misfortune is deserved. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others, still in shock, exchanged glances. "Is that it? How impressive. Is this truly the first Hokage?" exclaimed CHG, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Go forth, young bearers of the will of fire," Hashirama declared. "Sasuke awaits you." With that, he vanished. Shikamaru, visibly perturbed, remarked, "Who is Athena? Why didn't you simply pursue them yourself?" Given Hashirama's prowess, he could have easily caught up to the sound in mere seconds and resolved the situation with a single Jukai Keitan. Why leave it all to them? Despite his desire to voice these grievances, Hashirama had already disappeared, leaving them with no choice but to continue their pursuit. Thus, the group promptly pressed on. Ahead, the Sound Trio, sensing Naruto and his companions closing in, were met with the ire of one of their own, Doyu, who cursed, "What a useless fool Jirubo is." He couldn't even delay them. Zukin furrowed his brow. It seems they have not suffered any losses, which is unexpected. They are merely genin. Even if Jirubo lacks strength, he should not have been defeated so swiftly. Regardless, someone must continue to hinder their progress, declared Gitomaru confidently. Believing himself to be vastly superior to Jirubo and certain he could eliminate them all, Zukin and Doyu said nothing further and continued onward. Meanwhile, after a short while, Naruto and his companions encountered Gitomaru blocking their path. Another one? Shikamaru mused. This one seems stronger than the last. Naruto retorted. That last one was easily handled by the first Hokage. This one shouldn't be any tougher. Sakura interjected, strength is relative. He may not be strong against the first Hokage, but that doesn't mean he poses no threat to us. Upon hearing their conversation, Gitomaru frowned. Did that fool Jirubo fall to the first Hokage? Based on their words, they must be referring to him. This can't be true. They must be deceiving me. The first Hokage cannot possibly be here. If he were, he would have chased them down himself, swiftly turning them from four into corpses. Noticing the doubt on Gitomaru's face, Shikamaru's eyes twinkled with cunning, and a slight smile crept across his lips. Indeed, it was the first Hokage who aided us. Otherwise, how could we have dispatched that last fool without a scratch? Gitomaru remained skeptical. If the first Hokage were indeed present, he would already have been dead. At that moment, Shikamaru suddenly shouted, "Now, first Hokage now?" As he spoke, he cast his gaze behind Gitomaru, as if something awaited there. Behind me? No. He is trying to deceive me. Gitomaru had kept his focus sharp, always alert to his surroundings. He quickly realized Shikamaru was attempting to trick him, and he noticed Shikamaru was performing a jutsu. Shikamaru's technique, known as the shadow imitation technique, is a hereditary secret of the Nara clan. By extending his shadow, he could connect with an enemy and force them to mimic his movements. Though it seemed a trivial jutsu, it was essential for the Nara clan, a prerequisite for mastering the shadow strangulation technique, shadow sewing, and the shadow shuriken technique. However, at this moment, what was needed was not the advanced capabilities of the technique, but rather its most fundamental control. Under the control of Shikamaru, his shadow stealthily approached the shadow of Ginkaku. Once it made contact, Shikamaru could directly seize control of him, allowing Naruto to effortlessly conclude the battle with a Rasengan. Ginkaku had heard of Shikamaru's ninjutsu and immediately leapt away to evade the pursuit. However, at that moment, he felt his body slip out of his control. The mind transfer jutsu had succeeded. Shikamaru smiled as he completed the lines meant for Ino. The true killing move was indeed Ino's mind transfer jutsu. This technique targets the enemy, concentrating one's spirit into a singular point to unleash mental power, seizing and manipulating the opponent's body. Once successful, victory is immediate. The released spirit typically moves in a straight line. While Shikamaru spoke, he signaled to Ino, who, being his longtime partner, understood his intentions and executed the ninjutsu, successfully controlling Ginkaku. However, just as Ino intended to flaunt her control over Ginkaku's body, she suddenly realized the technique was being resisted. In a critical moment, Ginkaku activated a curse mark, bolstering his chakra to withstand Ino's jutsu, forcibly expelling her from his body. Ino, mentally shaken, coughed up blood. Ginkaku, now in curse mark level 2, laughed. "You truly are devious." Shikamaru gritted his teeth, wondering why the opponent could not simply be defeated. This was troublesome. At that moment, several shuriken flew towards Ginkaku. "Are there more enemies?" Ginkaku laughed, dodging. "Do you think you can defeat me with such tricks? Wrong. It is with them that I will end you, fool." A figure suddenly appeared before Ginkaku, shouting, "Flying Thunder God Slash." The unexpected white-haired man struck Ginkaku, inflicting severe wounds. Without pausing, he continued his assault. Water release, hard vortex water blade. This technique creates a water vortex in his hands, condensing it into water spears that spin rapidly in unpredictable layers, forcefully thrown to create a massive water tornado upon contact, powerful and spectacular. With the attack range varying based on chakra levels, Ginkaku was pierced through the chest, fatally wounded, yet the white-haired man did not relent. Fully aware of the importance of follow-up attacks, he proceeded to use a new ninjutsu, mutual exploding tag, combining water release, Great explosive water shockwave with mutual exploding tags. He unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, instantly forming a massive elliptical water prison to confine his enemy. Then, Tobirama soared through the water, armed with shuriken and exploding tags, continuously assaulting Ginkaku. In the final strike, Tobirama leapt from the water prison, employing the mutual exploding tags to trigger a concentrated series of explosions, reducing the enemy within the water prison to ashes. Ginkaku left no remains. His fate even grimmer than Jirubu's moments before. The white-haired man, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, proclaimed, "Behold the blazing will of fire within my heart." Naruto and the others exchanged glances, unsurprised. This was indeed the second Hokage. While assistance was appreciated, could you not have appeared sooner? Or perhaps you could have pursued them yourselves. It surely wouldn't have taken long. As the mastermind, Tuhao remarked, "What fun is there in resolving everything at once?" Tuhao was playing the Konoha 4 against the Sound 4, and it was perfectly reasonable for them to spar amongst themselves, right? The Sound 4 retorted, "That's quite unfair. You have 4 Hokages. We are merely 4 Jonin." Tuhao shot back, "Did you express such concerns when you were bullying the Genin? I reject your claims. Endure in silence." The beleaguered Sound 4, or rather now the Sound 2, could only continue to accept the challenges from the Hokages, feeling honored by such treatment. In the future, when reanimated, they could boast of having battled the Hokages. The second Hokage then addressed Shikamaru and the others. "That was quite impressive, Nara's young lad. However, remember, never let your guard down until the enemy is reduced to ashes. Continue the pursuit." With that, he vanished. Although flattered by the praise, Shikamaru could not feel joy. "You two are merely toying with them, aren't you? Can't you resolve the issues without burdening us?" He sighed, resigned to the fate of the Chunin, and continued with the mission. Nonetheless, Shikamaru felt a sense of calm. He anticipated further assistance ahead, likely from the third Hokage, but the old man was still alive, unlike the previous 2 who were reanimated. Would the Hokage truly come next? Meanwhile, the Sound 2 were in disarray. "Damn, that fool Ginkaku has been taken down," Zoken exclaimed. "In that case, I'll buy time. You take Sasuke and leave. Based on previous events, if you stay behind, you may not survive. Failure to complete the mission means Orochimaru will kill you." Zoken understood the stakes. If they failed to bring Sasuke back, their lives were forfeit. "You must bring Sasuke back, or when I return, I will kill you." With that, Zoken departed with Sasuke in tow. As for Sasuke, he began to question Orochimaru's capabilities. These seemed rather weak. Could Orochimaru truly impart anything of value to him? Chapter 16. The deal. Once Moya departed, she immediately began to set an ambush. She had learned from her predecessors, no longer rushing in naively, but preparing for a strategic approach. Moya was combative and unyielding, known for her sharp tongue, often quarreling with others, including her own allies. Her demeanor was assertive and decidedly masculine. In battle, despite her aggressive nature, her combat style was highly strategic. She analyzed her enemies' movements and cornered them effectively, as seen in her encounter with Shikamaru. Thus, sensing something amiss, she promptly abandoned the idea of a direct confrontation, opting instead to fight in her most adept manner. Moya excelled at summoning 3 furious spirits, using her flute to control or assist them in battle. She summoned the 3 wrathful spirits while simultaneously activating her curse mark, ensuring she remained in optimal condition. "Let us see who can easily defeat Jirubu and Ginkaku," she mused confidently. "The advantage is mine." Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as a colossal blue foot descended from above, crushing Moya's furious spirits. Moya could only think one thing. What can I say? Nothing. For her instinct was to flee. She had witnessed the complete form of Susanoo before. Her opponent was Uchiha Madara. Reanimation. Well, after all, the third Hokage was still alive. Using reanimated third Hokage could anger him to the point of fainting, so Tuhao opted to use Madara instead. After all, he was almost Hokage himself, even if he had been one. Moya wasted no time, fleeing as she finally understood why the previous 2 fell so quickly. Against such a monster, even their combined efforts would lead to swift annihilation. However, escape was futile. She was captured by the enormous hand of Susanoo. Tuhao quipped, "Even the great sage cannot escape the 5-finger mountain. Who do you think you are? Surrender quietly." He controlled Madara to deliver a punch that rendered Moya unconscious. Was there a slight difference in treatment? The first 2 were killed outright. Of course, there was. This female ninja was a rare breed. a prize worth capturing and taming with the 10 tails. However, it seems that the summoned Jishui can only be used for attacking and cannot control others. Let us try a different method. With that, Madara directly took Mu Yao and flew away, without even encountering Naruto and the others. They watched as a colossal blue figure suddenly appeared not far ahead, attacked a few times, and then flew off, leaving the group in bewilderment. Naruto inquired, "Was that an enemy just now?" Shikamaru's expression darkened further. "I don't know, but it should be smooth sailing from here on out." This mission was merely a formality, wasn't it? To prevent any unforeseen incidents within the team, Shikamaru had been contemplating countless possibilities along the way, only to discover that there was no danger at all, and they had merely been called out for a gilded purpose. If they had said so from the beginning, well, safety is what matters. Shikamaru could only console himself with that thought. Now, only one of the enemy remained. They just needed to eliminate him. And Sasuke could return with them. Everything should proceed smoothly from here, right? Not quite, for reinforcements had arrived. The last member of the Sound Four, Kagaya Kimimaro, had made his appearance. Why were there 5 in the group if it was called the Sound Four? Well, much like the 4 Heavenly Kings having 5 members. It was indeed originally a group of 4. However, after Kimimaro joined and defeated them, he directly assumed the role of leader. They initially intended to rename it the Sound Five, but for some reason, it remained unchanged, perhaps due to Kimimaro's illness preventing him from undertaking missions frequently. So outsiders mostly saw only 4 members, hence the continued reference to the Sound Four. Upon seeing Kimimaro, the remaining member felt somewhat reassured. Surely he wouldn't be instantly killed now? Jirabu's demise might have been attributed to his lack of skill, but if Kidamaru fell as well, that would be a serious issue. Earlier, when Mu Yao was defeated, he had witnessed that the blue giant was not something they could contend with. They were in real trouble now. Thankfully, Kimimaro had arrived. Although he felt he could not defeat the blue giant either, buying some time should be manageable. As long as he brought Sasuke back, his mission would be complete. Living through this was a victory in itself. Thus, Zoken continued onward with Sasuke, while Kimimaro awaited the challenge from Naruto and his companions. Kimimaro was born in the village hidden in the mist of the Land of Water, a ninja from the combat-enthusiastic Kagaya clan, endowed with the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. This ability allowed him the freedom to manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts, and even control calcium concentration to form bones. His formidable bones surpassed steel in hardness, granting him an impenetrable defense against conventional physical attacks. When retaliating, these bones could transform into the most fearsome spears. His Shikatsumiyaku ability enabled him to extract bones directly from his own body, and remarkably, even after doing so, Kimimaro possessed the capability to rapidly heal the wounds caused by the extraction. However, it seemed that this ability came with a hereditary disease endemic to the Kagaya clan, and Kimimaro was no exception. He was currently in the terminal stages, facing the possibility of sudden death at any moment. His previous absence was due to a prolonged illness. And honestly, he had come this time with the mindset of sacrificing himself for Orochimaru, caring little for what would come after. He was determined to obstruct the enemy at all costs. Before long, Naruto and his companions caught up with them. Kimimaro, without uttering a word, launched an attack. He had little time to waste here. Whoa, so direct. Shikamaru thought, wanting to stall the opponent's actions, but Kimimaro had already moved to attack. His speed was astonishing. Naruto formed hand seals and created shadow clones, but they crumbled before Kimimaro like paper, unable to halt his advance. Just as Kimimaro was about to reach Naruto and the others, a kunai flew in, a golden flash streaking past and taking Kimimaro away. Where did he go? The group wondered. At that moment, the golden flash returned, revealing the figure of Minato Namikaze, who addressed the group. "Leave this to me. You all continue onward." The title had already indicated that this was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Moreover, it was a deliberate choice by the author. Both Kimimaro and Minato were voiced by the same actor, and a battle between 2 similarly voiced characters would undoubtedly be entertaining. "Uncle Minato," Naruto exclaimed joyfully, but was halted by Sakura. Sakura pointed out, "Did you not see the words printed on his clothing? You can't just rush him like that." With Sakura's reminder, Naruto noticed the words emblazoned on Minato's attire. 4th Hokage. Wait, Uncle Minato is the 4th Hokage? But the 4th Hokage is dead, isn't? Naruto finally grasped the reality of the situation. The person who had been instructing him had been a deceased individual? Was this some kind of ghost? Why hadn't the pervy sage mentioned this? Naruto's thoughts became a jumbled mess. Minato explained, this is the Edo Tensei technique, which allows the deceased to return to the living realm briefly. You must have seen previous Hokages before. We have been summoned to assist you. So the ones summoning them weren't from within the village? Shikamaru surmised. Indeed, we were summoned by the legendary sage of 6 paths. The summoning time is limited, so I cannot elaborate further. You all should proceed. More assistance will come. Minato smiled reassuringly. How magnificent. Was this truly the 4th Hokage? Gazing at Minato's charming yet gentle smile, Ino and Sakura felt their hearts race uncontrollably. At that moment, Sakura noticed something and whispered in Naruto's ear. Don't you think you look a bit like the 4th Hokage? If you grew your hair longer, wouldn't you be just as handsome? Stop focusing solely on looks. Am I really that similar to Uncle Minato? Naruto appeared somewhat slow on the uptake. Everyone else also noticed that Naruto indeed bore some resemblance to Minato. Why was that? Wait, hold on. Could it be? Shikamaru's expression shifted as his keen mind began to piece together the truth. Minato smiled and said, it's only natural you resemble me, for you are my son. Naruto blinked in disbelief, initially thinking he had misheard. Looking around, he saw everyone else's shocked expressions, confirming he hadn't misheard. Was he truly the son of the 4th Hokage? What kind of emotions would surface at this revelation? Joy, yes, but there were also feelings of confusion, sorrow, and a desire to cry. All the grievances of these years and a whirlwind of emotions surged forth. At that moment, Minato tousled Naruto's hair, suppressing all those chaotic emotions. You still have friends to pursue, right? So set those feelings aside for now and continue your chase. We can discuss everything else later. Understood. Naruto nodded earnestly and then led the team onward in pursuit of Sasuke. After Minato watched them depart, he simply vanished. Was he not going to confront Kimimaro? Of course not. Moments ago, the author had Minato teleport Kimimaro dozens of kilometers away into a ravine. Given Kimimaro's condition, he might collapse along the way. It was a significant loss, denying him even a chance to engage in direct combat. Well, this was perhaps another way of returning home for Minato. Thus, only Zoken remained of the Sound Four. Upon reaching the Valley of the End, Zoken and Sasuke were finally caught up to. Zoken sighed. So, there's no escaping after all? Despair had begun to set in. He thought he could flee to safety after a bit more distance, yet here he was, pursued once more. Based on previous experiences, a formidable adversary would soon appear to eliminate him. Should he even bother to resist? Would not resisting lead to a more dignified end? Perhaps he could communicate with Sasuke to ensure he received a proper burial, rather than being left to rot in the streets. The child has begun to contemplate his own future. At this moment, Sasuke stepped forward, perplexed, and inquired, "Why are you pursuing me?" Shikamaru, as the leader, spoke on behalf of everyone, stating, "By the order of Lord Hokage, we have come to capture Uchiha Sasuke. Regardless of your reasons for leaving the village, you must return with us now." Naruto chimed in, "That's right. Even if you wish to train, you cannot go to Orochimaru. Kakashi-sensei is out of the question, isn't he?" Kakashi, who was on his way, felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. Sasuke bluntly remarked, "Kakashi cannot teach me anything further. To defeat my brother, I require a more exceptional mentor." Sakura interjected, "But you cannot seek out that person." She recalled the traumatic experience in the Forest of Death, where Orochimaru had cast a long shadow over them. Just as Naruto was about to say something more, Sasuke interrupted, "Naruto, you have already taken Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3, as your teacher, right? The perverted sage?" "It seems that way." Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, since you have chosen one of the legendary 3, to avoid falling behind, I too shall seek training from one of them. However, I must test Orochimaru's level first." Sasuke had completely elevated himself to a position of superiority, relishing the feeling of looking down on others. Please don't let a moment of impulse lead you to require the entire team to rescue you. The group found Sasuke's words rather reasonable, yet Naruto could not comprehend them. "I don't care. Even if I have to break your limbs, I will bring you back," Naruto declared earnestly. Then come. It is time for you to witness the power of the Uchiha." Sasuke readied himself. At that moment, Zaka stepped forward and said, "Hey, did you forget someone? Being defeated by someone impressive is acceptable, but I cannot tolerate being so blatantly ignored. I am one of the notorious Sound Four. Show me some respect." But just then, a flash of pink light descended from the heavens, shattering the ground before Naruto and the others. The impact caused the group to stagger, astonished. What was that? Then, the figure that had landed stood up, and their eyes widened in surprise, for the newcomer was both familiar and unfamiliar, essentially a larger version of Sakura. Upon rising, this enlarged Sakura clasped her hands and proclaimed, "All right, it's finally my turn to make an entrance. Here comes Sakura Haruno from the Ninja World War." Sakura curiously asked, "Who are you?" "Me? I am, of course, you from 3 years in the future. Naruto has been back, right? You should ask him for specifics." The War Sakura replied with a smile. Naruto retorted, "Do you think my brain can comprehend that?" Shikamaru glanced at Naruto and realized he was clueless, which meant he had to gather information from the War Sakura. But just then, Zaku made his move. "I don't care what year you're from. Die." The pink-haired girl opposite him seemed weak. After a few years, she probably wouldn't be formidable either, so he decided to strike first. Zaku thought confidently as he aimed his knife. "Die." War Sakura was not one to be trifled with. Gathering chakra in her fist, she unleashed a powerful punch. The cherry blossom punch condensed a vast amount of chakra in her hand and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to quake. This single blow sent Zaku flying, and simultaneously, War Sakura leaped high, executing a Sakura drop that smashed him back to the ground. Finally, she delivered a chakra-infused punch, ensuring Zaku's lifeless body lay still, devoid of any sign of life. "What did you provoke him for? If you had said a few less words, you could have lived a little longer." Witnessing this combination of moves, the younger Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Is my future self really that amazing?" Sakura's friend Ino remarked. "That is quite impressive. If this continues, I want to be able to compete with her." "No way, I absolutely cannot lose." Ino's fierce competitive spirit ignited, feeling as if she were ablaze. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba remarked, "Women are terrifying." After dispatching Zaku, War Sakura turned her attention to Sasuke. Upon noticing her, Sasuke cautiously questioned, "Are you going to stop me too?" "No, I want to hinder you," War Sakura replied, assuming her stance. "What do you mean by that?" Sasuke's expression was one of suspicion. "I merely wish to leave a lasting impression, Sasuke-kun," War Sakura declared. "I have been chasing your and Naruto's footsteps all this time, and now I have finally caught up. No, I have surpassed you, without a doubt. After all, the current Sasuke and Naruto stand no chance against War Sakura. Especially one controlled by Taiheo, there is no possibility of holding back." Sasuke felt fortunate. "Humph, you are quite confident," he said, pointing to his forehead protector. "Do you believe you can even touch it?" The sky cleared, the rain ceased, and Sasuke felt emboldened again. However, this confidence was not unfounded. His peak 3-Tomo Sharingan allowed him to perceive War Sakura's movements. If he could see them, he could strike. Sasuke was confident in his skills, having nearly defeated Orochimaru before. War Sakura smiled slightly and charged at Sasuke. "I can still see." Sasuke grinned with confidence. But that smile quickly faded as an awkward dilemma arose. Although he could see his opponent's movements, he could not keep up. The Sharingan had advanced significantly under Itachi's influence. Yet Sasuke's physical skills had not progressed accordingly, leading to an embarrassing situation. The harsh words he had just spoken evaporated within seconds. Then he saw a fist the size of a sandbag coming closer. Truthfully, he considered turning off the Sharingan, at least that way. The despair of watching the fist approach would end, and he wouldn't have to be unable to evade. Boom. Sasuke was sent flying by War Sakura's punch, crashing into the cliffside of the Valley of the End and embedding into the rock, becoming a part of the mural. Naruto couldn't help but pinch his own face, thinking that punch looked agonizing. "Is Sasuke all right?" "Ah, that felt great. I should have punched him harder," War Sakura said with no hint of role-playing, purely motivated by Taiheo's displeasure with Sasuke's arrogance. Sakura felt a pang of sympathy, simultaneously puzzled as to why her future self would strike so fiercely. "That is because everything must be under my control. They should both watch from behind me." War Sakura's confident demeanor sparked a strange feeling in Sakura. Sister is the queen, radiating confidence. How cool. Is this truly my future self? Upon returning, I will immediately seek Tsunade as my teacher and train earnestly. I too shall become the leader of 2 men. It seemed that Sakura's trajectory had begun to tilt. The future Sasuke was in for a treat. "Sasuke, I have decided to marry Karen. This fortune is for Naruto." "Naruto, hey, don't pass the trouble on to me. Let us get to work." At that moment, the embedded Sasuke was suddenly pulled in, disappearing from sight. "Sasuke!" Naruto hurriedly chased after him, but War Sakura blocked his path. "It's too late. Sasuke-kun has already been taken away by Orochimaru. Damn it. Naruto punched the ground in frustration. Rather than crying here, it's better to return and train hard. Don't end up like the future Naruto, who trained for 3 years and was still no match for Sasuke, getting knocked down and unable to move. War Sakura lightly tapped Naruto's forehead, embodying a sisterly authority. Then the younger Sakura added, "You too, past me, must train diligently, or you will face great suffering." With that, War Sakura vanished. This statement caused the previously relaxed group to furrow their brows. The future seemed troubled. It appeared that many unfortunate events were on the horizon. Shikamaru concluded, "In any case, the mission has failed. We have lost the target's trail and can no longer pursue. Let us return to the village." Naruto still wished to pursue, but Shikamaru, reassuring him, expressed uncertainty about where to go, leading them to return to the village. Thus, the mission to retrieve Sasuke concluded in failure. However, the swift elimination of the Sound Four could be deemed a notable achievement, even if they had not personally engaged any of them. In the preparation of ninja tools, Orochimaru brought the unconscious Sasuke to a secluded location, awaiting the arrival of a mysterious figure. Should this individual fail to appear, he intended to seize Sasuke's body for himself. I suspected you were waiting for me." Itachi of the Akatsuki materialized. Using Itachi's visage, are we? How should I address you? Orochimaru inquired. "Itachi will suffice," said Tuhua, manipulating the guise of Itachi effortlessly. Indeed, a pseudonym, Orochimaru acknowledged, understanding that his counterpart would not easily reveal his true identity. Tuhua smiled subtly, suggesting he might eventually disclose his real name. Noticing Tuhua's silence, Orochimaru seized the initiative. "It appears Sasuke's desire to come to me involves your interference. Do you think I would refrain from claiming his body? Regrettably, I could seize it right now. Now let us not rush. I have positioned myself before you. Would I allow you to depart empty-handed?" Tuhua tossed a scroll to Orochimaru. "What is this?" Orochimaru quipped, examining the scroll. "The first half of your reward. Feel free to verify its contents," Tuhua suggested. Cautiously, Orochimaru unrolled the scroll. Upon reading a few lines, his eyes gleamed. This is the history of the ninja world. The origins of the Otsutsuki clan, the source of chakra, and the histories of the Uchiha and Senju clans. By the way, aside from this, such histories are only inscribed on the Uchiha clan's monument. But that monument has been tampered with, containing false narratives. How can you guarantee the authenticity of this? Orochimaru asked skeptically. That remains unproven. It depends on your belief, Tuhua replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Then it warrants thorough verification. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, securing the scroll and swallowing it whole. Are you not concerned it might be seized by another? He queried Tuhua. Do you think such trivial information could sate a serpent's appetite? Greed often leads a snake to consume an elephant, he mused. Even if it causes suffocation, it would still be devoured. That is the nature of a serpent. Tuhua nodded. While I will provide you with additional items, that is a matter for later. You understand that the task's reward is to be settled in one go, and whether you fulfill the task depends entirely on your character. Thus, the subsequent reward will be given post-task. What is your commission? Although he could surmise Tuhua's intentions, Orochimaru sought clarification. What task was Tuhua assigning him? That shall be revealed in the next chapter. Chapter 17. Movements of all parties. Of course, it was to guide Sasuke. What else could Tuhua ask of Orochimaru? The deadline was 2.5 years, and it was a chance for Orochimaru to prove himself. Oh, why do you say that? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. Consider it. You and Jiraiya are both renowned as the legendary 3 ninjas, equally matched in combat, yet in research and development, Jiraiya cannot hold a candle to you. However, in terms of mentoring disciples, you fall short of Jiraiya. Tuhua paused before continuing. Look at Jiraiya's first 2 students, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Your experimental subjects pale in comparison. Even you have not managed to match them. If I recall correctly, when you ambushed Pain, you were caught by a Shinra Tensei and pinned to the ground, correct? This suggests your teaching skills are rather lacking. Upon hearing Tuhua's words, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. Very well. It seems you have little interest in such matters. So be it. Do as you wish, Tuhua remarked, shedding Itachi's attire to assume the form of Susanoo Itachi, hoping to avoid raising suspicions regarding the time limit. However, this unnecessary action might still provoke doubt. Given Orochimaru's nature, this dialogue would likely be meticulously recorded for later analysis. akin to the behavior of a psychopath. Well, he is a researcher. After all, detail is expected. After saying this, Tuhuo prepared to leave. Are you departing already? Orochimaru brandished his Kusanagi sword in a threatening manner. To be honest, my assistance was merely a whim. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential to me, Tuhuo replied indifferently. Moreover, the pursuit of power and the fulfillment of ambition come with risks. Should he fall victim to misfortune, that is his fate. Perhaps it is simply destiny. If Sasuke were to perish in such a manner, I would only be able to express my regrets. I shall find a way to reincarnate him later. Intriguing. Orochimaru chuckled, sheathing his sword. I accept this commission, and I hope the reward you provide in 2.5 years will satisfy me. Of course, if possible. I desire closer collaboration. Well, that will depend on the circumstances 2.5 years hence. In any case, just refrain from singing and dancing, Tuhuo concluded. And Susanoo Itachi vanished. Orochimaru then departed with Sasuke. Not long after their disappearance, Black Zetsu's small head emerged from the earth, contemplating. Indeed, trailing them was the right choice. Is the history documented above accurate? Besides H-Ri, there is no one else capable of such feats. That despicable H-Ri, does he truly wish to deprive me of my mother? It is also possible that what he possesses is false. I need to investigate that scroll. Regardless, that individual will undoubtedly become an obstacle to my mother's resurrection plan. I must find a way to eliminate him, yet my abilities are insufficient. I must devise a scheme to manipulate Obito into acting. Black Zetsu burrowed back underground, contemplating how to persuade Obito to take action, fabricating a narrative that he succeeded in preventing a man from the future. Meanwhile, Tuhuo surveyed the location of his prior conversation with Orochimaru. Muttering to himself, Black Zetsu is indeed here. It appears one cannot speak freely in this world. There are too many ears. For now, I shall set aside such concerns. As the main narrative has concluded, the events of Shippuden will not unfold for another 2.5 years. Wait, is this world a manga world or an anime world? If it is an anime world, a long and tedious original storyline awaits me. No, I do not wish to endure that. I wish I could fast forward to 2.5 years later. I would be fine with singing and dancing. At that moment, Tuhuo's phone buzzed with a long-awaited message. Dear esteemed member, you have completed the gaming experience of the Naruto main series. Would you like to return to your world? Is it possible to do so? I thought I would remain here indefinitely. Without any hesitation, Tuhuo chose to return. Thus, he vanished from this world. In the preparation of ninja tools, upon returning, Orochimaru commenced an analysis of the recorded dialogue with his apprentice, Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru, I see no flaws, Kabuto remarked. Whether there are flaws is irrelevant. I am primarily interested in understanding this individual's character. He embodies a certain nonchalance towards everything, yet possesses a knack for guiding events toward a favorable outcome. Is he akin to a sage who leads others to righteousness? Kabuto pondered. I am uncertain, but engaging in trade with him is quite intriguing, Orochimaru replied, extending his tongue. He is not dogmatic, providing a fair exchange. And he seems to comprehend my thoughts as if he can see through me. Doesn't that invoke fear? Kabuto inquired curiously. Indeed, but there is something even more exhilarating, Orochimaru said with a hint of fervor. After our exchange, I sensed he possesses the unknown knowledge I crave. I desire to acquire it. Unknown knowledge? What leads you to this conclusion? Kabuto queried. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Kabuto. After observing for a while, Do's eyes widened to the point that it seemed his eyeballs might pop out. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "This must be a fabrication, right?" Indeed, it appeared quite implausible. However, if it were true, the world would be transformed. Orochimaru's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Initially, we believed that the Sage of Six Paths was the progenitor of chakra. But in truth, it was his mother who held that distinction. Yet that is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that his mother is not of this world. She hails from another planet, an extraterrestrial. The thirst for knowledge surged within them. Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality stemmed from his desire to learn all jutsu and grasp the truths of existence. Now his worldview had expanded dramatically, transcending the confines of a single planet to an infinite expanse of knowledge waiting to be explored. Extraterrestrial life? Do became exhilarated as well. Calm down, Do, Orochimaru cautioned. His demeanor surprisingly composed despite being the one who should be the most exhilarated. While we have confirmed the existence of life beyond this planet, it is still premature to venture outwards. For now, We must possess power at the level of the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. Do followed Orochimaru's train of thought, questioning whether their goal was to target the Akatsuki leader, Pain. That child seemed entirely oblivious to the true power of his eyes. Yet, it was understandable. According to the information contained in this scroll, those eyes were not merely his. Orochimaru scrutinized the scroll, noting, the awakening of the Rinnegan is not merely a fusion of the Senju and Uchiha powers. It fundamentally requires the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths Two Sons, Indra and Ashura. Do gazed at the scroll, recalling, Indra, who inherited the sage's eyes, grew dissatisfied when his father bestowed the legacy upon his brother Ashura, who inherited the sage's body. He left home to establish his own clan, the Uchiha, and sought to have his chakra reincarnated through the ages to validate his beliefs. Meanwhile, Ashura also reincarnated his chakra to thwart his brother, and thus, they were eternally intertwined in a cycle of rebirth. Orochimaru continued, indeed, looking back, those previous reincarnations were manifested as Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, after their climactic battle at the Valley of the End, although Madara was defeated. He faked his death to elude detection and, during that confrontation, acquired the first Hokage's power. Subsequently, he awakened the Rinnegan. Yet his ambitions could not be realized with that Rinnegan alone. Thus, he implanted it within Pain's body to nurture it while he cultivated a successor to assist him, allowing himself to fade away. With the intelligence provided by Tu Hao, Orochimaru had nearly deduced the truth. It all makes sense. Do began to believe in the authenticity of the scroll. So what shall we do next? Should we seize the Rinnegan? Haha, that is still too premature. Even if that boy is unaware of the true power of his eyes, their foundational strength is already formidable. Attempting to seize them without adequate preparation is unwise. Orochimaru coolly assessed the situation. His calmness was understandable, especially after having been schooled by Pain previously. Moreover, I am currently more intrigued by that mysterious individual. Why? Do inquired, still perplexed. After all this analysis of the existing situation, who exactly is this uninvited guest? Is it a member of the Otsutsuki clan, or perhaps another extraterrestrial race? The potential discoveries are boundless. Orochimaru yearned to uncover all there was to know about Tu Hao. Meanwhile, Tu Hao, just having returned home, shivered slightly, sensing a feeling akin to being targeted by male admirers. Should we take action against this mysterious individual? Do pressed further. No, there is no rush, for now. We shall proceed with his commission, Orochimaru replied, directing his gaze toward the unconscious Sasuke. Tell me, do you think there will be new reincarnations of Indra and Ashura after Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Are you suggesting that Sasuke is the new reincarnation of Indra? Do pondered, considering Sasuke's prowess. In terms of strength and talent, it should be Itachi Uchiha. However, that mysterious individual seems to hold great regard for Sasuke, as well as another person, Naruto Uzumaki. Do grasped the notion. Although he may not be the brightest, his innate abilities are commendable. According to the scroll detailing the historical conflict between Indra and Ashura, Naruto bears a striking resemblance to Ashura. To clarify, that child may appear somewhat slow-witted, yet in battle, his intellect shines brightly. Has that fool Jiraiya finally found a disciple who mirrors him? With a hint of nostalgia, Orochimaru's lips curled upwards, reminiscing about his old friend. Jiraiya's previous disciples were all too clever, lacking any resemblance to him. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. You foul-mouthed traitor. Master Orochimaru's desire to guide Sasuke isn't influenced by the words of that mysterious individual, is it? Do mused internally. Orochimaru had previously shown indifference. Yet his current mention of Jiraiya suggested otherwise. Orochimaru shows great care for his disciples. Not only is he attentive to Sasuke, but he is also quite kind to Do, who has no reservations about sharing knowledge, fully confident that teaching his disciples will not lead to his own demise. Do, feel free to express any thoughts you have. Orochimaru encouraged. Nothing. I will heed your guidance, Master Orochimaru. Do replied earnestly. Very well. We shall first instruct Sasuke, while simultaneously researching his chakra to prepare for future developments. Then we will consider the rewards offered by that mysterious individual before deciding on our next course of action. Orochimaru eagerly anticipated the events of 2.5 years hence. What manner of reward will that mysterious individual bestow upon me? Meanwhile, preparations for the ninja tools were underway. Obito received an embellished report from Black Zetsu. Has that individual allied with Orochimaru? Indeed. It seems he has high hopes for both Sasuke and Naruto. If he indeed hails from the future, could these two be pivotal in thwarting our plans? That is a possibility, Obito nodded. In that case, should we eliminate them preemptively? Black Zetsu proposed, his motives driven by self-interest. Unlike others, Black Zetsu could sense that Naruto and Sasuke were reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra, possessing the potential to impede his mother's resurrection. Originally, he had no intention of targeting the two, as allowing Madara and Obito to dominate without restraint would deprive him of the opportunity to revive his mother. With no combat prowess, Black Zetsu could only rely on his abilities to conceal himself and persist, akin to Sun Quan in a game of Three Kingdoms. Engaging in strategic balance. No, that would be too perilous. They also possess Kimui, along with Madara's power. After being thoroughly schooled by Two Hao's abilities, Obito became exceedingly cautious. He understood that whatever skills he possessed, they also had, and he lacked the strength to contend with both Kimui and Madara's power combined. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu momentarily panicked, nearly making a grave error. Now, Obito was the executor of their mission. If he were to perish, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan would be irrevocably thwarted, and the hope of resurrecting his mother would be deferred indefinitely. The question lingered, how long would he have to wait for the next opportunity? He had spent 3,000 years encountering the extraordinarily fortunate and powerful Indra reincarnation, Madara, successfully manifesting the Rinnegan. The next time he might find such a fortunate fool was entirely left to chance, and given Black Zetsu's current luck, it did not bode well. Therefore, waiting another 3,000 years was unacceptable. He must resurrect his mother within this generation. Thus, Obito could not afford any missteps. Black Zetsu insisted, "Indeed, you must not falter." Obito pondered, why is he so anxious? He is not usually like this. Despite harboring subtle suspicions, Obito remained composed, stating, "Now that we understand their intentions, the rest is straightforward. We must initiate our plans before the two fully mature. Therefore, we must accelerate our efforts." Due to Two Hao's influence, the fluctuations of this world have become increasingly pronounced, and he is currently undergoing a medical examination. Chapter 18. Preparing to embark on a journey to a new world. Upon confirming his return, Two Hao was drawn into a vortex, reminiscent of his arrival in this realm, and found himself back in his own room. After a prolonged absence, he surveyed his surroundings. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, his windowsill, he had left it open, and now it bore the marks of nature's fury, utterly transformed. The curtains were in dire need of cleaning, while the flowers had withered beyond hope, necessitating a replacement. Fortunately, he had not left any high-powered appliances running. Otherwise, a fire could have led to dire consequences. With a sigh, Two Hao glanced at the clock on the wall. Had merely a month elapsed? Was the passage of time different on either side? How did his previous communications synchronize? He recalled that he had only activated mobile data during the initial days of his sojourn, subsequently turning it off. Could this be the reason? Having spent several months in the Naruto universe, it was astonishing that only a single month had passed here. Such a phenomenon was worthy of exploration. Was this the result of magic or technology? Regardless, it was beyond the control of an ordinary individual like him. First, he decided to assess his own situation. Bold as he was, he took the time to analyze his circumstances. After tidying up his windowsill, he picked up his phone, activated WeChat, and checked for messages during his absence. Since he had posted about his retreat to a remote area of Tibet without internet access, few messages awaited him. After responding to a couple of friends, he called his parents. "Yes, I'm back, but the retreat isn't over. I'm just handling some matters. How are you in Rio de Janeiro? What? You've already reached Buenos Aires? You plan to send me beef? No need. I'm well fed with local beef. When will I return home? Not this year. Fine, you're doing great. Just stay safe." From Two Hao's dialogue, it was evident that his family possessed an eccentric spirit. After concluding the call with his parents, he reached out to his close friend. "Hello, old buddy. You've been sending me quite a few messages this past month. What's up?" On the other end, the voice responded, "Goodness, you've finally made contact. Are you finished with your retreat and ready to come out of hiding? I've retired. What do you expect me to do? Climb mountains now?" Two Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Who retires at 35? The voice on the phone replied, "Isn't it common these days? Some accumulate millions and start living off interest. I have tens of millions. My company provides dividends. As long as it doesn't collapse and I don't act recklessly, I'll never lack for money. Why not retire?" Two Hao countered. "You should at least have some ambition. We've worked hard together since college, striving for years. We finally took the company public, and now it's flourishing. How can you sell off most of your shares and run away? Isn't that great? The company has become a family business. You can pass it on to your son. Hao shrugged nonchalantly. I'm indifferent to that. I just dislike your nonchalant attitude. If you were around, we could grow rapidly instead of proceeding slowly like this. The voice sounded frustrated. Slow is fine. Building a solid foundation is essential for long-term success. I'll hang up now. I need to return to my retreat in a couple of days. Don't try to contact me. Hao ended the call. Hey, at least grab a meal. The voice protested, but Hao had already disconnected. Now, there were far more intriguing matters at hand than returning to mundane work. Glancing at his phone, he removed the SIM card and retrieved a backup phone, inserting the card into it. As a side note, the reason his phone had maintained battery life was that Hao had summoned electricity via a lightning technique. As for why it hadn't exploded, he was uncertain. He simply considered it a blessing from the membership service. Subsequently, Hao placed the old phone into the safe in his room, securing it. This should prevent any loss. Then he powered on the backup phone, discovering a Naruto mobile game installed. It appeared to be linked directly to him. Hao scoffed at the icon. This phone had only been used once upon purchase and stored away since, untouched by any applications beyond the pre-installed ones. Now, a Naruto game had mysteriously appeared. Without hesitation, he inquired, "Is this system directly linked to me?" A dialog box appeared on the screen. "Dear esteemed member, this game is tailored for your personal enjoyment, ensuring the most exquisite gaming experience wherever you may be. Would you mind revealing the details of this game and the true nature of your company?" Hao expressed skepticism towards the claims of it being developed by a reputable company. "Due to your insufficient membership level, we cannot disclose related information. Recharging to level 20 will unlock all content." "How much is that?" Hao queried. 700861000000000 came the response, where the first part reflected his expenses in the alternate world, while the latter indicated the cost to reach level 20. 11 trillion? Hao's jaw dropped. The term trillion and the string of zeros might baffle many, but it translated to an astronomical sum. Such wealth could only be amassed by a state. His several millions were utterly insignificant in comparison. All right. So the path to uncover the truth via recharging is blocked. Hao contemplated, then switched back to his old phone. The backup had insufficient battery for outings. It was prudent to revert to his original device before heading out. Having prepared everything, Hao set off for the hospital to undergo a physical examination. Following a series of tests, he received confirmation of his good health. However, I sought more than mere physical wellness. Gazing at the report, devoid of any anomalies, he pondered the mysterious summoning system that lingered in his thoughts. Yet, his mind bore no signs of irregularity. How astonishing! Was it an illusion? Or was the technology of such caliber undetectable by civilian equipment? For the sake of safety, should he report this? Hao dismissed the idea, primarily because such an extraordinary occurrence, if discovered by the authorities, could lead to unpredictable consequences. This was a phenomenon the likes of which he had never witnessed, nor likely had anyone else in the world. Hao was determined to immerse himself in this captivating adventure. As for the potential dangers, he had previously stated that ambition requires risk. The thrill and excitement came hand in hand with peril. Did he merely speak of it? He was prepared from the very beginning. Although his initial entry into another world had been somewhat forced, with the physical examination yielding no revelations. Hao didn't waste further time on that matter. He visited the supermarket to procure some desired items before returning home. While tidying up, he began to explore the game. "Still not offering any guidance, are you? I suppose I must decide my actions myself. Shall I return to the Naruto world and continue the narrative?" "Dear esteemed member, the gateway to the Naruto world is currently closed, with an estimated duration of 5 months. Please select an alternative storyline to explore." "Are you kidding me? Such a twist!" Hao angrily exclaimed. "What a ridiculous gaming experience." Just then, a thought struck him. Wait. Based on my earlier experience, the flow of time in the two worlds differs. I seem to have spent 6 months there while only a month passed here. 5 months translates to 2.5 years over there. Quite a reasonable deduction, isn't it? Dear esteemed Heart's Delight member, if you wish to expedite your progress, you may choose to recharge for a reduction. Damn it. Hao couldn't help but curse, recalling an ancient advertisement. Crafting games with heart, if you lack funds, you can't play. This reference hasn't been used in years. It seems the reputation of that platform has improved significantly. Could this game be produced by that platform in the future, deceiving players into spending their money through time travel? He pondered. With this in mind, Tu Hao inquired, "So, how much will it cost?" A dialog box appeared on his phone, 100,000 for 1 month. "Are you robbing me?" Tu Hao dismissed this option outright. His several million in assets could not withstand such extravagant costs. In that case, I have no choice but to consider the other worlds, he thought, asking, "What are the other options?" Names of various worlds appeared on his phone. Curiously, Tu Hao examined the information. There were numerous choices, including combat-oriented, daily life, and high-tech worlds. High-tech? Forget it. Who would venture there unless they were a fervent fan? Too dangerous, he mused. I'm not particularly inclined towards daily life scenarios either. If possible, I would prefer something thrilling and adventurous. However, I possess no strength at the moment, so jumping into danger would be unwise. It would be rather dull to rely solely on ninjas for the plot. Combat should suffice. It seems I must opt for the option that allows me to harness chakra. After assessing his physical state, Tu Hao confirmed that this game was beyond the control of an ordinary mortal like him. Since he had decided to immerse himself in this exhilarating life, he resolved to be bold. After all, no one wishes to read tales of fearfulness. Nonetheless, he would postpone his training until he entered another world. He didn't wish to stir up significant turbulence in his own realm for now. With that in mind, which world would he choose? Logically, he should seek a shonen world where his powers could steadily grow. Bleach? No way. Both the protagonist and antagonist are overwhelmingly strong, not suitable for a novice. One Piece seems acceptable. If I can acquire a good devil fruit, I wouldn't even need to train. But I still want to swim, so that's out as well. This one looks promising. Tu Hao discovered a world that caught his fancy. Fairy tale. There are plenty of beautiful women, quite pleasing to the eye. He decided to enjoy this realm. After resting for 2 days in his own world, Tu Hao set off once more. Preparing his ninja tools, he thought, is this truly the world of fairy tale? It feels rather pleasant. He snapped a photo with his phone for keepsake. What should I do next? Tu Hao pondered. Well, I should select the option to train chakra first. Hey, it's time for customer service to come online. Dear esteemed Heart's Delight member, a recharge of 50,000 will grant you the ability to utilize chakra, limited to chakra training. Further features require additional recharges. Is this truly a game from that platform? Tu Hao mused. It seems the entry is free, but all subsequent actions require financial investment. It's a classic example of a domestically produced free online game. You want me to recharge? I refuse. I'll train on my own. Tu Hao was not inclined to engage in combat. Ensuring his own escape was sufficient. Everything else was secondary. Please proceed to the mall for purchases. Upon hearing that he wouldn't recharge, even the title of esteemed Heart's Delight member vanished. How superficial. At least I should be able to spend 50,000. Is this your service attitude? Tu Hao, exasperated, opened the mall interface and found numerous items, albeit at exorbitant prices, somewhat unacceptable. This game should target billionaires. Compared to them, I'm but a mere novice. He ignored the expensive options and focused on learning chakra. After selecting the option, 50,000 was deducted from his account, and he felt a surge of powerful energy. Oh, this sensation. The vitality I haven't felt since graduating from university. Tu Hao leaped, soaring 2 meters high, even though he couldn't yet control it, if he mastered it. Soaring through the skies would be a dream come true. Ha ha ha. Just this feeling makes the expenditure worthwhile. After a brief laugh, he suppressed his excitement. This power was insignificant in both the Naruto and fairy tale worlds. It would be prudent to remain humble and develop steadily. Training was not an overnight endeavor, so Tu Hao remained patient. Meanwhile, he aimed to join the core guild of this world, Fairy Tale. The story revolves around this guild. Why join another? Let us set off. Wait, there's no map. Tu Hao realized that the previous map service was limited to the Naruto world. Entering a new realm required purchasing a new map service. Moreover, language services also required additional funds. Come on, aren't you all speaking Japanese? Why charge separately? Chapter 1, A New World. The narrative unfolds in a magical realm known as Earthland, home to the esteemed guild of powerful mages, Fairy Tale, located in the kingdom of Fiori. Lucy Heartfilia, a celestial spirit mage, has long desired to join and become a member. Under the guidance of Natsu, known as the Fire Dragon, Lucy finally realizes her dream and befriends many formidable mages. Soon, Lucy forms the strongest team with Natsu, Gray, Urza, and Happy, creating countless legends within this loud, violent, yet joyous guild, growing stronger through various missions as more companions join. Thus, the story gradually unfolds. That summarizes the essence of Fairy Tail. Now, back to the main topic. Tuhao recharged for the map and language services. Once the payment was completed, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't keep spending like this. I need to devise a way to earn money. If I can't maintain a balance between income and expenses, I'll be bankrupt before long." Tuhao began contemplating ways to secure his financial stability. "I wonder if the money earned in this world can be used for in-game recharges?" he mused. If this idea proves feasible, then financial issues will be a breeze. For now, there was no rush. He decided to head to the Fairy Tail Guild instead. How to get there? Take bus 11? Impossible. I'll use Kemui. Without hesitation, Tuhao summoned Obito and pulled himself into the Kemui space, continuously teleporting towards the Fairy Tail Guild. However, as he entered the Kemui space, an unexpected figure appeared. "Who are you? Were you the one who trapped me here?" Tuhao exclaimed. "Oh no, I almost forgot about you." Seeing the person reminded him that he had indeed captured this individual. Acting on impulse without considering the consequences of casting them into the Kemui space. "How did you end up here?" he wondered. "Is this Kemui space connected to the one from Naruto?" As Tuhao pondered, the individual launched an attack. "What the hell, how shameless. A sneak attack." Tuhao gasped. Lacking combat prowess and with minimal defense, being defeated by this person would be embarrassing. Consequently, he quickly commanded Obito to launch a fierce offensive, thrusting, phasing, and unleashing a flurry of attacks. The seamless combination left the attacker incapacitated, barely clinging to life. Contemplating the fallen figure, Tuhao mused. What to do? Should I eliminate them? Or keep them as an experimental subject? This individual was, strictly speaking, the only remnant he had brought from the Naruto world, possessing sentimental value, and could serve numerous purposes as an experiment. It is indeed a pity to kill, but Tuhao lacks the means to control her. After all, even the heavenly god had tried and seemingly failed. Perhaps it's worth attempting? Tuhao summoned Shirzue and unleashed the heavenly god upon Dyui. "From this day forth, you shall be my servant," Tuhao commanded. The heavenly god activated Dyui, who was still severely injured, leaving uncertainty about the efficacy of the command. However, it was at least confirmed that the heavenly god was not merely an offensive skill. To ascertain the effect, Tuhao utilized a recovery scroll and a summoning slug to heal Dyui, restoring at least half of her health, enabling her to move. The revived Dyui immediately knelt and said, "Master, what are your commands? Is it truly effective? Then, am I invincible?" Tuhao soared with delight. For Shirzue bore no side effects, implying that the heavenly god could be wielded without restraint. "Behold, this is the power of a king. Ha ha. Soon I can become like Lelouch." Suddenly, Tuhao noticed that the selection option for Shirzue had turned gray, with a duration of 10 years, meaning it could not be used again. "Dear esteemed member, with great power comes an extravagant cost. Please use with caution. The issue with the heavenly god can be resolved through a recharge of 10 million. Are you Huatuo? Another 10 million? This game is increasingly a money pit." Tuhao regretted using the precious heavenly god on the trivial Dyui instead of on someone like Kaguya. Cough, cough, I digress. It should have been utilized on Kaguya? Tuhao embraced Kaguya and said to Kurizetsu, "From this day forth, I am your father. Come, call me dad." Hearing Kurizetsu utter dad felt amusing. Kurizetsu's expression darkened further, as did the Sage of Six Paths. Nevertheless, it mattered not. There was still a new spring Shirzue to use, leaving one for a pivotal person. Tuhao glanced at Dyui and thought, well, I might as well use her. She is quite decent looking. She will suffice as a maid. Thus, Tuhao instructed the White Mask to take Obito, who had entered the state after switching to Shirzue, along with himself and Dyui out of the Kemui space. He then addressed Dyui, "Go and undergo maid training. Once completed, find me at the Fairy Tail Guild. You are now a mature kunoichi. You should seek a place to learn how to be a maid." "Yes, master." Dyui obediently departed, leaving Tuhao uncertain of her whereabouts. The heavenly god is truly powerful. It is a shame to waste it on Shirzue. Shirzue cannot utilize this ability in combat. What good is that? Applying this power to instill ideas of peace among the leaders of various nations could save a great deal of trouble. However, realistically speaking, Shirzue can only summon the heavenly god, lacking other means of sustainability. Thus, the thought is indeed impractical. Consequently, discarding unrealistic notions, Tu Hao resolved to proceed steadily. All right, onward to the Fairy Tale Guild, he declared earnestly. So how shall we get there? Shall we continue using Kamui? Both the white mask and the broken mask had been utilized. Only the tiger stripe and the red mask remained, which he would reserve for emergencies. Next, he decided to employ the Flying Thunder God technique taught by Minato. Tu Hao summoned the youthful Minato and had him carry his form. Commencing their journey via the Flying Thunder God, the exhilarating rush of the technique soon turned into a wave of nausea, as those untrained could hardly endure the continuous high-speed teleportation. Slow down a bit. Tu Hao decreased the frequency of the Flying Thunder God. Minato is truly impressive. Even amidst chaotic flashes, he can strike accurately. Such reflexes are remarkable. Alas, he passed away too soon. After a moment of reflection, Tu Hao continued his journey. After several minutes, he arrived at Magnolia, the town where the Fairy Tale Guild is located. Minato's swift delivery proved trustworthy. Upon landing, Tu Hao stored Minato away, having used him extensively, and remarked, "The Flying Thunder God is quite useful, yet I still yearn for Kamui." Although the Flying Thunder God is effective, it pales in comparison to Kamui in terms of functionality. However, such desires are not easily fulfilled. With a sigh of resignation, he set that thought aside. Next came the time to join the guild. However, before doing so, Tu Hao took a brief stroll around Magnolia, a quintessential Japanese European town. The pace of life here was quite leisurely. It seemed a fitting place for retirement. Since he would be residing in this town for some time, he needed to find a suitable apartment. But first, joining the guild was a priority. Tu Hao headed towards the center of the town, where the Fairy Tale Guild was located. Fairy Tale, a premier wizard guild within the Fiori Kingdom, is situated at the heart of Magnolia. Renowned for its numerous exceptional wizards, it stands as the top guild in the Fiori Kingdom. Whether fairies possess tails, or indeed if fairies exist at all, remains an eternal mystery and an endless adventure. This notion inspired the name of the guild, as conceived by its founding president, Mavis, symbolizing the guild's core belief. Upon entering the guild, Tu Hao was met with a cacophony of lively activity. Members of the guild, not engaged in tasks, frolicked about, resembling a family of siblings at play. The atmosphere is quite pleasant, Tu Hao observed, noting that vibrancy was far superior to a stagnant environment. As an outsider, Tu Hao garnered merely a passing glance from the others before they returned to their merriment. The guild's hostess, Mira Jane Strauss, who had graced the cover of Weekly multiple times, approached him. "Hello, are you here to submit a request to our guild?" she inquired. A reasonable question, given that Tu Hao appeared to be an ordinary person lacking any significant power. Even with chakra, without systematic training, he was merely a robust average individual. In response to Mira's question, Tu Hao replied, "No, I am here to join the guild." Mira paused for a moment, then asked, "May I inquire about your purpose for joining the guild?" Tu Hao raised his thumb and smiled. "To earn money and seek adventure. Is there a problem with that?" Typically, there would be none. However, Mira felt compelled to caution him. Becoming a wizard and taking on requests can be perilous. If you lack sufficient strength, it is best to refrain from such endeavors, as there are numerous other ways to earn a living. Understanding her concern for his safety, Tu Hao chuckled. "In 1974, I participated in free fighting in Southeast Asia and took 3 punches." Mira, with a polite yet awkward smile, asked, "What does that mean?" "Oh, I possess some knowledge of martial arts, but I can only bully those who cannot fight," Tu Hao explained. Mira's smile became even more awkward, as it seemed he had not grasped her intent. "Just kidding, I also possess some magical abilities." Tu Hao waved his hand and summoned a spirit beast. "Come forth, Kurama." What Tu Hao summoned was not the Great Nine Tails, but rather the juvenile version, priced at a staggering 98, something only the wealthy or nostalgic would purchase. The adorable little Nine Tails tumbled onto the ground and began to play cutely. Mira continued with her polite yet awkward smile, "It's quite cute. Some things are better left unsaid, but such an adorable creature would be more suited for a pet exhibition." "Well, I can summon others," Tu Hao continued, summoning a juvenile Shikaku, which was also small but dealt slightly more damage than the juvenile Nine Tails. These two were quite comparable. Observing Mira's continued awkward expression, Tu Hao proceeded to summon the little Two Tails. "Hold on, I know you still possess power." Mira Jane interrupted Tu Hao's actions. Although the three had an adorable charm, they were still capable fighters, and when combined, they possessed a modicum of combat strength. making task completion a feasible endeavor. What an intriguing summoning magic. A small old man approached, smiling. Are you Master Makarov? Indeed, a formidable man. Tuhao complimented. Formidable? What does that have to do with this short old man? It has everything to do with it. Master Makarov is renowned as one of the 10 saints, adept at giant magic, capable of instantly transforming into a giant, exuding immense power. Tuhao explained. The 10 saints are the 10 most exceptional mages on the continent, recognized by the Magic Council, far surpassing ordinary guild mages. Thus, the small old man before Tuhao was truly one of the most powerful individuals in the land. Of course, this was an official statement. The 10 saints did not include mages from dark forces, meaning there were still many strong individuals across the continent. Mira Jane, puzzled, asked, Is that so? But why did you mention it? Oh, just to prove that I am not merely flattering you. I genuinely understand the Master's strength, Tuhao replied. Ha ha, what an amusing lad. Well, Mira Jane, please assist him with the membership procedures. Though he lacks strength, he possesses keen insight and will not undertake tasks beyond his capabilities. The master commented with a smile. With the master's approval, Mira Jane took Tuhao to complete the membership formalities. After filling out some forms, Tuhao officially joined the guild. However, there remained one more step, the imprint of the guild's tattoo. In this world, magic guilds each have corresponding marks, imbued with magical properties to verify identity. Tuhao chose to have the deep blue fairy tale emblem stamped on his forearm. Mira Jane smiled and congratulated him. Welcome to our family. Before she could finish, other guild members gathered, eager to inquire about him. Previously indifferent, they now treated him as family, expressing curiosity and concern. Tuhao answered their questions fluently, generously declaring, Today's expenses are on me. This declaration ignited excitement within the guild, as it was the first time such a magnanimous newcomer had emerged. One member interjected, You don't need to cover the costs. It's normal for newcomers to have a welcoming gathering, but expecting them to foot the bill is a bit unreasonable. It's fine. I'm quite affluent, Tuhao chuckled. Mira Jane, recalling Tuhao's earlier intentions, curiously asked, Then why do you want to join the guild to earn money? Of course, to make more money. My current goal is several hundred million, Tuhao replied with a grin. Mira Jane thought to herself, a playboy type. Chapter 2. The first commission. With his financial resources and gift for conversation, Tuhao successfully integrated into the guild and began his guild life. Observing the commission board, he assessed the tasks, primarily material gathering and monster expulsion. The rewards were adequate for sustenance, but paled in comparison to his insatiable financial aspirations. To earn substantial amounts, he needed to undertake higher-level tasks, which required a mage of at least a certain rank. In terms of output, Tuhao could certainly be rated at that level or above. However, his shortcomings were glaringly apparent, particularly concerning his own escape techniques, which he had yet to master. Thus, he pondered alternative methods to earn money. As Tuhao contemplated, Mira Jane approached, asking, Do you need any suggestions? No, I've already made my choice, Tuhao replied. Selecting a delivery commission. A delivery task, an excellent choice, Mira Jane nodded in agreement. Given Tuhao's limited display of power, it was wise to opt for a relatively safe commission rather than confront formidable beasts. At that moment, a boy with pink hair approached and remarked, That kind of task is so boring and the pay is low. Why not take on monster-slaying missions? I can help. The boy, Natsu Dragneel, was the male protagonist of Fairy Tale. With his short pink hair and expressive eyes, he wore a black short coat paired with fitted pants and sandals, accompanied by a black wristband and a white checkered scarf. His straightforward nature, devoid of scheming, made him somewhat scatterbrained, often indulging in playful antics. His actions were instinctual, aligning with the definition of a simple-minded creature. Occasionally, he displayed remarkable cleverness in battle, truly a classic hot-blooded shonen protagonist. Notably, he had a flying cat partner named Happy. Seeing Natsu's antics, Mira Jane admonished, Natsu, don't interfere with others' decisions. Tuhao added, Unlike you, I don't possess such formidable strength. Battling monsters is too challenging for me at this stage. In any case, I'm off. He summoned his master and departed using Flying Thunder God, leaving everyone astonished. Natsu looked around, puzzled. Where did he go? He's already left, Mira Jane replied. Just then, the master arrived, commenting, That lad possesses an intriguing ability for spatial movement. However, it was not he who initiated it. It was the blonde man who appeared earlier, perhaps summoned by him? Mira Jane responded, Is that star spirit magic? Star spirit magic is an ancient art that summons star spirits from the star spirit realm. It can also open portals through time and space. Those who wield such magic are known as star spirit mages, accomplishing various tasks by summoning star spirits to enhance versatility and manpower. In essence, they are summoners. No, but it is a form of summoning. The specifics remain unclear. Quite fascinating, Master Makarov mused, a smile gracing his lips. The guild had welcomed an intriguing newcomer indeed. Meanwhile, Tu Hao, having utilized Flying Thunder God, arrived swiftly at the client's location. How did he get there so fast? In reality, he had marked the corners of the city with Flying Thunder God during his initial day of exploration, allowing him to teleport to any location within the town in an instant, provided his master was present. Of course, he could also use the second version, as their Flying Thunder God markings were now interconnected. This commission involved delivering items provided by the client to a household in the neighboring town, essentially an inner-city courier task. For Tu Hao, who possessed spatial ninjutsu, this was a delightful and effortless job. Next came the journey, showcasing the benefits of his abilities. Tu Hao merely needed to sit in the space of Kimui and control Obito to perform spatial jumps, releasing himself once they arrived, contrary to the frantic pace of riding on Minato's back like a racing car. One might wonder why he didn't allow Minato to leave first, marking a Flying Thunder God imprint before returning to bring him over. The primary reason was that Flying Thunder God had distance limitations. He needed to be able to sense the imprint left by Minato to teleport. For instance, during the Great Ninja War, Obito bore a Flying Thunder God imprint left by Minato. However, when the reanimated Minato was summoned in Konoha, he could not sense that imprint. If he could have sensed it and teleported directly, he could have brought people straight to the battlefield, avoiding the lengthy journey. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato cannot traverse space without limitations. An example of this is the event that transpired subsequently. When the Edo Tensei Minato arrived at the main battlefield, he did not sense the mark on Obito's body at that time. Obito was engaging in an intimate moment with Kakashi in the Kimui dimension. It was only when Obito emerged from the Kimui space, on the verge of becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, that Minato felt the Flying Thunder God mark he had inscribed long ago, allowing him to teleport directly, nearly striking Obito down, though he ultimately hesitated, refraining from lethal action and enabling Obito to successfully transform into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. However, the inability to traverse space may lie with Minato. In the Boruto series, Boruto did utilize the Flying Thunder God for spatial transfer. Yet, the author of Boruto merely touched upon this, and it cannot be definitively confirmed, hence it is mentioned solely for reference. In summary, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, as well as that of the second Hokage, has distance constraints. Upon reflection, if there were no distance limitations, the second Hokage could have simply teleported home with his students instead of running away. Of course, the second Hokage's foolish demise while covering for his comrades is a matter of sheer folly. Returning to the main topic, after Obito continuously flickered, he arrived at the neighboring town. Subsequently, Taihao handed over the entrusted item to the recipient and received a receipt in return. Compared to the journey there, the return trip was considerably easier. Taihao summoned a white mask and was transported to the Kimui space. As he already possessed the coordinates of Magnolia, he could return effortlessly. The Kimui technique is indeed exceedingly convenient. The only shortcoming is that the transfer process is somewhat slow, making it susceptible to interruption. However, this is merely slower than the Flying Thunder God. In reality, once both Kimui techniques are synchronized, the transfer speed ceases to be an issue. Regrettably, there are currently no dual Kimui cards available, leaving no opportunity to experience that extraordinary swiftness. Will Obito ever possess the dual Kimui? Kakashi certainly might. Thus, Taihao returned to Magnolia and presented the receipt to the employer. "You left just a few minutes ago, and you're back already?" The employer exclaimed in astonishment. "I possess spatial transfer magic, and this return took only a few minutes because I was unfamiliar with the coordinates. In the future, if you wish to send items there, it will take mere seconds," Taihao explained. "If there are similar commissions in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Fairy Tail Guild. My name is Taihao," he added with a smile. "Yes, I will." The employer nodded in agreement, a returning customer in the making. Given the employer's current expression, it is highly likely they would promote his services, thus elevating Taihao's reputation and ensuring a steady influx of clientele. Merely relying on this casual customer model will not yield substantial profits. a large-scale logistics company, is required. This was Taheyo's motive for undertaking this task. In reality, it served as a test to assess the feasibility of his logistics plan. The path to wealth is fundamentally twofold: what can generate income or what one is capable of doing. The former involves undertaking projects based on market demand, while the latter focuses on utilizing one's skills to generate revenue. Taheyo's immediate consideration was his current greatest asset, this game. Thus, he contemplated logistics, as the abundance of space-time ninjutsu renders it an exceedingly lucrative venture. Time costs, transport costs, and storage costs virtually vanish in the face of Kamui. This implies that logistics can be conducted at virtually no cost. Of course, further expansion could lead to direct commerce rather than logistics. Those familiar with the Age of Discovery understand that the simplest form of trade involves transporting goods from one land to another and profiting from the price differential, essentially earning a fee for being a middleman. Taheyo's costless transportation can reduce product prices below the market's lowest, ensuring significant sales, and he anticipates that he will earn considerable profits in no time. He envisions a future where he will be promoted, earn a substantial salary, marry a wealthy and beautiful partner, and ascend to the pinnacle of life, a thought that fills him with excitement. If this trajectory continues, it will not be long before he can indulge freely in the game's marketplace, provided that the money earned in this world can be recharged into the game. He decided to return and test the payment from this task. If it does not work out, he will abandon the company plan and settle for minor tasks to earn pocket money in this world. After confirming the completion of the task, the employer handed the payment to Taheyo. Upon receiving the money, Taheyo found a secluded spot to test its feasibility. Success. This is splendid. Now he truly need not worry about finances. However, funds deposited into the game cannot be withdrawn or exchanged for local currency. It is quite restrictive. Previously, one could only convert money from his world into that of another, but now the reverse is impossible. Furthermore, money deposited into the game cannot be retrieved. What a heartless mobile game. Dear esteemed members, our game does not offer a refund option. I understand. There is no need for you to state the obvious. Taheyo retorted with annoyance. Nevertheless, it matters little. As long as the money earned in this world can be used to recharge in the game, he is content. Now, is it time to start making money? No. There is no rush. Market research, project planning, and a myriad of other tasks remain unaddressed. It is premature to discuss such matters. Moreover, apart from the logistics sector, Taheyo has numerous other profitable endeavors at his disposal, such as utilizing Hashirama and the successive Tsuchikage for civil engineering or real estate, which is incredibly lucrative. Even infrastructure development is a formidable venture. If that proves unfeasible, he could enlist the Byakugan users, Deidara, and Earth-style ninjas for mining, Byakugan for detection, Deidara for demolition, and the Earth-style ninjas for excavation. That too could be quite profitable. Alternatively, he could deploy water-style ninjas for aquaculture, sending Kisame out to fish and gather seafood, or directly summon Gaara to create artificial beaches and heavily promote beach tourism. What a delightful endeavor! Finally, if all else fails, he could summon Gaara's father, Raza, who excels at collecting gold sand, and find a prosperous location to mine for gold, rapidly amassing wealth. The methods to achieve riches are plentiful. Frankly, it is incomprehensible why individuals in the Naruto world confine ninjutsu solely to combat. Utilizing such power to enhance life and productivity seems infinitely more rewarding. Why must these abilities be exclusively wielded for fighting, when one could surely enjoy a more prosperous existence? Taheyo could not help but express his disdain. Well, enough of that. For now, he will continue to accept various commissions at the guild, while simultaneously conducting research in other towns and actively socializing to build a network for the future. He must also prioritize training. There is much to be done, Taheyo resolved in his mind before returning to the guild. Mira was surprised to see Taheyo back in less than an hour. You finished the task so quickly? Yes, I possess spatial transfer magic, making trips to the neighboring town quite swift, Taheyo explained. Natsu immediately approached. Hey, so Taheyo, you must be pretty strong. Let us have a match. Natsu, who relished challenging formidable opponents, was eager to test his mettle against Taheyo. Well, I personally cannot engage in combat, but if you wish to spar with my summons, that would be fine, Taheyo replied, unwilling to recklessly throw himself into battle. That's all right, summon whatever you wish. Natsu boasted of his confidence, believing he could handle anything Taheyo conjured. Mira inquired earnestly, will this have any repercussions for you? Taheyo assured, not at all. I have plenty of summons at my disposal. In any case, since we are to fight, let us start with the weaker ones. Starting with the stronger ones is fine, Natsu declared, thumping his chest. However, that would likely result in your swift defeat. Given your desire for a challenge, let us provide you with something of greater strength. Loda, it's your turn to make an entrance. At Taheyo's call, the young fourth Raikage, Loda, the new assassin, appeared. It is time to enlighten the inexperienced Natsu on the true meaning of cruelty. Chapter 3. Youth Without Regrets. The members residing in the guild turned their attention to Taheyo, who they initially thought was merely a strategist, yet they were surprised to discover he possessed combat prowess. Curiosity stirred among them regarding the extent of Taheyo's strength. At present, the individual he summoned appeared quite formidable. They hoped he was not merely a Fade. Anticipation filled the air. Natsu was eager to engage as well. At this moment, Taheyo cautioned, "This individual is devoid of consciousness and is entirely under my control. Moreover, your strikes will not affect me. So feel free to unleash your attacks without concern for repercussions." Such an advantage? Natsu exclaimed, elated at the prospect of battling without reservations. Having delivered all necessary warnings, it was time to commence the fight. Lauda was the first to strike. "Lightning strike," he declared, executing a move akin to a bolt of lightning. Leaping into the air before channeling chakra into his leg to deliver a devastating downward kick against the enemy. If he interrupted the adversary's attack, he would unlock a two-stage follow-up technique. The second stage would allow him to dash forward and grasp his opponent, then leap high into the air to slam them down headfirst onto the ground. As Lauda charged towards him, Natsu's expression shifted to one of shock. His opponent's speed exceeded his expectations. Instinctively, he prepared to counterattack. "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist," Natsu shouted. His magic, Dragon Slayer magic of fire, was one of the lost ancient magics, said to possess the power to combat dragons. This magic allowed him to manipulate fire freely, transforming his body into flames and unleashing devastatingly high-temperature infernos. It was a super magic with overwhelming destructive capabilities. A Dragon Slayer could convert their body into that of a dragon, possessing combat abilities and physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. They could unleash powerful magical attacks by utilizing or consuming specific elements, rapidly restoring their magic and stamina through the consumption of those elements. Due to the nature of Dragon Slayer magic, Natsu possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. With these factors in play, Natsu felt confident in his ability to contend with Lauda. However, his hastily unleashed attack fell short. Lauda's kick deflected Natsu's punch, simultaneously triggering Lauda's follow-up, which seized Natsu and hurled him violently towards the ground. The impact reverberated throughout the entire guild. Onlookers swallowed hard, wincing at the sight. Yet, Natsu did not succumb to the blow. The enhanced physical resilience afforded by Dragon Slayer magic allowed him to endure the pain. He quickly retaliated with a fiery roar, spewing flames in an attempt to incinerate Lauda. However, Lauda's body was enveloped in a protective lightning aura. Lightning armor, activate. This technique, known as lightning release armor, channeled lightning chakra throughout his body, enveloping him in chakra and electricity, enhancing his physical vitality and defensive capabilities. The surging lightning within him also accelerated his neural transmission speed. As the quantity of lightning chakra increased, so too did his defense and speed. Taheyo had previously activated this armor for Lauda when he struck Natsu using a chakra scroll. Witnessing Natsu's continued resistance, Taheyo escalated his tactics. Lightning bomb. He seized Natsu and leaped, delivering a crushing blow that rendered Natsu unconscious. The ground trembled beneath them. "Be gentle. The guild's president is nearly in tears," someone exclaimed. Natsu could withstand such punishment, but the guild building, aged several decades, could not endure such abuse without consequence. "If this kid doesn't surrender, what can I do?" Taheyo shrugged. "Is he really that strong? It's my turn now." A black-haired youth stepped forward, eager to challenge Taheyo. This youth was Greyful Buster, known as the second male lead of Fairy Tail. With short black hair and drooping eyes, he bore a faint scar above his left eye. Having studied ice magic in his youth, he often found his clothes inexplicably vanishing. The guild's emblem adorned his right chest. As the saying goes, fire and ice do not coexist, so he and Natsu were eternal rivals, constantly bickering. Their rivalry surpassed the mere elemental clash of their magics. However, both were formidable members of the guild, deeply concerned about each other's achievements, embodying a relationship of both cooperation and competition. Essentially, They were delightful adversaries. Taheo inquired, "Are you and Natsu evenly matched? Seeing him fall so quickly, do you still wish to challenge?" "Humph. That guy lost so swiftly solely due to overconfidence. Although that individual was powerful and swift, he wouldn't be easily defeated," Gray replied, understanding that Natsu's rapid defeat resulted from being pinned down by Lao Da's move, severely limiting his options and forcing him to rely on a roar for attack. If Natsu had managed to evade being captured, his resilience would have allowed him to endure for a time. "Do you believe you can win?" Taheo pressed. "I can at least outlast him," Gray declared. Losing to a comrade was of no concern to him, as long as he could endure longer than his eternal rival, Natsu. "All right, let us begin." As Taheo spoke, Lao Da suddenly vanished. "Huh, what's happening? Aren't we continuing?" Gray asked, puzzled. "The time limit has been reached," Taheo explained. Upon hearing this, the fairy tale members sighed in relief. Taheo's summoned being was too powerful, seemingly imposing little strain on him. Someone remarked, "Summoning such a formidable entity without cost? This magic seems rather unfair." Taheo remained silent, contemplating the implications. "Indeed, I never considered the consumption involved in summoning these game characters. Is this matter of significance?" "At this moment, it is not. After all, even if I were to understand, as an ordinary human, I could change little. Once the time limit is reached, I can no longer summon," he continued. "Does this mean we cannot fight?" Gray asked, somewhat disheartened, still eager to engage in a sparring match. "No, there are others I can summon," Taheo casually replied. "May I inquire how many you can summon?" Mira Jane asked curiously. "About 220, Taheo responded after considering. "That's quite a number. How long until you can summon again?" Gray inquired. "One day," Taheo replied. "Even if all are used, there are only a few hours without anyone available." "That's quite impressive," Mira Jane remarked. "We cannot judge by the strength of the previous summon. Many of those I can summon are not particularly strong. Akin to the 3 adorable creatures I summoned initially," Taheo clarified. "Ah, I see." The crowd collectively relaxed. If all summons were as powerful as the previous one, it would indeed feel somewhat absurd. They all wished to learn this magic. "So what's next? Are we still fighting?" Gray, uninterested in Taheo's magic, expressed a desire to experience the strength of Natsu's opponent. "If you summon again, I hope it will be of similar strength." "Certainly, just a moment," Taheo said as he retrieved his phone and Bluetooth speaker. "Why are you getting the speaker? Wasn't there an appropriate one during the Naruto match?" Suddenly, an exhilarating tune filled the air. The guild members were taken aback. Why was music playing during a fight? Why didn't you play it earlier? The reason was simply that the author had forgotten. An unexpected joy, akin to a dream destined to unfold, heralded the dazzling entrance of the man clad in green, his exuberance resonating through the air. "My youth is devoid of regrets. The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, has ignited the battlefield of the ninja world. Are you ready? Let us set ablaze our youth." Tuhao exclaimed passionately. "Are you truly such a spirited individual?" "Well, preparation is certainly in place. Let them come." Gray gestured grandly. "Open the gates, the gate of joy." With a surge of chakra, Might Guy ignited a cerulean aura, declaring, "My youth knows no regrets." With that, he charged at Gray, wielding his nunchaku. As the battle commenced, Gray prepared to counter with his magic. Utilizing the ice sculpture magic, he conjured a solid ice shield to defend against the oncoming assault. Among various magics, the sculpture form is the most expressive, a true reflection of the caster's personality. The shield, a common skill for Gray, was robust enough to withstand some hits, or so he thought. However, upon impact, the shield shattered. "Damn it," Gray muttered, as he was struck by Might Guy's powerful strike. With a flurry of movements, Might Guy spun his nunchaku, then leapt high, crashing down onto Gray, sending him into the ground with a force akin to Natsu's previous fall. "My youth is eternal, without regret. Where is youth? In my dreams, within my heart, and in my song. Ha ha ha. Aren't you the same?" Natsu, recovering on the ground, laughed, still catching his breath. Gray, slightly better off than Natsu, could only glare in response, unable to utter a word. As the fierce battle concluded, the guild members dispersed, satisfied and returning to their routines. As this was merely entertainment for them, Tuhao's strength brought them joy, and even in moments of weakness, they welcomed him, for their guild was like a family. Natsu and Gray, however, sought healing. Despite Tuhao's leniency, they would still need time to recover. Meanwhile, Mira Jane, standing beside Tuhao, remarked, "I did not expect our guild to gain yet another formidable force. Merely a glass cannon." Tuhao replied, though the summoned allies are indeed strong. I am rather weak myself. Just direct your attacks at me. He shrugged. You are quite aware of your shortcomings. Why not exercise your body a bit? Or devise a way to improve this flaw? Mira Jane inquired curiously. I am indeed training my body. It simply requires time. As for remedies for this flaw, there are options. Tuhao smiled. Ah, as long as you have a plan, it's good. Though they had only known each other for a few days, Mira Jane found Tuhao to be a meticulous and trustworthy individual. Thus, life continued in this manner. 2 weeks later, Natsu received news of a fire dragon sighting in Harujin, a port city. He immediately prepared to set off with his partner, Happy. Why rush to chase after a fire dragon? This harkens back to earlier tales. For since Natsu could remember, he had been raised by the great dragon, Igneel, who was like a father to him. However, at the age of 7, Igneel vanished without a trace, and Natsu had been searching for him ever since. Upon hearing of a fire dragoness appearance, he felt compelled to investigate. Upon returning to the guild, Tuhao scoffed. This news sounds utterly fabricated. Why do you say that? Natsu asked. If there were indeed a dragon, it wouldn't be mere rumors. There would be quests dispatched, Tuhao explained. A dragon appearing in a city is hardly a good omen. Mages would be sent to deal with it. What does that mean? Natsu inquired, intrigued. Not entirely false. Currently, the only fire dragon known is you. If you aren't causing a ruckus, then someone must be impersonating you. Tuhao elucidated. Mira Jane nodded in agreement. That's disappointing, Natsu mumbled, lowering his head. While you may not care about being impersonated, it tarnishes our guild's reputation. If they commit wrongdoings in your name, it reflects poorly on us, Tuhao prodded, hinting that the time for the fairy tale's heroine to appear was uncertain. As soon as Natsu heard that the guild's reputation was at stake, he swiftly set off with Happy. Chapter 4, The Spirit Dog. After Natsu dashed away, Mira Jane approached Tuhao at the counter and remarked, there are many fakes. It's not something to dwell upon. Is that so? Well, sometimes it's not bad to care a little, Tuhao replied nonchalantly. Is there a pressing reason for Natsu to go? Mira Jane asked curiously. Not particularly. It was just a passing remark. Tuhao then placed a bouquet of flowers on the counter. This is for you today. Thank you. Mira Jane smiled as she accepted the flowers, then added seriously. You don't need to go to such lengths every day. For the past week, Tuhao had been bringing flowers to Mira Jane daily. Flowers and beauty ensure a cheerful heart, he quipped. Given Tuhao's sentiment, Mira Jane could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Meanwhile, the guild began to buzz with speculation about whether Tuhao was pursuing Mira Jane. As the guild's beauty, Mira Jane had always attracted many admirers. It was no surprise for Tuhao to be added to the list. However, most suitors were outsiders, and few within the guild dared to pursue her. Why? Although Mira Jane appeared gentle now, years ago, she was known as a formidable witch, fierce in demeanor and powerful in magic. She had softened due to a tragic event in her past, the death of her sister before her eyes. This trauma compelled her to mature, becoming more understanding and, paradoxically, fearful of battle. Her once formidable magic was sealed, leaving her to contribute to the guild from the front lines. Now, guild members pondered whether they should reveal Mira Jane's past to Tuhao, for understanding each other's histories was vital in forming a relationship. What if they inadvertently touched upon sensitive topics regarding Mira Jane? Just then, a burly man approached Tuhao. This man, a rough man, prided himself on his masculinity, often spouting manly mantras. Yet beneath his rugged exterior lay a gentle heart. Once introverted, he transformed himself after the death of his sister, striving to embody the strength needed to protect his remaining sibling. Ruffman wasted no time, directly asking Tuhao, "Are you planning to pursue my sister?" The guild members gasped in shock. Is it appropriate to ask such a question? Tuhao replied candidly. At 35, you're pursuing a 19-year-old girl? Well, in this world, age gaps are often perceived differently. Due to the magic that extends lifespans, the youthful phase is prolonged, making a 16-year difference seem trivial. Moreover, Mira Jane has matured significantly, embodying the role of an elder sister to the guild, always caring for everyone. However, it was rather shocking for Taheo to so directly confess. Was it truly appropriate to speak so lightly in front of someone's younger brother? Can you take care of my sister? Elfman asked earnestly. The guild members were taken aback. After all, they were merely in the pursuit of affection. Why leap to the subject of marriage? Well, I can, Taheo replied with seriousness. This left even Mira Jane speechless. Please. This matter is still in its infancy. Why the seriousness? And can your conversation not stray so far off course? Then I shall entrust my sister to you. Elfman felt an impulse to cry, considering that his sister was about to marry. I assure you, no one will ever dare to bully her. Taheo responded with equal earnestness. Stop, stop. What are you two talking about? Mira Jane exclaimed, her face flushed, interrupting before their discussion could veer towards the topic of children's names. Elfman, do not let your imagination run wild. And Taheo, do not lead my brother astray. Elfman, feeling embarrassed, had merely intended to check in on his sister's romantic affairs, but was sidetracked by Taheo. Haha, this conversation is quite amusing, Taheo chuckled, moving past the topic. The next day, Natsu brought back a girl, the protagonist of Fairy Tail. Lucy. She had always longed to join the Fairy Tail Guild, and her recent departure from home was to fulfill that dream. However, en route, she was deceived by a fake Natsu posing as a dragon, nearly falling into a trap. Fortunately, Natsu appeared just in time to defeat the faux dragon and rescue Lucy from the clutches of the thieves. Subsequently, Lucy naturally followed him to the guild and joined. Lucy, a celestial spirit mage, shared the same calling as Taheo as a summoner, albeit with limited combat prowess at that time, though it would improve later. The addition of one more member did not alter the guild's dynamics. Life continued with its usual playful chaos until the first significant event occurred. One day, a strikingly graceful woman returned to the guild with gifts. This was Urza Scarlet, known as the Fairy Queen. Not only was she blessed with innate beauty, but she also possessed a commanding presence that even Natsu and Gray found intimidating, rivaling that of any man. Having become an S-class mage at the tender age of 16, her formidable strength was well established, making her the only one in the guild deserving of the title Queen. Upon her return, the formidable queen immediately set about rectifying the guild's discipline, reprimanding the troublemakers, which left Lucy, just newly inducted, quite fearful. Taheo comforted her, saying, she may seem strict, but she is reliable. Mira Jane quipped, you speak as if you have met her before. Well, Uncle Taheo joined a few weeks before me. Have you met Urza? Lucy inquired with curiosity. I haven't, but I have conducted a bit of research. By the way, I know about everyone in the guild, Taheo replied. You are truly impressive. Lucy marveled, seemingly unaware of the deeper implications of Taheo's words. Mira Jane cast a knowing glance at Taheo, but chose not to elaborate. After educating Gray and Natsu, Urza announced her reason for returning. She needed assistance with a task that she could not accomplish alone, and she had her sights set on Natsu and Gray. These two were considered the backbone of the guild, ranking among the strongest after the top-tier mages. Upon hearing that Urza planned to team up with them, Mira Jane exclaimed, this might just be the strongest team in Fairy Tail. Lucy gasped, is this the strongest team? Taheo interjected, no. The three of them combined still wouldn't be able to defeat Gildarts. So what kind of team is that? Lucy, intrigued, asked, who is Gildarts? Mira Jane explained, he is the strongest mage in the guild and has been away on a high-difficulty mission for quite some time. Taheo, you know about this too? I mentioned before. I am well informed about all situations, Taheo responded. As Mira Jane observed Taheo's flirtatious glances, she could only return an awkward yet polite smile. Taheo remarked, well, Gildarts is exceptionally powerful. At this stage, no one in the guild, aside from the master, might stand a chance against him. Who might you be referring to? The question came not from Mira Jane or Lucy, but from Urza. After stating her purpose to everyone, Urza approached Taheo. Hello? Are you Taheo, the new guild member? She inquired. Natsu and Gray mentioned that you are quite strong. Taheo glanced past Urza at Natsu and Gray, who were joyfully arm in arm, seemingly united against him. Well, after Taheo was thoroughly defeated before, they are now hoping that Urza, having just returned, will thrash him, enjoying the spectacle. Taheo waved his hand dismissively, not at all. I am quite weak. One punch from you could easily knock me down. That seems about right. However, I've heard you are a summoner. Does that mean your combat strength relies entirely on your summoned entities? Urza queried. That is indeed the case. Taheo nodded in agreement. Very well. Then you shall assist on the next mission. Urza declared firmly, I will ensure your safety. You need not worry about danger. Upon hearing Urza's words, Taheo playfully responded, are you going to take responsibility for me? I'm not quite ready for that. A chill swept through the guild hall, causing everyone to shiver and sweat nervously. Was this Taheo teasing Urza? If she were to become angry, things might become troublesome. Are you serious? Urza asked. I was only joking. No need to take it so seriously, Taheo chuckled. I also don't believe you are serious, but such remarks should be avoided. Urza corrected his flippancy. Understood. We only need one playboy in the guild, and that is Loke, Taheo retorted. From a distance, Loke chimed in. Hey, there's no need to bring me into this right now. So, let us tidy up tonight and gather at the station tomorrow, Urza instructed. Wait, Taheo called out. While I don't mind helping, if you do not even specify what we are doing, I lack the motivation to act. Fair enough, let's discuss the task, Urza began. During her previous mission, she had overheard a dark guild called the Iron Forest plotting something nefarious. Driven by her sense of justice and the purpose of the guild, Urza intended to eradicate the Iron Forest, thus thwarting their malicious plans, even without knowing their exact intentions. Oh, quite noble indeed, Taheo nodded in agreement. Ready to join the mission. The next day, the group took a train to find the Iron Forest, and they returned to the guild that very afternoon. Mira Jane expressed her astonishment. That was incredibly swift. They left in the morning, and with travel time included, they managed to eliminate a dark guild in half a day. Lucy, who had been called along by Mira Jane, awkwardly explained, that's because Uncle Taheo is exceptionally strong. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Lucy elaborated on the events. Their journey to the destination and the search for the Iron Forest Guild members was expedited significantly with Taheo's presence. Tuhao summoned a ninja with white eyes and smoothly located a sneaky minion from the Iron Forest. He then controlled the opponent using Akatsuki Itachi's Tsukuyomi, compelling them to reveal the whereabouts of their companions. Consequently, the group made a beeline for the Iron Forest, where they learned of the true intentions of its members. It turned out that the Iron Forest was once a legitimate guild, but over the years, it succumbed to the lure of money, accepting various assassination missions, which was strictly forbidden by the Guild Alliance. As a result, the Alliance disbanded the Iron Forest. Naturally, the members were reluctant to dissolve, retreating instead into the underground. However, they despised the notion of becoming dirty rats scurrying in the shadows and harbored resentment towards the Guild Alliance. They planned to utilize a cursed artifact they had recently discovered, alongside a lethal magical curse, to execute acts of terror as revenge against the Alliance. Having grasped their intentions, there was no need for further dialogue. It was time to engage in battle. Tuhao surveyed the scene and summoned 3 powerful spirit beasts, the spirit guardian turtle, the spicy fish, and the serpent of 10,000. Their combined might cleared the area with ease. To be honest, even one of the serpents would have sufficed to decimate the guild. With all 3 summoned, the enemies stood no chance. Only their ace, Aligur, managed to evade the onslaught with his wind magic, allowing him to soar into the sky. However, he could not escape the fate that awaited him. He was nearly dispatched by a kick from the youthful figure summoned by Tuhao. Such a minor character could not withstand the force of the 7 gates of Kai. Thus, the Iron Forest was obliterated, and the cursed artifact they sought was destroyed, concluding the mission efficiently. When the officials from the Magic Council of the Magical Realm arrived and apprehended the surviving members of the Iron Forest, Tuhao utilized space-time ninjutsu to return everyone directly to the guild. Not a moment of time was wasted throughout the mission, showcasing remarkable efficiency. After Lucy recounted the events, the guild members gained a newfound appreciation for Tuhao's strength, pondering whether he now ranked among the strongest within the guild. After all, he appeared to surpass both Natsu and Gray in prowess, but his conspicuous weaknesses led some to doubt his standing. Tuhao's combat abilities were, after all, among the lowest in the guild, presenting a peculiar beauty in its subtlety. Chapter 5, A Rank Mission. Over the course of the morning, Urza had developed a certain understanding of Tuhao and inquired, "Have you considered training your body seriously?" "I do exercise. However, at my age, the results are not ideal. After all, I am 35, and my body is already in a balanced state, heading downhill. At this stage, achieving a breakthrough through training would require extraordinary motivation," he replied. "Is the situation truly as Tuhao describes it?" Someone chuckled. "He's merely an older gentleman with a bit of special magic. While his output is impressive, he shatters at the slightest touch, just an insignificant waste." The source of the mockery came from the 2nd floor of the guild, belonging to a member with tousled blonde hair. The 2nd floor of Fairy Tail was designated for A-rank missions, where the guild's higher-level assignments were posted. The one ridiculing Tuhao was none other than Laxus Dreyer, one of the 5 A-rank mages in the Fairy Tail Guild. It is worth noting that he is the grandson of the guild master, Makarov, representing the 3rd generation of magical lineage. Strictly speaking, it is the 4th generation at this point. However, His rank was not merely granted through familial connections. His strength was genuinely formidable. Nevertheless, his temper was quite poor, leading to minimal bonds within the guild, save for his subordinates, the Thunder Legion. You are right, Tu Hao remarked nonchalantly. Why would an adult take a child seriously? Upon hearing Tu Hao's dismissal, the guild members felt uneasy, but since the speaker was also a guild member and Tu Hao showed no objection, they remained silent. However, Natsu's temper flared, and he retorted to Laxus. Tu Hao is very strong and kind to everyone. You can't say such things about him. No, Natsu. You misunderstand. Laxus interjected, shaking his finger. I am not referring to him. I am speaking of everyone present, including you, who are all worthless. Huh, I am not worthless, Natsu exclaimed, ready to charge at Laxus for a duel. However, according to the rules, those who were not A rank were prohibited from ascending to the second floor. So Urza promptly restrained Natsu. Rules are rules. Even if Laxus provokes you, we cannot allow you to break them. Yet, this did not imply that Urza would stand idly by while Natsu was insulted. She confronted Laxus, demanding, apologize. Why should I? I am merely stating facts. Moreover, Urza, you have no right to command me, Laxus replied, his tone growing colder as sparks of electricity began to emanate from him. In response, Urza's aura surged as well. Laxus's behavior was unacceptable within the guild, and with the guild master absent, it was her responsibility to discipline him. Enough. If you two fight within the guild, the building may be demolished, and the master will be heartbroken, Tu Hao interjected, stepping in to defuse the tension. Mentioning the guild master caused Laxus to spit in disdain before departing. Urza composed herself and apologized to Tu Hao. I am sorry for dragging you into this. Not at all. It is the duty of the elder to mediate. Tu Hao waved his hand. The potential conflict stemmed from youthful exuberance. There was no necessity for violence. A little understanding can go a long way. Tu Hao's reasoning resonated, and the others comprehended, save for Natsu. Feeling belittled, he became increasingly uncomfortable, brewing a bold idea in his mind. Preparations for the mission. The following morning, the guild master returned from the guild alliance's regular meeting. The Iron Forest sought to launch an attack during this time precisely because the meeting was in session, aiming to deliver a significant blow to the guild alliance. Upon his return, the guild master wore a broad smile. Have you taken an aphrodisiac? Of course not. At my age, such things hold little significance. The smile stemmed from receiving accolades. While attending the meeting yesterday, the guild masters were informed of the Iron Forest's annihilation at the hands of Fairy Tail members. A monumental achievement that occurred without significant collateral damage. This led the Magic Council to commend the guild master specifically. Is that all it takes for commendation? This was attributed to various historical issues. Due to the guild's philosophy, Master Makarov had a relatively lenient approach towards guild members, refraining from imposing strict requirements. This philosophy fostered a sense of freedom among members, who were generally good-hearted and not prone to malicious deeds. However, during missions, their emotions could run high, resulting in reckless actions that often led to unnecessary destruction. Consequently, despite being the foremost righteous guild, they frequently received complaints. The master cherished his children and believed they acted with good intentions. Thus, he merely lectured them verbally, without imposing strict demands. However, this did not alter their behavior, leading to the master facing criticism from the council during each meeting. While he may have been indifferent, the constant reprimands were disheartening, almost becoming a recurring nightmare for the elderly leader. Today, however, was markedly different, as they had flawlessly completed the mission, astonishing even the council members. Reflecting on their astonished faces filled the master with elation. My children are quite reliable. They are not as dreadful as you claim. This was a feeling the old father had not experienced in a long time, a sense of pride and vindication. Such a change is undoubtedly thanks to Tu Hao. The master mused. He had consistently monitored Tu Hao's mission completion rates, noting that no client had ever lodged a complaint against him. Instead, they expressed admiration. Many even specifically requested Tu Hao for assignments. The successful completion of this mission could be attributed to his involvement. Indeed, he is a mature and commendable child. What reward should I bestow upon him? Perhaps I should promote him to A-rank mage? The attack power is indeed sufficient, yet there are drawbacks. Even a high-level mage is not invincible. Tu Hao's advantages evidently outweigh his shortcomings, so ascending ranks is of little consequence. In any case, the guild master is exceedingly pleased. However, this sense of exhilaration evaporated upon returning to the guild. for Naz had caused yet another commotion. Master, it's terrible. Naz has secretly taken a high-level commission, Mira exclaimed. That rascal. The guild master felt a surge of frustration. The guild rules explicitly prohibit taking on tasks beyond one's rank, and violations could lead to expulsion. What to do now? Under normal circumstances, expulsion would be the only option, but the guild members could not bear to see one of their own cast out. In a fit of irritation, the guild master decided to disregard Naz's actions and let him fend for himself. Foolish and overconfident, Laxus mocked. Last night, I wondered what he was up to, and it turns out he was merely stealing a commission. This only served to infuriate the guild master further. Laxus, you knew about this. Why didn't you stop him? Why should I care? If that brat wants to perish, let him. Didn't you just say the same thing, old man? Laxus retorted, catching the guild master off guard. Mira interjected. How can you speak to your grandfather that way? Come on, I'm merely stating facts. I haven't done anything wrong. Besides, it was that brat who broke the rules. Blame him. Laxus's reasoning left the other guild members speechless. At that moment, Urza stepped forward, asserting, regardless. Naz has done wrong and must be brought back for punishment. I will retrieve him. This could also serve as a way to mitigate the guild master's wrath, ensuring that the punishment wouldn't be as severe. Ha, you better hurry. Otherwise, it won't be amusing if that fool meets his end on the way. Laxus laughed heartily as he departed. His words were infuriating, yet the guild members found themselves unable to retaliate, and they certainly couldn't overpower him. To pursue Naz, Urza set off with Gray. Meanwhile, Mira noticed something and asked, strange, where are Tu Hao and Lucy? Why didn't they come this morning? Has anyone seen them? Everyone shook their heads, having not seen a trace of them. Suddenly, the guild master had a realization, exclaiming, could it be that they followed Naz? That seems possible. Mira replied, puzzled. That fool Naz. Not only did he go alone, but he also dared to bring Lucy along. What if something goes wrong? The guild master's anxiety mounted. Naz's understanding of situations was woefully inadequate. While his powers may have reached the threshold for high-level tasks, his ability to handle matters was entirely lacking. Lucy's capabilities were certainly insufficient for such a task. What would happen if something went awry? Now, he hoped that Tu Hao had indeed accompanied them, as his presence would ensure greater safety. Were the three of them together? Indeed. They were currently soaring toward their destination on a summoned eagle conjured by Tu Hao. Naz, being clever, had not set off alone after accepting the commission. He sought out Lucy and Tu Hao. His choice of Lucy stemmed from having deemed her a partner, while he sought Tu Hao for his ability to alleviate his motion sickness. After being transported by Tu Hao's spatial movement, Naz had become enamored with the convenience of such travel, and now he insisted on bringing Tu Hao along for any task. Clinging to the eagle's feathers, Lucy exclaimed, while flying is enjoyable, these feathers are far too smooth to hold on to. Tu Hao comforted her, this is much quicker. Or would you prefer a train followed by a boat, taking forever to reach our destination? Though slower travel allows one to enjoy the scenery, the thought of Naz succumbing to motion sickness would ruin any beautiful view. Reflecting on Naz, Lucy glanced at him, lively as ever, clinging to the eagle's talon, and curiously asked Tu Hao, why isn't Naz getting sick on this eagle? Well, it's a living creature. Remember when Naz flew with Happy? He didn't seem to have any issues then. Tu Hao replied, gesturing for Lucy to come closer. Cautiously, Lucy inched toward him, fearing a fall, and Tu Hao whispered, as long as you have the gift of gab, you can convince Naz that this isn't a mode of transportation, and he won't feel nauseous. Wait, does that mean his motion sickness is purely psychological? Lucy asked, astonished. Who knows? It works, so that's all that matters, Tu Hao shrugged. Lucy pondered for a moment before asking, by the way, why aren't you using that spatial transfer magic to get us there faster? I can't transfer without coordinates. While I could use the previous method of teleporting to establish coordinates, then transferring, I'm not in a rush. Enjoying the scenery while flying on this great eagle is quite delightful, Tu Hao explained. I see. It seems it's not as exhilarating as I imagined, Lucy mused, having thought Tu Hao's transfer magic allowed for instant travel anywhere. Curiously, she continued, by the way, how are you sitting so steadily? Oh, it's just a little magic I've learned that allows me to fix any part of my body to a desired location. This was a fib, in reality. It was a manipulation of chakra. While studying the fundamentals of ninjutsu, Tu Hao had mastered the basics quickly, and now that he could manipulate chakra, he had acquired the skills with ease. Hence, when he claimed to possess no combat ability, it was a mere exaggeration. He was now capable of holding his own at a level comparable to a freshly graduated Naruto, at the very least. Wait, that's so weak. Not at all. After all, I can summon and utilize secret techniques. With just those two, I could easily navigate the world beneath Jonin level. As for anything beyond that, you wouldn't expect me to employ techniques like the Utama Raisin Shuriken, would you? In reality, Susanoo was not as easily disrupted as in games. The strength of secret techniques would not suffice against powerful ninjas. Techniques like body enhancement, chakra manipulation, and recovery are quite beneficial for oneself. Returning to the topic, Tuhao used the summoned eagle to bring Naz and Lucy to their task's destination, Garnet Island. The task involved lifting a curse afflicting the island. According to the mission description, the island had fallen under an unknown curse, transforming its residents into monstrous beings resembling demons. The hope was for outside mages to assist in breaking this curse. It seemed straightforward, didn't it? In fact, it was quite simple. As the island's residents were not cursed per se, they were under an illusion. The island's inhabitants had always appeared demonic, though they lacked actual demonic powers. An event known as the Moon's Drop Purification Ritual had been conducted on the island, creating a layer of crystallized waste in the sky that produced an illusionary effect, causing everyone to perceive the moon and forget their true appearances, leading to the issuance of this commission. Tuhao's method of resolution was equally simple. Summon Susanoo. With a thrust of Susanoo's 10 fists soared toward the sky, he shattered the crystalline film, sealing away the excess. As the film dissipated, the villagers' perceptions returned to normal, realizing their previous misconceptions, thus completing the task flawlessly. Wait, what am I here for? Naz asked, puzzled. This was to complete a high-level commission and prove that you can become a high-level mage. Tuhao completed the task directly, leaving one to ponder his further role. He patted Natsu on the shoulder and said, "Don't be hasty. There are still battles to be fought." Chapter 6. The Power of the Earth. What did Tuhao mean by having battles to engage in? Had it not been mentioned that the crystallization of the miasma was a result of someone performing the moon's drop ritual? Who was the individual conducting this ritual? And what was their purpose? Until this query was resolved, similar issues would undoubtedly arise in the future. One must assist others fully. Tasks must be completed with utmost diligence. Hence, the need to proceed further. Upon hearing Tuhao's explanation, Natsu and Lucy concurred with his perspective. Lucy then inquired, "So, how shall we address this?" The ritual was taking place on this very island, and with a bit of reconnaissance, Tuhao could ascertain its location. "How convenient," Lucy remarked, recalling a similar feeling she had during their previous encounter in the Iron Forest, which now seemed even stronger. It appeared that no dilemma could truly impede Tuhao. Every problem he faced seemed to vanish effortlessly, instilling a sense of reliance in her. Would prolonged teamwork render them ineffectual? With such thoughts, Lucy followed Tuhao into a cave, navigating through numerous twists and turns until they entered a vast cavern, an astonishing realm hidden within. Naturally, the most captivating sight was not merely the expanse of space, but the enormous ice block within, which encased a genuine demon. "What is this?" Lucy exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. "This is the demon from the Book of Jalal, the ice demon, Deliora," Tuhao elucidated. "Jalal? Isn't that the name of the most nefarious dark wizard?" Lucy trembled as she spoke. "Indeed, but do not be so frightened. That wizard is not present. And this demon is sealed in ice," Tuhao reassured her. "Then why is it encased in ice?" Lucy asked, her curiosity piqued. "This is related to Gray. He once obliterated the city where Gray's family resided, indirectly leading to the demise of his parents. Its power is immense. Even Gray's master, the formidable Uar, was crippled by it. Ultimately, Uar sacrificed her life to cast the forbidden technique, absolute ice, to seal it away, resulting in its current state," Tuhao explained. Though brief, his words conveyed the gravity of the situation, and both Natsu and Lucy comprehended its implications. Especially Natsu, whose gaze toward Deliora was filled with fury as he coldly articulated. "So it is an enemy of Gray. What do those conducting the ritual intend to achieve? The ice of eternal freezing cannot be melted by conventional means. So they aim to harness the power of the moon, specifically the moon's drop, to dissolve the ice. Essentially, to unseal it," Tuhao replied. "Have they lost their minds? Or are they affiliated with a dark guild?" Lucy questioned, bewildered. Tuhao shook his head. "I do not know, but regardless, their objective revolves around Deliora. If we eliminate it, they will cease their ritual, and the island's issues will be resolved." A shiver ran down Lucy's spine as she asked, "What do you mean?" You do not intend to unseal the demon and engage in battle with it, do you? Given Tu Hao's previous actions, Lucy had confidence in his ability to break the seal. Natsu, what do you think? Tu Hao redirected the question to him. With a clenched fist, Natsu replied earnestly. An enemy of my comrades is my enemy. I shall defeat it to avenge Gray's master. See, Tu Hao gestured towards Natsu. Well, that is indeed the case, Lucy conceded, finding Natsu's reasoning sound. But how do we unseal it and defeat it? Before Tu Hao could respond, Natsu surged forward, ignited by flames, charging at the frozen Deliora. He held no belief in unmelting ice, relying solely on his own fire. Yet, he soon found himself at a loss. No matter how he struck or scorched, the ice showed no signs of melting, leaving him frustrated, exclaiming, "Why is it so hard? This ice was forged with the sacrifice of Gray's master. Is it not reasonable for it to be so resilient?" Tu Hao clarified. What now? Lucy inquired, her curiosity growing about how Tu Hao planned to dismantle this eternal freeze. Well, it is not imperative to break the eternal freeze to harm Deliora. Tu Hao chuckled, presenting the simplest method, summoning the power of the earth. He could phase through the ice and enter Deliora's interior, then use Kamui to extract it without damaging the ice. Of course, there existed a more direct approach. Kamui. Kakashi's Kamui could distort even the head of an Outer Path statue. What was a mere Deliora in comparison? Moreover, this demon was already a shell of its former self. The freezing was not merely a seal. Years of confinement had drained Deliora of its vitality, rendering it a hollow vessel. The moment the ice was lifted would be its moment of demise. However, utilizing this method would damage the ice, so Tu Hao employed another method that would preserve it. Let us summon Eternal Susanoo Sasuke. Quite dashing, and somewhat reminiscent of Gray, Lucy remarked, observing the striking dark-haired figure. This showy style is not to my taste, Natsu grumbled, seeing multiple reflections of himself in Eternal Sasuke, which irritated him greatly. This is merely a summon, no need for critiques. Now let us begin. Tu Hao commanded Eternal Sasuke to unleash his skills. Amaterasu and the power of the earth. Black flames erupted violently within the ice block. By controlling the focus, he could direct Amaterasu to lock onto Deliora, then use the power of the earth to manipulate its form. The fire style, power of the earth, was a capability of the Uchiha Sasuke's right eye, allowing him to release black flames and shape them for offense and defense. It could transform into blades, spikes, swords, or even shuriken for attacks while also protecting with black flames enveloping the Susanoo's frame, an integrated attack and defense technique. Tu Hao utilized this ability to confine Amaterasu within the ice, scorching Deliora. The demon trembled violently as the searing flames consumed its final vestiges of life, threatening to obliterate its very existence. Deliora attempted to resist, but what could it do? Its life flickered like a candle in the wind, lacking the strength to oppose the eternal freeze, reducing it to ashes in the inferno of Amaterasu. Amaterasu has killed it. Well, it was indeed a kill. But that seems to be an original addition from the anime, a character remarked. The legendary demon created by Jalal was thus incinerated? Lucy's perception of Tu Hao's power evolved. Natsu, however, was unfazed. Instead, he was drooling. As a dragon slayer, he could restore his strength by consuming energy corresponding to his element, and as a fire dragon slayer, his favorite sustenance was various flames. Fairy Tail even had a special flame menu just for him. Hence, upon witnessing the black flames of Amaterasu, his saliva flowed like a waterfall. Tu Hao, indulging his straightforward little brother, commanded Sasuke to unleash several Amaterasu flames before Natsu. Thank you for the treat. Naz lunged forward and devoured the remains of Deliora, who was quickly reduced to ash. The group conducting the ritual sensed the disturbance and rushed over. However, they were met only with the last flicker of black flames extinguishing at the spot where Deliora had once stood. The leader, momentarily stunned, questioned the years of preparation and anticipation that had culminated in this singular opportunity now lost. A fervent obsession ignited within him, and he demanded to know, "Who are you? And what are you doing? What are we doing?" "We are vanquishing evil," replied Taiheo with righteous indignation. This display of virtue weakened the adversary's resolve. Yet their anger surged anew, bolstered by a desire to prove superiority. "Very well. Since you have defeated Deliora, I shall demonstrate my strength by defeating you." With that, the leader charged at Taiheo and his companions. "Go on, it's your moment, Naz," Taiheo shouted. There was no need for him to summon ninjas now. After consuming the flames of Amaterasu, Naz's power surged, unlocking a new form, the Celestial Flame Dragon mode. Upon consuming the potent flames, Naz felt an uncontrollable surge of energy that was perfectly timed, as an enemy now provided an outlet for his excess power. Ice Form Magic. Dragon. Like Gray's Ice Form Magic, but dynamic, Naz conjured a formidable ice dragon, boasting immense speed and destructive capability. Yet, was it wise to employ a dragon against a dragon slayer? As the ice dragon barreled toward him, Naz, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Just what I needed." Roar of the Celestial Flame Dragon. A conflagration of black and crimson flames erupted from Naz's mouth, shattering the ice dragon upon contact and consuming the leader in an instant. Along with those who followed, the roar continued to surge forward, unyielding even against the mountain's wall, piercing through it in an explosive display. That was quite powerful. "I hope we don't cause a landslide," Taheo remarked. "Will it collapse?" Lucy glanced around anxiously. She certainly did not wish to find herself buried beneath a mountain. After unleashing the roar, Nez fell to his knees, covering his mouth in disbelief. What is this power? He marveled, astonished by the strength he had never wielded before, now utterly beyond his control. As the roar subsided, pain coursed through his body. The flames of Amaterasu were far beyond his current endurance. "Naz, are you all right?" Happy flew over, concerned. Taheo reassured him, "Don't worry, it's just indigestion. You'll just need to train harder. If you can't even control this fire, how can you stand on the same level as Urza and the others?" "I understand." The reality was undeniable. Nez had to concede that, as Taheo pointed out. Without mastering this power, he could not hope to stand alongside Urza. Yet, Naz was not disheartened. He now had a more immediate goal. If he could harness this energy, he was confident he could surpass Urza and Laxus, and emerge as the strongest in the guild. "Surely, he doesn't think I'm just a battery?" Taheo mused, observing Naz's expression. "Well, regardless of Naz's situation, let's check on those unfortunate souls he took down." Taheo summoned Niji Hyuga to observe through his Byakugan, confirming that they were still alive. Indeed, the fire had not burned them to death, and the black flames Naz expelled quickly extinguished. Taheo thought to himself, Naz's flames lack the eternal burn of Amaterasu, but their destructive power is significantly amplified. Perhaps this is for the best. The unquenchable nature of those flames is quite challenging to control, as Taheo contemplated. He spotted a figure lurking in the shadows through Niji's Byakugan. Instinctively, Taheo turned to face the presence. Realizing they had been discovered, the figure fled. "Are they really that frightened?" Taheo remarked, bemused. He had not even seen their face, yet they fled like a startled bird. Was this truly the behavior of a villain? "Come out, reveal yourself, and make a statement." How utterly perplexing. "Well, let them go. We shall meet again someday," he concluded. With that, Taheo led Naz and the others to examine the unfortunate foes Naz had effortlessly dispatched, for as a guild of justice, they could not bear to let them perish unobserved. Meanwhile, two new arrivals, Gray and Urza, made their way to the island. Lacking Taheo's summoning prowess, they had to rely on conventional transportation, even commandeering a pirate ship out of urgency, arriving just as night fell. To be frank, had they arrived any later, Taheo and the others might well have been enjoying tea back at the guild. Chapter 7. How to best describe you under Taheo's guidance. The trio located the leader, who had been sent flying. The immense power of Naz's Celestial Flame Dragon roar had left the leader on the brink of death. He had narrowly survived due to an ice armor he conjured before the attack. The others were equally distressed, teetering on the edge of demise, unable to watch them perish. Taheo summoned a slug to begin the rescue. As he worked, Lucy approached Taheo and inquired, "Did I hear correctly? That leader mentioned ice form magic, which is Gray's magic, right? Do they have some connection?" "Indeed, they do share a connection. More accurately, they are brothers in arms," Taheo began to explain. Lyobastia, a striking young man with white hair and a cold demeanor, trained under his master, Uar, to wield ice magic. During a fateful encounter, he and Uar discovered a young Gray, forming a brotherly bond. Lyobastia aspired to surpass his master, believing no one could rival Uar's power, and thus pledged himself to Uar. However, the emergence of Daliura altered everything. Once, due to Gray's obstinacy, Uar and Lyobastia were compelled to confront the demon Daliura. Despite Uar's strength, they could not prevail. Lyobastia, convinced of Uar's invincibility, sought to utilize absolute ice to seal Daliora, hoping to prove his superiority. However, UR intervened, ultimately sealing Daliora with absolute ice. In the aftermath, a furious Lyobastia blamed Gray for UR's demise, believing Gray had shattered his dreams and departed in anger. That sounds like misplaced anger, Lucy remarked. Indeed, that is the case. Yet, deep down, he knows the fault lies with him, Taheo nodded. Afterward, Daliora became his obsession. He yearned to defeat Daliora himself, both to prove his surpassing of UR and to seek vengeance, for he could never forgive himself otherwise. So he wishes to break Daliora's seal? Lucy was at a loss for words regarding this individual. What are you talking about? Gray's voice rang out as he and Urza finally arrived. After listening to Taheo recount the events, Urza exclaimed, "We just arrived, and you've already resolved the mission?" Lucy boasted, "Tuhao is really impressive, isn't he?" Just as she intended to flaunt her admiration, she was met with a fierce glare from Urza. It suddenly dawned on Lucy that the three of them were not actual high-ranking wizards. They had taken on a mission they were ill-equipped for. The thought that Urza might pursue them to impose punishment sent shivers down Lucy's spine. Meanwhile, Natsu felt an urge to flee, only to be caught by Urza's swift grasp. Upon hearing the entire story, Gray rushed into the cave, where he was met with the stark sight of a barren ice sculpture. The remnants of ice reminded him of his master's words, and he lamented that he had never avenged his parents or his master. He had relied solely on others' strength. What had he been doing all these years? This contemplation made Gray bite his lip in frustration. Crying for a man is not a sin. But even if it were not, could he truly shed tears? With Daliora dead and his master avenged, Gray resolved to repay the debt of gratitude he owed. He quickly returned to find Tuhao. No, don't thank me. Tuhao waved dismissively. That demon was already a mere shell. I merely burned the remnants. What did you say? This question did not come from Gray, but from the recently awakened Leo, whose healing powers had proven quite effective. Seeing Gray's confusion, Tuhao explained, "Your master's eternal freeze did not merely encase it. It continuously drained its life force. Over the years, Daliora's vitality has been completely siphoned away, leaving only an empty shell, which is why it was so easily reduced to ash." Master. Gray shed tears of sorrow, realizing that his master had always been there for him. Leo, on the other hand, struggled to accept this truth. Perhaps the rest should be left to his junior. Tuhao led Natsu and the others away, granting the two brothers some space. The brothers immediately began their duel, each seeking to settle their past grievances. As they fought, Urza held Natsu in place to prevent his escape and remarked to Tuhao, "I once doubted your capacity to become an S-class wizard, but now I stand corrected. You surpass me." To be fair, Urza did not believe she could resolve the island's issues as swiftly as Tuhao had. His wisdom evidently compensated for his shortcomings, affirming that he was indeed an asset. "Thank you for the compliment, but I believe if we truly fought, I would certainly not be your match," Tuhao humbly replied. "Why are you so certain?" Urza inquired, puzzled. "Because I am chivalrous," Tuhao responded, as Moya, who was learning maid techniques, exclaimed, "Aminos! Are you implying that you would go easy on me in battle?" Urza asked, her irritation apparent. "Do you look down upon women? Such words are misplaced. I am a staunch advocate for equality. Both men and women should receive the same treatment. As for my enemies, I shall deal with them without restraint," Tuhao asserted earnestly, a sentiment Moya wholeheartedly endorsed. "Then why?" Urza pressed, still perplexed. "Because I like you," Tuhao confessed candidly. Lucy, who had been a bystander, gasped in disbelief. "How can this be? Aren't you fond of Mira-Jane?" She recalled Tuhao presenting flowers to Mira-Jane, clearly pursuing her. What did this declaration to Urza signify? "Well, I like both of you," Tuhao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, both Urza and Lucy's expressions shifted dramatically. Lucy, a public enemy of women. Urza, a scoundrel. "Hey, I merely expressed my fondness for both. I haven't pursued either of them." "How is that scoundrelly?" Tuhao retorted, speechless. "That may be the case, but saying it in front of the parties involved is no wonder Mira-Jane refers to you as a playboy." Lucy's opinion of Tuhao began to change. "Well, call me what you will. Being labeled a playboy is of no concern. During my university days, I was renowned for my social prowess, my charm attracting a plethora of admirers." Urza chose not to comment further and shifted the topic. "From your recounting of Gray and Leo's past, you seem to know them quite well. I have already mentioned that I have thoroughly investigated the guild's background. As the saying goes, Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. If I am unaware of my ally situations, how can we expect to succeed in battle? Please tell me you haven't investigated my background. Lucy said nervously. What do you want me to investigate, young lady of fortune? Tu Hao countered playfully. Nothing. Please, just leave it alone. Lucy quickly replied. This prompted Tu Hao to address the crux of the matter. As for mine, Urza's brow furrowed slightly. Though they were comrades, she felt uneasy about such intrusions. Everyone had their secrets, and unearthing them could be detrimental. Moreover, Urza realized that Tu Hao was far more complex than he appeared. I don't know what you're anxious about. Even if I knew, I wouldn't divulge it, Tu Hao remarked. Shall I swear an oath? If I reveal your past without your permission, may I be struck by lightning? Urza covered Tu Hao's mouth. No need for that. I trust you. While she recognized Tu Hao's intricate nature, she did not perceive him as an outsider. For a family member to swear such an oath would be unfathomable. Even if it meant death, she would refuse. Meanwhile, as Tu Hao engaged in idle chatter, the duel between Gray and Leo reached its conclusion. In a fierce magical confrontation, Gray triumphed over Leo with a heartfelt punch, awakening him from his fixation on Daliora and enabling both to move forward in alignment with their master's vision. Afterward, he departed with his followers. Thus, all matters on the island were resolved. Tu Hao summoned Daitu, utilizing his divine power to transport everyone back to the guild with incredible speed. You can trust me. Back at the Magic Council, the shadow that had swiftly fled upon being detected by Tu Hao, a woman named Yulutia, returned hastily to report to a man, a council member and one of the 10 holy mages, Zikrian. Yulutia, Daliora is dead. Zikrian, a pity. If we had obtained it, we would have been one step closer to our goal. My apologies, Lord Zikrian. I did not anticipate that woman's magic would be so formidable, enabling her to completely slay Daliora. The man who recently joined Fairy Tail possesses unfathomable strength, Yulutia explained. Tu Hao? His magic is indeed powerful, but his weaknesses are glaring and insignificant, Zikrian stated dismissively. Such a man, despite his apparent strength, will only serve to assist our plans. Indeed, Yulutia agreed. If Tu Hao were to hear this conversation, he would only smile, thinking how naive they were. Could they truly consider themselves villains? Would they like guidance from someone of my caliber? Of course, Tu Hao was unaware of this exchange, and thus could not impart any wisdom. However, it would not be long before a direct confrontation arose, at which point he would teach these youngsters a lesson. Preparations were underway. Upon returning to the guild, the master first expressed his disbelief at the convenience of spatial magic, allowing for such swift comings and goings. After this astonishment, it was time for punishment. I am sorry, old man. I should not have taken on the mission without permission. As Urza tightened her grip on his throat, Natsu prepared to apologize, kneeling in supplication. Would he repeat the offense in the future? Certainly, he would be humble but unrepentant. With Natsu in such a state, the master refrained from harsh words. Yet punishment was necessary. You were to help Mira Jane wash dishes for a week. Yes, Natsu obediently headed to the back to wash dishes. Then, the master turned his gaze toward Tu Hao and Lucy. Lucy felt a surge of fear as a thought crossed her mind. Wait, could it be that we are to be punished as well? She had merely accompanied Naz on his mission out of concern. Tu Hao, however, was quick to deflect responsibility. Casting a glance at Lucy, who immediately understood and nodded an apology to Naz. Since you've already done the dishes, you can bear the burden alone, she thought. Naz, who was washing the dishes in the back, found it somewhat amusing but acknowledged the truth. They were dragged along by him, and thus, the blame could not lie with them. The guild leader was not particularly pleased with Tu Hao's response. Your role was not to follow him, but to prevent him. So, has the mission been accomplished? Urza stepped forward to report the situation. Upon hearing the details, the guild leader was taken aback by the level of efficiency displayed. Completing the task in less than half a day, including travel time. This young man is more formidable than I anticipated. Should we consider promoting him? In each guild, the promotion of magic users is determined through internal selection, which often leads to a disparity in strength among members. However, Fairy Tail typically awaited a designated examination for promotions. Yet, Tu Hao's abilities clearly surpassed that of a typical mage. Perhaps an exception could be made for his advancement. At this moment, Urza interjected. I recommend Tu Hao for promotion to a higher rank. This declaration caused a stir among the guild members. How could someone who had only joined a few months prior ascend to such heights? Nonetheless, no one voiced dissent. for Hao had indeed completed a mission of significant caliber in a remarkably short time. While Laxus would likely have opposed this, he was currently absent, preoccupied with his own tasks, rendering his opinion irrelevant. With Urza's endorsement, the guild leader found it easier to make a decision and promptly approved the promotion. Was this too hasty? Well, that was the nature of this guild, often making decisions on a whim. At that moment, Lucy seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing in concern. Natsu's feline companion, noticing her distress, scurried over and asked, "Lucy, what's wrong? I feel as though we've forgotten something." "Ah, the reward," Lucy exclaimed, suddenly realizing that they had yet to receive their compensation for the mission. While money was one matter, the real prize for her as a celestial mage was the key to the 12 zodiac spirits. Had they neglected to claim it? Nearby, Gray interjected, "If you took on the mission without proper authorization, don't expect any reward." "But we completed it. I can forego the payment, but I must have the key," Lucy protested, feeling disheartened. Gray continued to tease her. "Even if you did receive a reward, it was Hao who did all the work, so you wouldn't get anything anyway." In response, Hao produced the key from his pocket and tossed it to Lucy. "The key to Sagittarius? Where did you get this?" Lucy asked in astonishment. "This was the reward for our mission. You two were so enamored by the villagers' joy after breaking the curse that you completely forgot about the reward. Naturally, it fell to me, the elder brother, to claim it," Hao explained. "Here is the key for you, but don't think about the money." Lucy nodded appreciatively. "No problem. Just having the key is more than enough. Asking for more would be greedy." Then, Hao turned to Happy. "Let's split the remaining money between Natsu and me. Make sure to keep it safe." From the back, Natsu shouted, "I don't need that money. I was wrong to take the mission, and I didn't contribute much, so I shouldn't take the reward." Happy chimed in, "That's right." His eyes gleamed at the thought of purchasing an abundance of fish with the money. Hao, without hesitation, pocketed the money and stated, "If you don't want it, I'll take it." The concept of modesty was never part of Hao's vocabulary. However, before putting it away, he pulled out a few bills and handed them to Happy, saying, "Here, take this to buy some fish." "Hao, you are so generous," Happy exclaimed, joyfully clutching the money to buy fish. Seeing Happy so elated made Hao smile. He then retrieved the remaining money and announced to the guild, "To celebrate my promotion, I will cover all expenses tonight. Drink and enjoy, everyone." The guild erupted in cheers. Natsu longed to join in the revelry, but was restrained by Mira Jane and Urza, who playfully reminded him, "Natsu, you need to stay back and wash the dishes." Natsu's face contorted in dismay, while the rest of the guild reveled in joy. The opposing guilds were far from pleased with the news of Fairy Tail's new rank advancement. That day, the announcement of a new high-ranking mage in Fairy Tail spread like wildfire. The guild's boisterous celebration naturally caught the attention of the townsfolk, and soon enough, the entire world would know. The rival guild, Phantom Lord, was not pleased, especially its leader, Jose Porla, whose resentment was palpable. Jose, like Makarov, was one of the 10 great saints and had a long-standing rivalry with Makarov. Their discord began at a gathering of guild leaders, where both, inebriated, boasted about their respective guilds, leading to a brawl that Makarov ultimately won. Following that incident, Jose ceased attending such gatherings, viewing Makarov and Fairy Tail as lifelong adversaries with the goal of surpassing them. However, circumstances did not favor him, despite Fairy Tail's penchant for chaos. Their powerful mages kept them firmly atop their throne, inciting jealousy within Jose. Now, upon hearing the news of Fairy Tail's growing strength, he seethed with rage. "High-ranking mage, why does Makarov's luck remain so unyieldingly strong?" Jose cursed. After venting his frustration, a sinister smile crept across his face. "But your luck ends here. With this mission, we can launch an unencumbered assault on Fairy Tail." A chilling laughter echoed from Jose's chamber as he plotted his next move. The next day, Hao approached the guild, now riddled with damage. It appeared someone had driven iron stakes into the building. Did Phantom Lord attempt a sneak attack? How petty to strike when no one is around. They aspire to be the top guild? He scoffed before entering. The first floor was devoid of members, as the damage rendered it uninhabitable, forcing the guild members to gather in the underground chambers. Upon realizing this, Hao made his way downstairs, discovering Natsu and others engaged in a heated discussion with the guild leader about seeking retribution. The leader firmly rejected Natsu's desires for revenge, explaining that formal guilds prohibited personal conflicts. If the opposing guild initiated hostilities, it was their fault. Fairy Tail retaliating would be equally culpable. Though the members were frustrated, they had no choice but to suppress their anger in light of the leader's words. However, the situation was far from settled. Tuhao took out his phone, activating a drone view to survey the city for potential targets. Meanwhile, the fairy tale team consisting of Levi, Macau, and Droy had completed their assigned task and were on their way back when an unexpected figure blocked their path. This individual was Gajeel Red Fox, an Iron Dragon Slayer, currently affiliated with Phantom Lord and recognized as their strongest mage beneath Jose. What was his purpose in obstructing their way? As they understood the ghosts well, merely destroying the guild hall would not provoke the fairy tale into action. The only way to compel this guild to ignore the commands from above and fight to the death was to severely injure their members. Those who valued their guild members and considered them family would never tolerate an attack on their loved ones. Without further ado, Gajeel launched an assault on the trio from Engine. Although he was outnumbered, his strength was superior, and the trio posed no threat. Realizing they were outmatched, two of the males decided to act as shields, urging Levi to escape first. However, Levi would never abandon her companions. Would all three of them fall in battle? The sound of birdsong pierced the air, and sensing something was amiss, Gajeel promptly retreated. A bolt of lightning struck precisely where he had been standing moments before. Turning to the source of the attack, he saw a black-haired man clad in a robe of fire cloud approaching him. The man spoke coldly, with a mere whim. "I could take your life. The once great duelist, the god of ninjas, Iga has arrived." Chapter 8. You cannot evade this technique. Who are you? Just a passerby? Gajeel chuckled, noting that this individual had not been mentioned in the intelligence he had seen before. He likely was not a member of Fairy Tale, merely a bystander. No, it was also possible he was a newcomer to the guild. Regardless of which it was, Gajeel would not allow anyone to interfere with his fight. "Whoever you are, you shall die alongside them," he declared, launching an attack at Iga. As an Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel could transform his body into steel to strike his opponents. This time, he extended his arm into a spear of iron, thrusting it toward Iga. Iga's Sharingan spun, allowing him to see through Gajeel's attack completely. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the strike, while simultaneously unleashing a surge of Chidori that made contact with Gajeel's outstretched metal arm, sending electric shocks through his body. The sensation of paralysis coursed through Gajeel, causing him to retract his arm, his brow furrowing. His opponent was formidable and had a slight advantage over him, making it unwise to engage in combat. Nevertheless, the brash Gajeel had no intention of retreating. With no thought of withdrawal, Gajeel pressed on, transforming his arm from a metal rod into a sword, assaulting Iga with a tempest of strikes. "How shall I best describe you?" he mused. Chidori Blade. Iga, having evaded the initial attack, charged forward, his Sharingan discerning Gajeel's movements, perfectly dodging his onslaught. To the eyes of the others, it appeared as though Iga had passed right through Gajeel's attacks. Did he just? Levi gasped. Indeed, like a frame of invincibility, Iga maneuvered through Gajeel's strikes. Then, he unleashed the Chidori spear, transforming Chidori into a long spear for mid-range combat. Although its power was lesser than that of Chidori, its extended range posed minimal risk, allowing for surprise attacks and captures. With this technique, Iga ensnared Gajeel and continued to discharge electricity. Gajeel's anguished cries echoed as he collapsed to the ground. Was that a one-hit knockout? Levi wondered, her disbelief palpable. The ease with which someone they could not defeat was dispatched left them questioning their own strength. Iga turned his gaze to Levi and her companions, who immediately tensed up, fearing he might turn his attention to them. "Thank you so much for your help," Levi exclaimed. Iga, taken aback, replied, "What are you saying? Hurry back to the guild." "Wait, are you Tuhao?" Levi deduced, realizing this was Tuho's summon. "He's nearby? Forget it. I'm at the guild. Come back quickly." Tuhao waved dismissively. "Can you really summon from this distance? If you can summon from so far away, Tuho's true form must be extraordinarily powerful." Levi and the others were at a loss for words. Just then, Gajeel, who had been defeated, suddenly stirred. He had been feigning defeat. Though he despised such tactics, he had no choice but to resort to underhanded methods when faced with a stronger opponent. However, Iga merely glanced back, fixing him with a fierce glare, and Gajeel found himself immobilized. Iga's eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, began to spin. You cannot evade this technique. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from beneath Gajeel's feet, engulfing him entirely. Utilizing his Sharingan to unleash an illusion, Iga trapped his enemy in a phantasm. then released Amaterasu to incinerate him relentlessly. This was Aiga's ultimate technique. To evade it, one must first master the double top. Gajeel was utterly defeated. However, Tuho did not deal a fatal blow, for this individual was destined to join Fairy Tail soon, becoming a reliable pillar of the guild. It would be inappropriate to leave him crippled. Thus, after a brief period, Tuho extinguished the flames of Amaterasu. Once everything was settled, Tuho commanded Aiga to turn and said, "Let us return to the guild swiftly. We must not allow the ghosts to corner us again." The trio nodded and hurried back. As for how to deal with Gajeel, well, his vitality was remarkably robust. He would likely survive. Tuho chose to disregard him, dispelling Aiga's summon. A chilling breeze swept past, leaving Gajeel unnoticed and alone. How desolate. Meanwhile, Levi and her companions rushed back to the guild to report the incident to the master. Upon hearing their account, the master immediately commended Tuho, saying, "Tuho, you did exceptionally well." Tuho, seated at the bar, acknowledged the praise with a gesture. Curiously, Mira Jane inquired, "How did you know Levi and the others were in danger?" Since the ghosts took the initiative, their intent must be more than mere destruction of our guild. They are likely planning further actions, and targeting our members who are active outside is a prime strategy. Are there still members out there? Tuho asked. Yes, but there's no need for concern, Mira Jane reassured. The members currently outside are all quite powerful and will not fall to the ghosts. At that moment, Natsu erupted with fury. "Old man, even if you expel me from the guild, I can no longer tolerate this. I will take down every last one of the ghosts." "No," the master echoed, equally incensed. "There is no need for restraint. We must settle the score, though we can endure the damage to the guild. An attack on the children of the guild crosses a line. We cannot tolerate this any longer." The entire guild was filled with a palpable rage, and war was imminent. However, an unexpected voice of dissent emerged. "Let it go. This is meaningless." Natsu glared at Tuho, who had uttered those words, and stormed over. "Tuho, our family is in danger. Why can you remain so indifferent? Calm down. This is futile." Tuho waved his hand from his seat. "What do you mean by that?" the master inquired, trusting Tuho enough to remain calm and listen to what he had to say. Tuho replied, "If we charge out and destroy their guild, do you think they will cease their actions? It is naive to think so. The ghosts and Fairy Tail share a long history. Both are ancient guilds. Would they carelessly attack us, who are also a legitimate guild? Since they have made their move, they are prepared. Thus far, this has been a part of their plan. They are deliberately luring us into battle." "A trap?" Mira Jane gasped. Gray interjected, unable to contain himself. "Are we to ignore the harm they inflict on our comrades out of fear of a trap? So you advocate ignoring it? We must retaliate, of course. The question is, how shall we retaliate?" Tuho shrugged. The master gestured for him to continue. "The adversary wishes for you to act in a manner that plays into their schemes. Yet we must resolutely refrain from such folly. The specter desires us to engage and tread upon their meticulously laid traps, but we shall remain steadfast within the guild. One can only speculate who will find themselves in a state of desperation when the time comes," queried Tuho. "We will," Naz declared resolutely, only to be swiftly rebuffed by Urza with a sharp blow to the side. "If you cannot think critically, do not stray from the topic," Urza remarked with an exasperated roll of her eyes. "It is the specter." The continuous provocations from the specter, once reported to the council president, will surely mount pressure upon them. If President Yuz cannot withstand the strain, he will be compelled to concede. Tuho continued Urza's train of thought. "However, this is a plan he has meticulously orchestrated for a long time, and he will not easily accept defeat. In his frantic state, he is bound to act erratically, undertaking actions he would ordinarily never consider. We shall mobilize the entire guild to confront them," offered the president, who possessed some understanding of Yuz. "Indeed, at that juncture, we shall occupy the moral high ground, rendering any retaliation against the specter entirely justifiable, regardless of how extreme our actions may be. The council will find no fault in our conduct," Tuho remarked with a smirk. Upon witnessing Tuho's expression and hearing his words, Mira Jane felt a stirring within her. "Tuho, what are you planning?" she inquired. "From this day forth, the Spectre Guild shall be relegated to history," he stated, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. Their intent had merely been to teach the Spectre a lesson, not to annihilate them entirely. Urza interjected, "President, must we resort to such extremes? We are all guilds of righteousness, after all. Did they consider such righteousness when they attacked our kin?" Tuho retorted coldly. "To those who treat us kindly, I shall extend warmth akin to a gentle spring. To those who treat us poorly, I shall ensure they experience the bitter chill of winter. From this day forward, I will make it known to the world what befalls those who dare to strike at our guild. With these words, the perception of Tu Hao among the guild shattered. He had previously been seen as a benevolent individual, always willing to assist, yet now he appeared a formidable force. The only dissenting voice was Urza, who had long been privy to Tu Hao's true nature. Yet, would the guild members detest this new side of Tu Hao? Certainly not. They found themselves even more enamored. He was benevolent to allies and ruthless to foes. Such a demeanor likely only repelled the most self-righteous individuals. Upon hearing Tu Hao's proclamation, the president contemplated the prospect of Tu Hao as the next guild leader. Makarov had served as president for several decades, and truthfully, he had long desired to find a successor but had yet to encounter a suitable candidate. The guild leader must possess sufficient strength, authority, wisdom, and a profound love for the guild to ensure its continued prosperity and prevent stagnation. From this perspective, candidates could only be drawn from the ranks of S-class mages. However, among their 5 S-class mages, Mira Jane had lost her powers and could not fight. Laxus was still in a rebellious phase, and Guildarts was untraceable and not one to remain with the guild. The enigmatic Mystigan was equally unlikely to assume the mantle of leadership. Urza, though the most suitable candidate, was still growing, and the scars of her past experiences had yet to heal, disqualifying her from consideration. In summary, there had previously been no suitable heirs. But now Tu Hao seemed to embody all the necessary qualities. So why not choose him? No, this was not the time for such thoughts. The president cast the notion aside and asked, "So, what shall we do next?" "We await your command." Tu Hao. Simple. First, President, you shall contact your old acquaintance and exaggerate the actions of the Spectre. Then collectively pressure the council to swiftly deal with the Spectre and demand reparations for our peace-loving guild. Remember to amplify our losses, claiming that there were serious injuries. To maximize the pressure on the council, Tu Hao instructed. I understand. The president felt this approach might be excessive, yet for the safety of the children, his own reservations were inconsequential. Meanwhile, others could not remain idle. They were to host a gathering outside the guild. The more festive, the better. The theme would celebrate our triumph over the Spectre's aggression. Should onlookers inquire, they would be told that the Spectre, envious of our guild's strength, had dispatched their most formidable mages to attack us, only to be defeated by Levi and her companions, who would be heralded as heroes, while emphasizing that they were merely a standard team from our guild, thereby showcasing our guild's might. This was not merely a matter of self-promotion. It was a strategic move to undermine the Spectre. The strongest members of their guild had been bested by our ordinary team, making the disparity between our guilds abundantly clear. It was evident that the Spectre would struggle to surpass Fairy Tail, remaining beneath our heel for an extended period. For someone like Yuz, who valued reputation and could not bear to lose to Fairy Tail, this was an intolerable scenario, coupled with the pressure from the council. Even the cunning Yuz might resort to irrational actions, perhaps launching an all-out assault against Fairy Tail, as Tu Hao had previously suggested. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Tu Hao had predicted. After Gajeel was carried away by his comrades, Yuz's blood pressure escalated to uncontrollable levels. That very night, rumors spread, instigated by Fairy Tail, reached his ears. How dare they? The audacity! Years of resentment towards Fairy Tail ignited into a blaze. Yuz, consumed by fury, commanded the entire guild to mobilize. This confrontation with Fairy Tail would determine their fates. Either they would perish, or he would. Meanwhile, Fairy Tail prepared for the impending conflict. And at the center of it all, Tu Hao was calculating. Mira Jane, observing Tu Hao's focused demeanor, curiously asked, with battle imminent, "What are you doing here?" "I am organizing the intelligence gathered about the Spectre," Tu Hao replied, diligently compiling the information. Having long been aware of the Spectre's intentions against Fairy Tail, he had employed others to investigate their affairs. "Is this for use during the battle?" Mira Jane continued her inquiry. "No, it is intended for after the battle." Tu Hao was now assessing the Spectre's assets. Since the Spectre will cease to exist post-battle, anything left behind will rightfully be claimed as spoils by Fairy Tail, the victors. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Mira Jane questioned. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. They initiated the provocations and launched the attacks. As the aggrieved party, it is only natural for us to seek compensation," Tu Hao stated, reviewing the list. The Spectre, unlike Fairy Tail, had opted for quantity over quality. maintaining numerous branches in addition to their headquarters, allowing them to challenge Fairy Tail through sheer numbers. With the elimination of their headquarters, they could find a way to seize the assets of their branches, a golden opportunity for gain, though it may seem improper. You don't quite fit the mold of a Fairy Tail member, Mira Jane remarked. Indeed, I suppose there is some truth to that. I am not as carefree as you might think. I can be quite calculating when I take things seriously, Tuhao quipped. But truthfully, it is also quite exhausting. And I prefer not to engage in such behavior unless absolutely necessary. Well, there's no helping it now. We need funds. Allow me to confide a secret. My magic is, in fact, supported by financial means, Tuhao whispered. What do you mean? Mira Jane furrowed her brow in confusion. You can see that my ability is akin to a summoning skill, quite similar to celestial magic, requiring a contract to be signed. The cost of utilizing this skill, however, is monetary, Tuhao replied. Spending money feels somewhat materialistic, Mira thought. If it resembles celestial magic, then it must draw upon powers from another realm. What purpose does a formidable entity from another world have for currency? In essence, money is merely a construct established by humanity, serving as a medium of exchange for resources. In places devoid of human presence, it is nothing but worthless paper. For a being capable of summoning powerful ninjas, it likely holds no significance. Who knows? It could be driven by some intrinsic rule or merely an impulsive whim. Well, I am still studying this, but to uncover the secrets of this skill, one must draw closer to it, which entails further financial investment, a sensation akin to gazing into an abyss. The greater the turbulence, the pricier the fish, to reap high rewards. One must embrace risks. Treading the razor's edge is perilous. If it does not impact you adversely, it might be prudent to refrain from delving deeper. Magic can be repurposed for other uses, Mira expressed her concerns. However, that is certainly not feasible. Once involved, retreat is not an easy option. Since we seek excitement, we shall indulge to the fullest, Tuhao asserted. Mira found herself at a loss for words, continuing to respond to Tuhao with an awkward yet polite smile. At that moment, a violent tremor indicated the arrival of something significant. Well, that would be the Phantom Guild, of course. In reality, their guild operates as a mobile fortress, capable of transforming into a mechanical giant. This is their leverage against Fairy Tail. The sight of their guild's building being mobilized left the guild leader somewhat dumbfounded. He truly had not anticipated that they would go all out to confront Fairy Tail. This was indeed a fight to the finish. Nevertheless, the guild leader retained a sense of righteousness. Before the opposing side formally commenced their actions, he stepped forward to engage in conversation with Joseph, the leader of the Phantom Guild. After their exchange, the Fairy Tail members discovered that the Phantom's brazen assault was not without cause. They had received a commission from a father to retrieve his runaway daughter. This runaway, of course, was Lucy. Lucy, a scion of wealth, was the cherished jewel of a prominent family, yet she had little interest in a life of luxury, instead favoring the freedom of a more adventurous existence. Hence, she had recently departed from home to join the guild she had long admired. Her father, however, could not abide his daughter engaging in what he deemed menial tasks, as most wizard work involves running errands. And thus he commissioned the Phantom's ruler to retrieve Lucy at any cost. Upon reviewing this commission, Joseph devised two schemes. First, to use this opportunity to openly attack Fairy Tail, asserting that he was merely fulfilling his employer's request, not engaging in private conflict, a position that would render him immune to any reprimands from the Guild Alliance or the Council. Secondly, even if he succeeded in abducting Lucy, he had no intention of returning her to her father. Instead, he planned to sequester her in a hidden location, hoping to extort her father for a hefty ransom. However, now half of his plan had unraveled. He had initially intended to provoke Fairy Tail into taking the offensive, setting a trap to incapacitate Makarov, knowing that without Makarov, Fairy Tail would be no match for him, allowing him to easily hold the guild at his mercy. Yet Tua's strategy had pushed him to desperation. He felt compelled to act without regard for Makarov's involvement. Nonetheless, in terms of raw power, Joseph could not contend with Makarov. What support did he possess? Indeed, he had the guild's building. This guild was known for its powerful magic artillery, capable of obliterating all except for Makarov. As long as he could stall Makarov, he would have time to charge the cannon and secure ultimate victory. The scheme was splendid, and it was time to initiate action. Thus, the Phantom Guild's fortress began to charge its power before the astonished onlookers. This prompted the guild leader to spring into action. enlarging his form and charging towards the opposing guild's building, while Joseph positioned himself to confront Makarov. Both guild leaders were of the Saint 10 rank, and without utilizing special skills, their strengths were comparable. Joseph was confident in his ability to hold the guild leader at bay. Additionally, Joseph had a cunning plan. He had begun charging his own power prior to arriving, meaning that after only a few seconds of preparation, the cannon would fire. The magical artillery aimed at the guild was unleashed. What now? Chapter 9, Flying Thunder God Technique. In the face of the approaching magical artillery, Urza stepped forward, declaring that should the guild leader not return, it was her duty to protect the guild as its strongest member. Urza employed her Requip magic, a form of spatial magic that allows her to instantaneously summon and don armor, weapons, or equipment from a specific space, enabling her to adapt and transform as needed. In this instance, she summoned the strongest defense, the adamantine armor, characterized by its white and deep blue design, and wielding a white shield. Its distinctive feature was the comprehensive coverage of armor, designed to withstand attacks from all angles. However, even this most formidable armor, while capable of providing some defense, could not completely shield Urza from the artillery's assault, and she would likely sustain injuries. At that moment, two shurikens appeared, one embedded in the cannon's barrel and the other positioned before Urza. Subsequently, a golden flash heralded the arrival of the Master of the Gates. Urza, perplexed, inquired, "Are you summoned by Tuhua?" Although uncertain of the stranger's identity, she assumed that any peculiar figure protecting her must have been summoned by Tuhua, which was a rather astute assumption. The Master of the Gates did not respond, but instead gripped the kunai and formed a seal, Flying Thunder God Technique. Watergate, wielding the shuriken, enacted the seal, which allowed him to transfer projectiles to other Flying Thunder God markers upon being attacked. In simpler terms, he redirected the enemy's attack. After the Flying Thunder God absorbed the artillery shell, it was redirected to the other kunai, which was positioned at the cannon's barrel. To the astonishment of all, the Phantom Guild's cannon erupted in a violent explosion. Urza staggered back from the force of the blast, only to be caught by someone who quipped, "What do you think? Was that impressive? Can you really redirect all enemy attacks? What other capabilities does your summoned ally possess?" Urza turned to face Tuhua, who had seized the opportunity to catch her. "Currently, I cannot obliterate the planet," Tuhua jested. Meanwhile, Makarov observed Tuhua's impressive display and chuckled. "Does your guild have such remarkable young talents?" Joseph, however, was nearly driven to madness. He could not accept that his ace had been so easily thwarted. "I will not forgive you. You shall all perish." Joseph screamed in a frenzy, simultaneously transforming the guild into a different form. Beyond its six-legged walking state, it could also assume the form of a mechanical giant, capable of employing a spell known as Purgatory Shatter. This spell, a synthesis of fire, earth, water, and wind attributes, creates a magical array that generates tremendous dark waves of energy, potent enough to annihilate the Tower of Paradise. Due to its overwhelming destructive potential, it was classified as a forbidden magic. Clearly, Joseph intended to use this spell to eradicate Fairy Tail entirely. Makarov, realizing the imminent threat, rushed to intervene. Yet at that moment, Tuhua interjected, "It seems you have completely ruled out the option of retreat, haven't you?" Joseph turned his attention to Tuhua, exclaiming, "You're just a novice, aren't you? So it was you orchestrating all the changes until now. Prepare to die." Joseph directed all his hatred towards Tuhua, longing to inflict upon him the most excruciating torment. Thus, he unleashed his most formidable spell, the Death Storm, gathering immense darkness in his hands to generate a powerful dark shockwave, akin to a dark version of the Kamehameha wave, void of any benevolence. It was evident that Joseph was beyond redemption. Tuhua coldly replied, "If you wish for death, I shall oblige." With that, he activated the Edo Tensei of Uchiha Madara. The complete form of Susanoo emerged, a colossal blue giant towering between heaven and earth. Joseph stood in awe. What was this? It was even more gigantic than Makarov. The sensation of its power shone as brightly as the sun, rendering Joseph as insignificant as a firefly in comparison. Tuhua declared, "This Susanoo embodies destruction itself. Prepare for your journey." Under Tuhua's command, the complete form of Susanoo drew forth its long sword, unleashing a cataclysmic strike towards Joseph. Witnessing this, the guild master immediately fled, eager to avoid the impending chaos. As the enormous sword descended upon him, Joseph cried out, "We are willing to retreat." Tuhua retorted, "Too late. The sword has already been unleashed. There is no reason to halt now. All Joseph could do was pit his amassed death storm against Susanu's mighty sword, a futile attempt to contest the brilliance of the sun with the glow of a firefly. The sword cleaved not only through Joseph, but also the magical giant, severing all hope and leaving only despair in its wake. The battle concluded. The specter of defeat loomed. Natsu, initially eager for a grand confrontation, stood dumbfounded. The guild members present felt Tuhao's power once again transcend their imaginations. Fortunately, he was one of their own. The guild master wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having envisioned the disastrous outcome of confronting that giant. This was power beyond the realm of the Saint Ten. Just how much did that young man conceal? Standing beside Tuhao, Urza couldn't help but exclaim, "Such exaggerated power. Tuhao, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. Given my strength, would you care to join me for dinner tonight?" Tuhao invited. Urza was somewhat speechless. Had they just emerged from a fierce battle, and he was already proposing dinner? There was no sense of urgency whatsoever. "Tonight's expenses will be on me," Tuhao announced to the guild members. The battle had not exhausted the fairy tale members. After all, Tuhao had dispatched their foes with a single strike, leaving them no opportunity for engagement. However, during the subsequent rescue efforts, everyone contributed. Rescue? What rescue? Of course, they were rescuing the members of the Phantom Lord. Only Joseph deserved a dire fate, so Tuhao had spared no effort in his attack. When targeting the Phantom Lord's headquarters, he tempered the force of Susanu's blade, merely damaging the building's structural integrity, ensuring it was non-lethal to the mages within. Nonetheless, many were still trapped, prompting the valiant members of Fairy Tail to step in and assist. Once the members of Phantom Lord were freed, they immediately expressed their desire to withdraw from the guild, vowing never to confront Fairy Tail again. The guild, driven by monetary gain, held little affection for Phantom Lord. Most had joined solely for financial reasons, with some seeking status. Now that their guild master was gone, the guild would likely disband. It was wiser to seek new affiliations for continued earnings. Thus, this incident seemed to reach a definitive conclusion. There were indeed matters to address later, but those would be discussed in due course. Returning to the main topic, Tuhao's lavish declaration reignited the guild's jovial atmosphere. Standing beside Tuhao, Urza and Mira Jane exchanged bemused glances. "Is this what you call dining together?" they remarked. "Dining as a group is still dining together," Tuhao asserted, giving a thumbs up. Urza and Mira Jane shared a smile, recognizing the truth in his words. Having triumphed in battle, they could enjoy a feast. Receiving gratitude from the Phantom Mages, a gesture they dared not refuse. The guild members were filled with joy. However, the orchestrator of this happiness, Tuhao, was not at the center of the festivities. Instead, he sat in a secluded corner, sipping on his drink. Mira Jane approached with a cup in hand, taking a seat beside him. "As the protagonist of this banquet, is it not inappropriate for you to sulk alone?" "A protagonist? More like a fool," Tuhao chuckled. "What I willingly choose to do cannot be called foolishness." Mira Jane smiled, but then inquired, "You mentioned your purpose in joining the guild was to earn money, yet you consistently treat everyone to meals. Doesn't that contradict your goal?" Tuhao replied, "Not at all. As I stated before, earning money is to facilitate my exploration of that skill. However, this endeavor is not of utmost importance. Ultimately, finding joy in life holds greater significance." "Can mere observation bring you joy?" Mira Jane asked curiously. "Isn't sitting here in observation?" Tuhao quipped. "I personally enjoy the tranquility of solitude, so witnessing everyone revel is quite pleasant." "You are indeed a complex individual. You relish the excitement, yet prefer solitude. At times, you appear cold as a demon. It is difficult to discern your true self," she remarked. "Human nature is inherently complex. What you describe is simply me. However, if one were to delve into my essence, it would boil down to a desire for freedom and the pursuit of personal happiness," Tuhao explained. "Why do you say that?" Urzu approached. Drawn by the dialogue between Mira Jane and Tuhao, "Why not return to kindergarten to relearn if one does not comprehend their own nature?" Tuhao jested. "My family and I live to enjoy ourselves. As long as we have enough resources, that suffices. When I previously co-founded a company, I withdrew the moment I had earned a sufficient amount. The joy of success in running a business held little allure for me. True happiness lies in the freedom to pursue my passions." "I may not fully grasp your words, yet I can certainly understand that feeling." Mira Jane nodded in agreement. It was not just her. All members of the guild cherished freedom, or else they would not have joined Fairy Tail. Indeed, that is what makes being part of this guild so wonderful. Tuhao concurred. The more I interact with you, the more I find you captivating, Mira Jane confessed. But the playboy aspect is a drawback, Urza interjected. On my honor, while I have been surrounded by many women, I have only ever had one girlfriend, Tuhao declared, raising 3 fingers. You must be joking. There's no way someone like you would have so few girlfriends. Mira Jane exclaimed, astonished. Well, my first girlfriend was terrifying, which made me wary of forming close relationships with women for quite some time, Tuhao admitted, his expression darkening. Urza and Mira Jane exchanged glances before asking, what happened? Could you elaborate? The prospect of a woman who could bring Tuhao to his knees piqued their interest. How should I put it? She was quite complex. On the surface, she seemed gentle, but her inner self was daunting, Tuhao replied, frowning. In what way was she terrifying? Mira Jane inquired, intrigued. Tuhao elaborated. She was innocent and romantic, yearning for love, yet lacked inner security, resulting in strong possessiveness. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was her cold-hearted nature. This aspect remained concealed until something threatened her. She would go to any lengths, including self-sacrifice, to obtain what she desired, becoming ruthless and unfeeling. Such a woman? That does sound terrifying. Urza and Mira Jane understood why Tuhao would harbor apprehension. At the time of my breakup with her, I narrowly avoided a mishap, referring to Tuhao. Since then, I have been exceedingly cautious in my interactions with women. Tuhao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reflected on how, after adjusting to my new circumstances and starting to work, I had little time to pursue romantic interests, leading to an unusual delay until now. Can I inquire about that woman's name? Mira inquired with curiosity. Remember this name. If you ever encounter this individual, keep your distance, as she is Jiang Yuyan, a terrifying woman whose name is synonymous with death. After uttering this, Tuhao gazed at Mira, lost in contemplation. Is there something on my face? Mira asked, feeling somewhat self-conscious under his intense scrutiny. Alusha remarked, although you have expressed your admiration, it is still quite rude to stare at someone so intently. It was not mere attraction that compelled his gaze. There was a matter he had intended to disclose later, but perhaps it was better to reveal it now. Your sister is still alive? Tuhao stated calmly. What did you say? Myra's exclamation abruptly halted the festivities, drawing the attention of everyone present. What had transpired? Did Tuhao offend her? They decided to observe the situation first. Mira, in disbelief, exclaimed, You mean Lisana is still alive? The room erupted in shock, particularly Elfman, who, upon hearing that his sister was alive, rushed over, unable to contain his excitement. What is going on? He demanded. Alusha chimed in. Tuhao. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Please, everyone, remain calm, Tuhao urged, gesturing for quiet. He explained, 2 years ago, during a high-level mission alongside Mira and Elfman, Lisana perished while attempting to prevent Elfman's magic from spiraling out of control. However, she did not actually die. Rather, she was fortuitously transported to the world of Idolas. Coincidentally, the Lisana there had met an untimely demise shortly before, and she has since been living as Idolas' Lisana. Idolas. Where is that world? Mira pressed, eager to bring her sister home. Well, I cannot say that I know either. However, I do know someone who does, Tuhao responded. Who? Mira insisted. Mr. Gung. He hails from that world, Tuhao explained. Is Mr. Gung a resident of another world? The guild members turned their gaze toward the guild master, who confirmed that is indeed the case. I have some understanding of Mr. Gung's background. Do you know where Mr. Gung is now? Mira inquired, approaching the guild master. I typically do not pry into his affairs, the guild master replied sheepishly. Tuhao interjected, do not be overly anxious. Lisana is doing quite well in that world. The Mira and Elfman there take excellent care of her. What do you mean by that? Gray asked curiously. Are there also a Mira and Elfman in that world? Tuhao elucidated. This world and Idolas are twin realms, mirroring each other. Whatever exists here also exists there, albeit with some contrasting nuances. Lucy raised her hand. Could you provide an example to clarify? For instance, Natsu. In that world, he is a timid and cowardly individual, yet transforms into a serious and dashing figure when aboard any form of transportation. Timid and cowardly? Gray echoed, incredulous. Serious and dashing upon encountering transportation? Lucy added, bewildered. The guild members collectively expressed disbelief. Is this really Natsu? Impossible. Natsu exclaimed, struggling to envision such a version of himself. Tuhao continued, additionally, Gray from Idolas is the polar opposite of our Gray. He prefers to wear multiple layers of clothing regardless of the heat, and is very close friends with Natsu. That is absurd. This must be a joke, Gray retorted, utterly unable to picture himself bundled up or being close friends with Natsu. Who is friends with this guy? Natsu protested, equally unable to fathom such a scenario. The guild members found this amusing, prompting laughter at Gray and Natsu's expense. Lucy leaned closer to Tu Hao, asking, "What am I like in that world?" Tu Hao replied, "You are the leader of the guild, possessing a fierce and brave demeanor, outgoing and adept at various interrogation techniques. Akin to a formidable older sister, very reliable and strong, yet rivals with Levi." How intriguing. But why is Levi my rival? Lucy questioned, confused. As her counterpart in this world shared a close friendship with Levi. Levi scratched her head in perplexity. How could I possibly be rivals with the guild leader? Noticing Levi's confusion, Tu Hao elaborated. Levi is one of the strongest members of the team. Her personality, when compared to Idola's Levi, is more fierce and assertive, as they often clash due to being the guild's two strongest individuals. Isn't that reminiscent of the old Mira and Alusha? Gray interjected, recalling how Mira was once a strong woman before losing her powers, likening their relationship to the one described. Alusha remarked, in this light, Tu Hao's words ring true. They share the same essence yet exhibit contrasting sides. She too wondered about her counterpart's personality in that world. If reversed, would she be a cute and demure girl? Apologies. But not in the way you imagine. Mira, concerned for her sister's well-being, asked, "What is my counterpart like in that world?" "She is no different from you in this world, although your personality has adapted, presenting a contrasting side. Elfman remains a crybaby, quite similar to his former self. And both are exceptionally kind to Lisana." Tu Hao reflected. That is truly wonderful. Mira sighed in relief, reassured that her sister was thriving. Knowing Lisana was well alleviated any urgency. They could wait for Mr. Gung's return to inquire about the means to reach that world and bring Lisana back. On another note, what led Tu Hao to know Lisana's whereabouts? Happy suddenly posed a question that astonished everyone. Indeed, why does Tu Hao know this? Because I am not from this world either, Tu Hao replied with a slight smile, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Natsu rushed forward to examine Tu Hao, exclaiming, "Tu Hao, are you a creature from another world?" Before he could finish, Alusha delivered a swift punch, knocking him down. "Is that how you speak of your comrade?" She chided. The guild master realized. "Ah, that explains your formidable magic." He had studied Tu Hao's abilities, but could not decipher their origin. Tu Hao's summoning skills and the powers of those he summoned did not align with their magical system. He initially believed they stemmed from another continent. But if he were from an alternate world, that would clarify much. Despite the surprise regarding Tu Hao's identity as an otherworldly being, the guild members held no further reservations. They had accepted him as one of their own. However, the guild master emphasized that news of Tu Hao being from another world must remain confidential to avoid unnecessary complications. They resumed their joyous celebration, which continued into the following day as they commenced rebuilding the guild. How was the guild reconstructed? Well, the guild hall had previously sustained extensive damage due to an ambush by the Phantom Lord's members, notably Gajeel, and several individuals, including Natsu, Gray, and Elfman, had indulged a bit too much the previous night and ended up fighting within the guild hall. The guild hall, already on the verge of collapse, was utterly destroyed, leaving the guild leader in despair as he witnessed the fruits of his ancestral labor vanish before his eyes. Just as his spirit seemed to escape, it was promptly pressed back down by Urza. Out with the old, in with the new, Tu Hao remarked with a sense of reason, which the guild leader reluctantly accepted. Thus commenced the reconstruction of the guild hall. However, Tu Hao did not partake in the rebuilding. Instead, he embarked on executing his meticulously planned scheme to earn money. Chapter 10. Your plan has a fatal flaw, me. Tu Hao's long-prepared money-making strategy was finally set in motion. The first step involved capitalizing on the recent raid by the Phantom Lord to seize all of their real estate assets. Being privy to this situation beforehand, Tu Hao had already laid the groundwork, establishing favorable relations with the evaluation committee. Consequently, the punishment for the Phantom Lord was swift, leading to their immediate dissolution, and their assets were surrendered as compensation to Fairy Tail. Indeed, leveraging connections can expedite matters tremendously. Of course, all the real estate was claimed by the guild, which Tu Hao did not demand outright, but instead opted to acquire through financial exchange, using the profits from his recent tasks and occasional trades in the space-time continuum. What purpose did Tu Hao have for these properties? Well, he intended to establish a trading company. After conducting prior investigations, Tuhao discovered that becoming wealthy by mining gold through Rosa was impractical. The magical kingdom maintained stringent control over gold, and private circulation was deemed illegal. Moreover, the scarcity of gold in the magical realm was not as pronounced as one might think, rendering the risk of such ventures wholly unwarranted. Similarly, construction projects held little promise in a world teeming with superhumans, where erecting buildings was a trivial endeavor. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to engage in legitimate commerce. The subsequent steps were straightforward. Tuhao utilized his space-time ninjutsu to minimize shipping costs and sought individuals to handle the sales. As for the selling process, that was not Tuhao's concern, for he had already secured a professional manager. During his idle moments, he had identified a group of capable operational talents, and under their stewardship, a trading company would thrive. Tuhao could then take a back seat, ensuring a steady influx of income. Would this lead to him being sidelined? Unlikely, as the individuals he had recruited were generally underappreciated. They owed him their opportunity and would not easily betray him. Furthermore, the most cost-effective aspect of the trading company, shipping without expenses, remained under Tuhao's control. If his associates were wise, they would avoid undermining him. Nonetheless, this arrangement could become troublesome. In the future, he should seek a world where gold could be exchanged freely, which would undoubtedly allow for a substantial increase in his funding. Tuhao mused to himself. After several days of labor, he returned to the guild, only to find that the reconstruction was still incomplete. Should he summon Hashirama to expedite the process with a quick construction technique? As he contemplated this, Urza approached Tuhao, offering tickets to a vacation resort that they had acquired during their recent missions, inviting him to join. A vacation? Sounds delightful. I'm in. Tuhao replied without hesitation. Thus, Tuhao, Urza, Natsu, Lucy, and Gray set off for the resort. After a day of frolicking at the beach, the group ventured into a casino that evening, ready to indulge in high-stakes gambling. However, unlike the excited crowd, Tuhao sat alone in a corner, sipping his drink. Urza approached with a glass in hand. Her curiosity piqued. Aren't you going to play? Well, I have little interest in gambling. In essence, most who enjoy it are drawn to the thrill of winning. Yet such exhilaration eludes me, rendering gambling unappealing, Tuhao explained. During his time spent with Tsunade, the focus had predominantly been on her, as he had no inclination towards betting. I see. Urza nodded slightly, acknowledging his perspective. At that moment, Tuhao remarked, your attire is quite exquisite. Since entering the casino necessitated a departure from her usual armor, Urza had donned a formal gown. Thank you, Urza replied politely. Don't you feel a lack of security dressed like this? Tuhao continued to inquire. Did you not previously assert that you would refrain from discussing our past? Urza retorted, slightly displeased. Due to her childhood experiences, Urza had always felt insecure, requiring her armor as a source of solace. What transpired in her early years? When she was but a child, she and the other villagers were abducted by a dark magic cult and imprisoned alongside others from various places for experimentation and forced labor. Despite enduring the cult's oppression, Urza managed to maintain a gentle smile and unwavering faith, buoyed by the belief of an elderly man named Rob, who assured her that she would eventually regain her freedom. However, belief alone could not yield liberation, and thus Urza conspired with her companions to devise an escape plan. Yet, the execution faltered, resulting in their capture. Urza was identified as the mastermind and lost her right eye, now a prosthetic, but another companion took the blame, sparing her from further harm. Tragically, Rob sacrificed himself to save her. Rob's sacrifice plunged Urza into profound sorrow, and fueled by emotional turmoil, she awakened her magical powers, wielding the weapons around her to annihilate the cult's magic soldiers and liberate her companions. That was how it should have been. However, the companion who had taken the fall succumbed to despair and, influenced by dark forces, sought to gain ultimate power and rule the world. When Urza arrived to rescue him, she was instead driven away by threats to her companions' lives. The fallen companion destroyed all means of escape and framed Urza for the crime, leading to years of disdain from her peers. Utilizing this animosity, he transformed the others into his subordinates, continuing the cult's research to attain unparalleled strength and create a world shrouded in darkness. Having regained her freedom, Urza found herself adrift, ultimately seeking refuge in Fairy Tale, the guild that Rob had once spoken of, and thus began her journey to the present. These events left Urza unable to shed her armor. as she still lacked a sense of security. Returning to the present, in response to Urza's inquiry, Tu Hao said, "Isn't this a display of concern for you? I understand, but your question only brings back painful memories," Urza replied, lowering her gaze. "I realize that revisiting those memories can be agonizing, yet it is time to confront them. Or rather, one can no longer avoid doing so." Tu Hao finished his drink. "What do you mean by that?" Urza observed, her intuition sharpening. "Do you not find it curious that this vacation spot bears a resemblance to the location of your childhood captivity?" Tu Hao inquired. At this, Urza's heart raced. Tu Hao's gaze remained fixed on his phone screen. "Hurry and change. Your old friends are on their way." Without hesitation, Urza donned her familiar armor, brandishing her sword at a casino staff member who had approached. The staff member, momentarily taken aback by Urza's sudden display of weaponry, soon brightened with recognition. "Indeed, sister. You still remember us." Years had passed, yet Urza could still discern the echoes of the past in the familiar visage. She trembled as she uttered the name of the young man before her. Hugh, her younger brother who had been with her at the place of their abduction. Once a charming child, he has now transformed into a golden-haired, dark-skinned figure, resembling a gigolo. Simultaneously, 3 unexpected guests entered the casino. Among them was a burly man with a square face, who commanded the others, "Attack." He then unleashed his magic, enveloping the entire casino in a shroud of darkness. Intending to seize this opportunity to defeat Tu Hao, Natsu, and the others, and abduct Urza. Suddenly, a golden light flickered within the casino as the Nine-Tails chakra mode of Naruto made its entrance, commonly referred to as Gold Naruto. After a flurry of agile movements, the square-faced man's magic was dispelled, restoring brightness to the casino's interior. The 4 assailants who had attempted to sneak attack were swiftly captured by the arms of Gold Naruto. Infused with the Nine-Tails chakra, the square-faced man was dumbfounded. Despite being the one to initiate the ambush, it was they who found themselves ensnared. The captives were Urza's childhood companions, the gentle giant Simon, her blonde-skinned brother Hugh, the innocent catgirl Millie, and the mafia-like figure Wooly, whose entire body had taken on a blocky appearance. Tu Hao critiqued, "How pathetic. With such a pitiful level, how dare you show your faces? I merely allowed you to take the first move, and yet you couldn't even land a blow." The brother attempted to resist, but his hands were restrained, rendering him immobile. Frustrated, he could only shout, "Let me go. If you have the guts, face me in a real fight." Tu Hao replied, "Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he prepared to direct Gold Naruto to deliver a punch that would knock the little thug unconscious. "Can you leave them to me?" Urza expressed her desire to handle her companions herself, or at least grant them a chance at redemption. "Wait, I have something to say." The square-faced man Simon interjected. "We have come seeking assistance." His calm declaration left Urza and her 3 companions momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Had he betrayed them too? Indeed, Simon had turned against the corrupted companion, having discerned the troubling changes. He was not entirely oblivious, as he had begun an investigation and, upon discovering the truth, decided to thwart the corrupted companion. Acknowledging his own limitations in confronting this increasingly powerful ally, he sought to use the opportunity of capturing Urza to enlist her help in stopping the corrupted one. After Simon articulated his thoughts, the other 3 companions remained skeptical. They decided to confer amongst themselves, while Tu Hao took the bewildered Natsu and the others to indulge in some drinks. Before long, Simon reached a consensus with the others. They would first confront their corrupted companion, named Gerard, to clarify the situation and then determine their course of action. What a hassle! Tu Hao couldn't help but scoff, but he understood that they couldn't ignore their companions entirely. Thus, the group set forth toward the Tower of Paradise, the site of their fate. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the tower, Gerard observed the gathering crowd with a touch of bemusement. He had long been aware of Simon's impending betrayal, as it was evident with a mere glance at his furtive actions. The reason he had not exposed Simon was simply due to their continued utility. As long as Simon remained, the others would be kept in check, dutifully serving him. However, he understood that once the tower was completed, they would no longer hold any value, and he could dispose of them without hesitation. For instance, right now? Indeed, Gerard had prepared to eliminate these companions, having hired the assassin squad known as the 3 Ravens from the Skeleton Guild to eradicate these troublesome allies, along with Urza's companions. The outcome was clear. Tu Hao and his group had arrived at the tower unscathed. "Useless trash," Gerard sneered, "demanding such a high price. Yet what do we see? Pathetic." Of course, Gerard would not stoop to the level of a third-rate villain by vocalizing such sentiments. Yet his disdain for the three ravens was palpable. Upon encountering Gerard, the fervent Hugh stepped forward, exclaiming, "Gerard, is what Simon said true?" "No, they are deceiving you," Gerard replied calmly from his chair. "Simon claims such things merely because he harbors feelings for Urza. He is the true traitor." The first half of Gerard's statement stirred excitement in Hugh, but the latter half left him dumbfounded. "Wow, you aren't even pretending anymore," Tuhao remarked. "That is because there is no longer a need for pretense. In the past, you held some value, and I cared about your feelings. However, now that the tower is complete, there is no longer a reason to indulge you," Gerard declared with satisfaction. Hearing this, despair washed over Hugh and the others. Gerard truly was exploiting them, while the one they had loathed, Urza, was innocent. This erroneous belief filled Hugh with shame and a surge of anger, as he roared at Gerard, "Gerard, I will make you pay." With that, he charged at Gerard, ready for a life-or-death struggle. However, Tuhao summoned the swift Naruto from behind, delivering a combination of strikes that knocked Hugh unconscious. The collective shock among the group, including Gerard, was palpable. "Why are you attacking your own?" Tuhao remarked, seizing the unconscious Hugh and tossing him to Simon, while expressing his disdain. "Are you unaware of your own capabilities? Charging into your demise. I brought you here to help you see the truth. Now that you know, stay put and don't be a hindrance." In summary, the main character has taken center stage, while the supporting characters are to step aside. Upon hearing Tuhao's words, Gerard smiled faintly, an astute judgment. "It seems I should elevate your assessment." This tone of a superior implied that he believed he had already won. "The system has merely been completed, yet you have failed to meet any of the activation conditions," Tuhao countered. "You know of this?" Gerard's demeanor turned icy, as Tuhao's threat level surpassed his threshold. "What is this system?" Lucy inquired, confused. "It is a form of magic, fully named the Resurrection System, which allows a living sacrifice to resurrect a deceased individual. It is a taboo magic that strays from humanity," Urza asked, perplexed. "Gerard, what is the purpose behind all this?" "To realize the dark world I envision. I require the power of the legendary dark wizard Zeref. For that, I must resurrect him." Gerard revealed his malicious intentions, akin to many a villain. Tuhao interjected, "Let me remind you, your plan remains unfulfilled, and you lack both the immense magical energy required to activate the system and the sacrifice for resurrection." "Huh, who says I lack it? You all have delivered yourselves right to my door." Gerard chuckled. Gray suddenly grasped the situation. "Urza is the one you sent them to capture. Does that mean she is the sacrifice?" Upon learning that their leader was to be used as a sacrificial offering, Natsu and Gray immediately assumed combat stances. Lucy, bewildered, asked, "But how will you acquire the immense magical energy?" This was part of his other scheme. He had utilized a thought projection spell, similar to shadow clones, to create a doppelganger named Zikrian, who infiltrated the council and became a member, currently persuading other council members to bombard the tower with high-output magical cannons to energize the system. Tuhao laid bare Gerard's plans. "Are you silent because I've struck a nerve?" Gerard responded. Tuhao's reaction was equally significant. Gray recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't Zikrian one of the 10 saints? His power is at the saint level." Urza clenched her teeth. "Damn it, I've met him before. Why did I ever believe another version of you?" Alusa had previously encountered Zikrian and, mistaking him for Gerard, immediately launched an attack. However, Zikrian deftly convinced Alusa that he was Gerard's brother, claiming to have been striving to stop him. Due to Zikrian's status as a council member and a member of the Holy Ten, Alusa hesitated to strike, reflecting that she should have eliminated him then and there. "Ah, you truly startled me back then. I never expected to encounter you so unexpectedly." There is nothing more awkward than scrambling for excuses in a moment of panic. "Fortunately, your naivety made it easy to deceive you," Gerard mocked. Alusa, feeling insulted by his ridicule, was eager to don her powerful armor and confront Gerard. However, Tuhao intervened playfully, saying, "While I understand your current sentiments, you must refrain from harming him. So, please remain in the background, my queen." Alusa could not easily retreat at his behest, but upon seeing the intensity in Tuhao's gaze, she complied. His expression, filled with determination, was one she had never witnessed before, compelling her to trust him and step aside, allowing him to take center stage while also pulling the others back. How disappointing, Gerard thought, irritated by Alusa's unwavering trust in Tuhao, which thwarted his plan to provoke her into attacking him. Once the others had stepped back, Tuhao addressed Gerard. Your strategy is indeed clever, but it harbors a fatal flaw. Oh, and what might that be? Gerard asked, his thumb thoughtfully stroking his chin as if he were a teacher questioning a student, exuding arrogance. That would be me, Tuhao declared confidently. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as a hand pierced through his chest. The onlookers, particularly Alusa, were left dumbfounded. She regretted not taking action herself. Gerard had suddenly appeared behind Tuhao, delivering a lethal blow. You must have thought my combat prowess remained with Zikrian, that I had not reclaimed my powers and was left vulnerable. Unfortunately, upon seeing you arrive, I had already regained my strength, and the one seated in that chair was merely a projection, a counterfeit. Gerard had previously indicated that Tuhao's weakness lay within himself, yet he did not underestimate him, executing a strategy tailored to exploit Tuhao's vulnerabilities. Initially, Gerard planned to leverage Zikrian's position as a council member to persuade the others to launch a magical assault on the Paradise Tower, a strategic weapon capable of annihilating an entire nation. However, with Tuhao and the others having arrived, he could no longer adhere to this plan. The magical energy could be dealt with later. First, he needed to eliminate the most significant threat, Tuhao. Thus unfolded the preceding scene in which Gerard opted for a sneak attack. Tuhao had already made a considerable impression, but retreat was not an option. Suddenly, Tuhao's arms split open, transforming into dozens of crows that scattered in all directions before converging on Gerard's chair, claiming it as their own. They then reformed into a human shape, not Tuhao, but rather the reincarnated Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, adjusting his chin and crossing his legs, surveyed the scene, remarking, I mentioned before that the flaw in your plan is solely me. The tables had turned, now placing Gerard in the inferior position. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Gerard's expression soured. Chapter 11, Izanami. Natsu laughed heartily, exclaiming, I told you Tuhao would be fine. Lucy smacked her forehead, irate. Then why did you squeeze my hand earlier? Meanwhile, Gray pondered, what exactly is going on? This man must be a summon of Tuhao's. But when did the switch occur? Where's Tuhao? They came together, and I saw Tuhao never leave. In truth, Tuhao was currently within the Kemui space. The one who had been stabbed was merely a shadow clone. Surprising, isn't it? Tuhao had mastered the art of shadow clones, albeit only to deceive those unfamiliar with the principles of ninjutsu. Anyone from the Uchiha clan would see through it instantly. The switch had occurred right at the beginning. During their time at the casino, he had already been a shadow clone then. This was a combat strategy Tuhao devised to ensure his own safety, hiding within the Kemui space while utilizing a drone system to summon and fight across dimensions. Thus far, this method appeared viable. As long as he did not encounter an enemy capable of breaching the Kemui space, Tuhao could guarantee his invincibility. If Obito were aware, he would likely shed tears of envy. After all, not everyone possesses such a remarkable system. Returning to the conflict with Gerard, Tuhao chose to summon Itachi. Those familiar with Naruto would understand the reasoning behind this choice. Now, back to the battle. Gerard, visibly displeased to see Itachi occupying his seat, promptly unleashed his magic. A prodigy, Gerard had mastered over 1,000 spells at a young age, earning him the title of the Copy Ninja. Apologies for the reference to Kakashi. His magical prowess was indeed formidable, making him one of the 10 holy mages. Among his extensive repertoire, he excelled in celestial magic, capable of executing attacks with meteoric speed and devastating impact. His first spell, 6-star Meteor, summoned 6 magical orbs to launch a powerful assault. The orbs hurtled towards Itachi, shattering the chair he had occupied, yet Itachi transformed into crows and vanished. This was the crow clone technique, allowing him to disappear as crows, advance towards the enemy, and then reappear at the target location, leaving behind a crow clone. Gerard utilized his celestial magic to accelerate his body, evading the crow's attack. The crows gathered and reformed into Itachi, with one additional clone remaining. In midair, Gerard mused. A clone? One of them is a decoy, forcing me to discern which is real. Let the games begin. His decision was to strike both. With a wide enough attack radius, he need not play guessing games. Both would take the hit. Gerard unleashed a new celestial magic, 9 Thunderstars, casting powerful magical orbs for a large-scale attack. Both Itachis were struck, yet they vanished. Regrettably, both were illusions. The crows reappeared behind Gerard, reforming into Itachi, who brandished a kunai aimed at Gerard's side. I anticipated this scenario, Gerard declared, summoning his celestial magic, Dark Paradise. With crossed arms, he summoned a black hole that drew in everything around it, annihilating all within its dark embrace. Gerard had foreseen How's maneuver, recognizing the illusions and knowing that sneak attacks were paramount. Thus, he preemptively invoked this spell, ensuring that with such proximity to the black hole, escape was futile. Submit to the void and be obliterated, he commanded. Alas, that too was merely an illusion. With a sudden thud, the reanimated Itachi transformed once again into a crow, his eyes spinning rapidly as the transformation occurred. As the crow vanished, Gerald swiftly sought to locate Itachi's true form. Losing track of the enemy was a grave error that could very well determine the outcome of their confrontation. However, it did not take long for Gerald to pinpoint Itachi's position, which remained amidst the remnants of his chair. Surrounding him were towering giants radiating a crimson glow, each wielding a spinning object reminiscent of a tomo. The Yada's mirror, a dark artifact conjured by the deity of the Eight Forks, pierced through the distance to strike its prey. This technique represented the pinnacle of long-range assaults, unleashed only when the second form of Susanoo was invoked. It comprised 3 immense tomo interconnected by ropes, hurled like shurikens towards the target, wielding tremendous power. Itachi hurled one such projectile at Gerald. Too slow. Do you think you can hit someone like me, who wields celestial magic? Gerald mocked. That swirling mass of darkness in your hands possesses a formidable gravitational pull. Even a casual throw could be drawn in, only to explode around you. Hao retorted with a smirk. Gerald hastily dispelled the Dark Paradise and used meteor acceleration to evade the attack. Nevertheless, he was grazed by the Yada's mirror, leaving a tear in his clothing. The projectile struck the wall atop the tower, creating a significant breach while the entire structure trembled thrice. Judging by the intensity of the tremors, a direct hit to the tower's body could have cleaved it in two. Having successfully evaded the assault, Gerald landed and regarded the gaping hole and the rip in his attire, muttering, "Impressive power, yet the speed leaves much to be desired." It seems we are at an impasse for now. Gerald's speed proved too swift for Itachi to keep up, while Itachi's myriad of tricks left Gerald struggling to respond, indicating a stalemate between the two. "No, you are mistaken. You have already lost," Itachi declared with a smirk. "Next, I shall employ an ultimate ocular technique that will dictate your fate." Dictate my fate? Gerald bristled at the term. In his youth, he had been tormented by the dark magic cult, vowing to master his own destiny and never allow another to control him. Now, someone dared to claim they would govern his fate? Dictate my fate? You? Gerald unleashed a more potent celestial magic, yet Itachi charged towards him in that very moment. Gerald halted his spellcasting, raising his hand to block the impending strike. "This is Izanami," Itachi proclaimed. "Izanami? This is the technique that can determine my fate." "Spare me the laughter," Gerald countered, wielding his hand like a blade, piercing through Itachi with a kunai. Itachi once again morphed into a crow, scattering into the air. If all went according to plan, he would reappear behind me. Anticipating this, Gerald unleashed 9 thunder stars around himself. True to his expectation, Itachi manifested beside him, struck directly by the 9 thunder stars, yet still dissipated into crows. Indeed a mere illusion. But where's your true form? Gerald bombarded the area where his chair had been. Meanwhile, the reformed Itachi unleashed kunai towards Gerald. Did their ranged attacks strike each other? No. That Itachi was merely a clone. The genuine Itachi, kunai in hand, charged towards Gerald. Gerald barely evaded the kunai thrown by the clone. His clothing suffered another tear as he raised his hand to block Itachi's assault, taunting. "Is this the attack you claim can dictate my fate?" The Itachi controlled by Hao offered no response, instead questioning, "Are you not ready to confront reality? Do you truly wish to create a world of darkness?" "What do you mean? That is my dream. I wish to control everything and dominate all. To become a being beyond compare," Gerald declared with arrogance. "Is this truly what you desire?" From what I know, Gerald is a kind-hearted individual. He would never relish in subjugating others. So, come to terms with reality and cease allowing others' thoughts to sway you. Hao continued to urge through Itachi. "Silence. I cannot be controlled by anyone. These are my own thoughts. I will dominate all and refuse to be manipulated any longer." Gerald furiously launched an attack at Itachi, yet he failed to notice one of Itachi's eyes had turned white. As Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished, Gerald, without turning around, initiated his assault, only for Itachi to reappear behind him, once again dissipating into crows, then appearing elsewhere to launch another Tomo attack. After dodging this strike, Gerald saw Itachi charging at him once more, prompting him to prepare for a counter. But something felt amiss. Why did it seem like they were repeating previous actions? Gerald's keen senses picked up on the anomaly. Do you see? This is Izanami, the jutsu that will determine your fate. Be quiet. My fate is mine to control. Gerald began to unravel the illusion with the magical knowledge he had amassed over the years. Itachi, abandon that thought. Remember your true self. Enough. I will not easily surrender. Gerald's spirit remained unyielding, for he was ensnared in the world of illusion, his true self now rigidly standing before Itachi. Itachi gently placed his hand upon Gerald's head, smiling as he declared, "This is Izanami, the jutsu that determines fate." The onlookers were left in stunned silence. From their perspective, it appeared as if Gerald had simply stopped moving mid-battle. Urza approached, curiosity evident on her face. What kind of magic is this? How was it activated? What has happened to Gerald? None present could decipher how had executed the technique. Had they been in his position, they would have been oblivious to their demise. This technique is called Izanami, a form of illusion that has ensnared him in an infinite loop within the realm of fantasy. With Itachi dispelled, Tuhao emerged from the Kemui space. Typically, illusions are activated through direct sensory inputs such as sight and sound, yet Izanami is unique. It relies on tactile sensations to record actions between both parties and replays that identical scene. In simpler terms, it resembles a form of hypnosis. Only this technique accelerates the process. Most were bewildered, yet Urza grasped the concept. In essence, you lead him to perform actions that connect in an infinite loop, causing his mind to automatically cycle through these actions under your magical influence, trapping him in that world. Precisely, Tuhao affirmed with a nod. Urza inquired, "What prompted you to specifically employ this magic? Others may not comprehend, but I understand that when you concealed your true self in another space, you eliminated any possibility of defeat. Coupled with the power showcased by the summoned ninja, Gerald was bound to lose. Yet, utilizing this illusion suggests there is a deeper reason. The purpose behind the creation of Izanami was to rectify those who, blinded by external factors, grow arrogantly ignorant of their true selves, guiding them to rediscover their identity and no longer be driven by inflated power. Gerald, having succumbed to darkness due to external influences, was an ideal candidate for this jutsu, allowing him to confront his true self once again, making it a most fitting choice." Simon, intrigued by this, asked, "External influences, rediscovering oneself? Are you saying Gerald's transformation was not his true intent? It cannot be said that he bears no responsibility at all. You should all be aware that Gerard's transformation stemmed from the brutal torture inflicted upon him by the Dark Magic Guild during his time of imprisonment. In the throes of agonizing torment, he developed an intense feeling of resentment, which was subsequently amplified by a cunning individual, manifesting into a powerful darkness that has led to his current state." Alusha, astonished, inquired angrily, "Who is responsible?" "It is Yeludia," replied Taheo. "The advisor who has always been by Ziklin's side? Does she not serve him?" Alusha remarked, bewildered by the convoluted master-servant relationship. In truth, the situation is reversed. It is Gerard who has fallen under her control. Additionally, that woman is a member of one of the 3 dark guilds, the Heart of Demons. Taheo continued to elucidate. "So, she is our true adversary?" The recently revived Hiyu, who had been knocked unconscious, interjected. "Let us set her aside for now. The pressing matter is how to deal with Gerard." Taheo pointed at Gerard and posed the question. While a significant portion of his corruption is indeed due to Yeludia's influence, he too bears responsibility for failing to maintain his integrity and for choosing to tread down this dark path. His cruel actions were of his own volition. How do you wish to handle him? I must clarify that he is currently immobile. You could easily eliminate him, and I will not intervene. You are free to decide his fate." Upon hearing this, Simon and the others fell silent, understanding that it was impossible for them to harbor no resentment towards Gerard given his circumstances. However, taking his life now seemed an insurmountable task. At this juncture, Simon asked, "Is there a way to revert him to his former self?" Taheo responded, "To break this spell, aside from my intervention, he must willingly accept his fate and sincerely repent. As this spell compels one to confront their inner self, superficial contrition will not suffice. Therefore, it is likely that Gerard will return to his original state. Then let us await his awakening," Simon decided on behalf of the others. Regardless of the circumstances, Gerard had once been their companion, and they could not abandon him so readily. The three younger members, lacking strong opinions, acquiesced to Simon's decision. Thus, the current situation was that Gerard had become a vegetative state, battling within his own inner world to discover his true self, while his companions tended to his comatose form. Whether to settle past grievances would be determined upon his awakening. Alusha held no objections. This was the best outcome for Gerard. It was time to return home. Taheo addressed Simon and his group. This tower contains your belongings. Gather them and leave swiftly. The four were momentarily bewildered, questioning why they needed to pack when this was their residence. Taheo clarified, having defeated Gerard, as the victor, I am entitled to claim my spoils. I shall graciously accept this tower. Simon frowned and asked, you want the system? This is not a good thing. Although it holds our years of effort, I still believe it should be destroyed. Alusha, familiar with Taheo, surmised his intentions, slightly exasperated. Are you planning to sell it? This tower serves little purpose for me, but the magical crystals within are invaluable. I intend to extract and sell them. Though it may seem like scavenging, if it holds value, then it is worth pursuing. Taheo continued, after all, do you wish to remain in this place rife with painful memories? The four contemplated and decided it would be best to leave this cursed location behind. Thus they began to gather their belongings. Once they had finished packing, they convened aboard the ship, preparing to depart. Then, they witnessed Taheo summon Kimui Kakashi, and with a series of commands, Kimui, Kimui, Kimui. Several blasts of Kamui dismembered the Paradise Tower. With Madara and Kakashi engaged in demolition work, it promised a lucrative future, no smoke, no dust, and absolute safety. Avoiding the need for explosions, far superior to a demolition team. As Simon and his companions watched the tower disintegrate, they felt the weight that had pressed upon them lift, granting them their freedom. However, once liberated, they found themselves at a loss, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, Alusha extended an invitation for them to join Fairy Tail. After some deliberation, Simon and his companions declined, realizing that following Alusha would only burden her and restrict her freedom. It would be better to part ways. They also wished to explore the world and seek their true desires. Thus, the four departed with the comatose Gerard. Before parting, Taheo remarked to Simon, your sister, Kaguya, is still alive. You may wish to seek her out. She should currently be active within the Mermaid's Heel Guild. Though I cannot be certain, follow this lead to find her. Kaguya's appearance will unfold 7 years hence. Who knows where she was 7 years ago? Nonetheless, Simon had matured into a man and should learn to seek his sister independently, so it was best to let him go. Is that true? I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Simon knelt before Taheo. You need not do this, Taheo replied, somewhat bemused, but he chose not to assist Simon in rising, instead opting to make his exit. Given their lack of familiarity, there was little to discuss. It was best to hasten away. Thus, Simon knelt in the cold wind, enveloped in a sense of inexplicable melancholy. Those wishing to express gratitude were entirely indifferent, leaving him feeling somewhat foolish and undeniably troubled. Alusha, with a wry smile, helped Simon to his feet. Such is the nature of people. Do not take it to heart. Simply continue with your lives. And so, this matter reached a temporary conclusion. However, what would become of the council? From the perspective of the council, they suddenly discovered remnants of the Dark Magic Guild constructing the Paradise Tower several years prior. The council had taken action against the Dark Magic Guild, demolishing the 7 towers they had erected. However, they had not anticipated the existence of one hidden by Gerard, which was now revealed upon completion. They deliberated on how to destroy this tower. The informant, Ziklin, had mysteriously vanished, and shortly thereafter, they were caught up in a fierce battle atop the Paradise Tower. Not long after, the tower was destroyed, leaving only its foundation swaying upon the sea. This left them utterly baffled, wondering what had transpired. They only learned the truth after Taheo and his companions returned to the guild and reported the events, albeit with some embellishments. In Taheo's fabricated account, Ziklin, upon uncovering Gerard's scheme, sought out Taheo and his group for assistance. Together, they valiantly assaulted the Paradise Tower and engaged in a desperate battle with Gerard. The final outcome was that Gerard had perished during his confrontation with Ziklin. Indeed, Ziklin had sacrificed himself to vanquish Gerard, but he too had sustained grievous injuries, rendering him a vegetative state, now surviving under the care of his companions. Thus, while Huang Xilang had fallen, his surrogate remained alive, an allusion to the film Let the Bullets Fly. However, when Gerard awakens, he could continue to exist as Zyklon and maintain his role as a saint. Yet, did Taihao truly relinquish his merits? Was that of no consequence to him? It mattered not. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Being too conspicuous makes one vulnerable to targeting. For Taihao, the ability to earn money was immensely gratifying, and this approach would also enhance Alusha's favor. Truly a win-win situation. Then, it was time to deal with the magical crystals obtained from the Tower of Paradise. These items are not easily traded in bulk, as they are considered vital resources. Hence, Taihao directly approached the council, offering these precious crystals. Upon learning that they were sourced from the Tower of Paradise, the council readily accepted the offer. This swift agreement was a result of Taihao's prior arrangements. He sold the magical crystals at a mere 100 million, a staggering sum that could last a lifetime. Joking aside, this amount, when converted to Chinese currency, equates to several tens of millions, using in-game currency as a reference. In major cities, tens of millions barely suffice for purchasing a modest apartment. Why are housing prices so exorbitant? Returning to the main topic, upon receiving the 100 million, Taihao decisively transferred the entire sum into the game, converting it into 50 million game currency. This was indeed a substantial fortune. So he began to explore what he could acquire. Opening the shop, the first thing that caught his eye was the array of costumes. What do I need these for? Taihao thought, quickly changing the page. To his surprise, he found uncrafted ninja forms, including a formidable Uchiha Obito as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Acquiring such a character would allow one to dominate the Naruto universe before the emergence of the Sage of the Six Paths. The price? A staggering 1 billion. Why not just rob a bank? Taihao mused. With 1 billion, he could buy the cube itself, commanding even the likes of Gamabunta and Chio to become ninjas. However, earning 1 billion in his own world proved challenging, as Taihao preferred to remain inconspicuous while generating income with ninjas. Thus, that fortune must be earned in other realms. As he continued browsing, he discovered that not every ninja was exceptionally powerful. For instance, the Niji with infinite Tsukuyomi was priced at a mere 1 million. Did Niji truly survive the infinite Tsukuyomi? Moreover, what distinguished this version from Niji during the Ninja World War? Dear esteemed member, aside from the voice feature, there is no difference, the customer service replied promptly. You sell a mere reskin for 1 million? Taihao lamented, realizing the game's pricing was outrageous. As he scrolled further, he noted that the strongest ninjas were exorbitantly priced. Characters like Six Paths Naruto, Rinnegan Sasuke, Six Paths Madara, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and Tonari Otsutsuki all commanded prices in the billion range. He also encountered emotes like Uchiha's Grapple and Otsutsuki's Elbow Strike, which seemed trivial. What was the point of these expressions? And what about the sixth Hokage Obito? Oh, the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Was this Kakashi's realm? Yet, to have a new form of Obito emerge was a testament to the cube's prowess. Taihao continued to critique the offerings. Ultimately, purchasing a ninja was out of reach, so he shifted his focus to items and abilities. Browsing through the abilities section, he was met with the Sharingan priced at 100,000. Note, only 1 tomo and non-upgradable. Trash, Taihao exclaimed. 1 tomo barely reaches Chunin level. And they sell it for this much? Next, he saw the 2 tomo priced at 500,000 and the 3 tomo at 1 million, which he swiftly bypassed. The Manjikyu Sharingan was listed at 1 billion. However, using it excessively could lead to blindness. Quite useless. Kamui was priced at 100 billion. Are they joking? Taihao thought. Kamui is 100 times more expensive than Amaterasu. Yet, it is indeed 100 times more practical. From a cost-performance perspective, wasn't it more prudent to purchase a ninja? Such considerations lingered in his mind. Yet, strength is fleeting. It could be nerfed at any moment by the developers. But the allure of style is everlasting. Did he not desire to flaunt Kamui? Although many criticized the vanishing dog, he would gladly play the part if it came with benefits. Taihao noted the numerous novels that began with Kamui in the community, proving that the audience's discernment was sharp. Had anyone ever titled a story Amaterasu Start? Sasuke, I am indeed an Amaterasu Start. Is there a problem? Continuing his tirade, Taihao reflected that Kamui belonged to Kakashi. Using it too often could lead to exhaustion, necessitating the support of Hashirama's cells, preferably with the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. A Kamui augmented by the Six Paths power could rival Kaguya. At present, high-level skills were beyond his financial reach, leaving him with only one affordable option, the one-time use Izanagi, priced at 1 million. The skill description promised to revert him to his state 1 minute prior. A life-saving item indeed. Although it was a diluted version, the ability to revive once was worth the cost. However, this revival only returned him to a minute ago. If he were poisoned or in a poor state, it would be moot. Nevertheless, it could prevent an unexpected demise, and thus too Hao purchased 4. To his astonishment, for Sharingan tattoos adorned his arm, looking somewhat stylish. It appeared the developers considered player aesthetics, avoiding the grotesque look reminiscent of Danzo's Sharingan. Now he possessed 4 life-saving charms. With the remaining 1 million, he bought a 3-tomo Sharingan. Although Hao's current capabilities couldn't fully support the ocular prowess, it certainly added a touch of flair, perfect for impressing others. 1 million for a decorative lens? Fine, it's also good for admiring beauty, he mused. However, wouldn't Byakugan be more advantageous for that purpose? Pondering this, he pressed the purchase button, transforming one eye into a 3-tomo Sharingan. What, the only one eye? Hao exclaimed, hastily closing the Sharingan. He was still unfamiliar with its use, and the active Sharingan created a disorienting experience, making it difficult to focus. This was impractical, exceedingly impractical. After considerable effort, he managed to deactivate the Sharingan. Returning to his normal state, he lamented, "This is a scam. 1 million for a single Sharingan. That's nearly a third of Asuma's bounty." The eternal price metric of Naruto, Asuma's head. Now, possessing only 1 Sharingan. Did that make him akin to Kakashi? Would he henceforth be known as the premier technician of Lianyungang? Perhaps that title sounded peculiar. With all his funds spent, he felt a mix of dissatisfaction and acceptance, ultimately deeming it tolerable. As he contemplated his right eye, he wondered whether he should install a Sharingan or a Byakugan. The left eye with Sharingan and the right with Byakugan would certainly create an imposing appearance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, this could be quite entertaining. He chuckled, already devising ways to leverage these 2 eyes for mischief. Of course, he first needed to amass enough to buy a Byakugan, requiring an additional 2 million game currency in this world. With a sigh, Hao acknowledged the difficulty ahead. Such opportunities were not commonplace, and acquiring valuable items would take time. By estimating, he realized he would need to remain here for another 6 months before returning home. With over 2 months remaining to unlock the Naruto world, finding a lucrative realm to make a significant profit? Well, that was a concern for later. Just then, customer service messaged him again. "Dear esteemed member, congratulations on achieving level 8. You will now enjoy new services." There's that? Hao had forgotten that topping up would elevate his membership. He wondered what benefits level 8 would entail. Customer service replied, "Congratulations, esteemed member. Your individual ninja usage time has been extended by 10 minutes. Additionally, you will enjoy a server-wide announcement service." Hao noticed a scrolling announcement in the game's character selection interface, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Hao, on becoming a level 8 user." Feeling somewhat prestigious, he inquired, "How many players are there in total on the server?" Customer service responded, "Dear esteemed member, currently, you are the only player. So I'm just boasting to myself, huh?" In the entire server, there was but 1 player who boasted to the ghosts of his ascension to level 8. What is the purpose of such triviality? Never mind. Extending the time to 10 minutes is a welcome change, as it affords a more ample opportunity for combat. How many levels must one attain to wield the ninja without restriction? The road ahead is still long, thought Hao as he prepared to rest. As time marched on, after more than half a month, another disturbance arose, this time instigated by Laxus. With fervor, Laxus addressed his devoted subordinates, the Thunder God tribe, declaring, "I have petitioned my grandfather to appoint me as the next guild leader, and he has responded with outright refusal. The old man is deliberately rejecting my request due to the rising prestige of Hao within the guild." The Thunder God tribe urged him to calm down, but Laxus stood resolute, declaring, "If Hao is not dealt with, he will become a significant threat. You 3, go and bring me his head." Of course, Laxus did not vocalize this outright, yet the thought lingered in his mind. He aspired to lead the guild and had been striving toward this goal, but it seemed his efforts were in vain. He was acutely aware that the old man intended to endorse Hao as the next leader, a notion Laxus could never accept. While others had been in the guild for a considerable duration, Hao had only been there for a few months. How could he ascend to leadership so swiftly? Such an eventuality was utterly intolerable, prompting Laxus to consider a coup. He resolved to employ force to seize the throne of leadership. However, Laxus was not particularly well-liked within the guild, aside from his Thunder God tribe. He had no real support or foundation among the other members. How could he aspire to be the leader? To ensure his coup's success, he resorted to forbidden magic, summoning 300 magically charged crystals of lightning to hover ominously overhead. Should these crystals remain intact when activated, they would unleash a deluge of lightning capable of obliterating an entire city. He intended to coerce Guild Master Makarov into transferring leadership to him. Upon hearing Laxus's declaration, Makarov's face turned a deep shade of purple with indignation as he spat. This ungrateful wretch, this disloyal descendant. His heart raced, and he felt on the verge of a stroke. Mirajane quickly approached to assist him in calming his heart. Witnessing the guild master in such distress ignited a fervor among the guild members, especially Natsu, who was determined to teach Laxus a lesson and compel him to apologize to the elder. Laxus, dismissive of the crowd's outrage, thought of them as weaklings, hardly worth his attention. His only true rival was Tu Hao, who addressed Laxus directly. "Are you suggesting that I am your only opponent?" Laxus, taken aback, wondered if his thoughts had been discerned. Tu Hao continued, "How did you come to know what I was thinking?" Laxus abruptly halted, realizing that his intentions had been laid bare. Tu Hao mocked him, noting that he had previously shown leniency, believing that adults should not engage seriously with children. However, now it was time for a proper lesson. Laxus's temper flared, and he retorted, "Enough of this. I propose a one-on-one duel, and I will only use a single ninja. If I win, the position of guild leader is mine. Is that acceptable?" "Wait, I want to fight too," Natsu interjected, unwilling to remain idle. Similarly, Gajeel, a fellow dragon slayer, was eager to join, but upon glancing at Tu Hao, he reconsidered. This was a battle he could not afford to interfere in. When the ghosts were vanquished, the guild master had invited Gajeel to join, and he felt a sense of gratitude for being welcomed into the guild. As for another mage from the ghosts, she had yet to make her mark, and thus, we shall leave her aside for now. Returning to the matter at hand, Urza, with her unyielding iron grip, seized Natsu by the throat, admonishing him to refrain from causing a ruckus. Following the incident with Gerard, Urza had developed a profound trust in Tu Hao, believing he would find a way to reform Laxus. "I merely wish to give him a good thrashing," Tu Hao replied softly. He reasoned that a child who misbehaves is often spoiled. A good smack would suffice. If that did not work, then he would beat him until he complied. This is but a jest. While such methods are direct, parental guidance should primarily stem from example and education, adapting to each situation accordingly. The guild members fell silent, casting solemn glances toward Laxus, as though he had already lost. Enraged, Laxus exclaimed, "Do not speak as if victory is already yours. Calm yourself. Anger only punishes oneself and changes nothing." Tu Hao consoled, though his words only fueled Laxus's ire, causing sparks to crackle around him. Nevertheless, Tu Hao's reasoning resonated, and with several deep breaths, Laxus managed to regain his composure. "It would be unwise to wreak havoc within the town. Let us take this battle outside," Tu Hao suggested. Agreed, Laxus acquiesced, and thus the venue for their confrontation was decided. The entire guild ventured toward the outskirts, eager to witness the impending duel. Upon reaching the designated area, neither side wasted words, and the battle commenced. "In respect of this duel, I shall give it my all," Tu Hao declared as he summoned his divine card, enveloping himself within a space of divine might. Excellent. Tu Hao had secured an advantageous position. Laxus, however, did not observe Tu Hao's transition, but as the divine card transported him, it inadvertently shielded Laxus, who was then caught off guard and swiftly bisected. Yet, it was merely a summoned entity, once summoned. Tu Hao could easily call forth another, so there was no real concern. Laxus, now bereft of a target, seethed, "Is this what you call a duel? Evading combat. Patience. Your opponent is here," Tu Hao responded, summoning the Nine Tails. A golden light enveloped the scene as the form of Yellow Ape emerged, accompanied by the Nine Tails from the Naruto series. When Tu Hao claimed he would give it his all, he indeed summoned his strongest card, the Yellow Ape, which was a level 1 card in his possession. Beyond that, only the likes of Peach would surpass it in strength. This commentary pertains to their narrative prowess, not their gameplay strength. Humph, you aim to exhaust me with sheer numbers? Allow me to demonstrate the folly of your assumptions." Laxus boasted, though secretly. He prepared to adopt a defensive stance to deplete Tu Hao's energy. He had studied Tu Hao's formidable summons and recognized that his true self was comparatively weak. Thus, He aimed to strike at the core. Yet, he had not anticipated that Tu-Hao possessed a method to conceal his true form, rendering the situation exceedingly complex. In this circumstance, Laxus surmised that the only way to triumph over Tu-Hao was through attrition, focusing on depleting his summoned entities. Presently, the range of strength among Tu-Hao's ninjas was vast. Some were immensely powerful, while others posed a more equal challenge, and a few could be dispatched with ease. Nevertheless, the sheer number of them meant that exhausting them would require time. The key was not to waste effort on the weaker characters, but to target the particularly strong ones he had summoned. For instance, the last time when that blue giant, the Phantom Slayer, appeared as a threshold, Laxus was fortunate to notice it. The ninja, summoned by Tu-Hao, had a summoning time that did not exceed 5 minutes. This meant that as long as he could endure for 5 minutes, there was a chance of survival. As a practical thunder mage, Laxus's speed was indeed his forte, providing him with an opportunity to prevail. However, as soon as the battle commenced, Laxus realized the naivety of his assumptions. Not only was he unable to contend with the blue giant, but he seemed unable to even overcome the yellow one. Naruto was summoned and dashed forward in a flash. His speed so rapid that Laxus barely had time to react before being ensnared by Naruto's chakra claws. Then, a fox head formed from chakra emerged and bit down on Laxus. Enduring the pain of the bite, Laxus unleashed his own lightning, forcefully exploding the fox head. Transforming his body into lightning, he retaliated with the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. As a dragon slayer, Laxus possessed formidable offensive capabilities, capable of transmuting his body into lightning, as well as utilizing dragon breath and dragon scales magic to transform his skin into lightning scales. This granted him not only great offensive power but also remarkable speed, enabling him to fly as lightning, an astonishing defense, except against special attacks. One might ponder whether it would be more fitting to engage him with illusion-based ninjas. However, given that the yellow ape was already in play, why bother with illusions? Simply overpower him with sheer strength. Returning to the matter at hand, Laxus wielded the Thunder Dragon halberd, converting the electrical energy of the Thunder Dragon into a halberd and launching it at high speed towards the target. While the speed of the halberd was impressive, it was evidently not enough to surpass Tu-Hao's reflexes. I can react to bullets, after all. With a swift sweep of his fox tail, Naruto deflected the halberd back towards Laxus. What? Laxus had not anticipated that his attack would be rebounded, and the speed of its return exceeded that of his initial throw. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms in defense. While dragon slayers can consume energy of the same attribute to replenish their own, they cannot absorb what they have expelled, leaving Laxus with no choice but to defend. Nevertheless, as a Thunder Dragon Slayer, his defensive capabilities against lightning-based attacks were unparalleled, allowing him to withstand the oncoming assault with minimal damage. However, how would he deal with Tu-Hao's attack? Tailed Beast Bomb. After the sweeping tail attack, Naruto immediately charged the Tailed Beast Bomb. Even as a Jinchuriki, this advanced ninjutsu required partial Tailed Beast transformation to execute. The chakra of the Tailed Beast is composed of Yang-type blue chakra and Yin-type purple-black chakra, allowing him to maximize his chakra form and compress it into a super dense sphere in a ratio of 28:2 before releasing it in one breath. The ultimate release of Tailed Beast power could effortlessly obliterate mountains. Considering Laxus's speed, Tu-Hao did not take much time to charge and launched the Tailed Beast Bomb, which followed closely behind the halberd, striking Laxus directly. In an instant, a small mushroom cloud erupted, engulfing Laxus in explosive smoke. Philae Justin, the leader of the Thunder God, exclaimed in panic, "Lord Laxus." He attempted to rush forward to rescue him. However, he was halted by Urza, who cautioned, "The battle is not over. If you rush in now, Laxus will not forgive you." Understanding Laxus's nature, Philae paused. Laxus had not yet conceded, and intervening now would only hinder him. What was Laxus's condition now? That would be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 13. The Celestial Obstruction Crushes the Six Magic. As the smoke cleared, Laxus stood panting in place. His exposed flesh transformed entirely into scales. In order to withstand the Tailed Beast Bomb's onslaught, he had concentrated all his magical energy at the surface of his body, augmenting his physical strength to that of a true dragon, which allowed him to emerge relatively unscathed from the Tailed Beast Bomb's impact. His physical prowess rivaled that of a tailed beast, yet the previous exchange had already depleted much of his strength. Unless a lightning attribute ninja replenished his energy, he would find it increasingly difficult to secure a victory. Tu Hao contemplated. I know, I have already lost, Laxus suddenly declared, exhibiting an admirable self-awareness. Laxus was no fool. Merely dealing with the first ninja had consumed nearly half of his magical power, primarily due to the strain of withstanding the tailed beast bomb. Continuing the fight appeared futile. However, having made such a declaration, he surely would not concede defeat so easily. At the very least, he needed to eliminate the yellow ape first. With that in mind, he resolved to unleash his strongest move to determine the outcome. Even if defeat awaited him, he would not succumb without a fight. Prepare yourself, Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique. Laxus bellowed, channeling all his remaining magical power into his hands. The so-called Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique is the most powerful Dragon Slayer magic capable of piercing dragon scales, shattering a dragon's innards, and hunting a dragon's soul. Laxus's Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique, Thunderclap, unleashed a torrent of lightning upon his foe, causing immense damage and electrocution, essentially a more potent release of lightning. In response to Laxus's final strike, Tu Hao was also prepared with a corresponding technique. Sage Mode activated. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Though this was merely a minor skill in the hands of the yellow ape, it was a signature move of Sage Mode Naruto, capable of delivering substantial power when fully unleashed. Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique, Thunderclap. Laxus released his Thunderclap, and the two ultimate techniques collided in midair. However, at that moment, a golden flash zipped past their confrontation, hurtling directly towards Laxus, instantly appearing behind him. Do not underestimate me. Realizing the danger, Laxus swung his fist backward, landing a punch on the approaching yellow ape. However, it was merely a clone. Laxus had struck only a decoy. The real Naruto had already arrived as Laxus turned around. Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto pressed a mini-tailed beast bomb against Laxus's waist. Laxus was instantly propelled away, spinning and leaping, his eyes closing as he fell unconscious. The outcome was decided. This battle belonged to Tu Hao. Tu Hao remarked, a well-deserved result, need I say more? Had Laxus truly been defeated so easily? The onlookers were somewhat dazed, as Laxus, once the strongest backup, had now been treated like a mere street urchin, leaving them with a surreal sense of disbelief. No, it should be said that Tu Hao was simply too formidable. Upon confirming his victory, Tu Hao did not pause, activating his healing abilities. Laxus was quickly revived. Upon awakening, Laxus felt as though his dreams had shattered. Having aspired to become the guild master since childhood, he found himself losing everything. Thus, he chose to succumb to despair, voluntarily exiting the guild and departing from the Thunder God. Though his companions wished to follow, Laxus commanded them to remain. His orders were absolute for the three of them. Everyone longed to persuade him, but Laxus's resolve was unyielding. He refused to listen to anyone else's words. Although the guild master was reluctant, the previous incident where Laxus had threatened guild members with forbidden magic loomed over them. Even if he stayed, the reckoning would eventually come, resulting in his expulsion from the guild. Thus, it was more dignified to leave now. Had this matter truly reached its conclusion? Mira Jane felt despondent, despite Laxus's isolating nature. He was, after all, a companion, a family member. To part ways like this was heartbreaking. At that moment, Lucy inquired, why has Tu Hao not yet emerged from his own space? Naruto had been absent for several minutes, yet Tu Hao remained unperturbed by his absence. Had something befallen him? Urza surmised something, her gaze fixed in the direction Laxus had departed. If all goes as expected, he must be headed that way. After Laxus's departure, Tu Hao wandered aimlessly for over an hour, only to encounter someone he had hoped to avoid. Yo, he greeted. Laxus remained silent, turning on his heel to leave. To be honest, although I emerged victorious, I have no intention of becoming the guild leader, Tu Hao declared. Upon hearing this, Laxus's ire ignited, and he strode towards Tu Hao, demanding, what do you perceive the role of the guild leader to be? Tu Hao retorted, and what do you regard the guild as? A bastion of unity and camaraderie, or merely a platform for showcasing your strength? Laxus's anger escalated as he replied, I simply wish for Fairy Tail to be recognized as the true number one. Others should not even dare to challenge it. Is this truly your vision of the guild? Tu Hao pressed. Laxus longed to affirm it, but found the words trapped within him. Regardless, you have lost utterly, with nothing left. Perhaps it is time to reconsider what the guild means to you. What should Fairy Tail embody in your eyes? Remember to start anew in your contemplation. Tu Hao advised before departing. By the way, Although I stated I would not lead, having won this wager, I shall temporarily assume the role. You shall reflect on your actions regarding the guild members, and return only when you have gained clarity. I have already severed ties with the guild. Laxus protested. Rejection. I am notorious for my unilateral decisions. Should you wish to oppose me, do so by besting me in fair combat. Laxus, exasperated, thought, if I could defeat you, why would I remain here? Just as he considered further retort, Tu Hao had already vanished from sight. With no further words to say, Laxus departed. Not long after, Tu Hao encountered members of Fairy Tail, who had inexplicably followed him. Aren't you all supposed to be working? Tu Hao inquired, bemused. Natsu quickly responded. We are far more curious about what you intended to discuss with Laxus. It appeared they had eavesdropped on Tu Hao and Laxus' exchange. You seem rather fond of gossip, Tu Hao remarked, bemused. Thus, this incident concluded smoothly, and the group resolved to return to the guild for a celebration. On the way back, the guild master approached Tu Hao and whispered, Thank you. It was the least I could do, Tu Hao replied softly. As time passed, a month slipped by without significant events, marked only by the usual commissions. This period of tranquility was a rare respite in this world. Throughout this month, through completing various tasks and the profits from the merchant guild, Tu Hao amassed 20 million, 1 million game currency to spend. Observing the prices of goods in the game store, Tu Hao couldn't help but exclaim, At this rate, my perception of money will surely skew. Do you think this is Zimbabwean currency? However, while the prices seemed exorbitant, they were, in essence, investments in extraordinary abilities. Therefore, he resolved to spend. Tu Hao purchased a version of the Byakugan, specifically the caged bird variant. Due to its limitations in achieving a full 360-degree view, it was priced at 1 million, a sum he deemed acceptable. 1 million. With that, I could purchase several houses in Hagong. My shopping perspective has become increasingly warped. Is this the price of mobile gaming? Tu Hao lamented. Before playing mobile games. What? 648? Too expensive. After playing mobile games. What? One transaction? That is not too bad. Mobile games can indeed distort your life. Despite his complaints, Tu Hao eventually acquired the Byakugan. Compared to the 3-Tomo Sharingan, the caged bird Byakugan suited him fairly well. It appeared his mental faculties could sustain its usage. However, at present, it merely allowed him to see far, lacking the ability to see through objects. It was barely functional, yet certainly superior to the Sharingan that caused dizziness after a brief period of use. By the way, if I used both eyes simultaneously, would my brain overheat and leave me a vegetable? Tu Hao pondered, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the inefficacy of his expensive purchase. Nonetheless, even if it was merely for show, possessing it could be worth the price, for being impressive is eternal. With 9 million game currency remaining, he decided to leave it for later purchases. 2 days later, new developments arose. One of the 3 dark guilds, the 6 demon generals, commenced their operations, evidently preparing for mischief. Hence, during a scheduled meeting of the Guild Alliance, it was determined that 4 regular guilds, Fairy Tail, Snake's Sister's Scale, Blue Pegasus, and Cat's Den, would unite to combat them and thwart their malevolent schemes. Tu Hao interjected, Surely. This need not be so complicated. I could handle it alone. The guild master interjected, While your strength is formidable, they are one of the 3 dark guilds. But before he could finish, Tu Hao had already vanished. Mirajane chuckled, If Tu Hao has said that, we shall likely see him return this afternoon with the 6 demon generals in tow, won't we? Urza remarked, While this casts us in an unflattering light, I, too, share that sentiment. Typically, even a collective effort from the 4 guilds would entail a grueling battle, and victory is far from guaranteed. Yet, Tu Hao seems poised to return effortlessly, making the rest of us feel rather inadequate. The guild master sighed, Though I have immense faith in Tu Hao's abilities, the adversaries are cunning and treacherous. Natsu raised his hand, proclaiming, Tu Hao can be quite the rascal himself. The guild master was left speechless. Indeed, Tu Hao could be rather mischievous, and labeling him as part of the Dark Guild was not an exaggeration. Given this, the guild master concluded that Tu Hao would likely manage without issue. Thus, the guild master resolved to contact the other 3 guilds, requesting they delay their departure, lest Tu Hao eliminate the foes before they even arrived. How awkward that would be. That afternoon, Tu Hao returned with 7 individuals and a cat, 6 clowns, the 6 demon generals, a small girl, and a cat. All 6 demon generals lay unconscious, bearing marks of heavy objects impacting them, with wooden restraints, crafted using wood release. binding them to prevent any disruptive awakening. The small girl, though not restrained, appeared timid, sheltered by a peculiar white cat. This cat, capable of standing upright just like Happy, was unmistakably female, and upon seeing her, Happy instantly fell in love at first sight. The guild master remarked, "That was remarkably swift." He felt a nostalgic pang of aging as he witnessed the youth surpassing him effortlessly. Tu Hao wished to reassure him that it was merely the power of an external boost, and there was no need for concern. However, he thought better of it, knowing it would lead to a lengthy explanation. As the others gathered around, they inquired about what had transpired and the identity of the timid girl. So, what had transpired on Tu Hao's end? Let us begin with the moment he departed. The 6 demon generals had abruptly begun their actions in pursuit of a super-ancient magic known as Nirvana, a formidable spell capable of swapping light and darkness, or in simpler terms, transforming the virtuous into the villainous and vice versa. This conceptual magic was conceived by the ancient Nephilim tribe, who, amidst ceaseless warfare, lamented the chaos of the world, and thus created this spell to maintain balance. The embodiment of this magic was the city of Nephilim, a mobile city named after the spell itself, a peaceful realm known as Nirvana. The 6 demon generals sought to locate this city in order to activate its residing Nirvana magic, transforming all righteous and virtuous mages into malevolent sorcerers, plunging the world into darkness. Aware of their intentions, Tu Hao hastened directly to the site of Nirvana, summoning the white-eyed ninja to track them down. He launched a surprise attack, eschewing honorable methods in favor of cunning and treachery. Thus, Uchiha Madara employed the reanimation jutsu, summoning forth the Tree World's descent. With such a grand display of power, would one not tremble in fear? Tu Hao seized control of the reanimated Madara, initiating the Tree World's descent. While the 6 demon generals deliberated on how to find Nirvana, they were suddenly confronted by roots akin to a tsunami rushing towards them. The 6 were taken aback. Swiftly demonstrating their unique abilities, some took to the skies, while others engaged the Tree World's descent with their own magic. Ultimately, relying solely on the Tree World's descent would not suffice to vanquish them. Thus, the chakra secret technique was activated, unleashing the second grand move, Celestial Cataclysm. Faced with this overwhelming offensive in a realm of purest essence, the 6 were left dumbfounded. What manner of calamity was this? Was it the wrath of the heavens? The first to be struck was the one who had soared into the skies, directly impacted by a meteor, while the others collectively grappled with the impending disaster. The 6 demon generals, renowned for their prowess in sorcery, indeed held formidable capabilities. Through their concerted efforts, they managed to divert the first meteor. As long as it did not strike directly, they believed they could survive. But what of the second? Just as they began to revel in their perceived victory over the heavens, they noticed yet another meteor trailing behind the first. A sense of despair washed over these harbingers of hopelessness, a feeling they had not experienced in ages. The energy expended to deflect the first meteor had drained them significantly. The second was larger, stronger, and they found themselves powerless to resist, merely spectators to their impending doom. Subsequently, they were all gravely injured by the impact, yet miraculously survived. This was largely due to Hitei AI, a member of the 6 demon generals, whose magic, earth softening, is a potent earth-based sorcery capable of rendering land malleable. By utilizing this technique to envelop his comrades, he prevented their immediate annihilation by the meteor. However, was this the end? Not quite. Just as the 4 heavenly kings have a 5th member, the 6 demon generals too boasted a hidden figure. His name was Wu, the true leader of the 6 demon generals, a sealed persona of the apparent leader, Brian, possessing strength rivaling that of the 10 great sorcerers, reveling in utter destruction. To contain Wu's formidable magic, Brian had sealed him away with 6 locks, each comprised of the bodies of the 6 demon generals. Now, with the 6 fallen, the seals had been broken, and Wu was free to wreak havoc upon the world. Such an event could not transpire without Tu Hao's awareness. At that moment, the divine gate descended from above, pinning Wu down, followed by the onslaught of various creatures, a frog, a shark, a wooden golem, and a golden dragon, swiftly eliminating the newly awakened Wu. Prepared for battle, Tu Hao, after deploying the Celestial Cataclysm, replaced the reanimated Madara with the reanimated Tobirama, employing aggressive techniques that maximized damage, unleashing every summoning and secret technique at his disposal, combined with Tobirama's inherent prowess, swiftly vanquishing Wu and averting additional complications. Thus, The 6 demon generals were truly obliterated, leading to matters concerning a young girl named Wendy. She was one of the sorcerers dispatched by the Justice Guild, specifically from the guild known as the Cat of Illusions. Wendy accompanied Tu Hao at the behest of the guild's leader. However, the guild was essentially a fabrication, existing solely for Wendy, conjured by its leader, Robin Liu, through powerful magic. This guild was but a manifestation created by Robin Liu, a specter from 400 years past, akin to a shadowy figure conjuring a fictitious guild in the present. Robin Liu, a member of the Neelbit clan and the creator of the rebirth magic, initially intended to achieve world peace. Ironically, the presence of Nirvana led to the dark inclinations within humanity to ensnare the Neelbit people, resulting in their self-destruction. Only Robin Liu's spirit survived, bearing the responsibility to dismantle Nirvana. Yet, as a specter, he could not accomplish this alone. Thus, he awaited the emergence of a capable individual and established the guild. Throughout this long wait, he took Wendy under his wing, raising her as his own and manifesting the guild-esque companions to fulfill her desires, a whimsical charade. Upon witnessing Tu Hao's victory over the 6 demon generals, Robin Liu entrusted him with the task of destroying Nirvana as well, promising a reward. Tu Hao, not one to shy away from additional labor, summoned Dadarand. With a snap, set him to explode. The buried city of Nirvana was thus obliterated, becoming a mere footnote in history. Upon completion of the task, Tu Hao received his reward from Robin Liu, some ancient artifacts from his clan. Although he had existed as a spirit for over 400 years, Robin Liu amassed little wealth, possessing only remnants from his clan's demise. It felt somewhat futile, yet the true value of these artifacts lay not in their intrinsic worth, but in the history they represented. Upon returning, Tu Hao planned to market them, anticipating a handsome profit, and so he accepted them with enthusiasm. Then there was Wendy. With Robin Liu's wishes fulfilled, it was time for him to depart this world, yet he remained concerned for Wendy, ultimately leaving her in Tu Hao's care. Feeling pity for the young girl left alone, Tu Hao took her back, intending for her to join the fairy tale guild instead. Thus concluded Tu Hao's half-day adventure. The guild master remarked on the astonishing efficiency, resolving a dark guild in mere moments, casting the regular guilds in a less competent light. Tu Hao waved dismissively, stating that he had little time to dawdle with such trivialities. Now, let us escort them to the council. Surely they will have a bounty for us? Urza nodded in agreement. Indeed. Excellent. The joys of counting our earnings are upon us. Chapter 14. The Final Battle at Wolf Island. However, just before Tu Hao dispatched the 6 demon generals, he recalled something. He had mentioned earlier the peculiar Hite AI, whom he healed and awakened. The members of Fairy Tail questioned the purpose of his revival. Was he of unique significance? Aside from his rather unusual appearance, with a face like a jagged stone, he seemed unremarkable. After Tu Hao's healing, Hite AI awoke, immediately preparing for battle. Yet, bound tightly by wood, he could not resist at once. He was no fool, understanding that acting rashly would only worsen his predicament. Tu Hao greeted with a smile, "Hello." Upon seeing his expression, Hite AI felt a sudden alarm. Tu Hao's smile resembled that of a cunning merchant poised to slaughter a fat sheep. Therefore, Hite AI cautiously inquired, "Are you the one who defeated us?" "Indeed, but I have no time for idle chatter. I know where Woli Bujianan is." Tu Hao replied bluntly. Upon hearing that name, Alusha shivered. Woli Bujianan was one of her former companions. Why was he mentioned? Meanwhile, Hite AI's countenance shifted dramatically as he earnestly pleaded, "I will do anything you ask. Please tell me where he is." If not for being bound by wooden restraints, he would have knelt. Alusha, perplexed, asked, "Why did he react this way upon hearing Woli's name?" "Oh, Woli is his younger brother," Tu Hao began to explain. It turned out that the seemingly leading figure of the 6 demon generals, Brian, had previously collaborated with the Dark Magic League. He had taken 5 children with potent magical abilities from the Tower of Paradise to train them as his subordinates, who became the other 5 members of the 6 demon generals. After mastering magic, Hite AI sought to find his brother, but searching alone was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, to locate his brother, he resorted to accumulating wealth through assisting Brian in his nefarious deeds, becoming a miser in the process. Tu Hao's awakening of him was primarily for that last 3-word phrase, his money. After elucidating this, Tu Hao summoned a ninja to execute a space-time transfer. He had anticipated such an event, and thus had previously marked Woli with a space-time ninjutsu seal. enabling him to locate him at any moment. After a brief interval, Wooly, along with a few other companions, since it was convenient, they might as well join, was brought back by Tu Hao, leading to a deeply moving reunion between the two brothers. Overcome with emotion, Hite Ai decided to bestow all his accumulated wealth upon Tu Hao, as finding his brother rendered that money useless to him. Thus, Tu Hao found himself enriched once more. Tu Hao, plan successful. However, apart from the touching reunion, an awkward scene ensued as Gerard, who had already awakened, returned alongside them. After an extended period within Izanami, he finally came to terms with his inner self, completely reformed, reverting to his former gentle and kind nature. Yet, while his heart had returned, his sins remained. The good-hearted Gerard now sought to atone for his misdeeds, even if it cost him his life. Seeing Gerard's sincere remorse, Simon and his companions refrained from overly rebuking him, merely delivering a single punch to settle the score. However, Gerard's transgressions extended beyond their group. For instance, he owed Alusha an apology as well. Alusha's response mirrored that of her companions, a single punch to clear the air. Clenching her fist, this was a full-force strike, Alusha declared. All right, now we're even. Gerard, sent spiraling through the air and crashing into the guild wall before coming to a stop, rubbed his already swollen cheek and remarked, "You are too lenient with me." Despite the severity of the beating, he believed it was well-deserved. In fact, Gerard felt they should have gone so far as to kill him. Alusha chuckled lightly. Thus, their past grievances were truly reconciled. The emotions of the reunion were poignant. Yet life must continue, and each individual must forge ahead on their respective paths. Having reunited with his brother, Hite Ai felt content and resolved to turn himself in. Knowing his brother was safe was enough. He understood that he was a wanted criminal, and living alongside his brother under such a burden was unfair. It would be wiser to surrender and await judgment. If he survived and was released, they could live together then. Wooly did not attempt to stop his brother. Having experienced much, he had matured and understood that forcibly rescuing his brother would bear little significance. Instead, he aimed to assist his brother in reducing his sentence, allowing them to reunite sooner. Thus, Tu Hao took the 6 demon generals to the council to claim their reward. Wooly also joined Gerard on his journey of atonement. Why accompany Gerard, you ask? It was because Gerard's path to redemption primarily involved thwarting Eludia and the sinister forces behind her. While he did not attribute his past mistakes to Eludia, he had indeed aided her, thereby complicating matters. Thus, halting Eludia and her allies was an essential part of his mission. Upon hearing Gerard's intentions, Simon and his companions were willing to assist in opposing the malevolent forces behind Eludia. Although Gerard did not blame Eludia for his past, they felt a vendetta against her. They would not relent in their pursuit of justice. And so, Gerard and his entourage set forth on a new adventure. Alusha watched them depart. Although she briefly entertained the notion of joining them, it was fleeting. As a member of Fairy Tail, her loyalty lay with the guild above all else. Meanwhile, Tu Hao had successfully claimed the bounty for the 6 demon generals. Indeed, capturing a fugitive proves lucrative. With the wealth accumulated alongside Hite Ai's savings, he had amassed 300 million, equivalent to 150 million game currency, bringing him closer to acquiring a new recruit. Preparations for the ninja gear commenced. Several months passed. In that time, a significant event transpired in the alternate world of Idlas, the realm where Mirajane's sister resided. One day, Mr. sought Tu Hao's assistance, hoping he could help resolve issues plaguing that world. Mr. Gong was, in fact, Gerard from the other world. Unlike the unfortunate child abducted here, the Gerard of that realm was a prince of a great nation. He had left his world at a young age to prevent his father from plundering the magical resources of this realm. In contrast to this land overflowing with magic, Idlas primarily stored its magical energy within the earth, and over time, that energy was gradually depleting. Sooner or later, they would find themselves in a state devoid of magic. Recently, the naturally generated magic had proven insufficient. To sustain a prosperous life, they resorted to plundering magic from other worlds. The method employed was the use of the subspace magic anima, which could traverse subspace through black holes formed in the air to siphon magic from the world of Aslan. The scale ranged from absorbing a single magical individual to potentially draining an entire town in an instant. The absorbed magic would be transformed into massive magic crystals within Idlas. This practice endangered the lives of other worlds, and Mr. Gong could not accept it, leading him to this realm to intervene. After staying for over a decade, he had matured. However, he recently discovered that the frequency of anima's activation was increasing, and he could no longer effectively halt it. It became clear that mere obstruction was futile. He needed to confront the individual behind the anima orders, his father, the king of the kingdom. Thus, he approached Tu Hao, hoping for assistance. He had secretly studied Tu Hao and discovered that he did not rely on magic for combat. This meant he could function normally in a world lacking magic. With Tu Hao's help, everything would proceed smoothly. Without hesitation, Tu Hao agreed. Primarily motivated to rescue Mirajane's sister and simultaneously aid Mr. Gong with the situation there, Mr. Gong, was I just a side quest? Through a series of impressive maneuvers, Tu Hao not only aided Mr. Gong in dealing with his misguided father. You seem to be a bit deranged, don't you? Go reside in Izanami for a while. But also helped him ascend to the throne. Thus, peace was restored to that world. Subsequently, Tu Hao accompanied Li Sana back to this world, needing Mr. Gang to guide them. Upon their return, they could simply utilize Shunwei. In the future, they could rely on Shunwei to travel freely. This encapsulates events from the past few months. Today, a person arrived at Fairy Tail seeking Tu Hao, and it was Doyu. I almost forgot you. Tu Hao mused, slightly exasperated. He had released her upon arriving in this world. Why had she only returned now? Was learning to be a maid truly so arduous? However, upon reflection, given her previous occupation as an assassin, transitioning to serving others was indeed a monumental leap, akin to the distance between Beijing and Seattle. Spending a considerable amount of time on this endeavor seemed justifiable. Now, Doyu had donned a maid's outfit, and due to her pleasing appearance, she looked quite presentable. Yet, her expression was rather stiff, perhaps a result of being under control. Well, as long as she learns, Tu Hao waved dismissively. Mira approached curiously, asking, Tu Hao, who is she? My servant, greet her, Tu Hao commanded. Doyu bowed like a maid but remained silent, resembling a mute. The effects of the spell seemed ineffective. Perhaps her resistance was too strong for even the enchantment to manifest fully. Nevertheless, Tu Hao had little interest in the thoughts of a former murderer. A maid certainly suits your playboy persona, Mira remarked with a smile. Observing her sardonic grin, Tu Hao found himself at a loss for words. Are you jealous? Mira teased. I don't know what to say, but still, that's quite a bold statement. She continued with a playful smile. Since learning that her sister was safe, Myra's power had returned, and her presence now commanded much more respect. Urza leaned in, puzzled. Her state seems off. Did you do something to her? Tu Hao explained. I used an illusion to control her. Don't judge me too harshly. She was part of an evil elite team, the Four Sound Ninjas, engaging in murder and arson daily. Allowing her to serve me instead of killing her is already a significant act of mercy. Hearing this, Urza and Mira turned their gazes to Doyu. Urza observed, indeed, her physique shows signs of rigorous training. But red hair? She glanced at Doyu's crimson locks before glancing at her own. Do you have a preference for red hair? She queried, wondering whether this was a provocation or an indication that Tu Hao's efforts had finally borne fruit. Myra's demeanor cooled slightly upon hearing this. I also like white hair, Tu Hao interjected approvingly. Thus, Urza's tension dissipated further. Mira gently suggested, it's been a while since we've sparred. Shall we have a long-awaited match? Urza replied with a smirk, sure, but considering how long it's been since you last fought, you won't blame me for taking advantage, will you? Haha, I doubt I will lose, Mira countered. Tu Hao noticed that the guild members had quietly begun to retreat outside, seemingly recalling the days when the two had been adversaries. As the instigator of this situation, he contemplated whether to summon Obito and retreat into the Shunwei space for safety. All right, enough of this, the guild master interjected, interrupting the playful banter between the two women. Upon the master's arrival, Urza and Mira exchanged knowing smiles, choosing to remain silent. Their previous exchanges had been playful. After all, both had matured significantly and were unlikely to act recklessly. The task had already been assigned to Natsu and Gray, with Gajeel included as well. The guild master approached not only to quell the playful atmosphere, but also to formally announce, it's about time. We need to proceed with that. Tu Hao responded in tandem. The S-Class Mage promotion exam, the guild master proclaimed. The announcement sent waves of excitement through the guild. Many members aspired to seize this opportunity to become S-Class Mages, with Gray and Natsu being particularly enthusiastic. Observing the lively crowd, Tu Hao asked the guild master, why did you come over here to tell me this? To have you serve as the examiner, of course, the guild master replied matter-of-factly. You want me to be the chief examiner? Tu Hao rejected the idea outright. You intend to groom me to become the guild master, don't you? I refuse. I seek a life of freedom, not burdens. What about a regular examiner? The guild master proposed, seeking a compromise. Well, that's fine, but I have my own matters to attend to. I sense a formidable opponent is about to appear, Tu Hao said, revealing an excited smile. The arrival of the S-class mage exam signaled that the strongest adversary, the Dragon King Acnologia, was soon to make his entrance. Tu Hao was eager to see the extent of his power. Was he at the level of the Nine Tails or the Ten Tails? Does this mean you won't be going to Tenru Island? The guild master inquired. Tenru Island, the sacred ground of Fairy Tail, was the resting place of the guild's first master, Mavis, and the upcoming battleground. I intend to confront my anticipated foe there, Tu Hao replied with a smile. Should we be concerned that something might happen? The guild master wondered, recalling Tu Hao's uncanny ability to predict events, causing him to question the necessity of proceeding with the S-class promotion exam. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will go awry, Tu Hao reassured him, though slightly apprehensive. The guild master decided to proceed with the exam. Even if something did occur, it would happen within their guild's sacred grounds, and they could not afford to ignore it. Besides, if it was indeed an S-class exam, only the elite would attend, which should suffice to thwart any potential crises. Thus, the exam proceeded as planned. Naturally, the exam was of little concern to Tu Hao. Upon reaching Tenru Island, he made his way to the grave of the first master, Mavis. However, now that he was at the grave, shouldn't he pay his respects? Tu Hao retrieved some prepared paper money from the heavenly bank, contemplating as he dug a small hole to begin the ritual. While doing so, he recited, First Master, bless me with the fortune to earn 1 billion. Well, asking for my blessing doesn't hold much weight. A petite girl with emerald green eyes, adorned with wings and long, golden, curly hair, appeared. Had the first master manifested? Tu Hao's actions startled the spirit of the first master, causing her to emerge from her grave. The customs of his world were foreign to her, likely frightening her. This is merely our tradition for honoring ancestors. You needn't take offense, First Master, Tu Hao waved dismissively. Is that so? You seem rather unfazed by my appearance. The first master remarked, puzzled. I know about your curse of immortality, preventing you from truly dying, and that you are sealed within a crystal in a state of suspended animation, correct? Tu Hao inquired. Just as Makarov said, you seem to know everything, she replied. Though she appeared as a young girl, her tone was that of an elder. Given her age, she was indeed an elder. Yet her youthful form and the circumstances of her early demise lent her a sense of innocence and charm. In summary, a legal lowly. After a lengthy preamble, only the final statement held significance. Regarding the first master's words, Tu Hao, with a sly smile, proclaimed, I possess knowledge of all matters on this land. The first master did not delve into the veracity of his statement, but instead inquired, Makarov mentioned that you came to this island waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Zirif and Acnologia, Tu Hao replied candidly. The first master gasped, clearly alarmed by the mention of those names. The Black Dragon King, Acnologia, is a fearsome entity, so powerful that wherever it goes, life withers away. Its presence is one that many would wish to avoid. The legendary dark wizard, Zirif, also harbors complex feelings regarding this creature. Initially, Zirif and the first generation were allies. Zirif, in his quest to research resurrection magic, was cursed with immortality by a local deity. The more he revered life, the more he unleashed death as energy. Conversely, a lack of respect for life meant he would not emit such energy. In essence, anyone he cherished would meet their demise, and his love for nature would lead to the decay of the very life he adored. Thus, though he would live eternally, he could never approach those he loved, which became a perpetual desecration of life, a curse that haunted him. Over the long years that followed, Zirif sought a means to break this curse or to end his own life. Yet, the divine curse was not easily lifted, even after all this time. He remained in anguish. One fateful day, he encountered Mavis. Feeling her compassion, Zirif lingered and imparted magical knowledge to her, serving as her temporary mentor. After their lessons, Mavis, along with her friends, founded a guild. However, as Mavis pushed her limits with excessive magic, she too fell under a divine curse, becoming immortal and ceasing to grow. Initially, she did not trigger the curse due to her ignorance of life as true essence, but upon the birth of Master Makarov, she suddenly grasped this truth. inadvertently unleashing death's energy that claimed the life of Makarov's mother, Rita. To prevent further loss of life, Mavis fled the guild. After wandering for an unknown duration, Mavis was ensnared in the forest, and the death energy she emitted extinguished all nearby life. Bound by her curse, she began to wander aimlessly. A year later, she reunited with Zeref, and the two souls, sharing a similar plight, fell in love. Yet, the curse was not so benevolent. Zeref's love for Mavis triggered his curse, snuffing out her life. However, due to her own curse, Mavis did not perish completely. Her heart continued to beat. Eventually, the second guild master, Precht, discovered Mavis's lifeless form and sensed the rhythm of her heart. In hopes of reviving her, he encapsulated her within a magical crystal. Thus, the tale of these two unfortunate souls unfolded, a fate perhaps better left unencountered. Chapter 15. The Beast of the Planet, Spiraling Shuriken, the Roar of the Black Dragon. Upon hearing that Zeref was on this island, Mavis felt a tumult of emotions, desiring to meet him, yet uncertain about what to say. She was currently unable to act freely. And what could she possibly do for Zeref? Furthermore, Zeref could not even see her. The ghost of the first generation was visible only to those bearing the fairy tale insignia. Do not worry too much. He is merely passing through. Once the black dragon arrives, he will leave, Tuho reassured. Isn't that worse? Mavis replied, her expression darkening. Zeref could use his connections to leave, but the black dragon will not heed such matters. We must evacuate quickly from Tenru Island. That is certainly not an option. The heart of the demon has already arrived. By the way, the heart of the demon is none other than Hades, the second guild master, Precht, Tuho explained. Upon hearing this, the first generation furrowed his brow. Precht was his friend and the guild master he had chosen. Originally a kind-hearted individual, he had succumbed to darkness in his pursuit of ancient magic, believing that dark magic was the essence of all sorcery. Now, he sought to make Zeref the ruler of the world, eliminating all without magic to further comprehend its true nature, a rather one-sided aspiration. Fear not, the guild will triumph over him, and I shall handle the impending black dragon, Tuho declared confidently. While confidence is commendable, blind arrogance may yield dire consequences. Mavis's experience lent her words an air of credibility. Indeed, we cannot proceed without preparations. Would you take charge of the contingency plans, first generation? Tuho inquired. Very well, I will assist in the preparations. Let us hope they prove unnecessary. With that, the first generation vanished. Tuho began to ready himself for the arrival of the black dragon. As preparations unfolded, Natsu and his companions toiled to defeat the 7 Demon Heart's elite members. With only the guild master, Precht, remaining, they faced a formidable opponent. At that moment, Laxus, who had been traveling outside the guild, sensed danger and rushed to the island in a surge of lightning. With his assistance, Natsu awakened a new lightning flame dragon mode and successfully vanquished Precht. Thus, Fairy Tail triumphed over the heart of the demon, marking the fall of 2 of the 3 dark guilds at their hands. As the cheers of victory rang out, they were abruptly shattered by a resounding roar, the arrival of Acnologia. Now, having just concluded battle, the guild members were weary, their bodies pushed to their limits. In such a state, escape seemed implausible. Survival now rested on Tuho's shoulders. As the black dragon charged towards the island, several divine gates descended from the heavens, pinning the dragon to the ground. Tuho? The guild members exchanged knowing glances. Elusa remarked, he had been missing, waiting for this black dragon, hadn't he? Indeed. This dragon is mine to face. Find a safe place to hide or flee if you must, Tuho instructed as the gates of the underworld appeared. Tuho himself had already retreated into the realm of divine power. Trusting in Tuho, the guild members swiftly departed, leaving the first generation to confront the black dragon. Now, let us see if the divine gates can contain him, Tuho mused. The first Hokage's would release was known to be the bane of tailed beasts, ensuring none could escape its grasp. What would occur if an otherworldly dragon were subjected to the same? If would release could indeed restrain him. Perhaps Tuho could capture the black dragon as a tailed beast? Such thoughts were jestful. Tuho, a mere genin, could hardly wield the Sharingan, let alone transform the black dragon into his own power. With a crack, the divine gates began to splinter. Tuho quipped, as expected, it cannot be contained. The opponent is neither a tailed beast nor endowed with chakra. It is only natural that the divine gates serve merely as a control mechanism, lacking any further effect. Meanwhile, The black dragon, breaking free from the divine gates, bit down on one, tasting its essence and pondering, this sensation is not magic? Why does the black dragon contemplate such things? This dragon was once human, the only individual in history to have fully transformed into a dragon slayer. He harbored a profound disdain for both humans and dragons, regarding them with contempt, engaging only in mockery when battling weak creatures. His dragon-slaying magic, the ability to devour magic, rendered him impervious to conventional magical attacks, which only served to nourish him. Unless one found a unique method, even engaging him in a standard combat scenario was impossible. Upon tasting the divine gates, he discerned that the power of Hashirama differed from his own. Could it be that they were beings from another world, possessing acute intelligence? He immediately considered this possibility. As the black dragon broke free from the divine gate, the reanimated Hashirama clapped his hands, preparing for the next ninjutsu, would release. Wooden man technique and would release, wooden dragon technique. The simultaneous deployment of the wooden man and wooden dragon to counteract the chakra had no effect on the black dragon. It was now a contest of pure strength. The wooden dragon soared toward the black dragon, entwining itself around its body and starting to bite at its groin, while the wooden dragon's fists relentlessly pounded against the black dragon's head. The scene was bizarre, particularly the sight of the wooden dragon gnawing at the black dragon's groin, which invited the imagination of the spectators. This humiliating assault provoked the black dragon's fury, unleashing a surge of magical energy that shattered the divine gate. In a fit of rage, it cast the wooden dragon aside and incinerated it with a fiery breath. Next, it sought vengeance against the wooden man that had been mercilessly attacking its head. However, Hashirama's next ninjutsu had already arrived. Would release, forest domain. Trees sprouted from the ground, entwining themselves around the black dragon. Faced with these vine-like appendages, the black dragon's brute strength struggled to break free. Soon, it found itself ensnared by the forest domain. Next, the advanced technique, floral forest domain. Tuhao declared. This upgraded skill not only utilized the full capabilities of the forest domain, but also caused flowers to bloom on the trees. These blossoms released toxic pollen that could incapacitate anyone who inhaled it. The black dragon, affected by the pollen, began to feel its body weaken. Seizing this opportunity, the revived wooden man rose again and delivered a powerful punch to the black dragon's rear, executing the ultimate technique, Wooden Man 1,000 Years of Death. It was said that Tuhao exhibited no martial ethics, as all his attacks targeted the lower regions. One could only wonder how Hashirama would react to witnessing his wooden man employed in such a manner. Surely, with his magnanimity, he would only chuckle heartily before moving on. Perhaps he might even adopt this technique himself. The members of the Fairy Tale Guild, not straying too far, watched the unfolding spectacle with amusement, their faces turning crimson at the sight. The guild president remarked in disbelief, "Is this really how battles are fought?" After the black dragon's groin was struck, it let out a thunderous roar, half fueled by rage. Having vanquished all dragons, it considered itself invincible, and no one had ever dared to treat it this way. The other half of its roar stemmed from a painful longing, which echoed in every corner of its being, particularly where it had just been struck. The intense pain ignited a surge of magical energy within it, instantly shattering the forest domain and the wooden man into splinters. The released magic spread outward, flattening a considerable portion of the island. Protected by their guild president, the members of Fairy Tale remained unharmed but understood the extent of their adversary's terrifying power. Just the release of its magic exhibited devastating destructive capability, placing it in an entirely different league. Truly a monster, Tuhao thought, feeling the pressure mount as he realized he had yet to encounter such a formidable opponent. The only option left was to employ his ultimate technique, Sage Art, would release. True Thousand's Hands. Tuhao commanded Hashirama to unleash his most potent ability and did not pause, launching a barrage of infinite arms toward the black dragon. The black dragon attempted to resist, but found itself unable to move under the relentless assault. However, it was not significantly harmed. Its thick hide absorbed the blows. How resilient! Tuhao exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the black dragon had withstood the True Thousand's hands solely with its body. Meanwhile, Obito mused about how he could have easily defeated Hashirama if he had been riding the Nine Tails back then. It was indeed reasonable for a dragon to exhibit greater durability than a fox or a blue plastic bag. Yet, if the True Thousand's hands couldn't vanquish it, what technique could? Tu Hao began to contemplate alternative strategies. The True Thousand's hands, while powerful, were blunt force attacks with limited penetration ability. Perhaps he should resort to Dust Release. Known for its formidable penetrating power, Dust Release, developed by the second Tsuchikage, fused the chakra elements of wind, fire, and earth, creating a malleable, translucent barrier that could obliterate opponents at an atomic level, resulting in a vast explosion. The user could alter the barrier's shape according to their preference. Without the ability to absorb chakra, this technique could only be evaded. Defense was possible, but exceedingly challenging. Could it penetrate the black dragon's hide? While Tu Hao pondered this, Hashirama suddenly vanished. 10 minutes are up. Where is that little potato? What a dreadful selection interface. Tu Hao, unfamiliar with the little potato, found it impossible to locate among the myriad of tiny icons. With the black dragon no longer restrained, it soared high into the sky. In a hasty decision, Tu Hao summoned Naruto and the Nine Tails. As Yellow Flash appeared, he attempted to pursue the black dragon. But it was too late. The black dragon ascended rapidly, shaking off its bonds. As it took to the skies, it began to charge its attack, preparing to unleash a devastating roar. This technique would emit a massive blue-white energy wave capable of obliterating targets, with enough power to instantly kill Natsu's adoptive father, the Fire Dragon King Igneel. In the original story, even the residual wave had destroyed Tenru Island. Sensing the immense magical energy above, Mavis felt a twinge of panic. This was not a matter of trusting Tu Hao. If he failed to defend against it, the entire island would be doomed. There was no choice but to invoke one of Fairy Tail's 3 great magics, the Fairy Sphere. Damn it, Tu Hao cursed. Frustrated at having missed the opportunity to eliminate the Black Dragon King due to the distraction of locating a ninja, the opponent was preparing to unleash a lethal attack, and Tu Hao was unable to reach it in time. The only option left was to counterattack. I shall now take the surname Sun, he declared, activating the tailed beast planetary Rasengan. Under Tu Hao's command, the Nine Tails materialized, and the Yellow Flash began to charge as well. In the next instant, both launched their respective attacks. The tailed beast bomb-laden Rasengan collided violently with the Black Dragon's roar in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the world dimmed, and everything was engulfed by the explosive energy. From a distance, Zeref, having already left Tenru Island, was astonished to witness the sheer magnitude of energy unleashed by their clash. Is there truly someone capable of battling that black dragon to such a degree? He pondered, noting that the energies seemed nearly equal, albeit with a peculiar attribute that did not feel like magic. Zeref contemplated investigating this strange energy, but once the remnants of the explosion subsided, he found Tenru Island had vanished. The fairy sphere? Then the source of that power must also be within the sphere. At Mavis's current strength, it would take her about 7 years to dispel it. Having grasped the situation, Zeref decided it was best to leave. As remaining would yield nothing but a view of the ocean, it was time to depart. Meanwhile, the black dragon, propelled by the explosion's shockwave, was thrown far away. Upon its return, it discovered nothing remained. Though still furious, it had no target to vent its wrath upon, and could only return home to sulk and sleep. After the black dragon departed, the space twisted, and Tu Hao emerged from the divine space, standing atop the ocean. He remarked, "It truly lives up to its reputation for being incredibly potent. By the way, has the fairy sphere been activated?" The fairy sphere, a legendary supermagic, consolidates the thoughts of all guild members into formidable magical power, creating an invincible protective sphere that shields all members and the surrounding environment while freezing time within its bounds. Presently, Mebis had invoked this magic, bolstered by the collective thoughts of those still on Tenru Island, to safeguard it. The fairy sphere now lay beneath Tu Hao's feet in the ocean. Mebis' specter emerged from the waters, addressing Tu Hao. "You truly managed to fend off the black dragon." Suddenly, she felt somewhat awkward about activating the fairy sphere, as Tu Hao had seamlessly switched between 3 ninjas to form 3 layers of defense at the critical moment of their energy clash, which should suffice to withstand the resultant shockwave. In such a case, it seemed unnecessary for her to have invoked the fairy sphere. Indeed, don't take it to heart. After all, the first generation required 7 years to unseal, didn't they? Tu Hao inquired. "Yes, with my current strength, such a duration is necessary," Mebis replied. "All right then. Take your time. I shall return to the guild and inform everyone of this matter, and I must also engage in my training," Tu Hao stated earnestly. This, however, was a ruse. The reasons for his statement would be revealed later. Meebys expressed mild surprise. Aren't you going to stay and oversee the guild? With all the elite members currently within the fairy sphere, if there's no capable guardian, the guild will be vulnerable for quite some time. Tuhao responded, I am quite dissatisfied with not having eradicated the Black Dragon, hence I too must train. I leave the guild's protection to others. My only requirement is that it remains intact, which I believe they can manage. I trust they will, she conceded. In times like these, faith is paramount. For trust among guild comrades requires no justification. Thus, Tuhao bid farewell to the first generation and returned to the Fairy Tail Guild, conveying the situation to those who remained behind. The remaining members were somewhat taken aback, including the guild leader, as all their elite combatants were confined, requiring 7 years for unsealing. The sole silver lining was that time within the sphere was nearly at a standstill, alleviating concerns over any unforeseen incidents. Yet, what of those outside? With Tuhao's presence, they felt somewhat secure, but with him also needing to train, they sensed the fragility of their standing as the foremost guild. Figure it out yourselves, Tuhao stated seriously. You are all excellent mages. Just ensure the guild does not disband. Surely, you can manage that? The group hastily shook their heads, affirming their capability. Tuhao's decision to train was entirely reasonable, and they felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Subsequently, Tuhao departed with Madwa as well. Now, it was time to discuss the reason for Tuhao's departure. After the Black Dragon's exit, the game's interface presented the option to return, indicating that the plotline of Fairy Tail's first half had concluded, allowing for a return voyage. There were no further narratives to explore in this world for the time being, permitting Tuhao to venture forth into other realms. Before leaving, he visited his own trading company, organizing various arrangements for his absence and withdrawing a sum of money. Then, Tuhao and Madwa made their way home. As he prepared his ninja gear, Tuhao returned after 2 months, finding the air in his room quite foul. Waving away the unpleasant odor, he instructed, Madwa, please tidy up the house. The maid promptly commenced her duties. While Madwa cleaned, Tuhao checked his phone for messages received over the past 2 months. Having informed his family and friends that he was in Tibet for soul purification, there were few messages, primarily from the property management regarding overdue fees. The absence of anyone at home was indeed troublesome. This trip lasted only 2 months. Had it been longer, the complications would have multiplied. It seemed necessary to find someone to look after the house. Contemplating this, Tuhao glanced at Madwa. While having a maid seemed quite pleasant, he preferred to handle his own affairs. Madwa felt more like a burden in this regard, so he decided to have her stay here and watch over the house, fulfilling her duties as a maid. Next, what should he do? With over 2 months until the Naruto world opened, perhaps he could engage in a shorter narrative? To be honest, he was inclined to acquire another ninja before returning to the Naruto world. Tuhao aspired to purchase Kaguya before going back. There were 2 considerations for this acquisition. First, her strength. With the entirety of the Shippuden saga in his possession, nothing should pose a challenge to him anymore, allowing for unrestrained enjoyment. The second consideration was the space-time aspect. Upon returning to the Naruto world, operating from within the divine space as he did previously would be impossible, especially since Obito could also enter. Tuhao's physical presence there would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Aside from Obito, only Kaguya possessed her own space-time domain, and prior to her resurrection, no one could enter that domain, excluding members of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, retreating there would be a viable strategy. Of course, all of this hinged on Tuhao acquiring sufficient funds. Consequently, he began searching for suitable narrative worlds. Pirates could be an option, but the timeline was too lengthy. 2 months wouldn't suffice. Bleach was too perilous, while Dragon Ball seemed promising. If he could align himself with Bulma, a few billion would be trivial. A woman capable of gifting cruise ships surely wouldn't mind a few billion, right? The only drawback was that Dragon Ball's timeline was also extensive, failing to meet his desire for a short, efficient experience. After a thorough search, Tuhao discovered a splendid option, The Avengers. The entire film's timeline spanned merely a few days. Assisting in repelling aliens and fostering a relationship with Tony Stark could yield billions. After all, a single suit of armor was worth billions, and he could easily obliterate things without a second thought. Surely, he wouldn't mind gifting Tuhao a few billion as startup capital, right? Indeed, to swiftly amass wealth, one must seek angel investors. Angel investors, here I come, Tuhao declared as he ventured into the world of the Avengers. Chapter 1. Recruiting the Ninja, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Alright, I'm back. I experienced the New York battle and even secured some funds. What a delightful thrill. Tuhao exclaimed joyfully upon his return home. This short journey had been quite gratifying. The enemies in the Avengers were not particularly formidable, making his time there feel akin to a carefree spree. Furthermore, he had established a good rapport with Tony Stark, successfully securing sponsorship and accumulating 1 billion game coins. With that billion injected into the game, Tuhao unlocked a higher level, extending the duration of individual ninja cards to an impressive 20 minutes, an increasingly abundant resource. Without hesitation, he spent the billion to acquire Kaguya Otsutsuki from Shippuden. Thus, Kaguya's card was officially in his possession. Gazing at the selection interface now featuring Kaguya Otsutsuki, Tuhao couldn't help but muse. This character, given the current card release rhythm of the game, should take at least 2 to 3 years to acquire. A character of such high significance in the main storyline surely belongs to a premium tier. After all, there are still 10-tailed Jinchuriki Obito, Sage of Six Paths Madara, Sage of Six Paths Naruto, and Sage of Six Paths Sasuke ahead of her, which could easily extend the timeline by a year and a half. If they were to introduce a resurrected Minato with his severed arm, or a reanimated Obito with the residual powers of the Sage of Six Paths, or even a resurrected Madara with the Rinnegan, the wait could stretch even longer. If they intersperse content from Boruto or original creations from Ultimate Ninja Storm, like a full-body Susanoo reanimated Itachi, the timeline could be dragged out significantly. At this rate, with the game's tendency to prolong, 2 to 3 years would be a conservative estimate. Therefore, preemptively acquiring this card seems entirely justifiable. In terms of cost-effectiveness, 1 billion game coins equate to 1 billion RMB, which is approximately $15. Therefore, $1.5 billion is roughly equivalent to a fighter jet. Does this mean that Tuhao essentially acquired a fighter jet? When compared laterally, the combat capability of the fighter jet pales in comparison to that of Kaguya, who could easily take down 100 jets. With this in mind, doesn't this transaction seem exceedingly profitable? Suddenly, the notion of 10 billion doesn't appear as exorbitant. Indeed, it is wealth that limits one's perspective. After reflecting on this, Tuhao chose to set such thoughts aside, as he had discovered a method to use currency from other realms for game recharges, thus rendering the issue of wealth rather trivial. From here on, it was simply a matter of indulging in the game. He decided to summon Kaguya first to experience her skills. As she was not a character from the GameCube, he would have to explore her abilities independently. However, they were likely akin to those in Ultimate Storm, were they not? Tuhao mused. The core abilities include the Heavenly Transfer and the Yomi's Path. The Yomi's Path is a space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to open a black portal, traversing freely between different realms. The Heavenly Transfer can instantaneously move oneself and others to another location, forcibly transferring targets to different spaces without any ninjutsu to resist, rendering return to the original space utterly impossible. It is indeed a terrifying ninjutsu. Kaguya's domain encompasses 6 realms, the fundamental origin sphere, along with auxiliary realms of lava, ice, supergravity, desert, and acid sea. Each realm offers distinct operational capabilities, akin to a shield tunneling mechanism. Her primary combat strategy involves using Yomi's Path to either advance or retreat, or switching between realms to alter her techniques, achieving a complex array of attacks. This capacity seems boundless. Why would she ever lose? Tuhao found it perplexing. If he were in control, he felt he could easily defeat Naruto and Sakura, if not obliterate them entirely. Why, then, did she only manage to eliminate Obito, who was merely seeking death? It appeared that Kaguya was not particularly clever, and having encountered Black Zetsu, a rather dubious strategist, did not help matters. Without intellect, even the mightiest abilities are rendered futile. It seems that the legacy of Tsutsuki must be furthered by me. Although I am not truly Tsutsuki, it seems fitting to adopt their name for some mischief. The previous thought was not misplaced. However, it is insufficient to merely invoke Tsutsuki. I must also incorporate names that resonate with them. The names Peach, Yura, and Kin have all been taken, leaving only the prototype of Ritar, which I shall name Dragoon. Perhaps Tsutsuki Dragoon will invoke a sense of trepidation in the lurking Ishiki. Now, shall I await the unsealing of the Naruto world? Well, that seems to be the case. Tuhao's interest in exploring other worlds had waned. He decided to fully immerse himself in Naruto first. Thus, Tuhao embarked on a vacation in his own world, preparing his ninja tools. Konoha, I have returned. With excitement swelling within him, Naruto advanced toward his hometown, the place that nurtured him. Ah, the land of my birth. Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to sing. Beside him, Jiraiya chuckled with a hint of exasperation. Don't be too excited, he cautioned, though he understood Naruto's sentiments well. After all, it was the first time he had been away from the village for an extended period, and returning brought a similar joy to him. Thus, Jiraiya merely reminded Naruto to watch where he was going and refrained from saying more. As they neared Konoha, they encountered Tu Hao, who appeared to be leisurely strolling, seemingly at ease. Upon recognizing him, Naruto expressed his confusion. Isn't that Uncle Tu Hao? Indeed, it was Tu Hao. Jiraiya squinted. He had a vivid impression of this ordinary man, a dear friend with whom he shared a connection. Previously, he harbored no suspicion due to Tu Hao's mundanity. Yet he felt an inexplicable intuition that, while not dangerous, warranted vigilance. That intuition intensified as he sensed a chakra emanating from Tu Hao. Just as Jiraiya pondered this, Naruto had already approached to greet him. Uncle Tu Hao. Hearing Naruto's voice, Tu Hao turned around, joy illuminating his face. Ah, long time no see. You've grown taller. Huh. Not just taller, I've grown stronger too. Naruto boasted. Tu Hao responded with a smile. I heard you were out training. It seems you are one step closer to achieving your dream. When will you become Hokage? Today? Well, that is one step nearer. I will definitely become Hokage. Naruto nodded vigorously. By the way, Uncle, what have you been up to these past few years? Still wandering about? Not quite. I sought out a ninja to teach me how to refine chakra. Now, I can use chakra. Tu Hao demonstrated by releasing a burst of chakra. You can use chakra too, Uncle? What jutsu do you know? Naruto asked curiously. Not much. My talent is lacking. I can only refine chakra to enhance my body, and I can walk on water and climb walls. I can't use any jutsu, Tu Hao lamented, waving his hand in disappointment. Seeing Tu Hao's slightly dejected demeanor, Naruto comforted him. Don't be disheartened. When I graduated from the Ninja Academy, I couldn't even walk on water or climb walls. Though well-intentioned, that statement sounded a bit odd. Jiraiya approached, saying, starting from scratch, achieving this level in under 3 years is commendable. Mastery of 1,000 jutsu, effortlessly executed, is ultimately reserved for a select few geniuses. The vast majority will spend their lives unable to perform more than a few jutsu. What you've accomplished is already quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Master Jiraiya. Tu Hao replied politely. Are you heading to Konoha now? Jiraiya inquired, feigning curiosity. Yes, Tu Hao confirmed. Jiraiya continued. What brings you to Konoha? Here for leisure? Not exactly. I'm here to find Naruto. With that, Tu Hao opened the backpack he had been carrying and began rummaging through it. Find me? Naruto echoed in confusion. Indeed. While training, I wrote a book and brought it for you to read. Tu Hao produced 2 identical books, handing one to Jiraiya and the other to Naruto. Naruto looked at the cover and muttered, the hero of the ninja world, the legend of Uzumaki Naruto. Unsure how to react, he felt a mix of joy and embarrassment at being referred to as a hero, knowing he had yet to prove himself, especially since he was still a mere genin. Jiraiya, however, remained silent, quickly flipping through the pages. After skimming a few pages, he remarked, I see, this recounts Naruto's experiences as a genin, though it diverges somewhat from reality. This book was composed by Tu Hao during his 2-month respite, chronicling Naruto's saga during his genin days. Due to Tu Hao's interference, the narrative had strayed from its original course, thus differing from the established storyline. Though Tu Hao was well-versed in Naruto's experiences, having even witnessed him during private moments, he could not disclose such knowledge. Therefore, he intentionally wrote the book in alignment with the original plot, using it as a pretext to dismiss any suspicions regarding his voyeurism. Moreover, while it is a biographical work, introducing original elements was essential for dramatic effect, as Tu Hao further elucidated. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, appreciating Tu Hao's rationale as a fellow writer. Before continuing to delve into the narrative, on the other hand, Naruto had begun to peruse the story, feeling somewhat nauseated as he remarked, why on earth is that kiss incident mentioned in here? The memory of his first kiss, given to Sasuke, had haunted him for quite some time, and now, with Tu Hao's reminder, the nightmare resurfaced. Tu Hao retorted, how could this not be included? This marks the beginning of Konoha's covert endeavors. Is that event truly authentic? Jiraiya exclaimed, surprised to find it was indeed real, having initially believed Tu Hao had fabricated it. Naruto recounted the circumstances surrounding that incident. Unable to contain himself, Jiraiya commented, you two are something else. He refrained from elaborating, as thoughts of Orochimaru crossed his mind. Naruto continued, "This illustration is incredibly cool. This book even has illustrations." "Of course it does. I commissioned a talented artist for this. His name is Masashi Kishimoto, and his artistry is remarkable," Tuhao stated earnestly. However, he clarified that the illustrations were merely original manga panels inserted into the book, intended for Naruto's enjoyment, thus disregarding copyright issues. "Let Kishimoto come to the Naruto world to demand royalties from me." At this moment, Jiraiya had swiftly skimmed through the content and offered his critique. "This book is well written, but if the intention is to sell it, the market potential seems bleak." As a best-selling author, Jiraiya understood what type of literature could thrive. His previous work, The Tale of Perseverance, had not sold well, and this book, similar in nature, would likely meet the same fate. Moreover, character biographies required the subject's consent and typically involved revenue sharing, which would further diminish profits. "That's all right. I never expected it to be profitable right away," Tuhao replied. Naruto, perplexed, inquired why not. "If it doesn't make money, what's the point of writing it?" Though Naruto had a vague understanding of writing, he had occasionally ghostwritten for Jiraiya during his illness, producing surprisingly commendable work. "Well, Naruto may not be well known now, but that does not preclude future recognition. I believe in his potential. He will surely become Hokage and transform the entire ninja world. At that time, this book will undoubtedly become a bestseller." Investing in the future. "Huh, a commendable thought." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "To become Hokage? Thank you, uncle, for writing this book for me. I will make it happen." Naruto beamed, his happiness stemming from a long-held desire for recognition. With Tuhao's unwavering belief in him, Naruto felt elated. "Yes, keep pushing forward. I will continue to chronicle your journey until you achieve the title of Hokage." Tuhao offered his final encouragement. They then strolled back to Konoha, chatting all the while. Upon returning, Naruto excitedly leaped onto a water tower in front of the Hokage Rock, a familiar spot for players of the Naruto mobile game, a place where characters typically stood in the game interface. There, he exuberantly expressed his joy at returning, soon encountering Sakura and her team. However, one person was still missing. The two shared a tacit understanding and refrained from mentioning that individual, instead recounting the events of their years apart. Naruto, disheartened, learned from Sakura that, aside from him and the defector Sasuke, their peers had all advanced to Siege Nin, with Neji even attaining Jonin status. Naruto was momentarily astounded. Just moments ago, he had boasted about being one step closer to Hokage, yet now he remained a genin, the furthest from that goal. Presently, Neji was the closest among their contemporaries to becoming Hokage. This realization ignited an urgent desire within Naruto to seek Tsunade for a promotion. However, before he could act, he suddenly paused and asked, "What about Minato? I mean, the fourth Hokage, has he appeared again?" Naruto recalled Minato's words from a few years back when pursuing Sasuke. "You still have friends to chase after, right? Set aside those emotions for now and continue your pursuit. Other matters can wait." Since then, he had not seen Minato again. What a liar. Rationally, Naruto didn't want to voice that sentiment, but emotionally, he felt compelled to express his frustration. They had agreed to talk, and there was so much he wanted to share: how he had grown taller and stronger, how he was being well fed by the lecherous sage, and although he had yet to catch up with his friend, he would eventually bring him back. Why? With so much to convey, did Minato not appear? Sakura, sensing Naruto's longing, guessed what he yearned to hear but couldn't lie. With a heavy heart, she replied, "There has been no news of the fourth since then." "All right, I understand. It's fine. After all, we can't meet everyone we wish to," Naruto said, though his smile appeared forced. Seeing Naruto's expression sparked a twinge of sympathy in Tuhao. He reflected on how his earlier impersonation of Naruto's father may have been a tad excessive and considered ways to make amends. Although Tuhao lacked moral scruples, there were certain lines he would never cross, such as making jokes about an orphan's parents, an act he deemed utterly reprehensible. While pretending to be Minato had briefly brought joy to Naruto, it ultimately left behind a vast emptiness, much like Sasuke had once said, "You, who have lost everything, cannot comprehend the pain of losing parents." Starting from nothing and descending from something are two entirely different levels of agony. Thus, Tuhao began to ponder how he might compensate Naruto. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Without delay, Tuhao took off running. Observing his departure, Jiraiya curiously asked, "Tuhao, are you leaving?" "Yes, the book has been delivered, and I see no reason to linger. I plan to visit the Sand Village next. Farewell, Jiraiya." With that, Tuhao hastily departed. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Why the Sand Village? Recent intel suggests that Akatsuki may target it. Why go there now? He decided to set this thought aside for later contemplation. Naruto, unaware of Tuhao's departure initially, felt a twinge of regret upon realizing it. He had intended to treat Tuhao to Ichiraku ramen as a token of gratitude for writing the book, but now that opportunity was lost. Meanwhile, Jiraiya bid farewell to Naruto, as he had other matters to attend to. After escorting Naruto back, he left him to his own devices. Following Jiraiya's exit, Kakashi approached, eager to reconnect with his team after a long absence. It was time to assess Sakura and Naruto's current strength. The rules remained unchanged from their initial trials, the bell-grabbing challenge. This time, Sasuke was absent, yet Naruto and Sakura had grown significantly, especially Sakura. Tuhao's summoning of the ninja warrior Sakura had greatly influenced her, igniting a yearning for that heroic aura, particularly the exhilarating feeling of surpassing Sasuke. In their team, she had always been the one protected by Sasuke and Naruto, forever trailing behind them. Now, she realized that her future self would not only catch up, but also lead the way. In a sense, Tuhao had cast the most powerful illusion on her, Cherry Blossom, the most formidable illusion. Fueled by this motivation, Sakura's progress accelerated remarkably, and the time she would have spent on beauty routines was now devoted to training. A faint mark resembling Tsunade's Baika appeared on her forehead, indicating her chakra was nearing the threshold for its use. Are you on steroids? Kakashi wondered, daunted by the power of Sakura's punch. Compared to Sakura, Naruto's progress appears to be considerably modest. It seems that Jiraiya merely reinforced his foundational skills, while his proficiency in various jutsu, including ninjutsu and jinjutsu, has not seen significant advancement. Nonetheless, albeit not particularly pronounced, progress has indeed been made. In their collaborative efforts, even Kakashi, wielding the Sharingan, found himself retreating under relentless pressure. However, his extensive experience allowed him to maintain an undefeated status, truly commendable. Ultimately, through Naruto's cunning strategy, Kakashi was compelled to reveal a flaw, enabling Naruto to successfully acquire the bells and complete the trial. After departing the village, Tuhao sought a secluded corner and summoned Kaguya, activating the Yomi Hirasaka technique to transport himself to the Shikyu space. Upon entering this realm, Tuhao began preparations for his scheme, which was rather straightforward, to resurrect Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, via the Edo Tensei technique. Unlike Minato, Kushina's soul could be summoned without the need for the Shiki-Fuin, allowing for her resurrection as long as he possessed a sample of her blood. This task posed no challenge for Tuhao, especially since he had previously experimented with Rin. The only remaining concern was the sacrificial offering, which was easily resolved. Tuhao had already identified his target, the white Zetsu, abundant in the underworld of the ninja world. He could effortlessly amass a considerable number of them for sacrificial purposes, a responsibility he entrusted to the summoned Kaguya. Upon returning to reality, Kaguya utilized her Byakugan to scan for the white Zetsu below. After identifying the target, she effortlessly transported one to the Shikyu space using her Tenchi no Gokai technique, leaving the white Zetsu unaware of the sudden shift. This technique was indeed formidable. Subsequently, Tuhao executed a familiar series of events, extracting blood from Kushina and summoning Kabuto to perform the Edo Tensei, thus resurrecting her. Furthermore, he decided to release Rin as well, believing it was time for her to witness the sun once more. Chapter 2. What are the detriments of Jinjutsu? Within the Shikyu space, Tuhao summoned Hashirama and constructed a villa using the Sansure Air Ting technique. In the living room, Kushina and Rin stared blankly at Tuhao as he poured them tea. Once the tea was served, Tuhao placed the cups before them, inviting them to drink. Kushina exchanged a glance with Rin, conveying a silent message to let her handle the situation. She then inquired, "May I ask who you are and what our current circumstances are? Are you familiar with the Edo Tensei technique?" Tuhao queried. Rin, bewildered, certainly had not encountered such a jutsu prior to her demise. However, Kushina grasped the implication. "You resurrected us with that malevolent technique? Do not paint me so villainously. This technique is not inherently evil," Tuhao retorted, waving his hand dismissively. "What is that technique, master?" Rin asked. "It is a ninjutsu that can summon the souls of deceased ninjas back to the living world and resurrect them in physical form. It is deemed malevolent because it uses the bodies of the living as vessels for the souls of the dead, essentially a life for a life. Even after resurrection, it is merely temporary, They do not truly live in the conventional sense, Kushina elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, Rin grew wary. The idea of the living being used as sacrifices, regardless of their moral standing, indicated that Tu Hao was certainly not benign. Wait a moment. You resurrected us using those creatures? Tu Hao gestured toward the white Zetsu confined in a black cage. The white Zetsu were skilled in stealth, and releasing them into the Shikyu space posed a potential risk. While he was not concerned about them escaping into the outside world, their capacity for ambush during his moments of relaxation could prove troublesome. Thus, he opted to cage them. This black cage, crafted from chakra-infused black rods, belonged to the Yin-Yang release, effectively suppressing the white Zetsu and preventing them from causing chaos. Upon seeing the white Zetsu, Kushina gasped, "What are those monstrous beings?" "They are the white Zetsu. The explanation is rather complex. We can discuss it in detail later. For now, just understand that they are no longer human," Tu Hao replied. One of the white Zetsu spoke on behalf of the others, asserting, "That is a mischaracterization. Although we may not appear appealing, we are still human." "Indeed, indeed." The others echoed, resembling an audience voicing their opinions. "Simply having two legs does not confer humanity upon you. You lack individual consciousness and exist as puppets subject to manipulation. Do you truly believe yourselves to be human?" Tu Hao challenged. The white Zetsu attempted to retort, but Tu Hao had no interest in their objections. He commanded the Shinra Tensei to subdue them, rendering them unconscious in an instant. With the room now silent, Kushina turned her focus away from the moral implications of Tu Hao's character and sought to understand his intentions. "Why did you resurrect us using this technique?" she inquired. "The primary reason for resurrecting you, Ms. Kushina, was to provide compensation to Naruto. As for you, Rin, it concerns Obito," Tu Hao responded. "Obito?" Rin's expression revealed her confusion. In her recollection, Obito was supposed to be dead. It became evident that those resurrected via Edo Tensei retained only memories from their lives, as Tu Hao contemplated aloud. Generally, individuals summoned through this technique possessed only their memories prior to death, with a few exceptions, as seen in those subjected to secondary Edo Tensei. It appeared that Rin, too, only remembered events that transpired before her demise. Kushina, equally perplexed, questioned, "Obito is still alive? Why hasn't he returned to Konoha?" This notion was somewhat troubling. "Very well. Let us begin by recounting Obito's experiences," Tu Hao suggested. The Shinra Tensei propelled a large 100-inch television into the living room. Tu Hao had prepared thoroughly for his return to the Naruto world. His wooden-constructed villa was equipped with all necessary household appliances, and the stored provisions could sustain him for several years. Thus, even if he were trapped within the Shikyu space, he could remain quite comfortable. To facilitate explanations, Tu Hao had downloaded over 700 episodes of the Naruto anime, editing them according to the plot lines and adding commentary to ensure a clear and concise understanding of the characters' life journeys and emotional experiences. Of course, this task was not undertaken by Tu Hao himself. He had contracted a group specializing in such work, offering a substantial reward to ensure timely completion. With the video now playing, Kushina and Rin began to learn about what had transpired with Obito following the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Amidst the preparation of ninja tools, Obito received a report from Black Zetsu. "Obito, several white Zetsu have suddenly gone missing," Black Zetsu informed. "Have they resurfaced?" Obito, lacking any doubt, immediately attributed the incident to Tu Hao's involvement. "Are you not concerned it could be someone else?" Black Zetsu inquired. "There is no one else, after all. Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the village," Obito asserted confidently. Following Tu Hao's departure, Obito had remained vigilant for a time, realizing that Tu Hao had seemingly vanished. Analyzing the events since the Land of Waves, he deduced that Tu Hao's actions were intrinsically linked to Naruto and Sasuke. Obito meticulously scrutinized every incident involving Tu Hao. Discerning that Kakashi was merely a peripheral figure, the true targets remained Naruto and Sasuke. After both had embarked on training under Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tu Hao had disappeared, leading Obito to speculate that Tu Hao's next move would occur once their training concluded. Now, with Naruto's return to the village, the previously inconspicuous white Zetsu had suddenly diminished in number, indicating that only Tu Hao possessed the capability to stealthily capture them at this critical juncture. Black Zetsu considered proposing an alternative explanation, yet he aligned with Obito's reasoning, both convinced that Tu Hao was indeed the orchestrator behind these events. Thus, Kurizetsu inquired, "What shall we do next? Should we target Naruto and Sasuke?" Obito replied, It is far too perilous. Analyzing the opponent's actions reveals that all current circumstances are within their design. To counter him, we must devise actions that surpass his plans. Kurizetsu questioned, "What are your thoughts?" Over the past 2 years, Obito had exercised remarkable restraint, leaving Kurizetsu perplexed regarding his intentions. "Let us seek Nagato." Obito then used Kimui to teleport away. Kurizetsu contemplated. Ever since that person defeated Obito, his mindset has shifted, becoming increasingly difficult to control. Should we truly revive Madara? In Kurizetsu's eyes, Madara is more manageable than Obito. After all, Madara is exceedingly arrogant, believing himself invincible, particularly after Hashirama's demise, dismissing others as mere pawns in the ninja world. Such hubris blinds him to the fact that the one who has always been pulling the strings is the very person who has stood by him since the beginning. In contrast, Obito is far more cautious, wary of Madara's legacy, and maintains a distance from the very person he is ostensibly assisting, harboring no thoughts of reviving Madara himself. Humph, how foolish Madara is, failing to leave any contingency plans to prevent Obito from not reviving him, ultimately relying on me for support. Indra and his reincarnations are indeed worthless. Kurizetsu scorned Indra, noting that despite numerous reincarnations, only Madara had succeeded, and without Kurizetsu's backing, he would merely have awakened the Rinnegan, a mere failure. Once their mother is revived, I shall relish the opportunity to mock him. It seems Kurizetsu has harbored resentment towards Madara for quite some time, already plotting how to ridicule him after extracting his heart. Utilizing the power of space-time, Obito swiftly returned to the Rain Village and located Nagato's Deva path. Upon witnessing the distortion of space, Konan immediately became wary of this enigmatic masked man. Having never fully trusted him, especially after Itachi's warnings prior to his departure from Akatsuki, the Deva path gazed at Obito's sudden appearance and remarked, "Shouldn't you be with Zetsu and the others in Sunagakure? Why have you come here? The man I mentioned before has begun to act again, threatening our plans. I came specifically to gain your trust." With that, Obito removed his mask, revealing his true visage. This action startled both Konan and Nagato, who sensed something amiss. Obito stated, "Itachi must have left you a message before departing from Akatsuki, informing you that I am not Uchiha Madara." He was correct. I am indeed not Madara. Nor am I some nameless figure. I am Uchiha Obito, nothing more than a failure who could not protect his beloved. Why reveal this to us now? Konan asked, perplexed. In my last confrontation with that man, I realized that all the teachings Madara imparted were utterly useless, prompting a change in my perspective. After being defeated by Toru, Obito reflected deeply on his words. He recognized the critical flaw. The methods Madara had taught him for manipulating others were ineffective even on himself, let alone on anyone else. Toru's message was clear. Without one's own will, one is merely a puppet. To truly realize one's dreams, one must possess their own intent. Looking back, Obito noted that Madara, after all these years, had not a single reliable subordinate. He had finally found a mere proxy in Obito, who had no intention of following Madara's plans, not even harboring thoughts of reviving him. In this light, Obito considered himself superior. At least Ginkaku had trust in him. The two, who were both trusted by Madara, secretly derided him, wondering if he would collapse into Hashirama's embrace if he found out. Just kidding, Madara would never shed tears. He could only vent his fury in madness. Returning to the matter at hand, Obito continued, "I am a failure." He began recounting the tale of his life marked by defeat. Meanwhile, Nagato and Konan listened intently, sensing a shared plight among them. Obito, unable to save Rin, had grown despondent towards the ninja world. Similarly, Nagato, having witnessed his childhood friend Yahiko sacrifice himself to protect him, and Konan, felt the same despair. Despite their empathy, Nagato retained his rationality and directly asked, "What is your true objective? The tailed beast weapons are merely a facade, are they not?" "Not at all. That is merely a precursor to the true plan, which is named the Eye of the Moon, with the technique being infinite Tsukuyomi." Obito articulated his plan to Nagato and Konan. They were astounded to learn that the original scheme of nuclear deterrence had morphed into a collective neural interface, akin to a cybernetic dystopia. This drastic shift was rather unsettling for Nagato, leaving him momentarily speechless. Thus, Obito urged, "Nagato, you and I are alike, driven to despair by the world's aberrations, yearning to change it. This is why we have banded together in this organization. The original plan was too brutal for you, yet you resolved to pursue it regardless of the stigma. Now, There exists a method that is less cruel. Would it not be preferable? However, that is an illusion. A world constructed from illusions, like bubbles, is difficult to trust. Conan expressed her skepticism. What is wrong with an illusory world? Reality is too harsh, only serving to widen the void within. At times it catches us off guard, and at others, it renders us helpless. Nagato, just as you once felt. Just as I failed to catch up, right? Remaining in this flawed world cannot mend the emptiness. The distortion of this world cannot be resolved by any means, even by forceful deterrence. Once a power surpassing that exists, this false peace will vanish. Only the infinite Tsukuyami, only this illusionary world can grant happiness to all. I can live with Rin, Kakashi, my master, and his wife. And you and Conan can begin anew with Yahiko, fulfilling your own potential. Even this eternally rainy city could bask in sunlight. This heartfelt declaration from Obito resonated deeply, akin to Nagato's own fervent cries. Particularly the vision of living once more with Yahiko, which proved irresistibly alluring. Let us elaborate. Nagato found himself genuinely moved. Meanwhile, in the preparation of ninja tools, Rin and Kushina had just finished reviewing the first half of Obito's life. Afterward, both fell into a contemplative silence. Rin felt a mix of awkwardness and sympathy for Obito's plight. However, despite her reluctance to frame it this way, Obito's actions were undeniably reprehensible. He had turned against his own teacher and driven his master to death. This is my fault. Had I lived properly, Obito would not have become this way. Rin still bore the weight of blame upon herself. No, it is not your fault, Kushina countered, shaking her head. Nor is it Obito's fault. Ultimately, it is Uchiha Madara who, to fulfill his own ambitions, has led such a good child astray. Seeing Kushina's magnanimity, Rin felt a tinge of embarrassment on Obito's behalf. However, one cannot easily excuse that young man. I am determined to pummel him to his knees, and then bring him back to the Hidden Leaf Village to properly train him as a ninja. As a teacher, it is my duty to enlighten and guide, and even though Obito treats me this way, Kushina still yearns to lead him back to the right path. That matter can be addressed later. Tuhao redirected the conversation towards himself. The reason I resurrected you is that I recently disguised myself as Minato, using the guise of your father to guide him. In hindsight, I feel this approach was unsettling for both him and Minato, so as a means of atonement, I employed Edo Tensei to bring you back, allowing you to reunite with your son for a time. Consider it a form of compensation. Upon hearing this, Kushina expressed her bewilderment. You, unexpectedly, are quite the good person, aren't you? Rin curiously inquired. What do you mean by using me to target Obito? Oh, all of Obito's actions, to put it plainly, revolve around you. If you stand in his way, can he proceed with his plans? I am particularly eager to witness his twisted expression. Tuhao revealed a delighted smile. You are indeed a remarkably complex individual. Kushina began to see through Tuhao's essence. Do not mistake me for a villain. I simply enjoy engaging in intriguing endeavors. Tuhao replied, spreading his hands. So what do you both say? If I can see my son, I would certainly agree. However, what is the cost? Kushina asked. Nothing. Your family's happiness is all I desire, Tuhao casually remarked. In that case, let us be freed. This is not our world, is it? Kushina stated, displaying some insight into their current situation. Patience now. The situation outside is that members of Akatsuki are about to make a move against Gaara of the Sand Village. Given the current strength of the sand, they will likely be unable to defend against it, and Gaara will inevitably be taken. Subsequently, Naruto, as Gaara's close friend, will undoubtedly risk his life to pursue them. With Naruto's current power, he can only unleash the nine-tail strength to confront Akatsuki, but if he cannot control it, it becomes a double-edged sword. Wouldn't it be exhilarating if you were to appear at such a critical moment to save Naruto? Certainly, at such a dire time, Mother would bring him immense joy. Wouldn't she? Kushina mused. Indeed, it seems rather exhilarating. Tuhao's words had swayed her. Naturally, it was also because they could not leave this space without his consent. So they had no choice but to follow his line of reasoning. Well, we will discuss the specifics later. For now, let us observe the situation outside. Tuhao activated the screen on his phone, connecting the outside view to the television. Night had fallen. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki duo, Deidara and Sasori, had appeared outside the Sand Village, preparing to make their move against Gaara. Just then, someone stood before them. I am the god. The Six Paths of Pain, Tendo, makes his entrance. The previous summon was the ordinary Tendo. Now it is the enhanced version. Speaking of which, I wonder how formidable the 100 battles Tendo will be this year. Tuhao could not miss the opportunity to engage in combat with the Akatsuki duo, especially using their leader. What could they possibly complain about? They cannot return and whine to Tendo, saying, "There was someone who looked just like you who defeated us. You must avenge us." Would they still have any face left? Upon seeing Tendo, Deidara rubbed his eyes and asked Sasori, "Is that our leader?" "A fake," Sasori mused. Though he himself was uncertain, as if the opponent had indeed transformed, there was no trace of technique, and as a seasoned puppeteer, he would surely recognize any puppet. Tendo, however, did not wait for a response and declared, "You two have betrayed the organization. I shall enact justice on behalf of heaven and deliver you from this world." What a declaration of justice. How fitting for the concept of Tendo. With that, Tendo unleashed an attack on the duo. Tendo's abilities revolve around attraction and repulsion. Universal pull. Tendo waved his hand, releasing a powerful gravitational force that drew Deidara closer. "It is real," Deidara exclaimed. Once this technique is deployed, it is no longer a ruse. After all, they had witnessed their leader's signature skill before, so they could not be unaware. However, there was a method to counter it. Deidara immediately threw out his explosive clay, a specially formulated white clay that, once chewed and infused with his chakra, could be shaped into various explosive devices capable of detonation. And the explosives themselves could move according to the user's will, a formidable and versatile bloodline limit. The explosive clay transformed into small birds and soared towards Tendo. "If you dare to keep pulling, you shall face the explosion first." Though Tendo would not feel pain from the attack, being struck by their abilities would be quite embarrassing. So the Almighty Push was activated. Almighty Push is one of the powers of the Rinnegan, allowing its wielder to repel all objects and ninjutsu around them, inflicting damage in the process. By infusing a large amount of chakra, the range of Almighty Push can be expanded. Now, Tuhao commanded Tendo to unleash an enormous Almighty Push, not only deflecting Deidara's attack, but also sending both Deidara and Sasori flying away. Sasori managed to catch Deidara midair, landing safely. Although he had endured a hit from Almighty Push, it appeared he had not sustained significant damage, indicating that the battle was far from over. Chapter 3, Almighty Push. Huh, Gaara, why have you fallen? In the end, Gaara was still taken away. How did this escalate so quickly? Moreover, Tendo had appeared, and yet could not overcome his own two subordinates? Well, the primary reason lay with Gaara himself. Once they confirmed that the power belonged to their leader, Sasori and Deidara unleashed their full strength. To hold back would be to court death. Even so, they were still no match for Tendo. How could puppetry and clay contend with the manipulation of gravity? This left the two of them contemplating their escape. Just then, Gaara burst forth from the village. From his perspective, it was an internal conflict within the Akatsuki. Though he did not know the reasons, they had begun to fight. This was a splendid opportunity. If he could successfully ambush, he could eliminate an enemy. Gaara's target was none other than Tendo, as he appeared to be the greatest threat. With that, he unleashed an almighty push, only to be repelled and sent crashing against the outer wall of the sand village. Observing this, Deidara swiftly summoned an explosive clay giant bird, a large bird for riding, and flew away with the unconscious Gaara. For the sake of comedic effect, Gaara's strength has been severely diminished here. The author extends his sincerest apologies to Lord Gaara. I assure you, when I write about pirates in the future, you shall shine brightly. In the space of the initial ball, Kushina and Rin gazed at Tuhao. Tuhao spread his hands in explanation. Do not look at me like that. I only had Tendo's perspective during the operation, and I could not see Gaara flying in from behind. Almighty Push was aimed at Deidara and Sasori. Well, that guy is foolish. Why not observe a little longer? I was about to defeat the two of them. It cannot entirely be blamed on Tuhao, for his perspective did not reveal Gaara's approach. However, one cannot fault Gaara either, as he is the Kazekage. Any infringement upon his village must be met with justice. Thus, his actions were not without merit. So, who should be blamed in this situation? Perhaps we can blame Danzo. He is accustomed to bearing the brunt of the blame and likely wouldn't mind. Danzo. Now, what shall we do next? Should we attempt to retrieve Gaara? Never mind. If I cannot achieve my aim, it is fate. Tuhao was not so idle as to take it upon himself to resolve everything. Meanwhile, the Sand Village was preparing to initiate a rescue operation for Gaara. But with their strongest leader defeated, what skilled lineup could they possibly deploy to save him? While there are indeed skilled individuals, attempting to poach from the Akatsuki would be rather presumptuous. Thus, The only course of action is to seek assistance from our allies in Konoha. Konoha has not hesitated in this regard, dispatching elite teams led by Kakashi and Guy, which represent the finest forces available. However, there remains a sense of inadequacy in terms of manpower, especially given that we are aware the Akatsuki is actively pursuing tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, yet we still send Naruto, a prime target for the opposition, into the fray. Tsunade finds herself in a difficult position while she holds the title of Hokage. The village is not solely under her command, as she faces constant constraints imposed by her two advisors, and the meddling of Danzo only exacerbates her frustrations. Fortunately, the retired third Hokage still possesses enough influence to keep Danzo's more reckless tendencies in check. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto and his team swiftly set off towards Sunagakure. Upon arrival, they learn of the recent skirmish. The Akatsuki had dispatched 3 formidable members to assault the village. In the face of such overwhelming might, Sunagakure suffered significant losses. At this critical juncture, Gaara, the Kazekage, stepped forward to confront the attackers alone, managing to withstand their onslaught, but sustaining grave injuries, ultimately falling into the hands of the Akatsuki. How could the accounts differ so drastically from those relayed by Tuhao? The disparity is merely a matter of perspective. While Tuhao depicted a scenario where Super Brothers single-handedly faced off against Sasori and Deidara, employing a unique repulsion technique to deflect their attacks, the scene observed from Sunagakure's vantage point was quite different. They witnessed the formidable leader, capable of repelling attacks, continuously redirecting the assaults of his companions towards their village. Although Gaara utilized his sand to shield his homeland, the sheer volume of bombs was overwhelming, and he realized that defeating the source of the onslaught, Super Brother, was essential if he were to protect his village. Regrettably, Gaara's plan to ambush Super Brother proved futile as he fell victim to a single devastating blow. Following Gaara's capture, another Sunagakure ninja, Kankuro, who is Gaara's elder brother, could not stand idly by and watch his sibling and village's leader be taken away. In response, Sasori eagerly accepted the challenge, seeking to teach this younger warrior a lesson. Sasori, renowned as a prodigious puppeteer, is known as the Red Sand of Sunagakure. He is the grandson of Chiyo, a village advisor. Tragically, Sasori's parents were killed during a mission by Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, which left him profoundly isolated as a child. Under Chiyo's tutelage, he mastered the art of puppetry, yet his emotional scars remained unresolved. Eventually, he assassinated the third Kazekage and defected from Sunagakure. In the ensuing confrontation, Kankuro proved no match for Sasori, who swiftly dismantled his puppet and inflicted a deadly toxin upon him. The poison was so potent that even Chiyo would be unable to counteract its effects. According to Chiyo, only Tsunade possesses the capability to neutralize it. Fortunately, Sakura had acquired nearly all of Tsunade's medical skills and was able to heal Kankuro with relative ease. Once Kankuro regained consciousness, he presented a crucial item, a fragment of Sasori's clothing. Although he had been thoroughly outmatched, Kankuro managed to secure a piece of evidence. With this fragment, they could utilize Kakashi's summoning beast, the ninja dog, to track Sasori, Deidara, and Gaara. Thus, accompanied by Chiyo, they embarked on a pursuit. However, unbeknownst to them, the white Zetsu lurking underground overheard their plans, prompting the Akatsuki to dispatch reinforcements to thwart their efforts. Team Guy encountered Kisame, while Naruto's group faced Konan. Why Konan? And where was Itachi? Tuhao, observing from the dimension, was perplexed. Itachi was expected to confront Naruto's team, yet he was conspicuously absent. Had something befallen him? After sharing intel about Obito through Tsukuyami, it appeared that Itachi might have engaged Obito directly, leading to his demise, or perhaps he had decided to retreat and strategize. At present, it remains unclear, but the unfolding events should soon clarify the situation. The adversary they faced was not the original, but rather a clone created through the technique of the transmigration of souls, a power of the Rinnegan. Pain had distributed the chakra of the Akatsuki members to living sacrifices, crafting a sophisticated replica to battle. The strength of these replicas is determined by the amount of chakra allocated by Pain, enabling them to utilize the abilities of the original. Should the chakra of the living sacrifice be depleted, the technique would automatically cease, resulting in the immediate death of the sacrifice, a cruel form of ninjutsu. The clone bore an appearance identical to the original and could replicate all weapons and tools possessed by the original. Naturally, any jutsu utilized by the clone mirrored those of the original, including special abilities like bloodline limits. It resembled a living version of the impure world reincarnation. Even with only a third of the original's chakra, the pressure on Naruto and his companions was immense. Ultimately, through their exceptional teamwork, they succeeded in defeating the clone. However, it was merely a clone. Defeating it held little significance. Their true objective remained rescuing Gaara. Thus, they continued to follow the scent trail, leading them to the Akatsuki's hidden base nearby. Inside, they found the extraction of Gaara's tailed beast, Shikaku, underway, while the entrance was sealed with a 5-element sealing technique. To breach this seal, they needed to destroy several talismans affixed at a distance, a task assigned to Team Guy. With their efforts, the talismans were dismantled, and Sakura shattered the stone door of the base. However, what awaited them was only the presence of Deidara, Sasori, and the lifeless form of Gaara. The one tail had already been extracted. This ignited a furious response from Naruto, who held deep regard for his friends, causing the chakra of the 9 tails to spiral out of control. With Shikaku extracted, the Akatsuki's focus shifted from Gaara to Naruto, as the 9 tails was now their target. Seizing this opportunity, they aimed to capture both simultaneously. Yet, capturing 4 individuals gathered together posed a challenge, necessitating their separation. Deidara took to the skies on a clay bird, carrying Gaara's body, while Naruto pursued fiercely, with Kakashi close behind. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Sakura confronted Sasori, leading to an intense battle. Chiyo, prioritizing her role as a village elder, engaged Sasori with Sakura's assistance, ultimately managing to defeat his true form. This segment aligns closely with the original storyline. Those wishing to delve deeper can refer to the manga and anime. Does this signify the conclusion of the conflict? Not quite. Just as Sasori was on the brink of death, a spatial disturbance heralded the arrival of a figure. Uchiha Obito. Sakura instantly recognized him as the adversary who had disrupted their mission in the Land of Waves. How did she identify him so quickly? Obito, despite wearing the Akatsuki cloak, had not donned a mask, and his distinctive whirlpool face was unmistakable, allowing Sakura to recognize him immediately. Obito uttered not a word to Sakura or her companions, simply taking Sasori and departing. Could Sasori be saved despite his critical condition? Sakura pondered. Uncertain, Chiyo felt a tumult of emotions. While she was relieved her grandson might survive, the reality that he would ultimately become an enemy to the village weighed heavily on her heart. Certainly, Chiyo has now lost her mind to ponder such matters. In the recent battle, both she and Sakura fell victim to a poison crafted by the scorpion. Sakura's antidote, which she had prepared beforehand, was down to its last vial, and Chiyo selflessly offered it to Sakura. Now, Chiyo finds herself deeply poisoned, on the brink of death. Fearless in her old age, her obsession with her grandson has dissipated, rendering death a mere release for her. However, before she succumbs, there remains one task she must undertake. Thus, with Sakura's assistance, Chiyo hastens towards Naruto and the others. Meanwhile, Naruto, in conjunction with Kakashi's newly acquired ability, the Kamui of the Manjiki Sharingan, has finally mastered this power, advancing beyond its original portrayal. Despite having witnessed Obito demonstrate it numerous times, he still struggles with its execution. Kakashi utilizes Kamui to effortlessly cleave Deidara in two, instantly vanquishing him. Our illustrious king of explosions has met his end in a manner even more disgraceful than in the original tale. Following this swift defeat, the colossal bird under Deidara's control plummets, and Gaara, ensnared by the creature, tumbles to the ground like a gourd. Naruto approaches, only to find him lifeless. Preparations for the feast can now commence. The loss of a dear friend is unbearable for Naruto, igniting a fierce rage within him. The chakra of the 9 tails erupts violently, transforming his chakra cloak into a state adorned with 3 tails, as the irrational Naruto begins to lash out at Kakashi. In this critical moment, Kakashi retrieves a sealing tag given to him by Jiraiya, capable of suppressing the 9 tails chakra, which would restore Naruto's composure. However, instead of deploying the seal immediately, Kakashi prepares a jutsu before dashing in front of Naruto to apply the tag. No, Naruto is mine. A vortex materializes as Obito emerges from the Kamui space, aiming directly for Naruto. In that instant, Kakashi activates the ninjutsu he had prepared, Lightning Release, Lightning Beast Tracking Fong. This technique transforms Raikiri into a chain, wielded by 2 shadow clones to sever the opponent. 2 lightning wolves charge at Obito, who, intending to materialize and seize Naruto. must now evade the searing assault of the lightning beasts, forcing him to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi affixes the sealing tag to Naruto, bringing an end to his rampage. Observing Kakashi's actions, Obito remarks, "Did you anticipate my appearance at this moment?" "It was merely an instinctive feeling that you were nearby," Kakashi responds, gazing deeply at Obito. "Instinct? You, the dullard, rely on instinct?" Obito chuckles in disbelief. Kakashi presses further, "Obito, do you intend to take Naruto away? Why did you assist me earlier?" "Don't get it twisted." Obito interjects, "The one who aided you was a mere imposter. However, thanks to that individual, I have come to understand many things. You are watching, aren't you?" Obito glances skyward, as if he can perceive Tuho. Tuho wishes to respond. "You are mistaken, my perspective lies with Kakashi." Indeed. Obito stands with his back to Tuho's grand display, a stance that suggests a certain madness. Kakashi, puzzled by Obito's intentions, resolves to seize this chance to defeat him and return to the village. The specifics can be addressed later. Consequently, Kakashi forms two shadow clones and charges at Obito, simultaneously employing his new jutsu, lightning transmission. This technique transforms Raikiri into a chain, wielded by the two clones to sever the opponent. Yet at that moment, a hand emerges from the ground. "Obito." The distant Obito declares, "Did you think shadow clones were unique to you?" The initial Obito was merely a feigned attack. The true Obito has long since utilized Earth Release to burrow underground, now surfacing with intangibility. Kakashi gasps in alarm. He attempts to shield Naruto, but it is too late. Obito's hand has already reached Naruto's body. "Mortal." The familiar voice resonates. Although not the white mask, Obito can still execute this grasp without the Rinnegan. Reminiscent of the time he ensnared Minato. What was the outcome of that battle again? "Get away from my son." A sensation of unexpected force surges forth. As Obito is sent flying by a powerful punch, Kushina bursts forth from the afterlife, delivering a blow to Obito's back. Akin to the time her husband used the Flying Thunder God technique to propel Obito away. At this moment, it is as if time has circled back to that earlier instant. It seems that the couple shares an uncanny synchrony, striking at the same spot. May Obito not suffer the same fate as Vegeta's left arm, bearing a lasting injury. After executing a spiral flip in midair, Obito stabilizes upon landing, promptly gazing upward, attempting to discern the source of the sudden strike, standing as stunned as Kakashi. Mother and Rin? Kakashi names the two arrivals. Upon seeing them, Obito does not linger even for a second, fleeing into the Kamui space as if in panic. His silence leaves Rin feeling disheartened. Kushina comforts her by gently ruffling her hair. He merely fled in fear. There will be opportunities to converse later. Rin nods in agreement. On Kakashi's end, he trembles in astonishment. Is it truly you, Mother and Rin? Kushina turns back to quip, you truly are as dull as Obito described, just like in the past. This is the impure world reincarnation. At Kushina's reminder, Kakashi notices the characteristics on their bodies indicative of the impure world reincarnation. Confirming their identities, Kakashi relaxes slightly, yet quickly grows tense again. Are you being controlled? Not at all. That man merely wishes to observe, showing no concern for such matters. By the way, we don't even know that man's name. Kushina suddenly recalls, having conversed for so long without knowing Tuho's name. I am Tuho, a voice interjects. The group immediately turns towards the sound, discovering a black cube in the sky with Tuho's head emerging from within. It's you, Kakashi exclaims in astonishment, a sensation of connecting all the dots filling his mind. Indeed, all the inexplicable occurrences began after Tuho's arrival. Contemplating this, Kakashi quickly inquires, are you the one orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Your thoughts are too scattered. I suggest you return to Tsunade for a checkup on your mind, Tuho replies. Kakashi retorts, I merely asked casually. Is it necessary for you to insult me? I reveal myself to reduce unnecessary speculation. Jiraiya seems to suspect me every time we meet. But now he need not doubt. Tell him, I certainly have a story. As he speaks, Tuho showcases his unique eye, the Sharingan and Byakugan appearing simultaneously within one individual, shocking Kakashi, Rin, and Kushina alike. Such an occurrence has never been heard of before. Are both eyes transplanted? No. Given Tuho's ability to activate them at will, they must be his own. Is this the result of a union between the two clans? I have never heard of a fusion between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. What in the world is happening? Who are you? Kakashi directly voices his confusion. Do you wish to know the answer? Then come to Laughtrue to find me. Haha. With that, Tuho returns to the starting ball space, closing the passageway to the afterlife. What does he mean by reducing unnecessary speculation? Hasn't his appearance only raised more questions? Kakashi silently curses. The passage to the afterlife opens once more behind Kakashi's head, Tuho's hand extending from behind to flick Kakashi's head. His voice resounding. Continue to belittle me in your thoughts, and next time, I shall serve you a shared dish of annihilation. Kakashi turns to find the portal has vanished again, its opening speed outpacing the speed at which Kakashi turned his head. Damn it! Kakashi could hardly contain his frustration. In the initial space, Tuho remarked, as I said, Kaguya completely fails to utilize her own abilities. She incessantly activates her small-scale Hakuto Biryosaka around her enemies, firing into it like an automatic rifle, ensuring that amidst the 360-degree openings, at least one shot must hit Naruto. If it doesn't, she can simply retreat. However, those two remain ever vigilant. The moment they let their guard down, she can repeat the process, ensuring victory no matter the strategy. The new ninja, the form-controlled Kaguya, is now available for purchase. Of course, Tuho had more than just the form-controlled Kaguya at his disposal. He also possessed healthy Itachi, intelligence Jiraiya, the milk-nurtured killing intent Naruto, and the returning Minato, who, alongside Obito and Kaguya, could also employ this tactic, as well as head-kicking Guy, experience Obito, and the resolute Obito, among others. Undoubtedly, under Tuho's command, these characters would achieve remarkable feats. With such illusions at his command, the unification of the ninja world was within reach. Haha. Just kidding. Why would I want to unify the ninja world? After venting his frustrations, Tuho lay in the villa within the initial space, pondering. However, it seems Obito has voluntarily removed his mask, and Itachi has distanced himself from Akatsuki. My previous actions have evidently caused a significant impact. The original plan will need some adjustments. What should I do next? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly sat up. I've got it. This will certainly be intriguing. Chapter 4. Orochimaru's reward back in the Kemui space. Obito slammed his fist into the ground. Realizing that the Rin who had appeared earlier was not the illusion he had used to provoke himself, she was the real deal. That bastard, Edo Tensei. How dare he toy with Rin's soul? Obito had never harbored such hatred for anyone before. He genuinely wanted to flay Tuho alive, ensuring he could never revel in others' misfortunes again. If Tuho had heard Obito's words, he would have scoffed. Don't speak so frivolously. I treat Rin well enough. But it's you I wish to toy with, haha. Hey, who are you? What have you done to us? Deidara shouted loudly. Obito glanced at Deidara, whose body was half immersed, the lower half sustained by white zetsu. In a foul mood, Obito retorted, I'm your comrade. If you don't want to die an embarrassing death, be quiet. I will take you back to be treated. Not only was Deidara's upper half lying there, but also his lower half and the core of Sasori. Obito had not only rescued Sasori, but also retrieved the upper half of Deidara that Kakashi had relocated, alongside the lower half left behind. They were now barely clinging to life thanks to the vitality provided by white zetsu. It wasn't about transplanting Hashirama's cells. It was merely using white zetsu's healing ninjutsu to prolong their lives. Full recovery would require returning to the Rain Village. Though Deidara felt quite displeased with Obito's attitude, he was equally unwilling to meet his end in such a humiliating manner, especially after being so easily dispatched by Kakashi. He had to reclaim his honor. Subsequently, Obito transported Deidara and Sasori back to the Rain Village. Preparations for the ninja tools. Naruto groggily awoke from his unconscious state, feeling an odd sensation, strange yet somewhat familiar warmth. Who? He slightly opened his eyes and saw someone cradling him in their arms. Good morning, Naruto, a gentle voice whispered in his ear. Although he had never heard it before, Naruto was 100% certain of the identity of the voice's owner. Mom, Naruto exclaimed, abruptly raising his head to see Kushina's face. Indeed, I am Kushina, she began, but before she could finish, Naruto leaped into her embrace. Kushina let out a resigned smile and wrapped her arms around him, the two of them tightly holding each other. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Naruto's eyes as he sobbed. I can't be dreaming, can I? No, but right now, what's important is not to dwell on that. Kushina reminded him. Wait, Gaara. Suddenly, Naruto recalled that Gaara had already passed away. He quickly released his mother to check on Gaara's condition. Chio and Sakura had already arrived, with Sakura beginning to assess Gaara. His body is already cold. Informed the family to handle the arrangements. Sakura's expression conveyed a similar sentiment. even if she didn't explicitly say it. Upon hearing this outcome, Naruto's tears of regret fell as he cursed his own impotence, lamenting that he couldn't protect anyone. Moved by Naruto's remorse, Chio approached Gaara and utilized the reanimation jutsu. This technique uses the caster's entire chakra as a medium to transfer life force to the deceased. The jutsu can be applied to either the living or the dead. If used on the deceased, the caster's chakra will transition the dead person's soul until the caster's demise. Due to humanitarian reasons, this technique was classified as forbidden after being secretly developed in Sunagakure. Originally, Chio had intended this technique for Sasori. But since Sasori was no longer in need, she felt no attachments. Naruto also stepped forward to assist by providing chakra. Observing Naruto's actions, Chio remarked that for ninjas who fought solely for themselves, it was truly wonderful to see ninjas like Naruto willing to sacrifice for others. Perhaps peace in the ninja world could be realized through them. After expressing her sentiments, Chio exhausted all her life force, successfully reviving Gaara. Although Gaara's resurrection should have been a joyous event, it was tinged with sorrow since he was brought back at the cost of another's life. Thus, the group returned to Sunagakure with heavy hearts. After a brief exchange with Gaara, Naruto and the others concluded their mission to rescue him. Finally, they had the time to ask his mother why she had appeared. By the way, Guy and the others had left for other missions. On the way back, Naruto inquired, "Is this Edo Tensei? Shouldn't Minato have appeared like this before?" Kushina pondered before deciding not to mention that Tuhao had impersonated Minato. Minato himself wouldn't mind such matters and would even appreciate Tuhao for keeping Naruto company. "So, does that mean you'll leave after a while, Mom?" Naruto asked timidly. "Of course not. I should be able to stay by your side for several months," Kushina declared, clenching her fist. "That's fantastic." Naruto's joy was palpable. Finally, he could say everything he wanted to say. Living alongside his mother for several months felt like a dream come true. Sakura couldn't help but comment, "So, that's Naruto's mother. Huh, what a beautiful woman. Why did she have to die so young?" Habitually, Sakura brought up an unwelcome topic. Indeed, why? Kakashi couldn't help but gaze up at the sky, fully aware of the answer. It was his best friend, Obito. "Why did you do such a thing?" Rin noticed Kakashi's sorrow and remarked, "I know all about Obito." Upon hearing Rin's knowledge, Kakashi immediately pressed for details. Thus, Rin relayed the images she had seen from Tuhao to Kakashi. After hearing it all, Kakashi stood frozen like a scarecrow. "It was that guy? He caused my parents' deaths?" Upon hearing the entire story, Naruto's fury erupted, and the chakra of the Nine Tails began to leak uncontrollably. Witnessing Naruto lose control once more, Kushina struck him on the head, simultaneously unleashing golden chains from her body that pierced into Naruto, binding the Nine Tails sealed within him. These chains were the ancestral sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the adamantine sealing chains, which, when deployed, extended multiple chakra chains from the back. They served not only as formidable weapons, but also for creating barriers and sealing-tailed beasts. In the Nine Tails incident, Uzumaki Kushina, having just given birth, summoned her strength to execute a technique that effortlessly subdued the Nine Tails, despite being in an extremely weakened state. This demonstrates the absolute suppressive power of the technique over tailed beasts. The infuriating chakra of Kushina left the Nine Tails with no option but to release its frustrations verbally. "Be quiet. I have yet to settle the score for you piercing me before," Kushina threatened. Faced with her intimidation, what could the Nine Tails say? It was merely self-inflicted misery. Perhaps it was better to feign sleep. Outside, Naruto innocently scratched his head, questioning, "Why are you hitting me?" Kushina replied sternly, "Do you realize how perilous your situation was just now? If you cannot control the power of the Nine Tails, you risk being consumed by it, losing your consciousness. Much like when you fought against the Akatsuki members. Do you even remember what you did?" Naruto suddenly recalled, realizing that after Gaara's death, his memories had become hazy, and he could hardly remember what had transpired. "You were already attacking Kakashi. If that state continued, and the power of the Nine Tails was further unleashed, no one would be able to restrain you. What would happen then?" As she spoke, Kushina's hair flared up like flames, entering a state of furious wrath reminiscent of her masterful training days. Kakashi, witnessing this scene after such a long time, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He could not help but reminisce about the days leading up to Rin's birthday when Obito, Kakashi, and Minato had conspired to keep the gift a surprise. As they discussed their plans, an irate Kushina confronted them, berating them for not preparing a birthday present for Rin, her hair resembling fiery chilies as it stood on end. The trio could do nothing to stop her rampage. After the commotion, Kakashi urged Obito to cease the charade. However, even after revealing their plans, Kushina was relentless, delivering a sound thrashing to Minato, Kakashi, and Obito. Though the punishment was painful, if given the choice, Kakashi would prefer to return to those days when everyone, his teacher, Obito, Rin, and his master, was still present. Meanwhile, Naruto, frightened, realized just how formidable his mother could be. Yet Naruto's fear was not solely due to Kushina. It also stemmed from her words about losing one's consciousness under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra and causing harm to friends. He vowed that he would never let that happen, even if it meant death. At that moment, Kushina placed her hand on Naruto's head, gently assuring him, "Do not be afraid. Mommy is here to teach you how to control and suppress its power." Upon hearing Kushina's familiar phrase, Naruto involuntarily smiled, realizing that despite their time apart, they shared the same expressions, an intimate connection that warmed his lonely heart. Laughter became contagious, and soon everyone was smiling alongside Naruto. "Are you excited to see Sasuke?" A sudden voice startled everyone, especially Kakashi and Rin, as it belonged to Obito. Turning towards the sound, they beheld the masked figure of Obito. "Obito? No, wait, you're Zetsu." Kakashi discerned the difference, recognizing that the figure summoned by Zetsu possessed the Rinnegan. Hearing this, Naruto paused, having been on the verge of charging at him. "I say, if you remain in this state, nothing will change. Sasuke will not return to the village." Obito remarked. "What do you mean, Zetsu?" Naruto couldn't quite grasp the implication of his words. "You've suffered too little. There are many things you cannot comprehend." Obito retorted. Sakura, defending Naruto, interjected. "He has faced plenty of hardships. Why does it feel like you're bringing up old wounds?" She added. Thankfully, Kushina was present, sparing Naruto from being engulfed by memories of his lonely childhood due to Obito's comments. Obito continued, "Let me rephrase, Naruto. You regard Sasuke as your best friend primarily because you believe you share similarities and can understand each other's feelings, correct?" After a moment of contemplation, Naruto nodded earnestly. "Indeed, you both share a common experience of enduring loneliness in your childhood. However, Sasuke bears a different burden. He witnessed his parents being slain by his brother." Obito pointedly noted, observing the confusion in Naruto's eyes. To elucidate, he asked, "For instance, if I were to kill your mother before your eyes, how would you feel?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Naruto's eyes began to redden, and the chakra of the Nine-Tails surged within him. Kushina's firm restraint immediately quelled the raging chakra. The Nine-Tails within Naruto, feeling restrained, lamented, "Why am I being bound? This family can indulge in their drama without dragging me into it." Due to the infinite chakra from the Edo Tensei, Kushina could maintain her sealing technique indefinitely. The Nine-Tails' current predicament was partly revenge for the past. Obito continued, "See, just contemplating that scenario ignites a fury within you, while Sasuke has experienced it firsthand. How immense must his hatred be?" Naruto fell silent, still grappling with his developing understanding. Obito pressed on, especially when Sasuke learns the truth behind the massacre of his clan. He will likely refuse to return to Konoha, or who knows what he might do to the village. Sakura, intrigued, inquired, "What is the truth behind the massacre?" "Find out for yourself. I'm not your babysitter and have no obligation to provide answers," Obito dismissed, exasperated. "I'm not a reading machine. Just point to what you don't understand." Kushina chimed in, "You're being rather unreasonable. Revealing the truth won't cost you anything. Speak as you wish. But I'm not here to clarify your doubts. Naruto, let me ask you again. Do you want to see Sasuke? I'm heading towards Orochimaru's location. If you wish to go, I can take you there. If you have other plans, we can forget this matter," Obito stated, wanting to avoid further unnecessary dialogue. Currently, they had no leads on Sasuke or Orochimaru, as the storyline took a turn with the rescue of Chiyo, and having Obito as a guide would indeed be advantageous. However, rushing into Orochimaru's lair without preparation would be perilous. Kakashi hesitated to decline, but he understood Naruto's mindset. Whatever Naruto decided, he would pursue. "I'm going," Naruto declared, displaying his impetuous nature without considering the consequences. "What about you?" Obito directed his gaze towards the others. "I'm in," Sakura affirmed, eager to seize the opportunity to see Sasuke after so long. "Go ahead. Is there even an option to stay behind?" Kakashi replied, acknowledging the inevitability of their choice. Fortunately, During the battle with the Akatsuki, only one use of Kimui was expended, leaving him with sufficient chakra to continue. Kushina, naturally, would accompany her son, and with Rin and Obito absent, she had little else to do but follow along. With that, everyone reached a consensus to proceed. Thus, Tuhao skillfully maneuvered Obito to transport everyone into the Kimui space. After a brief transition through this ethereal realm, they proceeded to Orochimaru's lair, a base located underground. Accessed through Kagaya's relentless use of the Yellow Springs teleportation and her Byakugan insight, Tuhao still found it bewildering how such a potent and advantageous entity could fail. It was clear that the mind was not functioning optimally. The dim lighting within Orochimaru's underground base failed to illuminate the entire tunnel, giving it an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's domain, Kakashi was the first to comment. Was that the Kamui space we just experienced? That shattered scene resembles Obito's fragmented psyche, does it not? Tuhao concurred, stating that the Kamui space lacked brilliance, with only a solitary stone pillar as a point of stability, mirroring Obito's heart. The day Kamui was activated was indeed the day his heart shattered. Lin noted that Naruto was entirely indifferent to Obito's plight, focusing solely on Sasuke. He inquired of Tuhao, "Where's Sasuke?" "Patience, he is already on his way," Tuhao replied, gesturing towards the shadows where three figures approached. As they emerged into the light, it became apparent that they were none other than Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sasuke. Orochimaru and Kabuto retained their previous nonchalance, while Sasuke appeared even more aloof than before. Indeed, when the white-clad Sasuke from Shippuden made his entrance, he was strikingly impressive. His cold demeanor undeniably captivated many. Though his later descent into madness was a different tale altogether. Naruto was promptly eager to rush towards Sasuke, but Tuhao's swift kick sent him crashing against the wall. Puzzled, Naruto looked at Tuhao, questioning his intentions. Tuhao responded, "There are matters of importance to discuss, and your issues can wait." With Sasuke so near, Naruto was unwilling to heed this advice, prompting Kushina to ensnare him with the adamantine sealing chains. Kushina, somewhat exasperated, reflected on her son's impulsiveness. After all, standing before them was none other than Orochimaru, a figure not to be trifled with, even by Minato, who would have prepared meticulously before acting. In any case, the fervent youth was now restrained, allowing Sakura and Kakashi to observe Orochimaru without taking rash actions, granting Tuhao the opportunity to converse with him. "Welcome to my humble abode. Should I now refer to you as Tuhao?" Orochimaru hissed with a serpent-like grin. Tuhao responded with a smile, "Indeed. You seem to have detected the happenings in the land of wind, or perhaps deduced my patterns of action, positioning your spies near Naruto, perhaps little snakes and the like?" Orochimaru did not answer directly, instead inquiring, "Mr. Tuhao, have you come to discuss the remuneration for my commission?" All eyes turned to Obito, Tuhao, astonished by the implication of a transaction with Orochimaru. Kakashi, ever vigilant, queried, "What commission?" "To guide Sasuke," Tuhao replied, activating Kimui to manifest a plethora of items, quickly filling the tunnel. Realizing this was insufficient space, he shattered the wall to reveal another room, depositing all the items within. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he beheld the multitude of books Tuhao produced. The tomes signified knowledge from other realms. Orochimaru, with greed glistening in his eyes, picked up the nearest volume, which bore the title 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. No doubt, the knowledge contained within this examination guide is invaluable, he mused. Although Orochimaru was not fluent in Chinese, he understood enough of the Japanese text to grasp the essence, surmising that this book contained the knowledge he sought. Tuhao, with a playful smirk, thought, "Do your best, Orochimaru. I hope you use this book to gain admission to Qingbei and become a pillar of society." Orochimaru responded with determination, "I shall strive for it." The book had been a gift from a bookstore owner during Tuhao's previous quest for materials. Tuhao had pondered what would be an appropriate reward for Orochimaru, ultimately concluding that since he desired truth, he would provide him with knowledge, which is indeed the essence of truth. Thus, he procured an extensive collection of books spanning various fields and disciplines, particularly considering Orochimaru's potential aspirations to venture beyond the planet into the cosmos. Tuhao had even arranged for many texts on aerospace engineering. Having gathered ample information from Tony Stark during his sojourn in the Marvel Universe, which would occupy Orochimaru's attention for a considerable time. However, merely compiling specialized texts would not suffice to fill an entire library. Hao believed that mere academic tomes would not create the desired spectacle. Thus, he procured an abundance of miscellaneous books from second-hand bookstores, resulting in the current scenario. Upon hearing Hao's explanation, Orochimaru displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he set aside the previous book and began to peruse others. After a short while, he discovered a Japanese text related to biotechnology, a field aligning perfectly with his expertise. Hao recognized the book as one acquired from the Marvel Universe, concerning the effects of gamma rays on human physiology. I hope this doesn't lead to Orochimaru creating a Hulk, he mused, his imagination running wild. Chapter 5. Accept this as a farewell gift. Orochimaru, after mere moments of examination, instantly became enraptured. As a specialist, he could discern the authenticity of such materials with a glance. He smiled at Hao, saying, "This remuneration pleases me greatly. I hope for our continued collaboration." He gestured for Kabuto to swiftly disperse and transport the books away. Could it be that Orochimaru was genuinely this humble? The situation warranted such a response. On one hand, the items Hao provided were undeniably enticing. On the other, it was the display of power Hao exhibited that compelled Orochimaru's respect. Indeed, as Hao had surmised, Orochimaru had meticulously analyzed him, deducing that his patterns were linked to Naruto and Sasuke, thus positioning his spies accordingly. When Orochimaru first encountered Hao, he had suspected him to be a notable figure. But upon confirming Hao's identity, he was struck by the revelation that he possessed both the Sharingan and Byakugan, seemingly in their original forms. Having pondered the relationship between these ocular powers during his years of study on Sasuke's Sharingan, Orochimaru recalled that both eyes were derived from Kaguya. The emergence of both ocular powers within a single individual was a phenomenon that could scarcely occur, as they required differing strengths and were not perfectly compatible. Typically, a person could only wield one of these powers, rendering it improbable for anyone but a member of the Tsutsuki clan to manage both. Thus, one might ponder, is Hao a descendant of the Tsutsuki? Hao. Indeed, I wish for you to think just that. Regardless, cultivating a rapport with Hao could yield favorable outcomes. Why not embrace the opportunity? Consequently, after extending his goodwill, Orochimaru commenced the process of securing the books. The two astute individuals understood that they could not transport everything at once, so they produced sealing scrolls to encapsulate the books within. Utilizing the impressive spatial compression techniques of the Naruto world, Kakashi observed the duo across from him, busily flitting about like bees. A sense of conflict stirred within him. Allowing Orochimaru access to those books seemed far from a favorable outcome. However, given that this was a base of operations, engaging in battle without proper preparation would yield little chance of success. The allegiance of Hao remained ambiguous, making any rash offensive unwise. Consequently, Kakashi set aside his intent to thwart Orochimaru and shifted his focus entirely onto Sasuke. At present, it appeared that Orochimaru held little interest in Sasuke, merely mentoring him due to an agreement with Hao. Thus, there existed a substantial opportunity to extricate Sasuke unscathed. Meanwhile, upon releasing Naruto, Kushina paid no heed to the earlier confinement and surged towards Sasuke, shouting, "Sasuke!" Despite Naruto's impassioned plea, Sasuke remained indifferent, preoccupied with the words spoken by Hao moments prior. Without any overt action, Sasuke unleashed his technique, summoning two white snakes that slithered from his sleeves, ensnaring the rushing Naruto. The technique, the summoning snake binding spell, was executed with precision, having been meticulously prepared in advance, eliminating the need for a blood sacrifice to initiate it. "Stuck?" Naruto exclaimed. Aware of the Nine-Tails' formidable power, he struggled to suppress the urge to unleash its chakra. "Just control yourself," the Nine-Tails remarked, devoid of any ideas of its own. Presently, Naruto was no match for Sasuke, who effortlessly subdued him. Sasuke disregarded Naruto and turned his attention to Obito. "Hao, what did you mean by that?" Just then, the summoning time for the masked Obito arrived, and Hao seamlessly transitioned to controlling Itachi, making a long-awaited entrance. With a playful grin, Hao manipulated Itachi, saying, "My foolish little bean, come let your elder brother embrace you." This gesture served to inform Sasuke of the situation. Sasuke's aloof demeanor evaporated, replaced by a surge of intense anger. Was everything a ruse on your part? His fury was palpable as he began to lose composure. "What do you think?" Hao replied with a smirk. The revelation was jarring. Sasuke had devoted years to training, inspired by Itachi's, Hao's encouragement. Often dreaming of a future where Itachi would praise him for surpassing his brother and treat him to dumplings. The notion that all of this had been orchestrated by some imposter was infuriating. Die. The hatred crystallized into those two words, as Sasuke's singular desire became to eliminate Tu Hao. With the curse mark activated, Sasuke dashed toward Itachi like a bolt of lightning. Shadow clone explosion. Itachi formed hand seals and dispatched his clones towards Sasuke. Typically, Sasuke would have been struck and sent soaring by a powerful uppercut, only to meet the explosive demise of the clones, landing in a pit akin to Yamcha. However, Sasuke had grown accustomed to this maneuver. He leapt into the air, evading the clones' assault while simultaneously activating the hidden shadow snake hands technique, summoning snakes from his arm to launch a surprise attack. These serpents ensnared Itachi from a distance, and with a swift tug, Sasuke propelled himself forward, pinning Itachi beneath his foot. Drawing the Kusanagi sword, he plunged it into the ground beside Itachi. This time, I emerge victorious, Sasuke proclaimed, relishing the moment after years of being bullied by Tu Hao, finally reclaiming his pride. Kakashi, witnessing the transformation, mused, Sasuke has indeed grown stronger. The fluidity of Sasuke's movements left Kakashi feeling somewhat inadequate. It was clear that Sasuke's choice to seek Orochimaru's tutelage had been judicious. He had surpassed Kakashi's teachings significantly. Glancing at Naruto, Kakashi noted that aside from a slight enhancement in fundamentals and the acquisition of the Rasengan, Naruto had not undergone much change. While it may be unfair to disparage his mentor, Jiraiya had seemingly only taken Naruto on leisurely excursions over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, pinned to the ground, Itachi, Tu Hao, exhibited no signs of panic, merely smiling and pointing to the right. Sasuke, taken aback, thought, Genjutsu? When did this happen? Tu Hao had frequently toyed with Sasuke using such illusions, leading to a conditioned reflex. Sasuke turned to the direction indicated, finding nothing. Oh no, I've been deceived. Realizing the ruse, Sasuke spun around just in time to see Itachi launch a swift punch aimed directly at him. In that instant, Sasuke employed the body switch technique to evade the attack, resulting in Itachi's punch striking the wooden substitute instead. Nearby, Sakura wiped the sweat from her brow, narrowly avoiding a situation where she might have to regard Sasuke as an equal. Sasuke, now in his substitute's place, also felt a chill. His ambitions extended beyond vengeance against Itachi to the revival of the Uchiha clan. Although he had never prioritized this ambition, the near miss had instilled a sense of foreboding. This fear quickly morphed into fury. How dare you use my brother's visage for such despicable acts? Damn it! With his murderous intent fully awakened, Sasuke's Sharingan underwent a transformation, adopting a pattern reminiscent of a 6-pointed star, a Manjiki Sharingan. Black tears streamed down his face as his left eye widened. Amaterasu. Instantaneously, black flames engulfed Itachi, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Kakashi gasped, he has mastered the Manjiki? The disparity between him and Naruto is monumental now. Even with the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto stands no chance against Sasuke at this moment. Presently, Sasuke was akin to a serpent, a hawk. This time, it was not merely a matter of coveting Sasuke's physical form. Orochimaru had imparted knowledge with greater diligence than in the original narrative. He had bestowed upon Sasuke a curse mark devoid of side effects, an entire suite of snake-style ninjutsu, and assistance in developing his Sharingan. Tu Hao had provided scrolls detailing the origins of the Sharingan and the evolution into the Manjiki. The Manjiki Sharingan is awakened when a member of the Uchiha clan experiences profound loss or anguish, causing a unique chakra to surge within their brain, affecting the optic nerves and altering their vision, an embodiment of the soul's reflection. In essence, the key elements are sorrowful emotion, special chakra, and its influence on the optic nerves, all of which could be scientifically replicated. Sorrowful emotions are merely hormonal responses generated by the brain to particular stimuli, suggesting that if these could be artificially extracted, there would be a means to induce the Uchiha clan to awaken their eyes without the need for sacrifices. Consequently, Orochimaru and Kabuto commenced their research in this realm, successfully developing a drug capable of stimulating the Uchiha brain to produce pain and extraordinary chakra. The only hurdle was Sasuke's exceptional resistance. Only under significantly increased dosages could he awaken his eyes. After awakening his eyes, Orochimaru also provided Sasuke with an additional safeguard, Hashirama's cells. These cells could replenish the chakra consumption of the Manjiki. Although Sasuke had not evolved to the eternal Manjiki, the integration of Hashirama's cells allowed him to utilize the Manjiki nearly without limitation. However, due to the limited quantity of the cells transplanted, he could not use the Manjiki indefinitely. Regarding the limited number of transplantations, Sasuke, proud of his Uchiha lineage, believes that the Uchiha clan should not have too deep a connection with the Senju. After all, his ancestor did not mind, and even tattooed the face of Hashirama on his chest to flaunt their relationship. So why should he care? If he were to acquire Naruto's cells, would he not be able to transplant them without hesitation and boast about having Naruto's face inked on his chest? It is worth noting that the cells of Hashirama and the cursed seal occupy the same position, allowing Sasuke to easily remove either ability if he so chooses, without requiring a second surgery. Orochimaru truly excels at his role as a caretaker. In any case, Sasuke has become remarkably powerful now. Witnessing Itachi's demise, he could not help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha, is that all there is to it? To dare impersonate Itachi. As the rain ceased and the sky cleared, Sasuke felt a surge of confidence. Recalling his earlier aloofness, he realized it was all a facade, and he began to feel a shift in his demeanor. Well, as long as you're happy, interrupted a voice, breaking Sasuke's laughter. Had he consumed Amaterasu and still survived? No, this voice did not belong to Itachi, but rather resembled Naruto's. The crowd turned to the source of the sound, revealing a man in a dark blue robe with a white fox fur collar, his face concealed behind a fox mask. He sat upon a stone chair, resting his chin on one hand, his leg crossed as he observed Sasuke's antics. At that moment, music began to play. If skyscrapers were to collapse, do not cling to the cliff. Kakashi remarked, which ninja did Taiheo summon this time? Based on past experiences, it should be someone they are familiar with, a powerful ninja. But who could it be? I feel as though I have seen this person before. Yet there is an uncanny familiarity. Naruto, Kushina exclaimed, instantly recognizing him. Naruto had already freed himself from the white snake's bindings and turned to face the mysterious masked man. Is that me? The hair color is completely different. No, this was not Uzumaki Naruto. The proper designation was the masked man, who tilted his mask slightly to reveal half of his face. Uzumaki Minma. In summary, he was an alternate version of Naruto from another world, albeit one that had succumbed to darkness. Although it bore Naruto's visage, he appeared strikingly handsome. Sakura could not help but exclaim. Naruto, perplexed, responded, Sakura-chan, what do you mean by although it's my face, he is handsome? Am I not handsome? His public display of admiration made Sakura blush. Well, if you were to grow your hair out a bit, it might look quite nice. Sasuke, uninterested in how Naruto had become more attractive, questioned, do you think that just because you resemble Naruto, I would show you mercy? No. I merely wished to demonstrate true power. Minma adjusted his mask and stood from the chair, unleashing his chakra, which shattered the stone chair as he formed hand seals. 9 faces Sapika technique. Sasuke analyzed the opponent's jutsu with his Sharingan. Summoning? Is he about to summon something? Sasuke began to form his own seals in secret. Blue, white, vermilion, and void, north and south, 9 faces beast. 9 masked creatures, some humanoid, were summoned. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke launched an attack first, sending a colossal fireball hurtling towards Minma, which exploded upon impact. The immense power of the fireball pierced the ceiling of Orochimaru's base, revealing the sky above. Sasuke scanned his surroundings, realizing that the fireball alone would not defeat his opponent. The flames would serve to obscure Minma's vision, allowing him to strike from the shadows. Why then did he unleash the fireball if it could not kill? It seemed rather redundant. At that moment, Sasuke felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Though subtle, he would not ignore it, and he leapt into the air. The next second, Minma erupted from the ground, clawing at Sasuke. Thanks to his prior warning, Sasuke parried Minma's claw with the Kusanagi sword. Taiheo praised, good defense. But focusing solely on me is not wise. Minma's free hand grasped the air, his summoned beast. Sasuke quickly understood the situation, yet it was too late. 2 beams of pink light sliced through the flames, as North and South Minma activated the formation to bind their target, while 3 beasts unleashed wind blades to finish him off. Bound and unable to move, Sasuke saw the wind blades approaching rapidly and activated the ability of his right Manjiki Sharingan. Fire style, additive earth. The black flames of Amaterasu formed a protective shield around him, blocking the wind attacks while simultaneously shattering the binding formation. The effects of additive earth have been previously mentioned, so I will not elaborate further. Under Sasuke's mental command, the flames transformed into a fire dragon, charging towards Minma. Rather than retreating, Minma surged forward, his body enveloped in the red chakra of the Nine Tails. He leaped into the air, disregarding Sasuke's defensive Amaterasu, and with one hand, seized Sasuke by the throat, pinning him to the ground. Though struck forcefully, Sasuke remained conscious, desperately analyzing the situation. Is this red aura the chakra cloak of a tailed beast? It can actually repel the flames of Amaterasu? The fact that chakra can withstand Amaterasu's fire exceeds my expectations. Meanwhile, Minma did not cease his assault. After slamming Sasuke to the ground, he lifted him again with one hand, while his other hand coalesced chakra to unleash a darkened version of the Rasengan, significantly more powerful than the standard Rasengan. The blackened Rasengan struck Sasuke, sending him hurtling against the wall before collapsing to the ground. It seemed that Sasuke was adopting a position that was becoming his signature way of lying on the ground. Naruto had witnessed the entirety of this battle in silence. Rendered speechless, neither this parallel world version of himself nor Sasuke could stand against Minma, and the disparity in power was insurmountable, making it difficult for him to accept. It felt as though he had not trained at all over the past 2 years. Sasuke lay on the ground, yet Minma continued his relentless onslaught, gathering chakra once more. Observing Minma's intent to attack again, Naruto shouted, "Wait. What are you doing? Sasuke has already lost." "He is not yet lost." Minma stepped back, and the ground cracked open as Sasuke emerged from beneath, activated the second state of his cursed seal. The Sasuke lying on the ground had actually used the snake replacement technique to escape from his original body, a sophisticated replacement technique that consumed a significant amount of chakra. Sasuke employed this as a diversion to evade everyone's attention, then used Chidori to slice through the ground and burrow underground, launching a surprise attack from below, just as Minma had done earlier. Taihao, however, was not caught off guard, as this technique was Naruto's signature move, utilizing a shadow clone as a distraction, while the real one dug underground to ambush Neji, securing victory in the Nin exams. Both Taihao and Sasuke were imitators, meaning they were taught by the same master, thus rendering the technique ineffective. After Sasuke's surprise attack failed, he quickly distanced himself while gasping for breath. Each jutsu he had employed had taken a toll on his chakra, particularly the snake replacement technique. While his chakra reserves were adequate, this excessive consumption had begun to deplete them. Although he had Hashirama's cells, the limited amount of flesh in his shoulders and neck could not sustain such chakra expenditure. He needed to pause for a time to replenish his chakra. Moreover, while it was possible for Sasuke to awaken the Rinnegan with Hashirama's cells, based on Madara's experience, it would require time or specific conditions, such as nearing death, to manifest. So Sasuke certainly could not awaken the Rinnegan at this moment. Running low on chakra, are we? How about we call it a day here? Minma, Tu Hao, remarked, "Brother, I can wait for your next challenge." His audacity suggested he had no intention of retreating. "Humph, it is you who should beg for mercy. My technique is complete." Sasuke leapt back and ascended to the ceiling, effectively exiting the building. At this moment, everyone noticed that the sky had darkened. No, it was shrouded in ominous clouds. The atmosphere turned somber, indicating that rain was imminent. Sasuke was resolute. This technique was originally meant for his brother. "Since you seek your demise so eagerly, I shall oblige," he declared coldly, as thunder and lightning began to rumble overhead. Every action Sasuke had taken was in preparation for this moment, a technique known as Right-On Kirin. This was a unique ninjutsu he had developed, first igniting the sky with fire release to create storm clouds, then harnessing the immense power of nature's lightning to strike his foes. The advantages of this jutsu were evident. It had a vast range, formidable power, and consumed little chakra, primarily utilizing the natural lightning. Furthermore, its speed was nearly impossible to evade. However, its instability was a drawback, requiring the Sharingan to perceive the speed and trajectory of the lightning. After confronting Minma, Sasuke understood that conventional combat methods would not suffice. Thus, he began by using a great fireball to shatter the ceiling, continually unleashing Amaterasu to increase the heat, rapidly forming rain clouds, and finally guiding the lightning. The name of this technique is Kirin. Upon learning it, prepare to meet your end. Sasuke raised his hand towards the heavens, and a lightning-formed Kirin coiled behind him. "Die? Don't be ridiculous. I knew you would resort to this technique from the very start." Tu Hao retorted, recognizing Sasuke's obvious intent through the shattered ceiling. As he spoke, he prepared his own technique, known as the Great Spiraling Wheel of Fate. Chapter 6. Undercurrents. Myanmar unleashed the Great Spiraling Wheel of Fate, an enhanced version of the spiraling wheel, far more potent than its ordinary counterpart. Its range rivaled that of the almighty push, yet its practicality was superior, possessing greater offensive strength capable of leveling the Hidden Leaf Village with a single strike, comparable to Naruto's Sage Art Wind release, Super Spiraling Shuriken. Though the theatrical portrayal of the latter depicted it as capable of obliterating the entire village, let us accept that for now. Cut. The technique on the opposite end has taken shape, Sasuke declared, not hesitating to release Kirin. This is a farewell gift. Let the mirage lead you to your fate. Myanmar hurled the Great Spiraling Wheel of Fate upwards. The two techniques collided, and in an instant, everything vanished. As the explosion illuminated the surroundings, Naruto turned to shield Sakura and his mother, thinking, as for Kakashi-sensei, he can handle himself. He believed that Kakashi would protect Rin. But perhaps he should call upon another man? However, before he could position himself in front of them, Kushina had already shielded him, a mother's instinct refusing to let her son protect her. Naturally, they required no protection, as the Nine Tails had already flown ahead to safeguard them. Then, as the brilliance faded, the group regained their normal vision. The entire base resembled the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, suddenly appearing vast and open. Orochimaru and Kabuto had long since vanished, having sealed the books and made their escape without taking Sasuke. Kakashi surveyed the devastation around him, exclaiming, "What an exaggerated display of power!" Whether it was the other Naruto's technique or Sasuke's new jutsu. Rin, are you alright? Although the Nine Tails provided protection, Kakashi instinctively placed Rin behind him. This was a promise he had failed to fulfill for Obito, and it was due to this unfulfilled promise that Obito had become the person he was now. I'm fine, Kakashi. I'm now reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. I cannot die. Rin smiled, embodying a true angel. Kakashi mused. What could this scarecrow possibly say at a time like this? Mom, are you okay? Naruto asked anxiously. I'm fine. They protected me, Kushina replied, glancing back at the Nine Tails, which had reverted to its fox form due to sustaining injuries. Myanmar had also vanished at some point. Indeed, Uncle Tu-Hao is a good person, Naruto asserted firmly. There are many complexities in this world. It is not merely black and white. However, I can agree with that sentiment, Kushina said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Sakura approached, saying, Naruto. Sasuke is also nowhere to be found. Yeah, I know, Naruto replied dejectedly. He had always believed that after nearly 3 years of training, he had grown stronger and could rely on his own power to bring Sasuke back. Yet, he felt as if he hadn't progressed at all. How could he possibly retrieve Sasuke under these circumstances? Sakura shared his sentiment, realizing her training was insufficient. She needed to become stronger. Meanwhile, Sasuke had been rescued by Myanmar. I don't need you to save Sasuke, he exclaimed angrily. Hold on, let me finish, Tu-Hao interjected. I have already informed him that I was impersonating your brother. He laughed when he learned the truth. Really? Sasuke, having been deceived multiple times, would not easily trust Tu-Hao again. Well, believing or not is up to you. Tu-Hao replied nonchalantly. Since you did not defeat me, I cannot reveal the truth regarding the massacre as previously agreed upon. If you wish to know, you must ask your brother. Of course, he will undoubtedly take the truth to his grave. Whether you can pry it from his lips depends on your own skill. From your words, does that mean the truth is absolutely not to be revealed to me? Sasuke began to probe for information. Yes, Tu-Hao said with a smile. Sasuke felt an urge to thrust his Chidori through Tu-Hao. By the way, your brother has severed ties with Akatsuki, so if you wish to find him, do not seek out Akatsuki members, Tu-Hao informed. Why? Sasuke inquired, astonished. He has always been a leaf ninja. Joining Akatsuki was merely a guise of espionage. Naturally, as a rogue ninja, he cannot return to the village. He will likely continue to fight for the village, Tu-Hao speculated, though he was uncertain of Itachi's whereabouts. After hearing this, Sasuke said nothing and arrogantly departed. Tu-Hao, accustomed to this behavior, prepared to release Myanmar's summoning. But before doing so, he heard a single phrase, thank you. Lying in his villa, Tu-Hao chuckled, huh? That arrogant second male lead actually said thank you. How delightful. Hearing Sasuke express gratitude makes this journey worthwhile. After laughing for a while, Tu-Hao shook his head, saying, however, this world has changed more than I anticipated. Those remarkable individuals are not fools, and they cannot be maneuvered by me alone. Yet, it is precisely because they are not fools that this confrontation is the most intriguing. Beating weak opponents is sufficient. A contest against a worthy adversary is what truly captivates. Tuhao continued to analyze the current situation. Orochimaru will likely remain oblivious to external affairs for the time being, fully engrossed in studying the books I provided him. I hope he does not become too deeply influenced by them. He chuckled mischievously. What exactly had he prepared for Orochimaru? In another base, Orochimaru and Kabuto had commenced the task of sorting through the plethora of books Tuhao had sent them. They had activated dozens of shadow clones to tackle the mountain of texts, yet they still found themselves overwhelmed. Orochimaru-sensei, do you think all these books are useful? Kabuto inquired. Not all. Some are merely fillers, but even the fillers have their own utility, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Why do you say that? Kabuto asked, puzzled. Through these miscellaneous texts, we can gain insight into the man who calls himself Tuhao and discern the nature of the world from which he acquired these books. Understanding other worlds is indeed a meaningful endeavor. Ever since learning about other planets and realms, Orochimaru had developed a keen interest in them. Orochimaru-sensei, your thoughts are truly more comprehensive than mine, Kabuto could not help but praise. He then opened the book closest to him, its title beginning with the words Do-pu. He began to read. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had opened a book whose first two characters were Do-luo. The other clones were engrossed in various titles such as Zhu, Qingyu, Guizhui, Quanji, and Daomu. Did Orochimaru receive a plethora of online novels? Well, aren't there many such books in a second-hand bookstore? By the way, they are all pirated. I hope that after Orochimaru finishes these, he won't undergo any peculiar transformations. Orochimaru, what are you two doing? Sasuke burst in, taken aback to find Orochimaru and Kabuto seated with numerous clones, all deeply absorbed in their reading. Is this book really that captivating? Do you need to create so many clones? Aren't you afraid of a headache? Not everyone can create a multitude of clones like Naruto without taxing their mind. Seeing that Orochimaru and his companions were ignoring him, Sasuke decided not to wait any longer and declared, the training ends here. I'm taking Suigetsu and the others with me. Sasuke had no intention of returning to Konoha until everything was clarified. His primary objective remained to find Itachi. However, he needed assistance in this endeavor. During his time studying with Orochimaru, he had discovered a few capable allies, and his return was to bring them along. But would Orochimaru consent to let them go? Well, Sasuke had already stated his intentions, and since Orochimaru did not object, he took it as tacit approval. Given that in this timeline, Orochimaru was not coveting Sasuke's body, their relationship seemed relatively amicable. However, do not expect the arrogant Sasuke to be overly friendly with his teacher. He had not uttered a kind word to Kakashi either. Meanwhile, Naruto also planned to return to the village. After meeting with Sasuke, Naruto realized one crucial thing. Without power, Sasuke would not even glance in his direction. The previous encounter was proof of that. Regarding this matter, Tuhao wished to tell Naruto that he was merely overthinking. Sasuke simply did not know what to say to him. Did he not witness Sasuke's fervor during their battle against Zetsu? Returning to the main topic, Naruto resolved to head back to the village to continue honing his strength, aiming to reach at least Suigetsu's level before considering going out to retrieve Sasuke. Consequently, the group prepared to return to the village. Since Orochimaru's base was not near Konoha, it would take time for Naruto and the others to make their way back. Therefore, Kakashi summoned his summoning beast to head back ahead of them to notify Konoha and prevent any panic due to their absence. After 2 days, Naruto and the others finally returned to Konoha and met Tsunade and Jiraiya. Kushina is truly resurrected. Jiraiya felt a sense of disorientation upon seeing the reanimated Kushina, as if it had only been a short while since their tragic loss. Those of advanced age often struggle with such matters. Even Jiraiya, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, found joy in once again seeing a departed friend. Kushina thanked Jiraiya, saying, "Thank you very much, Jiraiya-sensei, for taking care of Naruto all these years. No, I should be apologizing to you. When you sacrificed yourselves to protect the village, I could not return. I also failed to care for Naruto when he was young. As his teacher, I was utterly irresponsible." Jiraiya still felt a lingering regret over Minato's death. "No, none of that falls on you, Jiraiya-sensei. All right, let us cease the mutual gratitude." As the two appeared ready to continue their exchange, Tsunade interjected. "Let us get to the point. Kushina, how long can your reanimation last? Is it entirely under your control?" "I don't know. That person named Tuhao said it could last for a few months, but for now, I am in control, Kushina replied. Tsunade rubbed her forehead in exasperation, saying, That's quite an ambiguous answer. I don't know how to handle this situation. Tsunade Baba, Uncle Hao is a good person and won't do anything to Mom. Naruto asserted confidently. However, Tsunade dismissed, it's not a matter of simply declaring him a good person and letting things be. Our understanding of Hao is limited. To unilaterally deem him a good person is akin to gambling with the safety of the village. Therefore, I'll assume the opposite. Let us consider him a villain. Is this a reasonable use of one's passive abilities? Yet, Hao indeed was the one orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, exceeding my expectations, Jiraiya mused. Although he had sensed Hao's exceptional nature from the beginning, the revelation of Hao's issues still left him troubled. A friend of the soul could potentially be an enemy, which was indeed unsettling. Don't speak as if I'm a villain. Uchiha Obito's white mask suddenly appeared outside the Hokage's office window, startling everyone as if a ghost had emerged. The group jumped in surprise and instinctively prepared for battle. Once they realized it was Hao, Naruto was the first to relax, quipping, Uncle Hao, could you not appear like a ghost? Sakura chimed in. And could you please maintain a consistent appearance? You change every time you show up, making it hard to recognize who you really are. Is there any difference between pulling out a card to show off and a dead fish? Hao retorted, though his audience remained baffled by his words. In contrast to the nonchalant attitude of the younger ones, the adults remained serious. Jiraiya, in a joking tone, remarked, Wow, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I never expected you, Hao, to possess such formidable power. Just average, third in the world, Hao humbly replied. Such humility was the collective thought of everyone present. Jiraiya was somewhat speechless but continued to inquire, Your true purpose in all these actions is surely not something you will divulge. Actually, my aim is to resurrect someone. Hao responded unexpectedly. Well, I just wanted to see if you would actually say it, Jiraiya replied, feeling more exasperated. He had merely wanted to ask Hao's purpose for appearing, and yet Hao had directly revealed his true intentions. While it was not an issue to share, the casual tone he used raised questions about whether he was merely joking or speaking earnestly. No one could decipher it. Naruto, however, believed him and asked, Uncle Hao, who do you wish to resurrect? Hao proclaimed loudly, Of course, I wish to resurrect my beloved. The choice of words left everyone in an awkward silence. However, Hao saying this while using Obito's body felt oddly fitting. Observing everyone's stunned expressions, Hao jested, I'm merely practicing with Obito's body. I plan to say this to him the next time we meet. That would drive him crazy. Kakashi internally scoffed at that thought. Tsunade, covering her forehead and slightly irritated, asked, What exactly did you come here to say? If you have nothing important, you should leave quickly. You're just causing trouble here. Oh, I came to inform you that I'm going to resurrect someone. Hao finally stated the crux of his visit. Who will you resurrect? Jiraiya asked on behalf of the group. Given that both Minato and Kushina were present, it was inappropriate for him to reveal himself as their father. Hao addressed everyone. I'll be waiting for you at the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall. Hurry up, or I'll lose my patience. With that, the white mask vanished into the space-time continuum. Upon hearing about the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall, Kushina paused for a moment. Jiraiya, aware of some insider information, inquired, Is that the place to unlock the Shinigami seal? Yes. The mask of the Shinigami that houses the Shinigami sealed in the Shiki F gene is stored there. Naruto, let us go. Kushina led the way out. The others followed her without hesitation, all heading to witness this revelation. To lift the Shiki F gene, one must first obtain the Shinigami's mask, which is located at the end of Konoha village in the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall. What follows is the guidance to invoke the Shinigami of the dead demon consuming seal to possess oneself. By slicing open the Shinigami's abdomen, the soul of the sealed individual will be liberated, thereby unbinding the seal. However, the caster will become a sacrifice. Kushina briefly explained the method to release the dead demon-consuming seal. Sakura, astonished, exclaimed, To become a sacrifice? Does that not imply someone must die? Is Hao intending to commit suicide? Kakashi analyzed. The ninjas he summoned seemed to be alive. Perhaps they could directly substitute as the sacrifices. Indeed, that seems plausible. I hardly believe that self-serving individual would willingly sacrifice himself, Tsunade remarked skeptically. As fellow ninjas, they swiftly gathered at the mask storage hall. Hao had already summoned Orochimaru in place of the previous ninja. The mask housing the Shinigami of the dead demon consuming seal was located, and the white Zetsu intended for the Edo Tensei was also firmly planted in the ground. They awaited the arrival of others to commence the ritual. Before the others could voice their thoughts, Tuho had already initiated the possession by the Shinigami, slicing open the abdomen, releasing the fourth Hokage's spirit, and seamlessly performing a series of operations for the Edo Tensei onto the white Zetsu without a moment's pause. In mere seconds, Minato was revived. Initially, he appeared strikingly handsome, but soon became bewildered, confronted by the daunting figures before him. Then he spotted his wife and what appeared to be his grown son rushing towards him. The family was finally reunited, albeit in a rather ghostly manner due to the Edo Tensei. The others discreetly vacated the mask storage hall to grant the family a moment to relish their joyous reunion. In the Hidden Rain Village, the upper echelon of the Akatsuki convened for a meeting. Obito stated, "We successfully captured the One Tail, but the Nine Tails eluded us. Both Deidara and Sasori have been rescued and are currently receiving treatment." Pain, of the Nagato lineage, inquired, "We have gleaned details through the footage captured by Black Zetsu. Is the man possessing both the Sharingan and Manjikyu Sharingan the mysterious individual you mentioned?" After a moment's contemplation, Obito shook his head. "I have yet to see his true form, thus I cannot guarantee it is indeed him. Are you uncertain?" Pain pondered. According to Deidara's initial reports, that individual can summon the Deva path and, like me, control it remotely, an exceedingly troublesome existence. Conan continued, "By your account, Obito, he can also summon a future version of yourself. Indeed, my original plan was to seize the Rinnegan for my own use should you and Nagato prove disobedient. The version of me he summoned possesses the Rinnegan, leading me to suspect he may have returned from the future. The art of time-traveling ninjutsu has indeed been rumored. But if true, such a capability is utterly terrifying." Pain remarked that traversing time would grant the opponent an absolute intelligence advantage, and summoning powerful ninjas would signify that the opponent possesses abilities surpassing their own, as Tuho shares certain abilities they lack. Conan noted, "The only good news at present is that, whether by coincidence or our actions aligning with his plans, he is yet to target us. Thus, there remains an opportunity for them to bolster their strength." Obito nodded, recognizing the precious opportunity to enhance their combat prowess while remaining uncertain of Tuho's intentions. "Regardless of Tuho's plans, we must possess sufficient power to contend with them." Obito then queried, "How is your recovery progressing?" Pain responded, "My leg has healed enough to walk, but my body remains quite weak and requires time." Having reached a consensus, Obito generously offered Hashirama's cells for Nagato's use. Now, Nagato was employing Hashirama's cells to restore his injured legs and the body he had exhausted over the years. Feeling depleted? Then utilize the vitality elixirs, Obito jested. 1 bottle for mental clarity, 2 for unending stamina, and 3 for eternal life. Hashirama cells are akin to vitality elixirs, are they not? With that, the remaining 8 tails and 2 tails were to be captured by Obito. Rising to depart, he wondered, why are only the 8 tails and 2 tails left? Obito had not been idle these past years. Aside from the 8 tails, 2 tails, 9 tails, and 1 tail, he had personally captured the remaining 5-tailed beasts. "No, I shall take these 2. Pain declared, standing up, "I also need to adjust my combat state. This serves as a practice session before confronting Tuo. Let Cloud Village be my training ground. Isn't it customary to head to the Hokage village? Why are you coming for me?" The unfortunate Cloud Village was on the verge of experiencing an onslaught from Pain, and it remained uncertain whether a hero would emerge to defend it. With Nagato's determination to go alone, Obito did not impede him, as he too had matters to address. Just after Pain and Conan departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was White. White addressed Obito, "When can we proceed to eliminate Kakashi? Since Zabuza was slain by Kakashi, I have been plotting to find an opportunity to kill him. However, my abilities have been lacking. I previously attempted a surprise attack, but nearly fell victim to Kakashi's counterstrike. Fortunately, Kakashi's passive abilities activated, preventing him from swiftly overpowering me, allowing me to escape and preserve my life." At this moment, Obito approached White and promised to train him to a level sufficient to defeat Kakashi, with the condition that he would act as Obito's subordinate until Kakashi's demise.